Suwon thought this benefit was good and humane, so he nodded in agreement. She would think of an elegant name. Calling it Su Mansion was too vulgar. She just wanted to be different. He returned to the inn. Suwon felt that he had been running around all day and was really tired and sore all over. She asked the servants to boil a big bucket of water for her to bathe. After soaking in the tub, she felt comfortable all over. She was always thinking and planning for the future. Especially for workshops, you should choose a larger place. You can rent it in the early stage. If you come across a better place later, you can still regret it. I don't know whether my parents will agree to come to Xango after I go back. After all, the land at home has just been planted. Also, she plans to plant flowers in Suwon's 3 acres of flower fields and more than 1 acre of vegetable fields, and she will continue to hire Jong Yu and his wife to take care of the flower fields. However, her flower field is definitely not enough to support her business, but she can use it to raise bees, so it is not a waste. When the time comes, she will ask Jong Yu and his wife to take care of it. She has read many books and watched many videos about beekeeping in modern times, but has never tried it herself. After she finishes settling in Xango, since we have already given Jong Yu and his wife hope, if it is suddenly rejected, wouldn't that be like pouring cold water on them? Give them some chance to make a living and consider it as a good deed. Moreover, she will be far away in Xango at that time, so someone will definitely need help with the beekeeping. At home, could she go to Xango to buy land for beekeeping? The next day, after breakfast, the 3 siblings drove out of the city and went home in their carriage. They came back, it was afternoon. The second brother came back with guests. Suwon's carriage met another carriage, went into the village, and stopped in front of the gate of Su's courtyard. Chen was still wondering who had come. The carriage was quite exquisite. Suwon was sleeping inside and didn't even know they had arrived home, if Sui hadn't called her. When Chen was helping Suwon get off the carriage, his second brother jumped down from the carriage behind. "Brother, why are you back?" The 3 Suwon siblings looked at him with confusion. "I'll explain it to you later." Su smiled at her, until he helped a slightly plump old man down and a beautiful girl who was about the same age as Suwon. Suwon realized that this must be Master Sun Beidou, his second brother's great doctor and mentor. This girl must be the second brother's official wife, and also the granddaughter of the genius Dr. Sun Beidou. Suwon remembered that the second brother's love line in the original novel was not written much, but it was very sweet. Cold, stubborn, and one-track-minded young man versus a quirky and mischievous young girl. "Su, why don't you introduce your family to me?" Sun Beidou looked at Su. "Master, this is my 3rd brother Chen, this is my 5th brother Sui, this is the youngest sister in the family, Suwon, this is my master, and this is my master's granddaughter, Sunlinger." When she introduced Sunlinger, she gave Suwon a bright smile. Both girls are bright and beautiful in their own ways. Suwon is sweeter, while Sunlinger is more lively, just like their names. "Second brother, why do you suddenly have another master?" Chen was confused and asked subconsciously. But Su just glanced at him indifferently and was too lazy to answer him. "Master, Miss Sun, please come in and sit down." Facing the master, he became very respectful again. Everyone returned home. The sight of so many people coming back at once and bringing guests with them caught Su's father and mother off guard. Su introduced it to them again. Su's mother quickly went to make tea. "My dear guests, please forgive me for the poor hospitality. The only good tea in my house was left by the Gu family." "You're welcome, Madam Su. I've already accepted Su as my last disciple. We'll be a family from now on. There's no need to be so formal. I heard from Su that you're all simple farmers. I don't have to be so particular. That won't do. This is your first visit. If we don't treat you well, we will be disrespectful. It is an honor for a Moor to be valued by the master." These words were said by Su's father, and the demeanor of the head of the family was also revealed. Su is a very talented person, a rare medical genius. After several tests, I don't want his talent to be forgotten. So, I decided to take him in as my apprentice. This time, I came to visit because I wanted to take Su Mu with me to travel around and help people everywhere. I also wanted him to see more and get in touch with more difficult and complicated diseases. It is better than being trapped in this small place and being short-sighted. I am also a straightforward person. He can't come home for a year or a half, or even 3 to 5 years. It is normal for parents to miss their children when they are away. But if he wants to become a talent soon, he has to work hard from now on. I took him on a tour, and he agreed, so I came here in person to give you two a promise. I am already over 60 years old, and I don't want to have no one to succeed me, so I am willing to do my best to teach him everything I know. Su Mu was accepted as an apprentice by a doctor, and he learned more than working as a handyman in a pharmacy, so of course his father and mother were happy. However, he said that he wanted to take Su Mu traveling and it would be difficult for him to return home for 3 to 5 years, which made Su's father and mother a little hesitant. Father Su looked at Su Mu and saw that Su Mu had an uncontrollable smile on his face, but the expectation in his eyes could not be deceived. However, they didn't know before that the old man in front of them would take their son away when they met for the first time. This is hard to judge. Dad, Mom, I have decided to follow my master to travel around the world, learn more ways to cure diseases and save lives, practice medicine to help the world, and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of Jin State. I hope that Dad and Mom will agree to forgive your son for not being able to be filial to you in the past few years. When I return after completing my studies, I will serve you every day and be filial to you. Su Mu knelt down directly and spoke earnestly. Su's mother's tears fell instantly, and Su's father was at a loss, his lips trembling, not knowing how to answer. On one side was the son's plea, and on the other side was the old gentleman whom he had never met. Su once saw her parents' hesitation, and she knew it was time for her to take action. She took a step forward, looking at Sun Beidou with a smile on her face. The old gentleman's surname is Sun. Su-won would like to ask for his full name. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Su-won greeted him. Sun Linger on the side looked at her with interest. It doesn't matter. I will always keep my name and surname, Sun Beidou. Sun Beidou stroked his beard and said frankly. After that he laughed heartily. Sun Beidou, is he the famous Master Sun Beidou who is an expert in both medicine and poison? Su-won pretended to be surprised and covered his mouth. Yes, it's me, Sun Beidou admitted generously. Oh my god, Dad, Mom, what great luck has my second brother had. This is the famous Master Sun Beidou. He is a master of both medicine and poison. He has saved countless lives and cured countless difficult and complicated diseases. His medical skills have been praised by people and have not been matched for the past 200 years. If my second brother becomes his last disciple, his future will be bright and his future will be limitless. After Su-won finished saying these words in shock, Sun Linga smiled unkindly. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to build a bridge, wanting Su's parents to nod and agree without hesitation. However, the little sister's shocked reaction was a bit fake. Although Su-won didn't know what Sun Linger was laughing at, she still blushed, feeling a little guilty. Even Master Sun Beidou raised his eyebrows and laughed along, thinking that this girl is quite clever. His granddaughter was the same age as her, so when he saw Su-won, his expression softened unconsciously. However, Su's father and mother were really intimidated by Su-won's remarks. He sounded so awesome. They were not well informed and had never heard of the name Sun Beidou, but after listening to Su-won's remarks, they felt that he seemed super powerful. Is their son really so promising? Is he accepted as a disciple by such a great doctor? Muir, is what Won said true? Su's mother asked cautiously. Su-mu nodded and agreed. It is a great honor for our family. Muir, you must follow Dr. Sun. Watch carefully, learn well, and don't let Mr. Sun down. In ancient times, teachers were generally called xiansheng, or elders were called xiansheng, which was a respectful title. Before, half believing and half doubting, but his son and daughter had already confirmed it, so how could he miss such a good opportunity? Yes, your father is right. You must work hard to learn medical skills from Mr. Sun so that you can cure diseases and save lives in the future and benefit the people. The husband follows suit, and after Su's father expressed his opinion, Su's mother also expressed her opinion one after another. This means that Su Mu agrees to travel around with Sun Beidou. Su Mu was very excited and kowtowed twice to his father and mother on the spot. Thank you, Dad. Hurry up, kid. You're going to learn medicine not to do anything bad. As long as you explain it to us clearly, your father and I will agree to let you go. When you go, don't always think about home. Be at ease. Your father, I, and your brothers and sisters will be waiting for you to come back. Su's mother helped Su Mu, who was kneeling on the ground, up. Mr. Sun, we had many doubts before, so we didn't express our opinions. Now, I'll trouble you to take care of my second son. If he doesn't study hard or does something wrong, you must be ruthless in teaching him a lesson. Beat him when he deserves it and punish him when he deserves it. Mr. Su's behavior is so realistic, just like modern parents. When children are sent to school, teachers will beat and discipline them if they are disobedient. Mr. Su, I believe Su Mu is a good child and won't cause us too much worry. If Sun Beidou was not sure that his talents and qualities were excellent, how could he have decided to accept him as his disciple? Sir, when do you plan to leave Qinghe County? Su Wan asked. It's just a few days. This time I followed Su Mu back because I wanted him to say goodbye to you properly and stay with you for a few days before leaving. Sun Beidou replied with a smile. Su Wan was actually thinking that she was about to move to Xango, and if she left in a hurry, wouldn't her second brother be able to see the new house before leaving? Sir, why don't you stay at home and play for a few days? I'll go and clean up the room for you and Miss Sun. Su's mother was hospitable and wanted to invite the grandfather and grandson to have dinner and stay overnight at her home. You don't have to stay the night. You can stay for dinner before leaving. Linger, and I will go to Xiangzhou to wait. It won't be too late for Su Mu to stay at home with you for a few days before coming back. Sun Beidou politely declined to stay overnight. That's great. Su Wan has to go to Xiangzhou the day after tomorrow anyway, so he can go with his second brother. But she was in no hurry to say anything now. She decided to entertain the guests first. Fortunately, I came back. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be able to give my second brother the clothes I bought for him. Then tonight, I will cook a meal for everyone myself. I also bought a lot of snacks from Xiangzhou. Mom, you can open them and let the master and Miss Sun taste them. I will go prepare the dishes. Okay, go ahead. I'll ask your father to buy 2 fish and a few pounds of mutton. Su's mother was overjoyed. Seeing that her son had made progress and had a bright future, how could a mother not be happy? I'll go now. Remember to entertain Mr. Sun and Miss Sunday Su Mu. Just keep talking to the gentleman. Lao Wu, aren't you good at drawing portraits? You can draw one for Miss Sun as well, so that she won't be bored. Who suddenly received the task, had not reacted yet. He was just thinking that this Master Sun Beidou must be the one Jong Yu mentioned before. Teaching Master Wang a lesson that day, he took out the emergency medicine and said it was made by Master Sun Beidou. Oh, I'll get the paper, pencils, and paints right away. Don't bother me, I'm fine. Sun Linger quickly waved her hand to refuse, sorry to bother her. Miss Sun, Cousin Suyi's portrait is really well painted. You will know if you try it. You will definitely be amazed. Yang Qingqing wanted to praise Suyi's painting skills. She was amazed when she saw Su Wan's portrait. She didn't allow it, and Sun Linger didn't know about it. You have a young man in your family who can paint, Linger. You should give it a try, and don't let Mr. Su down. Sun Beidou was very interested. What the boy wrote in the letter was very impressive, saying that all the young men in the Su family were outstanding people. He wanted to see how many of them were outstanding people today. Since Grandpa had spoken, Sun Linger had no choice but to sit down and let Su Yi draw quietly. Su Yi took out the paintbrush and paint and became extra serious when it came to things related to his profession. Sun Beidou didn't chat with Su Mu either, but watched Su Yi paint the whole time. Seeing Sun Linger's outline gradually becoming clearer, the charm between her eyebrows and eyes was portrayed vividly by him. Even Sun Beidou, who had seen so many paintings and calligraphy, was amazed. He kept stroking his beard and nodding slowly. Great. Where did you learn this painting from? Sun Beidou asked Sui. Sir, I have never had a master. I am self-taught.
Sui answered truthfully.
Oh, self-taught? That's amazing. You look only about 15 or 16 years old. Sun Beidou was even more surprised that he had never been taught by a teacher. To reply to your question, Sir, I am already 16 years old. I turned 15 in late autumn last year, which means I am 16 years old. If that's the case, then your talent is second to none in the past 200 years. If you cultivate it, your future achievements will be limitless. It's a pity that I haven't met any great painters, otherwise I would definitely recommend you to become his disciple. I wish you success and fame soon. Sun Beidou instantly thought of all his friends in the martial arts world who had made achievements, but he couldn't find a friend who was the best in painting. There is any, they just treat painting as a hobby and paint occasionally, but their paintings are not even half as good as this young man's. Thank you for your kindness, sir. It is an honor for me to be appreciated by you. Sui is still quite humble. When Sun Linga heard her grandfather's evaluation, she immediately became curious and wanted to see how good the painting was. Finally, Sui finished painting Sun Linger's portrait. Before Sun Linger herself had time to appreciate it, her grandfather held the portrait in his arms to admire it first, with an expression of unstoppable satisfaction. Good, good. The painting is indeed good, and the charm is really captured. Sun Linger stood up from the chair and ran to her grandfather. Grandpa, don't just admire it yourself. Let me see it too. Oh, yes, take a look. Do you like it? Sun Beidou handed the painting to Sun Linger. When Sun Linger saw it, surprise flashed in her eyes. The portrait of herself was like looking in a mirror. It was too similar. The goose yellow color she was wearing today perfectly captured her playful and lively spirit. It's a great painting. Sun Linger couldn't help but admire it. She really liked it. She watched it over and over again and liked it more and more. Dinner time, Suwon made a classic dish of braised pork, braised fish, roasted rabbit, spicy chicken, braised pork head, and a hot pot of lamb. It was very sumptuous. I picked from the mountain to grind 10 pounds of pepper powder and 10 pounds of dried pepper segments. I pickled some of the green peppers in a jar and dried some into white peppers. Not a single drop was wasted. Chili powder is fried in oil to become chili oil, and it is also seasoned with soy sauce, white sesame seeds, and chopped green onions. Used to dip mutton, very delicious. It was the first time for Grandpa Sun Beidou and his grandson to see such dishes. The colors and eating methods were all different from those outside. He didn't move his chopsticks, and no one in the Su family moved their chopsticks either. He picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth in one bite. Even the elderly can't resist braised pork, right? It is soft, glutinous, fresh, and fragrant, melts in your mouth, and has no greasy feeling of fat at all. The braised dishes are delicious because of the soy sauce. Braised pork is also very popular with Sun Beidou. Sun Linger, however, fell in love with the spicy diced chicken and the lamb with dip. Because it contained chili peppers, she really liked the taste, but she didn't know it was called spicy. The red thing inside is pepper fruit. I didn't expect it could be used for cooking. It's delicious. Her grandfather studied medicine, and she also studied medicine, so it was not surprising that she knew chili. Well, how did you achieve the color of this dish? Do you have any secrets? I haven't eaten such a satisfying meal in a long time. Sun Beidou is already having his second bowl of rice because the braised pork is really good with rice. Mr. Sun, the dish is this color because it contains soy sauce. It is a secret recipe developed by my fourth brother himself. He will use it to open a restaurant in the future. This is a unique flavor. This way of eating pepper fruit is totally my creative idea. I didn't expect it to taste so good. It's quite a surprise. Suwon patiently answered the doubts of the grandfather and grandson. Sun Beidou nodded and praised. You are all smart children. Mr. and Mrs. Su are so lucky. All the children in your family are capable, he said, and gave a thumbs up. Embarrassed, but their children were definitely very capable, and the parents had to admit that. After dinner, it was already night, and Sun Beidou and his grandson were ready to leave and rushed to Xango overnight. Before leaving, Suwon packed 2 bars of camellia goat milk soap for his own use, 2 bars of ordinary dyed soap, and 2 bars of hair soap left over from last year, and gave them to Sun Linger. This is my future sister-in-law, so we have to maintain a good relationship with her. Miss Sun, this is the goat milk soap I made myself. These 2 pieces can be used to wash clothes and hands. These 2 pieces can be used for bathing. They have the scent of camellia, which is very nice. And these 2 pieces are specially for washing hair, but they cannot be used to wash your face. Sun Linga held them all in her arms. She had never used them before, but she felt that the Su family were very reliable and they should be good things. Thank you, Miss Sulu. She turned around and handed the goat milk soap to the driver, asking him to keep it, then took off a necklace made of rosewood beads from her neck. 6th Miss, you and I are of similar age. We met today, and will be friends in the future. You gave me a gift, but I didn't prepare anything special for you. This red sandalwood bead necklace is something I got recently. I haven't worn it many times. I hope you don't dislike it. Red sandalwood beads can calm your mind when worn. I especially gave it to you today to show my appreciation. We will be sisters in the future. Made of red sandalwood have always been rare and valuable. Suwon was embarrassed to accept it and quickly refused. Miss Sun, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. The gift I gave you is insignificant, but you gave me such a good thing. It's not appropriate. Please take it back. But the gift you gave me is valuable because of the thought. Today in your house, I felt your kindness. You're all good people. I like you very much, so please don't reject me. After Sun Linger finished speaking, she simply put the rosewood bead necklace around Suwon's neck, not allowing Suwon to refuse. She rarely takes the initiative to make friends with anyone, but she thinks Suwon is very interesting and different from all the girls she has met. Thank you, Miss Sun, for your kindness. I have already opened a mansion in Xiangzhou and named it Furong Shaozhu. It is located in Xinghua Lane in Xiangzhou Prefecture. If you find the goat milk soap useful in the future, please send someone to send a letter after you have used it up. Any type of soap in our house will be provided to Miss Sun for free. Hibiscus Cottage? What a nice name. Very elegant. In that case, I will respectfully obey your order. Sun Linger gave her a small gift. Sun Beidou was listening on the side, and he didn't expect that Suwon actually established a government office and bought a house in Xiangzhou. From Su Mu before that her sister started her own business. I didn't expect it to be true. I guess the goat milk soap she was talking about is her business. He bought a house in Xiangzhou in a short period of time, which means his business is doing well. Hey, that kid really didn't lie. Every child in the Su family is extraordinary. The eldest son is taking the imperial examination. I heard that he passed the provincial examination when he was just 16 years old and became a jurin, and he has a good chance of becoming a jinsher. The second son is extremely gifted in medical skills, and he has now taken him under his wing. The third brother is the only disciple of Jong Yu, so he must have learned all the martial arts. The fourth brother is just a chef. The dishes he cooks with the secret recipe are really delicious. If he opens a restaurant in the future, his business will surely be very popular. And there is Lao Wu, the most talented young man in painting he has ever seen in his life. He is self-taught, and with training, he will make great achievements in the literary world in the future. And the youngest daughter turned out to be a good business person, talented, beautiful, well-educated, and sensible. When Suwon said that he had opened a mansion in Xiangzhou, except for Su Chen and Su Yi, the rest of the people were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What the heck? Suwon ran away and came back to Xiangzhou. Did he buy a house? Did he even give her a name? After seeing Sun Beidou off, the family returned home and sat down to discuss their own affairs. Suwon took out all the things he bought for everyone and shared them with everyone. The pearl flowers and rouge were divided a little between my aunt and Yang Qingqing. Give them Su's mother's clothes and second brother's clothes and let them see if they like them. Sumu opened the bundle and looked at the 2 neatly folded white robes inside. He looked at Suwon in confusion. Wanwan, why are mine ready-made clothes? I saw it on the street and thought it would suit my second brother, so I bought it. Now it just so happens that my second brother is going out to travel. Following Mr. Sun, he must have 2 sets of decent clothes. I think I bought it for the right reason. My second brother looks very good in white. He is the best-looking man in white I have ever seen. Su Wan's explanation and sugar-coated words made Su Mu's brows even more furrowed. He looked at Su Wan with a complicated expression, feeling a little ashamed. In fact, Su Wan has been back for so long, and he has not spent much time with her, the least among all the brothers, and he has never done anything for her, but she is so good to him and thinks of him as her brother in everything. What should he do? His inner burden became even heavier. What's wrong? Second brother doesn't like it? Su Wan looked at his conflicted expression, and his smile gradually faded. Originally, everyone else in the family was happily looking at their own things, but when they heard this, they all looked at Su Mu at the same time. No, I like you very much. I was just thinking that Wanwan is so good to me, but I have accomplished nothing now. How can I repay you?
Su Mu said bluntly.
Oh, I thought it was something else. If you feel bad, you should think of ways to prepare more dowry for me in the future. I don't want to do business at a loss. Su Wan joked with a smile, but Su Mu took it seriously. Okay, sure. Su's mother also particularly liked the ready-made clothes that Su Wan bought for her, and the colors were also her favorite. However, when it comes to Su Wan's house, Su's father still has to ask in detail. Wan, what do you mean by opening a government office in Xango? Having said that, Su Wan took a deep breath and told him all his plans, concerns, and current difficulties. She said frankly that she hoped her parents would follow her to Xiangzhou Prefecture, and that she also hoped her uncle could come to help her. He finished speaking, everyone in the family looked at each other and fell silent. My uncle, in order to avoid the county magistrate's son, he gave up all the fields and livestock at home. If he goes back, what will he eat next year? If the county magistrate's son continues to pester her, what will happen to cousin Qingqing? So, when my uncle's family heard that Su Wan wanted to hire them to help make goat milk soap and give them a bright future, they would definitely agree. But my sister and brother-in-law haven't spoken yet, so it's difficult for them to express their opinions. A long silence. Father Su said, Wan, Dad supports you going to Xiangzhou, but please let me have a good discussion with your mother tonight and give you a definite answer tomorrow morning, okay? Father Su spoke to Su Wan in a gentle voice.
Su Wan nodded.
She still had 1 day left, so there was no rush. She would let her parents discuss it. After my parents returned to their room, my uncle's family expressed their opinions. Wan, you're willing to give Uncle a chance to live. Uncle is really grateful to you, really. You are a good child, willing to trust us. In the future, your business will be my business. I will work diligently and conscientiously, and will not disclose any secret recipe of goat milk soap to others. You write a document and have your uncle sign it. If anyone dares to leak any business information, you will send your uncle to jail. Yang Ming knew that this goat milk soap was very profitable, and he also knew what it would mean if the goat milk soap business became successful. How many people would be coveting this business, so the formula of goat milk soap must be strictly guarded. To show his sincerity, he made a sincere oath in front of Su Wan. Su Wan decided to use his uncle for 2 reasons. First, during the time he was at home, he did not actively listen or ask questions, but he would take the initiative to avoid suspicion. This is what a smart person does. Second, he is Su's mother's only relative, and Su Wan should help him out of both moral and legal reasons. Uncle, I believe in you. Let us work together to create a better future. When Su Wan said this, the unwavering expression on his face gave him the feeling of being the top salesman in a top sales team. The next morning, during dinner, Father Su gave Su Wan a reply. Wan, your mother and I have already discussed the matter of going to Xiangzhou. Your mother, your brothers, and your uncle's family will go with you to help you. Dad will stay at home to take care of the farmland this season, as well as the peppers in the field. They can't be left unattended, right? After this season's rice is harvested, Dad will come to Xiangzhou to see you. Last night, I thought about it. You 6 brothers and sisters are all going to make a name for yourself in the future, so I can't just focus on the present and be short-sighted. But Dad is a man who will finish what he starts. I have to finish harvesting this season's rice fields before I can rest. Father Su has worked hard for most of his life, and suddenly he has to give up his status as a peasant. He is a little uncomfortable with it. Maybe this is the last time he farms in his life. At the moment, this is indeed the best choice. Dad stays at home to take care of the farmland and look after the house, and the others go to Xango to work hard together. Since his family has agreed, Suwon has nothing to worry about. He canceled the order for the brick kiln and notified Jong Yu and others to sow flower seeds on the more than 1 acre of land in front of the Su family's house. When Xango settles down, she will come back to do beekeeping. Now, after a few rains, the flower seedlings in the fields have grown to calf height. Maybe in 2 months, we'll be able to see flowers. Suwon didn't waste any time. The next day, he packed up his things, took the banknotes, and went back to Xango City to pay the balance. He also stopped by the He family workshop to change the delivery address. Su's mother and the others were packing up at home. Once Chen got the land deed from Xango, he would hire a few more carriages to move. He also had to go to his uncle's house to pack up their things, while Suwon stayed in Xango Prefecture to hire someone to clean the house and buy the new furniture. Su Mu and she went to Xango together, and the grandfather and grandson's son Beidou lived in Yueman West Tower. Su Mu was afraid that Suwon was too busy, so he stayed to help her for 2 days. Coming out of the pawn shop, Suwon was holding the land deed in his hand, feeling very satisfied. She wanted to find someone to clean the house, and she could hire the servants from the pawnbroker and pay them. Suwon hired 10 maids at once to clean and tidy up Farong Cottage, take care of the yard, and plant new flowers and plants. She looked again and saw if there was anything she needed to buy, so she bought it all at once. She earned 5,000 taels of silver from selling the recipe for shaki ma, and she had already spent 2,000 taels. The cleaning was done quickly after hiring someone. Suwon replaced the beds in all the rooms with new ones. After all, they had been slept in by others before, so he was somewhat uneasy and felt uncomfortable, so he simply replaced them all with new ones. Those coffee tables and wardrobes, most of them are still intact, so those that can be kept are kept. There are also some details, such as the gauze curtains that separate the outer and inner rooms in the room, which also need to be replaced if they are damaged. Chen hired 4 carriages to go back, plus one of his own, a total of 5 carriages. Mainly because there were several hundred kilograms of unused almond oil, 500 kilograms of soapberry, some miscellaneous molds, and so on, which took up 2 carriages and could not fit them all. The family didn't have much of their own stuff, not even many clothes. 2 days after Suwon arrived in Xango, the house had been packed up, and everyone except Su's father had come to Xango. We confirmed our trip to Xango the day before. We started packing at home. They hired someone to clean the house, and it only took them 1 day to finish it. Suwon took a pen and paper and looked around to see if there was anything else to buy. Sumu saw that she was so busy that she didn't even have time to drink water for 2 days in a row. She was running back and forth between the carpentry shop and the fabric shop. Knowing that she still had things to do at the workshop, Sumu simply took the paper and pen from her hand, looked at the words on it which were not really pretty, and fell into deep thought. Some of the complex characters were written in a blob because too much ink was used, and one could only rely on the strokes at the corners to make out what the characters were. He couldn't help laughing, and Suwon knew that he was laughing at his ugly handwriting. "Brother, don't laugh at me. I didn't expect that our Wanwan also has things that he is not good at." When Sumu said this, his tone was quite doting. No one is perfect. Suwon pursed her lips. Could she say that she was used to writing with a water-based pen and couldn't write with a brush? It's pretty good written like this. At least it's still recognizable. Okay, I'll help you take care of these things in the house. When the furniture is delivered, I'll help you look after it. Don't you still have to take care of the things in the workshop? Go quickly and make sure it's settled sooner, so I can follow Master and the others with peace of mind. Sumu felt uneasy leaving as there were so many things going on at home. Yes, Suwon also needs to go to the dental clinic to find a large yard to use as a workshop. We quickly decided to start the business and open the Xango market, while there were still 7 counties in the territory that had not been opened. Okay, I'll go to the dentist first. Dad and Mom will be here this afternoon. You wait at home, brother. I'll leave the housework to you. Soo-won finally found time to drink 2 sips of tea and hurriedly stuffed a few pieces of cake into his mouth. After filling her stomach, she hurried out to the dentist. The guys in the dental office all recognized her. She had been coming more frequently recently, and being a pretty girl, she left a particularly deep impression on people. Miss Soo, what instructions do you have for me today? They already knew that Soo-won's last name was Soo. I also want to see the yard, the kind of big yard used for opening a workshop. It would be best if there were a few rooms for living and storing things. Soo-won stated his needs. Yes, please specify the requirements. We guarantee that you will be satisfied.
Do you want to rent or buy?
There is no house or yard that a pawnshop cannot find. There is nothing they cannot find, only things you can't think of. Moreover, there are so many people doing business and many of them want to open workshops, so they have such courtyards.
Rent it.
Someone wants to rent a property in the early stage, and if he can't find a better one in the later stage, he will consider buying it. If you rent a house here, the minimum lease term is 1 year. There are no less than 10 courtyards that meet Miss Soo's requirements, but there are only 4 that are close to your house. You can take Miss to see them one by one, and you can take whichever one you like.
Nari.
This dental dealer was very considerate and even knew to introduce her to one that was close to home. I followed the guy and visited 4 courtyards. They were quadrangular courtyards, each of which was more than 200 square meters in size, which was more than enough for drying soap. There were also several rooms around them. When workers are hired, these rooms can be used as staff dormitories, and 2 rooms can be left as warehouses. It will be perfect. Soo-won chose the largest one, with a monthly rent of 20 taels, but the total cost for a year was 200 taels. There is a well in the yard that provided an unlimited supply of water, so Soo-won rented it for a year. The workshop is 2 blocks away from my home, so it is very convenient to travel. The next step is to hire workers, but Soo-won is thinking, if he hires workers, what if they leak the secret recipe of goat milk soap? Or she could buy a few servants, with their indentures in her hands, which meant she was holding their lives in her hands. If they dare to betray, they will be servants for the rest of their lives. If they performed well, she might return the documents of sale to them and give them wages so that they could have enough money to go to the government to get rid of their citizenship in the future. But I have to think about this matter carefully after I go back and discuss with my family to decide how many people to hire to do the work. When Soo-won came back from the dental office, his mother and her family had already arrived, with a row of carriages parked outside the house. The furniture in the house has been delivered, and it cost nearly 100 taels of silver to set it up. Soo-moo watched them put the furniture in place, and then checked them one by one. Soo-chun just came out with his men, and was about to move almond oil and soapberry in, but was stopped by Soo-won. Third brother, there is no need to move back home. Just move directly to the new yard I rented. The workshop will be open there in the future. Tell them to drive the carriage and follow me. Had just arrived home when Soo-won had to take them back again. In the box in her hand were the lease documents and keys of the yard. Did you go to rent a yard? I was looking for you everywhere just now, but couldn't find you. Soo-chun walked up to her and said, Why are you looking for me? Didn't my second brother tell you where I was going? Soo-won asked puzzledly. We just arrived and Mom and Dad just went in. Oh, then let's move the things to the workshop first to save the trouble of moving them around. Soo-won did not go home directly. Instead, he got on a carriage and delivered the materials to the workshop with his third brother before returning. The room is divided into the master bedroom and the second bedroom. Soo-won lives in the middle yard where the hibiscus tree is planted. All the Soo family members live here. My uncle and his family lived in the guest room in the front yard, and the backyard was the kitchen, warehouse, woodshed, and servant's room. Everyone packed up their own things and chose the room they liked. Soo-won chose the one closest to the hibiscus tree. The tree had already sprouted new buds and was green and lush, just waiting to bloom. The pond has been cleaned out, clean water has been brought in, and lotus seeds have been sown into it. I will choose a time to pick a few koi to raise. fourth brother and eldest brother have already been cleaned up, and I have to write a letter to Kyoto to inform eldest brother to send his letters to Farong Cottage in the future. Soo-won didn't know yet that the name he chose for the house was the same as Jong Yu's. When my eldest brother wrote to me, he only wrote that the letter was sent to number 28, Farong Lane, Kyoto, but he didn't mention that it was also called Farong Cottage. The main reason is that Kyoto is so big and there are so many houses that it would be difficult to find them all based on the names, so the alley and house number are clearly marked. The kitchen had not been cleaned up yet and the firewood had not been delivered yet, so they couldn't cook for the time being. Soo-won simply took his family out to eat and took the opportunity to discuss the purchase of servants. Now, the residence and workshop have been decided. The most urgent thing is to clean up the workshop. Then I plan to go to the pawnbroker to buy some people to do the work. If I hire them, I am afraid that the recipe will be leaked out, which is not safe. I might as well buy servants and hold their indentures in our hands. They dare not betray us, so I want to ask for everyone's opinions. Soo-won's worries are not groundless. If you hire someone to do something without the restriction of a contract, those greedy people may do something for the sake of profit. However, having the indenture in hand was enough to restrain them. They dared not act rashly, nor did they dare to let themselves, or even their descendants, be trapped in servantry for the rest of their lives for the sake of profit. These people who were born as servants only wanted to escape from servantry all their lives. At worst, if they met a better master, they could live a decent life. Soo-won will be a good boss and will give them the respect they deserve. You are the boss, you can handle this matter on your own, we have no objection. Sue's mother didn't understand this either, so she couldn't express her opinion. Won, you have thought it through. Indeed, to be on the safe side, it is more practical to hire someone to do the work. Soo-yi thought this was a good idea. After all, their family was not a vicious family, so they would not treat them unfairly. Yes, when you're not around, your uncle will help you keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to leak it, I will be the first to break his legs. Soo-won said from the beginning that she would leave the workshop affairs to her uncle, while she would run around to open up business channels. She is determined to expand the goat milk soap business across the country. Second brother, third brother, what do you think? Soo-chun and Soo-moo have not expressed their opinions yet, and Soo-won wants to hear them. Won, just handle it yourself. I don't understand anything about business. Soo-chun scratched his head and answered embarrassedly. He can only do some heavy work like running errands. If you ask him to do the math, he can't do it. Since you have thought it through, go ahead and buy it. But you must pay attention to its character. Don't buy someone with bad character. I will go with you to choose and help you check. Soo-moo felt that there was nothing wrong with the idea of buying servants to do things, but one must be careful when choosing people. Some people are born bad and hide very well. If you are not careful, they will deceive you. If you keep them around, there will be endless troubles.
Shawannari.
His second brother was a very rational person, and he was trustworthy in everything he did. Soo-won was already the third person to go to the dental clinic. He brought his second brother Soo-moo to the clinic early in the morning. But this time, she was here to buy someone, so she had to go to the right. Who received them was a middle-aged woman who was overweight and had a shrewd look. She worked in the dental industry and was called Madame Yang. My lord, when you choose servants, do you want males or females? Are there any age requirements? Are there any appearance requirements? Do you want someone who can do fine work or rough labor? Do you want someone who is good at gardening or cooking in the kitchen? There were also some rules for selling servants. Those who did delicate work and served closely, and those with decent looks were sold at a higher price. The cheapest job is menial work, which involves sweeping, cleaning, washing clothes, and cooking, and there is no requirement for appearance. Soo-won naturally chose young people because young people are smart, work efficiently, and most importantly, are motivated. Younger, careful, strong, good-tempered, no requirement for appearance as long as they can work and also have a decent mind, can't have bad intentions. 2 men and 3 servants are required. Nanny Yang wrote down Soo-won's requests one by one, then took Soo-won to the backyard, moved stools for her and her second brother, served tea, and sat under the eaves. This place is like a large staff dormitory where all the sold servants are. When no one was buying, they would help the pawn shop with work. The men helped with house repairs, while the maids helped with plantation management. When the dental clinic builds new houses, the labor force comes from here, so they are never left idle. But doing these things is really tiring, so every day they look forward to being bought by a good family so that they can have a stable and leisurely job. Nanny Yang called out dozens of people and lined them up in 2 rows, men and women respectively. All of them were selected according to Su Wan's requirements, those with good tempers, efficient work, and young. The youngest is only 13 or 14 years old, and the oldest is in his early 20s. Su Wan asked them to introduce themselves one by one, and those who were not shy or stuttering were kept, and then he carefully selected them. After a round of screening, there were 12 left, 7 women and 5 men. The reason why I bought 2 male servants was that I thought they could do some heavy work in the workshop. However, selecting flowers, distilling floral extracts, drying flowers, and packaging are all delicate tasks, so they require a few careful maids. Let's buy 5 for now. Her uncle and others help her usually, and she will also go to the workshop to help. So many people are needed in the early stage, and if there are not enough in the later stage, she can buy a few more. Sumu asked about the remaining people's backgrounds one by one, including how many people were in their families, where their hometowns were from, and where they had worked in the past. Finally, those who were chosen were those with simple family relationships and few brothers and sisters. There are fewer things to do at home, so there will be less trouble, and things will be simpler without any mistakes. There were 3 maids, one named Mongzhong, one named Guyu, and one named Xiaoman. They were all 15 years old and had ordinary looks. However, from what I just learned, these people are not timid and are quite smart. The main thing is that their parents both work for wealthy families. Su Wan thought that they should be smart people because of what they taught by example. There are many rules in wealthy families, and they should also know what they should and should not ask. The 2 men were brothers. One was 16 and the other 18. Su Wan saw that they were strong and sturdy, and it was obvious at first glance that they were not the kind of people with many schemes. The older brother is called Dashu, and the younger brother is called Xiaoshu. Men don't have to be too smart, as long as they are strong. Work more and ask less. Their names are all based on the solar terms, which is quite interesting. Finally, Su Wan and Sumu decided that these were the only people they wanted, and they knocked on the board and asked for the price with Nanny Yang. The prices of these are all in the mid-range, not expensive but not cheap either. 60 taels each. The total is 300 taels. The currency of Jin State was 101 to 1 liang, so this price was not high when it came to buying and selling servants. Because this is a lifetime buyout, that's why it costs so much. Some families only bought servants for 2 or 3 years at a time, and the price of a servant ranged from 5 to 10 taels per year. The cheapest servant girl would cost between 30 and 50 taels for her lifetime, because she was old. When these servants were bought, they had no social status and no monthly salary. Unlike the girls from good families, they entered the government office to work because they were poor. They signed documents for several years and received monthly salary. It was only because they were good citizens that they received this preferential treatment. But if you are lucky and meet a good family, they will give you some money every month. The feudal system of Jin State still had a strong presence. Nationwide alone, the number of servants exceeded 10 million. Moreover, many of these servants were deported to servantry because their families had committed crimes and their homes were confiscated, and they were exiled. Those who are lucky become servants and maids, while those who are unlucky end up in brothels and become prostitutes. Moreover, if these servants wanted to redeem their own indentures, they had to pay 3 times their own price. This undoubtedly put an end to their hopes. Where would they get so much silver to redeem their indentures? Another thing is, what's the use of getting the indenture? It still costs 200 taels to go to the government to get rid of the indenture. But those who are extremely beautiful are a different story. If the master likes you and you become his concubine, the master will release you from the household registration. Therefore, the prices of these most beautiful servants were very high, starting from 100 taels. Su Wan paid the banknote and gave Madame Yang 5 taels of silver as a reward. She was busy running around, so Suwon had to be considerate and give her some reward. Nanny Yang brought their indentures to Suwon. After Suwon and Su Mu verified them and confirmed that there were no problems, they took the 5 people away. They packed up their things and followed Suwon obediently to the dental clinic. They were very confused, not knowing whether the master they were following this time was good or bad. If they followed a good master, they might be able to live a peaceful life. If they followed a bad master, their life would be over. Suwon took them directly to the workshop yard. After entering, he separated the men and women into separate rooms. Each room could accommodate 4 people and had a large bunk bed. There are 6 rooms in the yard, 3 used as warehouses, 3 for living, and a kitchen for cooking. You guys go pack your things first. There are 4 people in 1 room. Maybe more people will come later. Please pay attention to cleaning. The room should be clean and tidy. After you have packed up, come out. I will tell you what we will do in the future. Yes, master. The 5 people responded respectfully and in unison. They were all well disciplined. When talking to their masters, they would lower their heads slightly, look straight ahead, and behave properly. They were quite quick and quickly packed their bags. Then they came out and stood obediently in the yard, waiting for Suwon to lecture them. At this time, the people who came to deliver firewood came over. Suwon arranged for them to pile the firewood in the corner of the kitchen. The pots, pans, rice, flour, and oil were all prepared. They also saw work to do, and when they saw there was something to do, they took the initiative to move firewood. After finishing, they stood in the yard again, neatly arranged. Sumu moved a stool and asked Suwon to sit down and give him a lecture, making him act like a proper master. You must establish your authority in front of them before they will consider you. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Su. You don't need to call me master anymore. Just call me Mississippi. You will follow me and work for me. I will not treat you unfairly. Your main job in the future is to work in this workshop and help make things. I will teach you in person later. There is a kitchen in the yard. I have prepared firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea for you. You can cook and eat here. Usually, my uncle and others will also work here. You don't have to feel burdened. No one treats you as servants here. Follow me and work hard. I will pay you 2 taels of silver per month, and you won't work for nothing. Speaking of the 2 taels of silver per month as wages, the 5 people couldn't help but look up at Suwon, then quickly turned away. Suwon had a gentle smile on his face. They looked at each other, but did not dare to look at each other for too long. They were trembling with fear, but it was obvious that they were very excited about the 2 taels of silver every month. It turns out that being a servant can also earn you money. Don't get excited. This is nothing. This is my basic respect for you. If you have any dissatisfaction with your food, clothing, housing, and transportation, you can always tell me. Every quarter, I will make 2 new sets of clothes and new shoes for each of you. There will be red envelopes during festivals. If you are tired from work, you can have 2 days off every month, and you can go wherever you want to play. But the premise is that your indentures are in my hands. I hope that you can do your job here and abide by your duties. Don't leak out things that shouldn't be leaked. I will sell you out without hesitation. You should know that if you leave me and go to another place, you may not get such good treatment. We will prosper together and suffer together. Follow me and work hard. After 3 years, if you perform well, I will consider returning the indentures to you and giving you the opportunity to get rid of your citizenship. After you become a good citizen, when my business grows in the future, maybe I can promote one of you to be a manager. It all depends on who has the ability. Suwon extended an olive branch. With such good benefits and such great temptations, if they still couldn't be loyal, then Suwon's kindness would be in vain. I am not afraid of people who have no ambition, but I am afraid of people who belittle themselves and would rather be servants all their lives. You see, after Suwon said these words, the 5 of them all looked surprised and unbelieving. Xiaoman knelt down excitedly. Miss, is everything you said true? Of course it's true. I, Suwon, can't go back on my words. As long as you do what I say, work hard, and have ambition, nothing is impossible. I don't ask for much, just absolute loyalty. You give me sincerity, and I will give you light. Isn't that good? Soo-won never thought of treating them as servants. She came from the 21st century. How could she have such class ideas? Therefore, she used both kindness and severity to give them enough dignity. You won't work in vain. All your efforts will be rewarded. However, there was a reason why she only gave them 2 taels of silver a month. She couldn't let them eat too much at one time. If they fed their appetites too big, something bad would happen. However, 2 taels of silver is better than nothing, so don't think it's too little. The remaining 4 people all knelt down in unison, looking at Soo-won with excitement. For them, even if Soo-won did not do what he said, they at least had hope. However, Soo-won obviously did not frame them, which meant that all their efforts in the future would be rewarded. The boss said that as long as they did a good job over a 3-year period, he would give them a contract to sell their bodies. 2 taels of silver a month frugally. You can save dozens of taels in 3 years. They're still young, so they can take it slow and just follow the young lady and work hard. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the young lady and will never betray her. The 5 people spoke almost in unison. His voice was loud and confident. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed to Soo-won 3 times. Okay, that's enough for you to say. All of you get up. Mangjong, come here. They got up. Soo-won called Mangjong to come over. She took out 5 ounces of silver and handed it to her. This is this month's living expenses. Rice, flour, and oil are all ready. If you want to eat something, just go to the market and buy it. Don't be extravagant or wasteful. From now on, you are in charge of the living expenses. You must plan carefully how to spend this money. Mangjong is the most experienced among the 5 people. She used to work as a shopping assistant in the kitchen of a wealthy family, so Soo-won gave her the living expenses. Yes, miss, I understand. Mangjong took the silver with both hands. For the first time, she felt that she had been entrusted with an important task. It was a really good feeling, and she felt a sense of accomplishment. Later, Soo-won took out another drawing and gave it to Da-shu and Xiao-shu. You 2 brothers have things to do too. You can understand the blueprint, right? This is called a distiller. I've asked a carpenter to make 4 of them. They'll be delivered soon. You guys should think about it carefully. In a few days, a large batch of flowers will be delivered. They'll need to be cleaned. You guys should take care of each other. You're the only 2 men in the workshop. If you can do some heavy work, do it yourself. If you can't do it together, I'll come over and work with you when the time comes. Yes, miss, I will think about it carefully. Okay, you guys get familiar with the environment here first. Here are the keys to the workshop. There are 3 keys in total, 1 for you, 1 for me, and 1 for my uncle. Don't lose them. After Soo-won finished arranging them, he had to go back to take care of other things. There were still a lot of things to do at home, and he had to go to the farm early tomorrow morning to order flowers. Still have a few bottles of camellia dew left. I will first make a batch of hair soap and send it to Madame Sietacel, and then keep some for Qinghe County. 2 bottles of camellia hydrosol can make about 100 bars of hair soap. Hair soap doesn't need to be made too big, unlike ordinary goat milk soap, which is used every day and is sold at such a high price, so the essence lies in its concentration. After returning home, Soo-won started making soap. When he arrived in Xango, there was no wood ash, so he asked someone to go to the farmland outside the city to bring back a few carts of straw to make lye water. There is also goat milk. There is a huge farm outside the city that specializes in raising cattle and sheep. They can provide as much goat milk as you want every day. You can then ask them to deliver milk to the workshop on a long-term basis. In this way, all raw material supply problems will be solved. Making hair soap, she asked her uncle and aunt to come and watch her, to see how she precipitated the lye, and in what proportion she added almond oil and goat milk. How to boil the juice of Sapindus mucoracea and Ligustrum lucidum. All of these need to be added in according to a fixed ratio. My uncle took a pen and paper and wrote it down carefully, while my aunt and Yang Qingqing also learned quietly on the side. This hair soap contains goat milk, which adds another benefit and dilutes the color. Soo-won added a little peach blossom ground into powder to mix the color, and the final color was pink-brown. Use a round mold to pour the soap that has been mixed evenly but not yet solidified into the mold. Shake it gently twice to make it even, then dry it in the sun for a few days and wait for it to take shape. The sun is very warm in mid-April, and it only takes 3 days to dry the fruits before they can be removed from the film and packaged. I also worked hard to make 200 pieces of dyed goat milk soaps and 200 pieces of first-generation goat milk soaps as backup. Taking advantage of the days of drying, Soo-won went to order the goat milk and flowers. The distillation mold will take another 2 days to be delivered, so there is no need to rush at the workshop. She also ordered 20 wooden racks, with 4 layers on top and bottom, which can be used to dry the goat milk soap naturally. The top is sealed to prevent it from getting wet if it rains, and you don't have time to put it away. It doesn't matter if it takes a few more days, as long as it's not ruined. The house has been completely tidied up. Pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil, and salt have all been bought, and firewood has also been delivered, so we can officially start cooking. Chen drove Soo-won out of the city early in the morning, while Soo-moo and Soo-yi went to Yueman West Tower. On the one hand, Soo-moo had already said goodbye to his family and was going to meet up with Mr. Sun to prepare for his study tour. Before this, Soo's mother asked Soo-moo to invite Mr. Sun to their home again so that he could get to know his family. On the one hand, fourth brother Soo-yun didn't know that their family had moved to Xango Prefecture, so he had to go and inform him. Yueman Shilo was also close to home, so if possible, he would move back and live with his family to make it more lively. Soo-yun is now in the Yueman West Tower. He has already learned how to carve and is now struggling with the tofu pudding, determined to cut out a complete piece of tofu pudding. Is busy, he will arrange for him to cook some simple dishes, and he can do them all. Flipping the wok or the pan is not a problem for him. Grandpa's son Beidou and his grandson had been waiting for Soo-moo in Yumingsi Tower for 6 days, and finally this guy came. He walked into the moonlit west building wearing a white robe. Sun Linger was drinking tea and listening to music on the first floor. Soo-moo had a high ponytail, red lips, white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes. When he appeared in front of everyone, all the female guests in Yueman West Building stared at him intently. Whether married or single, everyone is attracted by this beautiful color. Soo-moo handled the funeral style perfectly. It was the first time that Sun Linger saw Soo-moo like this. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It was not until her eyes met Soo-moo's that she blushed and quickly looked away. "Miss Sun, I've been waiting for a long time. Where is the teacher?" Before Sun Linger could react, Soo-moo had already walked up to her. When he spoke in a cold voice, she didn't dare to look at him. No, my grandpa is upstairs. I'll go call him." She walked away in a panic, picking up her skirt. "I'll go up with you." Soo-moo didn't notice anything wrong and followed closely. Then second brother, "I'm going to look for fourth brother." Soo-yi decided not to follow him. He decided to go look for his fourth brother. Soo-moo nodded, and the 2 brothers went their separate ways. One went upstairs, and the other went to the kitchen.
수익리텟 쉽게 발로.
The kitchen was still idle as the morning rush had just ended. Only Soo-yun was working hard and arguing with tofu. Moment Soo-yi walked up to him. Soo-yun raised his head, threw the kitchen knife on the table, and shouted, "I succeeded! I finally succeeded!" He successfully conquered tofu, cut it into tofu shreds, and put the shreds into a basin of water. It looked like a lotus flower in the water, vivid and lifelike. Soo-yi happened to see this historic scene and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Fourth brother is really good. He actually succeeded. Soo-yun felt someone around him, and without thinking twice, he put his hands on the person's shoulders, shook him around, and kept muttering, "I did it! I did it!" Soo-yi felt completely baffled until Soo-yun recognized that the villain in front of him was actually his younger brother. "Hey, why are you here? Where's Soo-won?" He let go of his hand, stretched his neck and looked around, but he couldn't see Soo-won and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "Won-won and my third brother went to a farm outside the city to order flowers. Mom asked me to pick you up and show you our new home."
수익라인텟.
New home? What does that mean? Soo-yun was puzzled. So Soo-yi told him what Soo-won had done in Xango recently. Not long after this time, he moved to Xango and set up a mansion, even buying a workshop and servants. It has to be Soo-won. Only she has the courage to act decisively. It's only been a few days since we last met, and she has suddenly become a city dweller? Yes, Wanwan said that after this busy period is over, she will transfer her household registration to Xango, and then she will be a real city dweller. Once your household registration is transferred to Xango Prefecture, many things will become easier. That's perfect. I have saved up 5 days of vacation. I'll go back with you to have a look. Soo-yun has been here for almost 2 months. He saves his monthly rest days and is reluctant to take them. He wants to save more so that he can go home and stay longer. Now his relationship is good and his home is nearby, so he can go back every day. To the chef, Soo-yun changed his clothes and left with Soo-yi, waiting for Soo-moo downstairs. Soo-moo explained the situation to Mr. Sun, and when he heard that the place wasn't far away, he agreed to go over again as a visit. The main reason was that he had heard that the house was called Farong Cottage, such an elegant name, and he was a little curious about what was going on inside. Another thing, he also wants to eat braised pork, hee. Going downstairs, Mr. Sun specifically told his apprentice, "My dear disciple, I still want to eat that braised pork." Soo-moo thought the master was so cute and couldn't help but smile. "If master likes it, please ask Wanwan to get us a can of soy sauce to take away. When you want to eat it, I will make it for you." That's a good feeling. I won't be polite to you. He is very old and has a bad stutter. If he finally finds something he likes, he won't be polite. Besides, he is my own disciple. Why should I be afraid of trouble and be impatient? "Miss Sun, is there anything you want to eat?" Soo-moo did not forget to turn around and ask Sunlinger. "I also want to eat that fried chicken with peppers. Can you put more peppers in it?" Sunlinger loves spicy food, that's for sure.
Of course you can.
Let's take some chili powder with us, so we can have it any time. We grow a lot of chili peppers in our hometown, so we have enough to eat. Soo-moo would always respond to any request, as long as it was within his ability. Soo-yun and the others were waiting downstairs. They waved and greeted them. When they saw Sun Beidou and Sunlinger, they turned around and asked who Soo-yi was. "This is the great Dr. Sun Beidou and his granddaughter. He accepted my second brother as his last disciple and wants to teach him medical skills and take him traveling."
Suitor.
Soo-yun was familiar with the name Sun Beidou. Jong Yu had mentioned him once before, and he was deeply impressed. Recently, he stayed at Umengsala, which also caused a sensation. I heard that many dignitaries in the city came to seek medical treatment, but were all rejected. It was not a difficult or complicated disease, and the doctors were too lazy to treat them and thought it was a waste of time. He had heard his famous name every day these days and had become familiar with it. So, when he heard the news, he couldn't help but cover his mouth in surprise. "Oh my God, being Sun Beidou's apprentice is so amazing. Well, maybe our second brother can become a miracle doctor in the future." Soo-yi has great confidence in his second brother's ability and believes that he'll have good luck in the future. As soon as Soo-moo came down, he introduced his fourth brother to Sun Beidou and told him that the method of cooking braised pork was his idea and that the soy sauce was also made by him. "Junior, nice to meet Divine Dr. Sun." Soo-yun excitedly stepped forward to greet him and bowed politely. It's rare to see Soo-yun so serious and solemn. It's not easy. "Good boy, the young men in your family are amazing," Sun Beidou exclaimed sincerely. Being praised, Soo-yun scratched his head embarrassedly. Without wasting any time, everyone left Umanshi-lu and went to the Soo family. Soo's mother was already preparing at home, waiting to welcome Dr. Sun and his companions. Soo-won ordered 2 trucks of lilies, 2 trucks of peonies, 2 trucks of peonies, 2 trucks of crab apples, and 1 truck of rhododendrons. Rhododendron is bright red in color and has a light fragrance, but it is just right for dyeing. The rest are brought back to the workshop and distilled into floral dew for use. This floral dew can be made into thousands of bars of soap. The flowers were not very expensive. A cartload of flowers was only 5 taels of silver. I bought 9 cartloads of flowers, for a total of 45 taels. Goat milk is delivered once every 10 days, 10 jars each time, which is enough. When she finished all these and went back, it was just in time for lunch, but she didn't expect that Dr. Sun and others were also there. Fourth brother is back too, and he is in charge of cooking today. Soo-won greeted Mr. Sun and others and came to the kitchen to help. When Soo-yun saw her come back, he wiped the sweat from his forehead caused by the heat. "You're back. You look great today." He started praising people as soon as they met, which made Soo-won feel embarrassed. What she wore today was the red and white chest-length skirt that she bought last time. It made her skin look even whiter, and with some lip balm, she looked even more playful and lively. "I haven't seen you for a few days. How come fourth brother is so talkative now? This guy is always complaining about everything, but he speaks out of turn but acts honestly. He seems to be in a good mood today. I like to tell the truth. If something is pretty, it is pretty. If it is not pretty, I will not compliment you on it." Soo-yun was cooking while standing in the smoke. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his tone was very firm. "This is the truth, not pretentious. If you need me to do anything else, I'll help you." Soo-won rolled up his sleeves. "You don't have to do it. You are wearing such a beautiful dress today. Don't get your skirt dirty. Just sit in front of the stove and watch the fire. Let's chat." The kitchen matters by himself. There is no need for Soo-won to do anything. Soo-won was also happy to have some free time, so he went to help light the fire. Looking at the fire in the kitchen, she suddenly remembered the first time Jong Yu lit a fire. He filled the kitchen so full that it was airtight. It was funny to think about it, and she actually laughed out loud. "Why are you standing there smiling foolishly?" Soo-yun saw her smiling foolishly. "No, I just thought of Jong Yu lighting the fire. Fourth brother, do you remember? When we were making shikima, he filled the stove up." "How stupid." Soo-won seemed to have hit the funny spot and laughed nonstop, but Soo-yun couldn't find the funny point at all. So he curled his lips. He actually wanted to complain, but Jong Yu was a very loyal person and it was not very kind of him to say bad things about him behind his back. "You're the only one who thinks it's fun. It's only been a short while since we've been together, but you can't keep your heart away anymore." His words were sarcastic. "Fourth brother, what are you talking about?"
Soo-won felt inexplicably guilty.
"Don't you know what I said? Okay, men should get married when they are old enough and women should get married when they are old enough." "It's nothing." Soo-yun shrugged and said indifferently. Although she felt uncomfortable in her heart, at least Jong Yu seemed reliable. It was much better than accepting a brother-in-law who she knew nothing about. "Who said I'm going to marry him? I'm only a little old now. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't stayed at home long enough." Soo-won still doesn't understand her own heart. She does have a crush on Jong Yu, but he is the second male lead, the main character. If she covets him, will it ruin the plot? "If you don't want to get married, we'll stay at home for the rest of our lives. It'll be hard for you now, but in the future your brothers will support you and find you a son-in-law. Let's see who dares to bully you." Soo-yun knew that they were not capable enough to let Soo-won retire early, but he believed that in the future, they would be able to ensure that Soo-won would live a life without worries. Soo-won was laughing and suddenly felt like crying. "Fourth brother, don't be so sentimental. It doesn't suit your temperament.
Hey.
You don't even want to hear something nice from me, and you're still trying to kill me. Okay, I won't do that anymore in the future." Soo-yun was helpless. A woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle in the sea. If you don't say nice things to her, but she still has opinions if you say something nice to her. She's really hard to please. "Oh, I was just kidding, but you took it seriously." "I love to hear it," Soo-won quickly explained coquettishly, but Soo-yun couldn't stand her like this. "Oh my, you're still being coquettish." He imitated Soo-won's coquettish tone, but his expression was full of doting. The brother and sister had a lot of fun in the kitchen. After a while, Soo-yun suddenly sighed and said, "You are really amazing. You have brought your family to live a good life so quickly. If you hadn't come back, when would we have been able to live in such a big house?" He came back. He saw such a large yard, which was tidied so beautifully. His room was even bigger and more luxurious than the one in the countryside, and the furniture was all made of carved mahogany. How magnificent! If it were up to the 5 brothers, how long would it take them to earn this fortune by working hard on their own? How long can it last? Just a few years at most. In the original novel, After the eldest brother became a fifth-rank official in the capital, the emperor granted him a house, and the family moved to Kyoto. The eldest brother took 2 years, and the third brother was on the battlefield for nearly 3 years. After he came back, he became a famous general and was awarded the fourth-rank General Pingwei. It only took the second brother a few years to become famous. The fourth brother's restaurant was a hit right from the start, got on track in a year, and moved to Kyoto in 2 years. The fifth brother became famous a little later. He gradually showed his talent after his brothers had already achieved success. In fact, without her, it wouldn't take long for them to be able to live such a good life. And she simply relies on modern technology and the golden finger of the original work. Sun Beidou and Sun Linger had another meal at home, and they all had a great time talking to each other. Suwon prepared a small jar of soy sauce and a few pounds of chili powder for them to take away, because Mr. Sun liked braised pork and Sun Linger liked chili. In the afternoon, they harnessed their carriage and left the city. They had no idea where they were going, so they just went wherever they could and stayed wherever there were any difficult or complicated problems. The Su family sent them out of the city, and Su's mother's eyes were red. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Everything was ready. Suwon took his family to the workshop the next day. The flowers had been delivered early in the morning and had to be quickly washed and then distilled. The distillation tools have been delivered, as well as the large porcelain jar for storing the floral dew. Wash them, seal them tightly, and make them all into soap. Soap can be stored for a long time as long as it is kept in a cool environment and away from direct sunlight. Mangjong and the other 5 people had cleaned the workshop thoroughly. The floor was wet probably because it had just been washed. The vats, wooden racks, and distillation barrels that were delivered were all washed several times, and Suwon was very satisfied. Everyone in the family came to the workshop, and Suwon introduced Mangjong and the other 5 to them one by one. After everyone got to know each other, Suwon began to lead them to work. First, all the flowers that were sent were picked and washed. His uncles and others knew the distillation process, so he followed Suwon to do other things, while his fourth and fifth brothers took care of the distillation. So the cleaning of the flower buds was done by Yu and his 2 companions, as well as Yang Qingqing and her aunt. Suwon wanted to boil the juice of soapberry, so she took her uncle, Dashu and Xiaoshu with her to teach them how to boil soapberry. Can be made directly from floral dew, mixed with perfume, goat milk, and almond oil. Hair soap is relatively complicated, not as simple as the other ones, but everyone learns it very seriously and makes it seriously. Su's mother was responsible for cooking, and Su Chun did whatever was available. He was like a brick and could be moved wherever he was needed. There are no flowers suitable for infusion in this season. After a while, when jasmine, roselle, and golden-edged rose bloom, they can be used to make infused oil. After a few days of hard work, I almost learned it. Making soap is not a particularly difficult thing, as long as you pay attention to the proportions. There were hundreds of soap molds made, square, round, petal-shaped, and with stamps representing various flowers. It was a mess altogether, and it was very cluttered. In 3 days, all the flowers had been distilled into floral dew, the fragrance of which was so fragrant that it attracted bees and butterflies to the yard. Each type of flower received 2 jars of floral dew, and the rhododendrons were also placed in the yard to dry, and then ground into powder after drying. When it comes to plant dyeing, only red is suitable. Green looks weird and poisonous. 5 days, we have made 1,000 undyed goat milk soaps, 1,000 dyed goat milk soaps, 1,000 floral goat milk soaps, and 500 hair soaps. There are 4 scents in total, and the floral water and soapberry scent are not used up yet, but the oil is used up. I have to go to the street to buy almond oil and use it first as the delivery time to the He family has not yet arrived. The yard is filled with goat milk soap and scented soap, and the fragrance spreads across the yard for miles. The 100 pieces of hair soap and goat milk soap that were made earlier are now ready for packaging and shipment. Suwon plans to go and see how the business at Jade Face Peach Blossom is going. If the sales are good, she will restock their stock immediately. Suwon went to Jade Face Peach Blossom that day. It was noon, and there were not many customers. Madame Xia was waiting for the servants to bring her food. Suwon stepped into the store and saw that the counter where the goat milk soap was placed was empty. Madame Xie also noticed Suwon and hurriedly came out from the counter to greet him. Miss Su, you are here.
Come in and have some tea.
If you hadn't come to find me, I would have sent someone to look for you. Looking at this attitude, Suwon could guess that Madame Xie had fully seen the value of goat milk soap. Suwon followed her into the inner room, which was the same tea room as last time. Madame Xie personally made tea for her, and this time, she changed to pu'er. I just got some pu'er, this year's new tea. It can be seen that Madame Xie is a tea lover. Jin State is a country of fine tea, and its people all love to drink tea. To be honest, Suwon wants to study the tea ceremony so as to cultivate his sentiments. When his business is established in the future, he will also want to know a little about the tea ceremony so as to entertain guests. My wife is a refined person. I know very little about tea and can only taste its strength. I was just like you at first. I only knew what kind of tea was strong and what kind of tea was weak, but I didn't understand what aftertaste was. Later, I fell in love with tea, drank more, and understood more. Madame Xie's face was all smiles, much more enthusiastic than last time. My wife just said that she would send someone to look for me. Is there something wrong? Suwon turned the topic back to business. It's like this. Your goat milk soap is so popular that it's sold out within a few days of being put on the shelves. It's even more popular than my rouge. The few hundred yuan you put in is not enough to sell it all. Xango is so big and has such a large population. I'm afraid you'll have to supply me more goods. Madame Xie's door was almost trampled down these days. Those who bought the soap spread the word by word of mouth, and new customers immediately came to buy it, but it was first come first served, and if you came late you would have it sold out, so you had to make a reservation. She couldn't leave, otherwise she would have sent someone to look for Suwon. That's perfect. I have 500 new pieces here. I'll send them all to you. However, this time 100 pieces are hair soaps. The price will be higher. They are goat milk hair soaps with camellia scent. Suwon took the opportunity to say this. How much do you want to sell it for? Madame Xie thought that good goods would be easy to sell, so it didn't matter if the price was a little higher. How about 1 tael of silver per piece? How about you take the interest of 10 cents per piece? Suwon is going to raise the price of hair soap. This is a high-end product, specially tailor-made for wealthy people. In Xiangzhou Prefecture, no one is particularly poor, so the price will definitely go up. It will be the same in other places in the future. Not only goat milk soap will increase in price, but other soaps will also increase in price. You have the final say on your stuff, so I'll help you promote it. By taking advantage of you, I can also help sell my rouge. Come to buy soap, they will also take a look at her rouge, which will increase sales. Of course, Madame Xie was extremely willing. Okay, the other 2 models will also increase in price, 5 cents apiece. You'll get 4 cents for the white one and 5 cents for the dyed one. We're just trying to open up the market, so we're selling them cheaply in the early stages.
Just explain that to them.
Her products are very popular, and she is not allowed to raise the price? Suwon is not a stubborn person. She will consider opening her own shop after she has opened up the entire market in Xiangzhou and even expanded it to the neighboring Yanzhou and has enough money in her hands. After all, it is very costly to open a shop in Xiangzhou. The storefront alone costs several hundred taels. The provincial capital is different from Qinghe County, and prices are high. This time she opened a mansion, set up a workshop, hired people, and looked for suppliers of raw materials. All in all, almost 3,000 taels were gone. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll pay you the 28 taels of silver from last time. When can your goods be delivered? Madame Xie couldn't wait any longer. It will be delivered in the afternoon. So soon? Aren't you in the countryside? Mrs. Xie asked with some confusion. It's like this. I've moved to Xiangzhou for the convenience of doing business. Is that so? That's great. It will be much easier for me to find you in the future. Madame Xie thought that every time she went to the province to look for someone, she had to go to Qinghe to look for someone, which was indeed a bit far. Suwon told her the address of her new residence and asked her to come to Farong Cottage if she had any problems in the future. After receiving the final payment of 28 taels, Su-won immediately arranged for the shipment when he returned. If Su-chen were to bring the two brothers Dashu and Xiaoshu along, she would not come along. This time, the price of goat milk soap has increased. 500 yuan cost 162 taels. This is mainly because she sells the hair soap at a high price. Su-chen directly brought a silver note of 100 taels and a silver note of 50 taels, and the rest was small change. Su-won set up a study room at home, which also served as a warehouse. From then on, she had to do every account personally, and all income and expenditure had to go through her hands. All the grain and oil stores in Xango collected 1,000 kilograms of almond oil. 8 cents per kilogram was equivalent to 80 taels of silver, enough to make tens of thousands of soaps. We also have to hurry up and ask the farm to send flowers over. We have to keep making flour dough and soap, and we have to keep stock in the warehouse. After the first batch of soaps made in the workshop were successfully dried, Su-won packed up 200 pieces of ordinary goat milk soaps, 200 pieces of dyed soaps, 100 pieces of floral goat milk soaps, and 100 pieces of hair soaps and sent them back to Qinghe to sell. The 100 pieces of goat milk soap, and consumers can choose by themselves. The price of this kind of floral soap has risen to 50 cents per piece, and it is mainly used for bathing. Su-won had to ask his third brother to drive him to Qingyuan and Qingchuan counties to open up sales channels, so Qinghe let his uncle go. But there was only one carriage at home, so they had to buy 2 horses to use specifically for transporting goods. That day, Su-won followed Su-chen to the market to buy a horse. There is a large trading market in Xiangzhou Prefecture, also called the Black Market, which specializes in trading some strange and weird things. Horses are military objects, and ordinary people are not allowed to raise them in large numbers. Keeping more than 500 horses at home is considered treason. No one in Xiangzhou Prefecture dared to openly open a horse farm, so if you wanted to buy a horse, you could only go to the black market. It was Su-won's first time to come to such a place. There was a mixed crowd of all kinds of people here. Su-chen knew that his sister had a flamboyant appearance, so he asked her to disguise herself before bringing her to the black market. Su-won was not wearing men's clothes, but a bamboo hat and a veil covering her face. With her small body, it would be difficult for her to dress up as a man, and she would be easily discovered. So forget it and just cover her face. The black market was really lively, and the items sold were diverse. The third brother took her to the place where horses were sold with ease. Today the horse dealer brought 5 horses to sell on the black market, but he hasn't opened yet. Seeing Su-chen coming towards him, the horse dealer immediately greeted him with a smile. "Brother, do you want to see the horses? I have good horses here, young and strong." Su-chen nodded, then walked up to several horses and looked at them one by one. "My master said that when looking at a horse, the first thing to look at is the skeleton, the second is the hooves, and the third is the mane. If the skeleton is big, the horse is strong and sturdy. If the hooves are big, the horse is patient. If the mane is thick, the horse is strong and difficult to tame. For horses that pull carriages, they don't have to fight on the battlefield, so they just need to meet the first 2 conditions and don't need to be strong and difficult to tame. On weekdays, horses have to deal with people often, so they must have a gentle temperament. Especially Wanwan. She is so small. What if she accidentally makes the horse unhappy and gets hurt?" Su-won's face was hidden under the veil, and her expression could not be seen clearly, but she had no idea what her third brother was thinking at the moment. She couldn't help either, as she didn't know anything and could only watch from the side. Su-chen quickly picked out 2 horses and asked the horse dealer about the price. "Just these 2 horses. How much is the silver?" "Brother, you have good taste. You are an expert. You have chosen the 2 strongest and most docile horses. Take them away for 50 taels. They are both raised with pure grain in our family. They are the best for pulling carts and running." The horse dealer made a 5 gesture. To be honest, the horse was a little expensive, but Su-chen was indeed satisfied. "Can it be a little less?" Su-chen tried to bargain. "Brother, let's not bargain. You are an expert and you know that this is a good horse and worth the price." He must be completely sure to call out so high. Su-chen had no choice but to turn around and look at Su-won to see what she thought. Suwon nodded slightly and took out a 50 silver note and gave it to him. Later, I would have to spend money to hire 2 carts specifically for transporting goods, so there would be no need for a sedan chair. If you are worried about bad weather, just lay down a few layers of tarpaulin to prevent water leakage. Chen gave the silver note to the horse dealer, who happily put it in his arms, then untied the rope and handed it to Chen. Chen went up to stroke their manes one by one, trying to get along well with them, and then untied a small bag from his waist, which contained horse food that he had brought specially. Suwon saw him pouring food into his hands to feed the horse, and thought it was very interesting, and wanted to try it himself. "Third brother, can I try it?"
Suwon asked.
Hearing this, Chen couldn't bear to reject her, so he called her over. "Okay, come here." Suwon came over happily, then spread out her hands and let Chen pour food for her. The food had just been poured into her palm, and before it reached the horses' mouths, one of them came up to eat it and snorted. Suwon was a little scared and trembled. Seeing this, Chen gently comforted him. "Don't be afraid. With Brother San here, they are very docile." Suwon nodded and continued feeding bravely. In fact, deep down she is also a little girl who has just graduated from college. She is still curious about many things and has a girlish heart. After feeding the horse dealer's hands were stained with the horse's saliva. Seeing this, he took out his water bottle. "Miss, wash your hands with my water." "How can that be? If I use it, you won't have anything to drink?" Suwon felt embarrassed to use the water in the kettle. "It's okay. It's almost noon. I'll go home for dinner later." "Use it." "You're welcome." The horse dealer was also kind-hearted, so Suwon didn't hesitate to thank him. Washing his hands, Suwon casually shook off the water in his hands and stretched out an arm. Suwon looked up in confusion. It was his third brother. He just smiled and said, "Wipe this," from her brother, and then wiped her hands unceremoniously with her third brother's sleeves. Afterwards, the 2 siblings led the horses and prepared to leave the black market. But after they had taken a few steps, a riot broke out on the street. In the crowd, a ragged girl ran towards them barefoot, looking back as she ran. There were a few strong men chasing her from behind. "Stop, you little witch! I'll beat you to death if I catch you." The girl heard the sound. She was frightened and twisted her ankle and fell to the ground, just in front of Suwon and Chen. The 2 siblings were too impatient to react. The girl had already touched Chen's toes with her hands and looked at him with tears in her eyes, begging, "Please, save me." Chen frowned, at a loss as to what to do. Suwon knew that he was inconvenienced, so he bent down to help her. The girl's clothes were so dirty that the color could not be seen clearly. But she didn't dislike it. They were all women, so what was there to dislike? Her face was also dirty and her features could not be seen clearly, but she had a pair of amber eyes, which were very distinctive. The girl's feet were all covered with wounds. She had just sprained her ankle. She tried hard to get up, but she couldn't. Those strong men had already caught up, rolled up their sleeves, and cursed. "You witches, run away. You 2 better stay out of other people's business." They looked at Suwon and Chen fiercely. Seeing that the girl had no strength, Chen could only help her. He pulled her arm with one hand and lifted her up to stand. When the girl saw the burly men, she subconsciously hid behind Suwon and grabbed her sleeves tightly. "Does she owe you money? Or does she have a grudge against you? Is it necessary to force a weak woman into this state?" Suwon was not afraid, but questioned instead. "What's it got to do with you? We bought this woman, so you'd better not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude and beating you up too." The sturdy man who led the group stared at Suwon with a bad look on his face.
Chen frowned happily.
There were already many people around watching and pointing. "You have no respect for the law and are trafficking in human beings in broad daylight. Do you believe I will send you to jail?" In Jin State, private human trafficking is not allowed, unless the person is a servant and the indenture belongs to you. If he commits a serious crime, you have the right to execute him directly, but if he is sold, he must be sent back to the pawnbroker for processing. Who made mistakes were sent back to the pawnbroker for punishment, sold to brothels, or even made to do menial work or pick up nightshades, depending on the severity of the punishment. Anyway, no transactions or sales can be conducted privately. We bought her, and we have the final say on how to deal with her. How is this illegal? The leader said confidently. I am not a servant. They want to sell me to a brothel.
Please save me.
The girl cried and shouted behind Suwon. Shut up, you witch, the leader shouted angrily, and the girl trembled in fear. Why are you so fierce? She said she is not a servant, not a servant. Since you bought her, do you have her indenture certificate? If not, then it is illegal human trafficking and a violation of the law. Suwon could be sure that what the girl said was true, because she found that although the girl had scars all over her body, her intact skin was very delicate and tender. She looked spoiled, and the clothes she was wearing were made of good material. Although she didn't know much, she knew enough to tell good from bad. How could she be a servant? That's right, show me the indenture. The people watching around have started to make a noise. Several strong men clenched their fists and looked at Suwon with gritted teeth, trying their best to be patient and not to cause trouble. How can you carry the indenture with you at all times? Why don't you follow me back to take a look? These people have already had evil intentions. I'll go with you. Chen wanted to see what tricks they were up to. That won't work. What if your people run away with my people? Let's go together. The leader saw that Suwon was also a woman. She sounded young and was wearing a veil. She was either extremely beautiful or extremely ugly, so he might as well take a chance. How could the three of them, tall and strong, not be able to do anything to two women and an unarmed young man? Chen was really worried about Suwon, so after hesitating for a moment, he simply said, "Is it okay for me to take this girl with me?" He couldn't risk his sister's safety, but he also couldn't watch the girl fall into the devil's den. Suwon knew the strength of his third brother, so it was not a problem for him to deal with these minions. A few human traffickers, so let's just keep that witch for now. It's better than having no one at all. Okay, then come with us. Seeing him compromise, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That would be easy. However, the girl hiding behind Suwon was still very scared. She didn't dare to bet her future on a stranger. In the face of life and death, forgive her for having her own selfish desires. Suwon saw her anxiety, so he leaned over to her ear and whispered, "My brother is an expert. He will have no problem protecting you. Just go with confidence." The girl looked at her doubtfully, and Suwon gave her an affirmative look and smile. The only option now is to take a gamble. The girl closed her eyes and limped behind Chen. "Wanwan, just wait for me here in the crowded place. I'll be back soon." Before leaving, Chen reminded Suwon with concern. "I understand. Be careful, third brother." Suwon waved at him, and when they walked away and turned into an alley, the crowd around them gradually dispersed. I looked around and saw a bundle of ropes on a stall not far away. Suwon walked over, and his shadow blocked part of the sunlight. The vendor looked up and saw the girl in the bamboo hat asking, "Boss, do you want to sell the rope?" Chen followed those people into the depths of the alley. Suddenly, several people stopped, began to stretch their muscles, and were ready to teach Chen a lesson. "Boy, you dare to follow us alone? Today I will teach you a lesson about the law, and let you know that it is right to mind your own business in the future." The leader approached step by step with a wicked smile. However, Chen was not flustered. He just stood there with an expressionless face. The girl was hiding behind Chen. Seeing this, she bravely stood up and stood in front of Chen. "It has nothing to do with him. I will go back with you. I will accept the beatings and punishments. Please don't implicate innocent people." "Oh, now you know not to involve innocent people? When you were running away and asking for help, why didn't you think about not involving innocent people? Get out of the way. I want to teach him a lesson." The leader pulled the girl away and wanted to throw her to the ground, but the next second, Chen had already grabbed his wrist and exerted force, and a sound of bone breaking was heard. The strong man who was leading the group let out a terrible cry. Chen used his other hand to pull the girl behind him, then raised his foot and kicked the nearest strong man. With this kick, a 1.8-meter tall man was kicked several meters away. The remaining two are naturally a piece of cake. Chen beat them so hard that they couldn't even get up from the ground. But he did it so easily, without even taking a breath, and the girl was stunned. Chen was preparing to send these human traffickers to the government for punishment. Just when he was worried about what to tie them up with, Wan arrived. She hung a rope on her side and walked into the alley with difficulty, leading the two uncooperative horses. "Brother San, give me a rope." Chen saw this scene when he turned around and was almost killed by the cuteness of his sister. What a tacit understanding. Wan understands him. So Chen tied up the hands of several strong men, strung them together, and prepared to send them to the government. The girl was still standing there stupidly. "Young lady, please come with me to the government office, testify against them, and seek justice for you." Chen said this to her, and the girl's eyes instantly filled with tears. She nodded vigorously. She met a good person today. Together, the three of them sent the human traffickers to the government office and handed them over to the Yamen runners. There are 3 officials in a state, namely the highest-ranking governor, followed by the chief secretary, and finally the prefect, who are specifically responsible for redressing grievances and settling cases for the people. When the prefect came out of the court, the strong men confessed their crimes truthfully. The girl's name was Mimi. She said she came from the border and was brought here by these people to be sold. In the end, these human traffickers were each beaten with 20 sticks and then sent to prison. According to the law, Chen was rewarded with 20 taels of silver by the government for his meritorious service. But as for Miss Mimi, the government office didn't care where she went. She just gained her freedom. Wan was waiting outside, sitting on the steps with his chin propped up and dozing off out of boredom with the 2 horses. After waiting for a long time for Chen to come out, Wan finally woke up. "Third brother, are you done?" "Well, each of them was beaten with 20 sticks and then sent to prison."
Chen smiled proudly.
Mimi followed Chen all the time limping. "Thank you, young master and young lady, for your help." Mimi is grateful. She knelt down and kowtowed to Chen and Wan. Wan hurried to help her. "You're welcome."
"Go home now."
Mimi stood up with an indescribable expression. The brother and sister looked at each other, and Chen was the first to react. "You don't have any money, right? Here are 20 taels for you. Take it and go home." Chen gave the 20 taels of silver he had received as a reward to Mimi. "No, my home is very far away." Mimi bit her lip and said in a low voice. "Where are you from?"
Wan asked.
"I'm not from Jing country. I'm from the Wuya tribe. I was lured out of the country and then brought here," Mimi explained, her voice getting lower and lower. "Wuya tribe? That's farther from the border. No wonder you said you were from the border."
Chen suddenly realized.
He heard that the Wuya tribe had repeatedly violated the border of Jin state in the past 2 years, and the 2 sides were in dire straits. If she told the prefect truthfully that she was from the Wuya tribe, she would probably be treated as a spy. "Yes, I dare not say it." Mimi looked at the 2 of them aggrievedly. "Then why did you tell us?" Chen asked again. "After all, she is an outsider woman, so he should be wary of her. Because you are good people, I only dare to trust you," Mimi replied. When they saw that she was in trouble, they did not stand idly by, but helped her and were willing to generously donate money to her. How bad can such a person be? "What about you? Are you a good person?" Chen asked again. "I can't guarantee that I am an absolutely good person because in the face of disaster, I would also want to live selfishly, but I can guarantee that I will not be a bad person, and I will not do anything bad," Mimi said with a firm look and tone. The brother and sister looked at each other, and Wan pulled Chen aside and whispered, "Brother, do you think what she said is credible?" "I'm not sure," Chen said embarrassedly. "Her home is so far away. Look at all the injuries on her body. Can she make it back home by herself? What if she gets cheated on the way? Besides, if she was a spy, how could she be so successful? We are not an important official family, so she can't do anything to us." Wan had a hunch that this young lady was not a bad person. "You mean, take her in for a few days?" This is how Chen understood it. "What I mean is, let's send her to the clinic first and change her into clean clothes. I remember there are caravans and escort agencies in Xango that go to the border for business. We can ask them to take her to the border. After we get to the border, it will be easy for her to go home by herself, right? Suwon didn't want to keep her at home, but this was the best thing she could do. This girl is from the Wuya tribe. If she plays an important role, having more friends will provide her with more options in the future. Just like she said just now, the girl's clothes are made of fine material and her skin is very delicate. She should not be a child from an ordinary family. Outside the border, there are either grasslands or deserts, and the environment is harsh. Yet she can still be so beautiful. She must not be from an ordinary family.
Suchen nadig.
Since he had become a good person, he should be a good person to the end and consider it as accumulating virtue. Okay, let's do as you say and use the money. Su-chan weighed the purse in his hand. It was just 20 taels of silver he had just earned. It didn't take him much effort anyway. So the brother and sister turned back, and Suwon said to her, "Come on, girl, I'll take you to find a place to stay." Mimi hesitated for a moment, but still followed. She only dared to trust this brother and sister now. Mimi and Suwon are about the same height, so Suwon bought her some clean clothes and a pair of shoes. Then he took her to a very ordinary inn and booked a room for a few days, which cost a little over 1 or 2 taels of silver per night. There was a family clinic across the street. Let Mimi take a bath and change into clean clothes first, then take her to the clinic. The brother and sister were waiting downstairs. When Mimi went upstairs, she asked Suwon if she could wear the gauze scarf and hat. Since Suwon was already out of the black market, it didn't matter to her whether she wore it or not, so she just gave it to her. After waiting for half an hour, Mimi finally came down from washing. She was wearing Suwon's bamboo hat and limping. The food had already been ordered on the table. It just so happened that the brother and sister had been busy all day and had not eaten yet, so they were hungry. "Come on, sit down and eat first." Suwon pushed a bowl of rice towards her. Mimi's face was hidden under the veil and could not be seen clearly.
She hadn't had a full meal in a long time.
Looking at the delicious food on the table, she swallowed her saliva, and the aroma kept coming into her nose. Mimi stopped being pretentious. After sitting down, she pinned the veil in front of her to both sides, revealing her face. Before, she looked miserable and her face was so dirty that one couldn't even see her appearance. Now that she was clean, Suwon was stunned when he looked at her again. Unconsciously exclaimed, "Wow, you are so beautiful." Mimi's beauty is that kind of exotic beauty, just like the modern Xinjiang beauties, with red lips and white teeth, and her eyes are full of natural charm when she raises her eyes. She is so beautiful, no wonder she was deceived and sold in Jean's state. Those people did not insult her, nor did they have the heart to hit her face. Her face was so beautiful and representative that she could be seen as an outsider at first glance, so she and Suwon had to wear a hat and a scarf. Mimi felt embarrassed by Suwon's praise and said with a red face, You are also very beautiful." She was telling the truth. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful Jingwa girl since she met Jingwa Xiao. It is said that the women of Jin's state are graceful, dependent like little birds, and gentle like water. It is true that she is as cute as a little bird. It is said that the feng shui of Jin country is good for health. Look at her skin, it is so good and so fair, it is true. When Su-chin saw her face, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but he quickly looked away. Was stunned for a moment and tried to cover it up by drinking water, because it was the first time he saw a foreign woman, and such a look was really eye-catching. A completely different beauty from the women of Jin's state. "You must be hungry."
Come eat.
Suwon likes to hang out with beautiful sisters. His mood will become better when he sees beautiful sisters. She picked up some food for her and Mimi took the bowl and started eating quickly. However, considering Suwon and Su-chin were there, she didn't stuff herself too roughly, but her movements were rather hurried, which showed that she was very hungry. After the meal, the three of them got to know each other. Mimi was indeed older than Suwon. She was already 14 years old and would soon be 15. Only turned 14 next month. After eating, Suwon and Su-chin took her to the clinic across the street to see her doctor. She only had some superficial injuries, apart from a sprained ankle, nothing serious, and she was fine after applying some medicine. The old Chinese doctor helped her to straighten her ankle. There was a crackling sound of the bone, and Suwon felt the pain just listening to the sound, but Mimi gritted her teeth and said nothing. The bone was broken back in place, but my ankle is still a little swollen. After leaving the clinic, Suwon and Chen sent her back to the inn. Suwon paid 10 taels of silver to the inn at one time and told her to order food from the inn when she was hungry. Mimi, just stay in the inn with peace of mind. My third brother will ask about the recent caravans going to the border for business, or the escort team. Then you can follow them to the border. This way, you don't have to worry about encountering danger on the road again. She is a weak woman, and she is so beautiful. If she goes back alone on such a long journey, something might happen to her. She didn't want to see a young girl in her prime fall into despair. Mimi nodded, took 2 steps back, and knelt down in front of the two of them, preparing to kowtow. Suwon saw her intention and quickly stopped her. No. Get up quickly. Thank you. I will never forget your kindness. If there is any way I can repay you in the future, I will do it even if it means dying. Every word Mimi spoke was sincere. In fact, Suwon had selfish motives in saving her and helping her. In the original novel, the third brother went to the battlefield, and the two armies fought fiercely. In the later period, in order to protect the commander-in-chief's retreat, the third brother was accidentally captured by the Huia tribe. At that time, the third brother's reputation was already well known on the battlefield. The leader of the Huia tribe wanted to recruit him and make him his general, so he was quite polite to him at first. But the third brother was stubborn and refused to betray his country, so he was severely tortured. At that time, the male protagonist and Jong Yu were also ordered to go to the battlefield. They led a team deep into the enemy camp and rescued the third brother. The third brother was brought back. He was already dying. There was not a single piece of healthy skin on his body, but he managed to survive by relying on his perseverance. After he recovered, the enemy army, which was organized by various tribes, was already in an unstable morale due to its previous defeats and being ambushed by a group of people right under their noses. In the final battle, the third brother cut off the heads of 2 enemy tribal leaders, becoming a famous general and defeating the enemy. Also killed by Jong Yu. Therefore, Suwon wanted to take a gamble. If this Mimi was a member of the royal family of the Huia tribe, then if his third brother was in trouble in the future, she would probably help him. At least, it would be nice to let the third brother suffer less. Since she can be associated with the main characters, Mimi should not be a nameless character. In the original novel, the third brother did not come to Xango before going to the battlefield, so he did not encounter these things. But please believe that any encounter is an encounter. Suwon and Chen spent a day outside, sending the horses to be harnessed to the cart. When they returned home, it was already dark. Su's mother was waiting at home, and the whole family was waiting for the brother and sister without even having dinner. The dishes were all heated up. When Su's mother saw the two of them coming back, she was the first to rush over and hit Chen on the shoulder twice. "You little brat, you took your sister to buy a horse, and you only came back now. Where did you go with your sister?" "I didn't go crazy. I just encountered some problems and was delayed for a while."
Chen felt aggrieved.
When his mother wanted to hit him, he quickly dodged. Suwon laughed unkindly and went forward to hug her mother's arm. "Mom, we didn't do anything bad. We were wrong this time. We won't do it again." Since Suwon acted well, her mother couldn't bear to blame her. Okay, next time you don't have anything to do, don't come back so late. Let's eat." The family sat down to eat. Only the third and fifth brothers were at home, as the other brothers were not at home. Everyone picked up food for Suwon, and soon her bowl was piled high like a small mountain. Chen was left to inquire about the caravan's affairs. Tomorrow morning, his uncle would have to take the soap to Qinghai County to deliver the goods. The total amount was 600 bars of soap and 207 taels of silver. After the price increase, the proprietress could make a net profit of more than 30 taels. You don't have to do anything, just take up some space and make money while lying down. It's so cool. That night, after Chen had his meal, he prepared to go out again. He went to the business to ask if there were any escorts going to the border recently. At night, Xango City is still very lively. He had just gone out of the door, but before he got out of the alley, a dark figure jumped down from the wall next to him. A pair of hands attacked from behind. Chen reacted immediately and turned around to fight with the black shadow. Dozens of moves, he caught the black shadow with his backhand. Just as he was about to use force, he heard him begging for mercy. No, 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 Brother Su-san, I am Fengying. Hearing that it was Fengying, Chen let him go. Fengying was free and quickly moved his arms. If he had been more tough, this arm would have been broken. Why are you here? And why are you trying to launch a sneak attack? The young master said that you are the disciple of Master Jong Yu, so I wanted to test your martial arts skills. As a result, I overestimated my own abilities. Fengying curled her lips and complained, he is worthy of being the disciple of Master Jong Yu. I can't afford to offend him. It's okay, you're pretty good. Chen was still humble. Don't say that. I'm far inferior to you. These two people are still being humble. Okay, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen knew that Fengying came to him personally, so there must be something going on. Nothing, I just came to ask if there is anything we can help you with. We are guarding Xango under the orders of the young master, and we are almost going moldy with idleness. Fengying felt that this was the first time he had received such an easy task after following the young master for so long. Every day, I see the Su family living a fulfilling life, but they are very idle. They have been living on the edge of a knife for too many days, so they are not used to this sudden stability. Chen heard this and thought about something that needed to be done right away. He was not familiar with Xango and did not know where to find the caravan. He might as well trouble Fengying. I really need your help right now. What's the matter? Fengying became excited. So, Chen told him about how he and Su-wan rescued a woman from outside. The two talked as they walked. You and Miss Su are such kind people. You saved people from danger and have noble character. After hearing this, Fengying started to flatter them. He thought to himself that the woman who made the young master miss her was indeed not an ordinary person and had a kind heart like a bodhisattva. We just happened to meet. I saved her because I thought that she was about the same age as my sister Wanwan. What would I do if my sister got into trouble and no one helped her? I just felt the same way. Chen really thought so at the time. Putting himself in Mimi's shoes, he realized that her situation was really difficult. Yeah, if I had a sister like this, I would spoil her to the sky. Fengying sighed. They are all desperate criminals, without parents or families. They can only survive in this world because the young master is willing to give them food to eat and give them human dignity. It just so happens that I know the boss of the Xango escort agency. They often go to the border to escort the convoy. Although this Miss Mimi is an outsider, the war between the two sides will not harm innocent people and weak women. They will send Miss Mimi to the border safely. Fengying has made many friends in the martial arts world and saved many righteous people during the years she followed Jong Yu. Xango Escort Agency was able to gain a foothold in Xango thanks to the help of the young master, who helped him overcome difficulties. In that case, I'll trouble you, Brother Fengying. Chen felt relieved after hearing this and clasped his fists towards Fengying. You're welcome, we're all brothers. Fengying patted his shoulder. It's still early, do you want to come to my place for a drink? Fengying invited. The Su family moved to Xango, so they also moved to Xango. Let's do it another day. I have to accompany Wanwan to Qingyuan County and Qingchuan for business tomorrow. It will probably take several days for me to come back. I'll tell you the inn where Miss Mimi is staying. If you have contacted her, just send her away directly. Drinking can cause delays in work, but Chen knows his limits and cannot let Wanwan down. Well, I'll send a few brothers to follow you. If anything happens, you won't be left alone and unable to take care of Miss Su. Fengying's first priority is to protect the Su family and Su-wan. It's okay. I'm enough. If you send someone over, Wanwan will be uncomfortable. I can handle it. Chen knew that Su-wan didn't like to trouble others, and he didn't like it either. It's good enough that Fengying can help. Why is he wasting other people's time and manpower? He thought that Fengming and the others must have other things to do in Xiangzhou, and were just looking after the Su family. He never thought that Fengming was left behind by Jong Yu to protect them. I told them to follow you secretly, and not disturb Miss Su. Qingyuan is not peaceful, so it's better to be safe. Fengming knew that the local officials in Qingyuan were not taking care of things and things were a bit chaotic, so he was worried. If anything happens to Miss Su, the young master will definitely give her a hard time. But this is too much trouble for you. Su Chun felt sorry. It was not good for them to order others around like this. Your family saved the young master's life, and the young master has done us a favor. His favor is our favor, so your family's affairs are my affairs, and we have no choice but to do so. Moreover, our young master is still thinking about your daughter. Fengming's first few words were righteous, but the last sentence suddenly became quieter and unclear. What did you say? Su Chen didn't understand. Nothing? I'm talking about the last sentence. Su Chen really didn't hear it clearly. Brother Su, you heard me wrong. I didn't say anything. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Don't you have things to do tomorrow? Leave Miss Mimi's matter to us, and we will take care of it for you. When you come back, I will come to have a drink with you. Fengming pushed Su Chen to the back and did not continue the topic. I almost said something wrong. If they knew the young master's little thoughts, his brothers would eat him. Although the young master had never personally expressed his interest in Miss Su, his actions were too abnormal. He said nothing, and yet he said everything. Su Chen was confused and always felt that Fengming was weird. He had only taken a few steps when the boy caught up with him again. Brother Su-san, wait, I have something else to ask you. Fengming almost forgot about the important matter. What's the matter? Su Chen asked puzzledly. Miss Su, is there anything you particularly want recently? Fengming asked directly. Why are you asking about this? Su Chen couldn't understand what was so good about it. Nothing, just asking around. Fengming was entrusted by the young master. But after thinking about it, Su Chen suddenly realized. You are not, are you attracted to my sister? Su Chen pointed at him in disbelief. Fengming was struck by lightning and quickly covered Su Chen's mouth, saying that he had fallen in love with Miss Su. Was he trying to kill himself? No. How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. Then why are you asking these questions? Do you want to give her something? Su Chen slapped his hand away and said relentlessly. It's not me. It's really not me. Just tell me. Fengming was so anxious. How could he dare to snatch the person from a young master? Isn't he looking for death? Su Chen crossed his arms and looked him up and down to make sure he was not lying. I'm telling you, my sister is still young. Don't think too much about it. She only likes money. Su Wan's mind and eyes are filled with only thoughts about making money. If this isn't his love for money, then what is that? Fengming realized that Miss Su liked money, so he could do the job. You like silver, right? I understand. I'm leaving now. Fengming got the answer and stopped bothering Su Chen and left quickly. The next day, Su Chen harnessed the carriage and took Dashu with him. He drove the front carriage and Dashu drove the carriage carrying goods at the back. He had received special training in driving, and since he was the older brother, he was a relatively stable person, so Su Chen asked him to drive the horse-drawn carriage and go with them to Qingyuan County and Qingchuan County. My uncle drove a horse-drawn carriage to Qinghe to deliver goods. The troops were divided into two groups. Su's mother and Su Yi were in charge of the workshop. She was relieved that the soap was still being made and the flowers were being delivered one after another. In terms of distance, Qingchuan is closer, so go to Qingchuan County first, and then to Qingyuan County. My uncle gave them the key to the house. After that, they had to go to my uncle's house to help them pack their things and bring them to Xiangzhou. It was not convenient for their family to go back, as they were afraid of running into the county magistrate's son and not being able to explain themselves. The loaded carriage was covered with oilcloth, and my uncle was not alone, but Xiaoshu was with him. So it was really a wise choice for Su Wan to buy two boys at that time. From Xiangzhou to Qingchuan. By the time they arrived at the county, it was already late in the afternoon, so they looked for a place to stay first. This time I brought more than 1,000 bars of soap, and I had to sell them all. I would first investigate the market. The county is different from Xiangzhou. There are fewer people visiting the cosmetic shops. Most of the people around here are ordinary people, and they pay more attention to cost effectiveness. Therefore, the shops with the most traffic are grain and oil shops and grocery shops. Suwon first turned his attention to grocery stores, looking for the largest one with the best business. She didn't know whether goat milk soap was useful in Xango, but she certainly couldn't sell it too expensively at the beginning. In order to open up the market, she sold it at the original price, and then raised the price back to the original price when she sold it the second time. After staying here for one night, Suwon asked the innkeeper which grocery store in the county was the largest and had the best business. The next day, she took the goods to the grocery store. This time, the grocery store was run by a couple. They had never heard of goat milk soap, so they did not agree with Suwon's suggestion of only taking half the money and paying the balance after all the products were sold. Because Suwon left behind 600 bars of soap at one time, totaling more than 200 taels of silver, it was not a small amount of money for them, so they did not dare to take the risk. However, they are receiving dividends, so they are not at a loss in the end, but they are unwilling to pay first and want to wait until all the soaps are sold out before paying. Suwon could understand that it was understandable that they thought this way. After all, it was not a small amount of money. Suwon is an honest businessman, so she agreed to the couple's request and would settle the payment after all the goat milk soaps were sold out. She will send someone to check again in a month. But Chen was also worried. He pulled Suwon over and whispered, "You don't want a penny now. What if they deny their debt after they've sold all the items and run away with the money? This is more than 200 taels of silver. This batch of soap is worth a lot of money, enough to live comfortably for a long time. Third brother, you are short-sighted. I have inquired about it. This grocery store has been open for 10 years. The profit is more than 200 taels. So, they are not afraid that they will run away. Moreover, they know the value of goat milk soap. One order can make more than 30 taels for free. With a few more orders, 200 taels can be obtained. For a long-term business, why take risks? Is it worth giving up the current stability for 200 taels? Money will eventually run out, but as long as the shop is there, the business will not be cut off, which is a kind of guarantee. If it were you, would you choose to take advantage of this little bargain?" Suwon patiently explained to him that 200 taels might sound like a lot at first glance, but it was actually not much and would not make him rich. The third brother doesn't go into business, and he doesn't think much, so he is easily blinded by the little bit of profit in front of him and fails to see the essence. But he was not wrong. After all, people's hearts are hidden, so we should always be on guard against others. If Suwon explained it to him this way, he would understand. It was really the truth. 200 taels may sound like a lot, but in reality it is not that much, and cannot sustain their good life for long. As expected, you are the one who has to take care of business matters. Otherwise, if I were to do this business, I would probably lose a lot of money.
Sumushrugged.
He was just a reckless man, and could only serve as a bodyguard. Suwon showed her sincerity to the grocery store, but she signed a document as a guarantee, leaving the 600 bars of soap for them to sell without taking a penny, and would collect the money after all of them were sold. Qingchuan County was opened up in this way, and people from Su and Wan set off to Qingyuan County one after another. From Qingchuan to Qingyuan. After arriving in Qingyuan, it was already night when they entered the city. Chen asked Suwon to hide in the carriage and found a large inn and booked 2 rooms. Qingyuan is not peaceful, so it is safer to stay in a better place. After booking a room, Suwon got out of the car wearing a face mask. At the same time, people arranged by Fengying also moved into the inn one after another and protected Suwon tightly, without her knowledge. Suwon even ate his meals in the room with his third brother instead of going downstairs. It's still the same idea. The goods are sold through grocery stores. Suwon did not go out for a walk, but went to bed early. After settling the matters here, she would hurry back to Xiangzhou and wait until all the channels were opened. In the future, she would not come to deliver the goods personally. She would buy some more people to deliver the goods specifically. I also asked the shopkeeper about the largest grocery store in the county. The next morning, Suwon went to the grocery store and the business negotiations went smoothly because this grocery store in Qingyuan County had heard of goat milk soap in Qinghe. He didn't say that he would give the money after all the products were sold, but gave half of the money first. So, it is better to have some fame, which is easier to talk about than knowing nothing at all. 600 bars of soap, half of which costs about 100 taels of silver. The issue of the goat milk soap was resolved that morning, and that afternoon, Suwon, Chen, and Dashu drove out of the city to their uncle's hometown. There wasn't much to pack, just tidy up the house, take away some identity documents, the family's land deeds, and the 20 taels of silver that my aunt had mentioned buried under the tree in the yard. She said it was for Yang Qingqing's dowry. My uncle's home is not far from the county, just as far as Suguan's hometown is from Qinghe County. We soon arrived at my uncle's house. The neighbors next door were still raising their livestock. After such a long time, they had not given up. Suwon asked his third brother to give them some money as a thank you. He also learned that the county magistrate's son had come here several times and was very angry because he didn't find anyone. I also asked them where my uncle and his family had gone, but they said they were visiting relatives. They didn't elaborate on where they went. Unexpectedly, after so long, the county magistrate's son has not given up. It is true that what you can't get will always make you restless. Suwon didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly took the things and left with his third brother. As for the chickens at home, it would be a pity to throw them away. Just pack them all up and take them away. When you get back to Xango City, you can eat them or keep them for laying eggs. There is no problem anyway. After locking the door, Suwon and the other three got on the carriage and prepared to return to Xango. If we set out now, it would probably be night before we get halfway there. However, we would pass 2 towns on the way. There were small inns in the towns, but the environment was just a little worse. After leaving the village where my uncle lives, we came to a small country road. Chen was driving the carriage in front, and Dashu was following behind. An open-air sedan chair came towards us, carried by 4 people. A young man was sitting on it with his legs crossed. He looked like a dandy young man. There was a lackey next to the sedan chair, saying something to him in a flattering manner. When a carriage pulled by 2 horses appeared on the road, they had no intersection with each other and just passed each other. However, when the 2 sedan chairs overlapped, the wind blew up the curtain of Suwon's sedan chair. In a glimpse, Suwon in the carriage happened to look out the window. The moment the curtain fell, she only saw the man's obsessed eyes. Suwon felt puzzled, but didn't take it seriously, until a voice was heard outside the carriage. "Wait, stop." The country road was very bumpy and Chen was not driving very fast. Hearing these words, Chen slowed down, even more puzzled. The man in the sedan chair who had passed by had already jumped out of the sedan chair and ran to the front of Chen's carriage with his sedan bearers to block it. Chen didn't know him, nor did he know what he wanted to do. He only knew that he pointed at the carriage excitedly and shouted, "I think I know the girl in the carriage. Can you ask her to come out and meet me?" Suwon also heard it clearly in the carriage, so without waiting for Chen to say anything, she opened the carriage door and looked out. With the greasy-looking man, whose eyes lit up instantly, and he swallowed. "Wanwan, do you know him?"
Chen asked.
Suwon frowned and shook his head. "I don't know him. It's getting late. Let's go." As soon as she saw the man, her face turned lustful and disgusting. The carriage door closed again, and the man was still reminiscing with an obsessed look on his face. Chen also frowned unhappily. "Sir, my sister said she doesn't know you. Please make way." "So you are her brother. This makes things easy. She doesn't know me, but I know her." The man threw away the folding fan in his hand and started fanning it, thinking he looked very handsome. "What do you mean?" Chen was getting a little impatient. This guy was really weird. "We may not know each other now, but we will know each other in the future. Is your sister married?" the man asked again. Chen felt uncomfortable when he asked this question. Suwon said directly in the carriage, "Third brother, don't talk to him so much. Let's go." However, this group of people were blocking the road. Although he wanted to leave, he couldn't push over them. "Sir, please make way." Chen tried his best to speak to him in a nice way. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you talking so much nonsense? My master is asking if your sister is engaged? Don't you understand? Beside the man winked at Su-chan in a bad tone. As a result, his master hit him on the head with a fan and scolded him. How can you talk like that? This is my future brother-in-law. Be polite. I fell in love with the girl in the carriage at first sight, and I fell in love with her again. I am asking if I can marry her. If she's not promised to anyone, why not marry me? I can marry her in a formal ceremony, with a sedan chair carried by 8 people, and take her as my principal wife. When Su-chan heard this, his face instantly darkened, and he clenched his back teeth tightly.
What did you say?
Say it again? You didn't understand this? My master is interested in your sister and is willing to marry her, and as his legal wife. You can be happy. My master is the only son of the magistrate of Qingyuan County. If you follow my master, you will have everything you want in Qingyuan. Don't be ungrateful. Tell your sister to get off the carriage and come and see him immediately. That lackey started talking again, really taking advantage of his master's power. This time, his master did not refute, but looked at Su-chan complacently. Su-won was in the carriage, almost vomiting after listening to these self-righteous words. Did she think it was? It turned out to be the beastly son of the county magistrate. She had such bad luck today that she actually met such an unlucky thing. He even married her as his legal wife, as if she deserved to be blessed. Doesn't this guy already have a wife? How would his wife feel if she knew about this? You are the son of the county magistrate of Qingyuan County, right? Su-chan jumped down from the carriage with a dark face and said, his tone showing unconcealed dissatisfaction. Yes, it is this young master. If your sister marries me, I will not treat her badly. I will pamper her every day. Even if she wants the stars in the sky, I will pick them for her. He said that he pampered her every day. His face was greasy and full of smirk. The meaning was self-evident, and it completely angered Su-chan. If someone dares to tease his daughter Won-won, shouldn't he give her a big gift? That's great. I have a debt that I've wanted to settle with you for a long time. Su-chan had a sinister smile on his face. He pinched his fingers, and his bones made a crackling sound. He approached the son of the county magistrate step by step with such a strong aura that the son of the county magistrate was frightened and took a step back.
You.
What do you want to do? I advise you not to be ungrateful. Otherwise, I will not be polite to you. We have more people. I allow you to come together. After Su-chan said this, he threw a punch, directly hitting the county magistrate's son into a panda eye. The son of the county magistrate screamed, covered his eyes, and fell to the ground. His lackeys helped him up. Why are you still standing there?
Come on, kill him.
The county magistrate's son was furious and ordered his men to beat Su-chan. But for Su-chan, this was a piece of cake. Dashu saw the fight starting, so he ran out from behind and stood in front of Su-won's carriage, looking like he was determined to protect the young lady to the death. Su-won heard it clearly in the carriage. Third brother was beating someone up, and she was watching the fun inside. This county magistrate's son deserves a beating. Since we met him today and he came to my door on purpose, I would be doing a disservice to my cousin Qingqing if I didn't beat him up. Anyway, Su-won will only come to Qingyuan this time and will not come again. In Xiangzhou, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. How dare an 8th-rank official in their family come to the provincial government to make trouble? In the wilderness, it feels great to take revenge when there is a grudge. Miss, please hide quickly. I will protect you to the death. Dashu didn't know Su-chan's strength yet and had a fearless expression, which even made Su-won laugh. Don't worry, we won't be the ones to hide. Su-chan kicked them one by one, throwing them to the ground like chickens, breaking 2 of their ribs. The 5 lackeys were knocked down in just 2 moves. They were wailing on the ground and couldn't even get up. Both sides of the path, the thugs arranged by Feng Ying wanted to go out to help, but they didn't have the chance to do anything. When the son of the county magistrate saw that his men had fallen, he wanted to run away. However, before he had taken a few steps, he was picked up by Su-chan and beaten up. He was hit symmetrically in the eyes, kicked in the stomach several times, and one of his arms was broken. Su-won listened to the tragic screams, calmly took out a picture book he bought in the county and continued reading. It was the hottest day of the year, and I was so scared that I trembled violently. This third young master is too fierce. He is worrying too much. Chen brought them to the side of the road one by one and cleared a path for him to drive away. Remember, don't think about anyone in the future. Chen kicked him on the butt and left, leaving the county magistrate's son wailing on the ground. Chen just beat them, not killed them. He just taught them a lesson. After Wan's carriage left, 4 secret guards in black clothes came out from the bushes on both sides. Each of them had a long sword on his body. Just let him go like that? Master Sen just wants to teach him a lesson, but I don't want to let him off so easily. What do you think we should do? These secret guards are all Jong Yu's diehard fans. Dare to tease the girl. I'll give you a gift to end your offspring and eliminate all future troubles. The 4 of them looked at each other and grinned. They are all more sinister than each other. On a quiet and remote country road, a heart-wrenching scream was heard. Broken, completely broken. Chen had not walked far. He had good hearing and naturally heard some subtle sounds, but he just smiled, shook the reins, and silently increased the speed of the carriage. At night, we found a town to stay in for the night and returned to Xango the next day. Wan told his uncle's family the story of how Chen had taught the county magistrate's son a lesson as a joke. But after listening to my uncle, he looked worried. You beat him up like this, will he seek revenge? We are all common people. We don't fight against officials. What should we do if he comes to our door? This is what we caused, and we will implicate you as well. Uncle, don't say such things. He deserves to be beaten. Besides, who told him to speak frivolously and dissolutely? Since he flirted with Wanwan in front of me, I am already showing mercy by not letting him have no descendants. Chen said indignantly. He knew that after he left, the county magistrate's son was beaten, but he never thought that Fengying's men did things that he did not do. Wan nodded in agreement with his third brother and also comforted his uncle. Uncle, we are in Xango Prefecture, and they only bully others in Qinghe. The county magistrate is only an 8th-rank official, and he is nothing in the prefecture. So, what if he has a backer? Qingyuan is so far away. We just fought without revealing our names. How could he find us? We can only consider ourselves unlucky. Although my uncle and the others were still a little scared, they felt really happy and had a sense of revenge, which relieved a lot of the anger they had been holding in their hearts. In Qingyuan County, the county magistrate's office was in an uproar. The county magistrate's only son was ruined, and half his life was lost. The county magistrate's son has only 2 daughters and no son. The 7 or 8 concubines in the backyard, including his own wife, all pretended to be sad and betrayed him, and they wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Now, he could no longer appease the girl. After all, he was powerless. Wan didn't take this matter to heart. In the next half-month, she visited the remaining 5 counties in Xango Prefecture and delivered 3,000 bars of soap. After she came back, she bought 3 more men and 2 female servants and had them live in the workshop. Of them, Dashu is the main one, and from now on they will specialize in delivering goods in the 8 counties of Xango. In the future, but now, Wan has opened up the entire market in Xango. Goat milk soap is quickly circulated in Xango and has become famous. The people on hand are more than enough to manage the supply in Xango. There is no visible profit from this first order, as all the money was spent on staffing. The first order is considered to break even, and only subsequent orders will start to make money. Wan planned to open stores in neighboring Yanzhou and Suzhou one after another once the business in Xango was completely stabilized. Select the right people for the right positions and choose capable people to manage the store and be the shopkeeper. In Xango Prefecture and the 8 counties, the workshop had to deliver at least 5,000 bars of soap every month, and the monthly net profit was conservatively estimated to be around 1,500 taels. According to this standard, if we finish this year, the net profit by the end of the year will be at least 10,000 taels of silver. In the second half of the year, we will open the markets in Yanzhou and Suzhou and open stores directly in Yanzhou and Suzhou to sell our products. As for the small counties in their territory, They can just set up small shops to sell the products without looking for agents. The monthly rent for a small shop in the county is very cheap. Dashu and his friends did hard work and had to run back and forth, so Suwon increased their monthly salary to 5 taels per month. During the grain and ear season, their salary was increased to 4 taels per month. A salary increase can really make people more motivated. Everyone worked very hard, and Suwon didn't have to worry about anything. Fortunately, Xango is relatively peaceful, so Dashu and his men are not afraid of encountering bandits or highway robbers when delivering goods. In the future, when Suwon becomes capable, she will set up a strong delivery team of her own, composed entirely of young and strong men. She will also ask a master to train them and teach them some self-defense skills so that they can be more secure when delivering goods between states in the future. The main workshop was established in Xango. In the future, the workshop will expand and more people will work there. Suwon's goal is to set up branch workshops in the most prosperous Kyoto and Jongjo, control the entire market in the north, south, and center of Jean State, make goat milk soap spread all over the country, and even go abroad. Xango governs the south of the Yangtze River, the capital is in the north, and Jongjo is undoubtedly the central region of Jean State. The business in Xango, Suwon finally had some free time and could have a good sleep at home. In early May, she will be celebrating her 14th birthday. After 14, she will be 15 years old, and she will be a marriageable woman next year. The second day of May is her birthday, and also Gu Yu's birthday. But Suwon herself didn't know that her soul came from the afterlife and her birthday was not on this day, so she herself didn't remember it. The scene turns to half a month ago, Jongjo, Fengyue Villa. Jong Yu received a letter from Xango, which was written by Fengyue himself. He kept every letter carefully. The 2 pages of letter paper talked about the recent events in Xango. He smiled when reading the first page, and muttered to himself, "Like money?" He frowned. Isn't this difficult for him? If he likes something, he knows which direction to look for it, but he said he likes silver. Does that mean he will really give money? But according to his understanding of the little girl, she likes money, but only likes the money she earns herself. If others give her money directly, she will not accept it. First, I feel embarrassed that I should not accept the reward without doing anything. Second, I feel it is meaningless because it is not earned by myself, and it is like a hot potato in my hands. Then she continued reading, and on the second page, it mentioned what had happened to her in Qingyuan County and the son of the county magistrate who had been cut off from having any offspring. Although he had been treated badly, the sinister Jong Yu still felt unhappy. As expected, the little girl's face is easy to attract attention. She's already like this now, even though she hasn't fully grown up yet. What will happen in 2 years? So he called in his men. Send a letter to the capital, asking the old man to find a reason to dismiss the magistrate of Qingyuan County in Xango, saying that he has offended me. Jong Yu said it calmly, but his subordinates were in a dilemma. Young master, the county magistrate is only an 8th rank official. Are you sure you still want to ask that person for help? I'm not in the official career, so if I don't look for him, who else can I look for? Besides, the magistrate of Qingyuan County has committed many evil deeds, and it's not that he was wronged. The chief officer of Xango is his brother-in-law. With this relationship, isn't it enough for him to take action? Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jong Yu glanced at his men calmly, showing his authority without even getting angry, and they shrugged. Looking at the familiar handwriting on the paper, he knew it was a letter from Xango. I don't know when the young master became so childish that he even used his connections to suppress an 8th rank official. Not to mention that the Qingyuan County magistrate was a man of many evil deeds. In the past, even if someone killed someone in front of him, he would not necessarily do anything. The subordinate complained in his heart and was about to turn around and leave when Jong Yu called him again. Wait, if a person likes silver, what is the appropriate gift? In Xango were not very clear about what was happening to their young master in Xango, so they did not know that their young master was suffering from lovesickness. The subordinate laughed unkindly. Young master, you said that people like silver, so of course you should give them silver. Asking was the same as not asking. Jong Yu held his forehead and told him to get lost. His men left. Guests came to his Jiaxing pavilion. When Sun Beidou arrived in Zhongzhou, he first visited the owner of Fengyue Villa and then went to find Jiang Yunhe to reminisce about the past. He brought his granddaughter and beloved disciple, and the four of them went to find Jong Yu. Sun Beidou said he would take Su Mu to meet an old friend of his, but Su Mu didn't know that person was Jong Yu. Without notifying anyone, the four entered the Jiaxing pavilion and found Jong Yu's men moving things into the carriage. "Oh, you're going on a long journey," was frowning and flipping through a book in the room when he heard Sun Beidou's loud voice. Jong Yunhe raised his eyebrows with an expression that showed he understood everything. Jong Yu heard the voice, came out, and clenched his fists as soon as he appeared. "Mr. Sun, long time no see. Where are you going, kid? Your uncle, he has already found you. Are you going back to Kyoto at this time of year?" Apart from Kyoto, Sun Beidou couldn't think of where he would go. He had been running around everywhere before, all looking for Jong Yunhe. How can we go back to Kyoto? How can the magic power of Kyoto be as great as that of Shenzhou? Jong Yunhe said something in a sarcastic tone, and every time he spoke, he revealed some big news. Grandpa Sun Beidou and his grandson looked at him with gossipy expressions. "Shenzhou? What do you mean, old man?" But Jong Yunhe kept Sun Bei in suspense and refused to speak, which made Sun Bei very angry. Su Mu saw Jong Yu and then looked at old Sun, who was familiar with him. With his intelligence, it was not difficult for him to figure out the whole story. It was no coincidence that Mr. Sun suddenly took a liking to him. It was Jong Yu who was acting as a matchmaker. I still remember he said before that he didn't want the pearl to be covered in dust. "Second brother Su, long time no see. I hope you are well."
Gang yung greeted Sumu.
Su Mu nodded. "Nothing happened. Thank you." He clasped his fists towards Jong Yu and bowed solemnly. All his words were condensed in these 4 words. Su Mu was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. He thanked Jong Yu for giving him this opportunity. There were a lot of words to say, but if he said too much, it would just make people feel pretentious, so everything was said without saying anything. "Just now, your uncle, he mentioned Shenzhou. Are you going to Shenzhou?" Sun Beidou is a gossip. He just wants to eat melons, so he keeps asking questions. Jong Yu nodded. "Yes, I'm going to Shenzhou to do some work. I'll be back in a few months." "Are you going to do business or to meet someone? You have to distinguish them clearly." Jong Yunhe ruthlessly sabotaged him. Jong Yu looked at him meaningfully, then laughed to himself. "Brother Yu, do you have a girl you like?" Sun Linger on the side also spoke up curiously. It turns out that there are only 2 types of people in one family, and gossip is hereditary. "Who? Which girl? Have I seen her before?" Old Sun was still in the dark. Jong Yu quickly changed the subject. "Is there anything you need me to bring, or anything you want me to say when I go to Xiangzhou?" "You know what, it's true." Jiang Yunhe wanted to write a letter to his disciple, and Su Mu was thinking about Wanwan's birthday and wanted Jong Yu to bring a gift back. "Then I will write a letter, and you can bring it to my good disciple. My sister's birthday is coming up soon, so I asked Ayu to bring a gift back to her." He had already bought the things, especially a hairpin from a jewelry store on Zhongzhou Street. He asked Sun Linger to be his advisor, so nothing should go wrong. He also didn't know what special gift to give the girl, and it seemed that the only option was jewelry. Sun Linger boldly guessed that the girl Jong Yu liked should be Miss Su Lu. "I heard that he was rescued by the Su family and stayed in the Su family for half a year. He must have developed feelings for them over time and couldn't forget them. Brother Yu, Miss Su Lu is very kind. Please bring her a gift for me as well." She emphasized the word, "very good," on purpose, took off one of her jade bracelets from her wrist, and handed it to him. The things Sun Linger gave were all her favorite things. The rosewood beads last time and the mutton fat jade bracelet this time were both top-quality items. Jong Yu took the bracelet, called his men over, and asked him to find a box to put the bracelet in and take it away. "Then I'll thank Linger on behalf of Wanwan." He said this. Everyone looked puzzled again, and Su Mu frowned slightly. "Wait, this should be said by him, as the older brother, right? Did this kid reveal his thoughts too obviously? I should be the one to thank Miss Linger on behalf of my Wanwan. I should also thank brother Jong Yu for making this trip." I am sorry for the trouble. Sumu's words sounded like he was disassociating himself from the other party. Generally speaking, the more unfamiliar someone is, the less related they seem. Sun Linga laughed even though she was not being kind, and secretly sighed that Suwon was really lucky to have so many people caring about her. Jong Yu just smiled. The road ahead is long and arduous. So it's her. You are a hidden talent. Good, that's great. No matter how confused Sun Beidou was, he should understand now. The girl Suwon is clever, intelligent, eloquent, good-looking, well-educated, and sensible. She is quite good and seems more real than those daughters of wealthy families. Jong Yu is still wondering. You all have prepared the gifts, but he is still overwhelmed. He looked at Sun Linger and suddenly thought that she seemed to be the same age as Suwon. Both were little girls, so why not ask her? Linger, if someone likes money, what should I give him? Wouldn't it be too vulgar to just give him money? Sun Linger was drinking tea and almost choked when she heard the sound. So, sixth miss like silver? Giving silver as a gift is indeed a bit vulgar, but brother Yu, if someone likes flowers, can you only give her flowers? This really stumped Jong Yu. He chuckled and glanced at Sumu's reaction. Sumu had a blank expression on his face, and nothing could be seen. I didn't say it was the 6th Mississippi, Jong Yu denied it. However, Sun Linger understood that the real owner's biological brother was present. Let me put it this way. I have developed a recipe for jade face cream. I had a heart-to-heart talk with the 6th Miss before. She said that when she opens a shop in the future, she wants to make some skincare cream and goat milk soap to sell together. The recipe for jade face cream was developed by me and improved by my grandfather himself. The effect is several times better than the general beauty cream on the market. You take this recipe to her, and she can make money with it in the future. Isn't it better than you just giving her money? Sure enough, only girls know what girls like. 6th Miss is not an ordinary person. She is not superficial. If you give her money directly, she will probably think that you have a problem with your brain. Sun Linger pointed to her head. Although she didn't spend much time with Suwon, she knew that Suwon was not a superficial person. In this way, Jong Yu's urgent problem was solved. Okay, I won't take it for nothing. I'll give you something in exchange. I'll give you any item you like. Jong Yu doesn't like to get something for nothing, nor does he like to owe favors to others. Sun Linger looked around. She suddenly smiled evilly and looked at her grandfather. Just as she was about to speak, Jong Yu smiled helplessly again and raised his hand and said, Stop, Millennium Ganoderma lucidum, right? I'll find someone to deliver it to you. The old man and the young boy had been longing for his 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum for a long time. This was sent to him by someone asked by the old man in Kyoto. He is so young and full of vigor. Why does he need such a tonic? Before, Sun Beidou had tried various ways to persuade him to swap with him, but he kept him on suspense, thinking that he would need help in the future. This time, he generously agreed. Ha ha ha, he didn't admit it before, but now he admits it. I am very envious of you young people. Sun Beidou pointed at Jong Yu and looked at Jong Yunha. Jong Yunha also smiled and joked. The child has grown up, the child has grown up. Jong Yu, this flower on the mountain, finally fell from the altar. When he met a girl he liked very much, he would act like a little boy. He would not hide his feelings, but express them openly. Jong Yu's face. He concealed it by drinking tea and quietly observed Sumu's reaction. Sumu's face did not look good, and his hand, which was holding the cup too tightly, turned pale. How could he still smile when his own sister was being missed? Jong Yu exposed his inner thoughts without any disguise. But on second thought, since I will have to accept a disgusting guy as my brother-in-law in the future anyway, it would be better if this person is Jong Yu. At least he is reliable, capable, and looks okay. If it were any other random person, he might be even more unacceptable. Although, Jong Yu is only within the range of reluctant acceptance. If it weren't for Jong Yu, he might still be working as a waiter in the pharmacy in that small county town. How could he have the opportunity to follow Master Sun Beidou now? He is not pretentious and just considers it as a favor. Su's mother was thinking about Suwon's birthday, so she went out to buy things for Suwon's birthday the day before. She went to the clothing store and bought 2 sets of summer clothes for Soo-won, both in the little girl's favorite colors. To be honest, this is the first time that my family has properly celebrated our child's birthday. Now that conditions are better, we have to celebrate when it's time to add some joy. A new house should have some homely feel. After running for a month, Soo-won felt uncomfortable all over and went to bed early for several days. I slept until noon, and when I opened my eyes, I was still asleep when I saw 2 new dresses at the head of the bed, one in goose yellow and the other in green. They looked pretty. She didn't know why she had new clothes to wear today. Just as she was thinking about it, Sue's mother came in. She pushed open the door and saw her daughter sitting there in a daze with a disheveled face. "Mom, what day is today? Did you buy this for me?" "That's right, some people even forget their own birthday," Sue's mother joked, holding a basin of hot water in her hand. Soo-won thought about it carefully and pointed at himself with a little hesitation. "Is it my birthday today?" "What? Have you really forgotten? You haven't woken up yet? It seems that you are too tired recently." Sue's mother couldn't help but feel distressed when she thought about her daughter traveling back and forth for her business. It was normal for Soo-won to be unsure, as her birthday was originally in July, and now she knew. U.S. birthday is also today. They were born on the same day. There is no way to ignore it. Hurry up and wash up, put on new clothes, and I'll comb your hair into a beautiful bun. Let's have a wonderful birthday. Sue's mother took her hand and got up. After Soo-won washed up, she let her clean herself up. She wore a green skirt, which looked very fresh. Her long hair was half tied up and half let down, draped behind her head, which made her look gentler. There is no decoration on the head, just a pearl flower of the same color, which is simple and exquisite. After she was dressed up, at first glance, she looked almost the same as when she was at Goo's house before. It was as if she was still that rich girl. Fourth brother also took a day off today to come back and spend her birthday with her. The 3 brothers all prepared birthday gifts for Soo-won. Chen bought her a round fan embroidered with hibiscus and with tassels on the handle. The weather was getting warmer, and almost every woman in Xango prefecture had one, so he went to buy one for Soo-won because he knew she liked hibiscus. Fourth brother gave a box of rouge and spent all his 2-month salary to buy the best rouge from Madame Xie. He also asked Madame Xie which one was most suitable for Soo-won, so that she would not make a mistake. The 5th brother was more special. He bought a small piece of wood from somewhere and carved a small statue of Soo-won with his own hands. Unexpectedly, he was not only an excellent painter, but also an excellent woodcarver. In order to carve out a satisfactory effect, he threw several semi-finished products repeatedly, and blisters appeared on his fingers. He didn't know when it started, but she didn't even notice it. He gave the wood carving to Soo-won. She noticed the blisters on his fingers at a glance. Soo-won's heart tightened, and she took his hand and looked at it carefully. "5th brother, how did your hands become like this?" Soo-yi pulled his hand back, hid it behind his back, and smiled indifferently. "It's okay. It will be fine in a few days. I don't feel any pain." He didn't feel any pain, but Soo-won felt heartbroken. "5th brother, tell me, why are you going through all this trouble? It must have taken a lot of thought, right? I'll help you pop the blisters and then apply some medicine on you." Soo-won was very happy to receive gifts from his 3rd and 4th brothers, but when it came to Soo-yi, the gifts they gave were thrown aside, as Soo-won's attention was attracted by him. Soo-yun saw Soo-won holding Soo-yi's hand and blowing on it very gently. Then he looked at Soo-yi's slightly aggrieved expression, and his back teeth were clattering. "3rd brother, look at him, he is so scheming." Soo-chen was not as angry as Soo-yun, but he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. When Soo-won heard her 4th brother's complaints, she immediately retorted on behalf of her 5th brother. "4th brother, how can you say that? 5th brother did this just to make me happy. It's fine if you don't care about him, but how can you say he is scheming?" Faced with his sister's indignant expression, Soo-yun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood.
I.
"You," he stammered there for a long time, but couldn't find any words to refute. The most important thing was that Soo-yi raised his eyebrows at him provocatively when Soo-won couldn't see, which made him even more crazy.
Good job, Soo-yi.
"We'll see what happens next year." After Soo-yun finished speaking, he crossed his arms and turned around angrily. Soo-won saw them fighting in primary school and felt helpless, so he stepped out to be a peacemaker. I like all the gifts from my brothers very much. You are so thoughtful. I have put on new clothes, but I always feel that something is missing. I just need this round fan from my third brother and this box of rouge from my fourth brother to improve my complexion. When I go out, I will definitely be the most beautiful girl on the street. Soo-won is a master at keeping things in balance. He can coax his brothers into submission with just a few words. That's more like it. Brothers had delivered their gifts. My uncle and his family also came to deliver gifts. Soo-won paid their family a total of 20 taels of silver per month, and the salary would increase in the future. They were not particularly rich, so her aunt sewed 2 sets of undergarments for her to wear to sleep at night. Yang Qingqing embroidered a sachet herself, went to the pharmacy to buy some calming herbs and stuffed it inside, hoping that she would sleep well when she put it next to her pillow at night. The gift may be small, but the sentiment is great. This is the happiest birthday Soo-won has had in all these years. Sue's father was also thinking about Soo-won's birthday today, so he came to Xango yesterday. However, he didn't arrive until the evening, so Soo-won didn't know about it. I didn't see him until I reached the front hall.
Det, Suvan shouted in surprise.
When Mr. Soo heard this, he smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. Oh, my Wanwan is so beautiful today. Dad, why are you here? I'm just thinking about your birthday. This is your first birthday in our house, so of course Dad has to come and accompany you. Soo-won was almost moved to death. This knife of family love was so powerful. It was also during the chat that I learned about some family news. Father Soo said that Jalan from the He family got married a few days ago. She married a scholar from the next village, and her family gave her a dowry of 50 taels. Although they are both daughters, the treatment Jiao Xing and she receive is completely different. It's better to choose a scholar. The He family's dream has not been shattered yet. However, just treat it as a joke and laugh it off. Anyway, I will not have any contact with the He family in the future. Whether their family is good or bad is none of their business. Soo-won had a very happy birthday. The whole family was having a great time. At noon, everyone in the workshop came over. Grain in ear and great heat, the 10 of them congratulated Soo-won together. 10 people stood in a neat row. Mangjong made a gesture, and they shouted in unison, "Congratulations to the young lady on her birthday. May everything go well, and all goes well." They were all good at dealing with things. Soo-won was happy and gave them some rewards, 50 cents each. Sue's mother and aunt also prepared 2 tables of food. Mangjong and her family sat at one table, and Sue's family members sat at another table. While eating, Soo-yun suddenly mentioned that there would be singing, dancing, and magic performances at the Yueman West Tower tonight, which would be very lively, and asked Soo-won to join in the fun in the evening. Anyway, I'm happy. What a coincidence. It's her birthday, and there are activities for her to attend. I might as well go and join in the fun. Besides, the products of Moon over the West Tower are definitely excellent, and it is definitely worth watching them. Okay, then go to shopkeeper Luo and reserve a good seat, so we can join in the fun in the front row. You don't have to tell me. I've already told you that there are so many people here tonight. If you go too late, where will there be any seats? Soo-yun had already given notice a long time ago, so Soo-won didn't need to worry about it at all. He just came to inform her. In the afternoon, Yang Qingqing accompanied Soo-won to go shopping. They bought all kinds of things on the street, and her 3 brothers followed them carrying bags. She bought wasn't expensive, but she was happy, so let her do what she wanted. The money was earned by her, so she could spend it however she wanted. Having been in Xango for such a long time, but never going on a lake cruise, Soo-won suggested going on a boat cruise. However, Soo-yun was traumatized. He almost lost his life because of the boating incident, and he has not yet recovered. Since he refused to get on the boat, Soo-won had no choice but to let the matter go. Finally, it was night, and the Soo family went to Yueman West Tower to watch the performance. Shopkeeper Luo booked a private room on the 2nd floor for them, which was just right for the whole family to sit in and clearly see the performance downstairs. Tea and snacks have been served, and the snacks are the best and most expensive. Date paste cake and lotus root powder cake were all served, and the tea was the best pre-arranged Longjing tea. Fourth brother, did you prepare this in advance? Suwon asked casually. Suyin shook his head. I didn't order anything. I just wanted to reserve the best seat for watching the fun. It might be a gift from shopkeeper Luo. He has always been polite and warm to us. Suyin didn't think so. When he was working in the store, people in the front hall were very polite to him. Although he had to do everything he was supposed to do in the kitchen, no one dared to provoke him. Yes, every time Suwon came, they received her according to the highest etiquette. If she hadn't insisted on giving her money, shopkeeper Luo probably wouldn't have accepted it. After everyone was seated, Suwon pushed open the window of the private room. He wanted to see the scene downstairs, but his sight was uncontrollably captured by a hint of purple. Across the entire lobby, in the private room opposite Suwon's private room, a man in a purple robe seemed to be looking at her and smiling. For a moment, Suwon's heart jumped into his throat. She didn't know what happened to her. The man's face was blurry because of the distance. She wanted to recognize him, but she didn't dare to. It was not until he saw the man get up and leave that Suwon's legs turned around and ran out uncontrollably. Where are you going? Suyin was eating a piece of lotus root cake, and then he saw Suwon walking away without looking back. Chen also looked at Su-yi, and seeing how anxious she was, he decided to follow her to see what was going on. The interior of the moon over the west building is a big circle, similar to the building in the movie Big Fish and Begonia. Suwon kept walking forward while holding up her skirt. There were a lot of people here today, all coming to watch the magic show. She had some difficulty walking forward, and someone accidentally stepped on her foot, causing her to hiss in pain. The person who stepped on her was a young man wearing a moon-white brocade robe. He quickly apologized to Suwon. I'm sorry. Suwon looked down at her feet and saw a dusty shoe print left on her new embroidered shoes. It was nothing serious, and Suwon was not hurt. It's okay. Suwon looked up and said to the man. She didn't take it seriously, but the young man was staring at her in a daze. Before he could say anything else, Suwon had already turned her back, and his outstretched hand froze in place. Suwon turned around and bumped into someone's chest again. She complained in her heart that today was really rough, and she just wanted to confirm whether that person was him. Miss Sulu, how can you walk with your head down? A familiar voice suddenly entered her ears. She covered her forehead, which was hit, and when she looked up, she bumped into a pair of smiling peach eyes. That familiar, handsome face, the purple robe that he loved so much. Who else could it be but Jong Yu? It really was him. Suwon felt a little excited and smiled foolishly. Seeing her laughing so stupidly, Jong Yu also chuckled and actually laughed out loud. Jong Yu reached out to tidy up the messy hair on her forehead. His movements were extremely gentle. Seeing the shoe prints on the toes of her shoes, under the shocked gazes of his two men, he pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve, knelt on one knee in front of Suwon, and used the handkerchief to clean the uppers of her shoes. At that moment, Suwon didn't dare to move. She only knew that her heart was beating so fast that she was almost suffocating. This strange feeling, based on her experience of watching soap operas for so long, undoubtedly meant that she was attracted to someone. And this person is Jong Yu, but he is the second male lead in the book. Okay, it's not dirty anymore. Jong Yu threw the dirty handkerchief he had used to wipe his shoes to the two followers behind him as if nothing had happened. Thank you, Suwon said softly. Jong Yu pretended not to hear clearly, bent down and put his ear closer to her. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. I said thank you. Suwon raised her voice a little, with a serious expression, which was very cute. You're welcome. Jong Yu's tone was very affectionate. After not seeing him for a long time, there was a faint fragrance on his body, which smelled good and made people feel peaceful. That was a smell that belonged only to him. Chen and Su-yi caught up and saw the scene. Jong Yu bent down and got very close to his sister. No one knew what he was saying. Suwon's ears were red, as if they were about to bleed. Fortunately, Suyin was not here, otherwise, with his temper, he would have jumped out like a firecracker on the spot. Just as he was about to step forward, the young man who had stepped on Soo-won before took the initiative to speak. "Miss, I'm really sorry. I accidentally offended you just now. Are you hurt?" Before Soo-won turned around, Jong Yu had already given him a cold look, his face still showing the same gentleness and tenderness as before. Soo-won turned around and saw the man who had stepped on her just now bending down and bowing, apologizing to her. "I'm fine, don't worry about it. Come on, Jong Yu, come sit with me. My mother will be very happy to see you." She didn't even look at the young man carefully, but pulled Jong Yu to see Sue's mother. In fact, she herself didn't even notice the joy in her tone. Soo-won pulled Jong Yu's sleeve and walked away, and saw Soo Chen and Soo Yi standing there with their arms folded, observing secretly. The two brothers even have the same movements, except that one is taller and the other is shorter. Third brother, fifth brother? When Soo-won saw them, he guiltily let go of Jong Yu's sleeve. "I saw you came out alone, and I thought you were doing something. Turns out you're here to pick someone up?" Soo-yi looked at Jong Yu with a fake smile. Jong Yu raised his eyebrows and nonchalantly played with his fingers at the cuff that was wrinkled by Soo-won. The two guards saw this, and one of them came up to help him smooth it out, but he dodged the attempt. "Back off." The two guards looked at each other. They had never seen such a young master before. It was bad enough that he smiled so gently, but he even condescended to polish their shoes. Is this still their cold, aloof and unkind young master? Moreover, the young master, who is usually so clean that he cannot have even a wrinkle on his body, didn't care at all today. Jong Yu didn't take Soo Yi's sarcasm seriously. Soo-won also ignored the young man who apologized to him and took Jong Yu and his two brothers back to his private room. The young man could only look at the girl's back as she walked away with great disappointment. Sue's mother was very surprised at Jong Yu's arrival, and Soo-yeon looked at him in disbelief. He showed up at noon, and there was no noise at all. "Ayu, why are you here?" Sue's mother enthusiastically pulled Jong Yu to sit down. "And I came to Xango to do some business, and came to see you by the way." Jong Yu let Sue's mother pull in to sit next to him and chat with her. My uncle's family didn't know Jong Yu and had never seen him before, but when they saw him dressed so elegantly, they knew he was not an ordinary person. "A Xiao, who is this? Let me introduce you. This is Jong Yu. It was fate that one won, and a move from our family accidentally saved him, and thus they became friends. Yu gets along very well with the other children in my family. He is a very good child. If I were not embarrassed, I would have treated him as my own son." Sue's mother really likes Jong Yu, a child who has a sweet mouth and good looks. Just looking at him makes people happy. However, when she said that she treated him as her own son, Soo-yeon and the others were unhappy and curled their lips. "Mom, you said a few days ago that having too many sons was annoying. Why are you accepting another one now?" Hearing this, Mother Soo glared at her fourth son. "Why do you have so much to say?" Okay, Soo-yeon finally understood that other people's sons are more attractive. "And if you don't mind, I am your biological son, Wonwon. Don't you think so?" He just wanted to act nice and even brought Soo-won into the mix. Soo-won, who was standing aside, was startled by his question.
"Ah?
"You, as long as you are happy." "Oh, I was just joking with you. I was afraid your family would have objections." Sue's mother just treated it as a joke, and Jong Yu did not continue talking. Instead, he asked the servants to take out all the things. "This is the birthday present your second brother asked me to bring you. This is the birthday present Miss Linger asked me to bring you." He gave the two boxes to Soo-won one by one. The second brother gave her a hairpin, and Linger gave her a very beautiful bracelet, which was crystal clear without a trace of impurities. Soo-won liked it very much. After looking at it repeatedly, he put it on his head and hands. When Sue's mother heard the news about her second son, she immediately became excited. "Ayu, how did you meet AMU? I am acquainted with Dr. Sun Beidou. They passed by Zhongzhou and came to see me. When they learned that I was coming to Xiangzhou, Su-mu had always been thinking about Wanwan's birthday, so he asked me to bring her a gift. He had already prepared it in advance. Miss Linger was also there, so he brought her one as well." Jong Yu did not hide anything, but told the truth. "Is he okay?" Sue's mother asked.
He's fine.
Auntie, don't worry. He travels around with divine Dr. Sun, and everything he sees and hears is knowledge. Besides, Elder Sun is highly respected, so he will certainly not treat him badly. I know Mr. Sun won't treat him badly. I'm just worried that he won't get used to being away from home for too long. Su-mu had never traveled far away, and his mother was worried that he would not be able to adapt to the climate there, so she was always worried about him.
Aunt, he's fine.
When I saw him, he had a rosy complexion and was full of energy. He even looked a little fatter. Jong Yu also wanted to reassure Sue's mother that his complexion was indeed rosy, but he was not fat. Jong Yu is a scheming boy. He took out his gift at the very last moment. Before Su-won could react, a brand new wooden box appeared in front of her. Anything else? Su-won was so overwhelmed with gifts today. This is my birthday gift to you. May you always be happy. Su-won seemed to be possessed by a poison tonight. She didn't dare to look Jong Yu in the eye. She took the box and opened it guiltily. She tried several times to open the buckle, but failed. To outsiders, she looked flustered. There was a folded piece of paper inside with words written on it. Su-won looked at Jong Yu in confusion. What's this? Just open it and you'll know. Jong Yu saw her cautious look like a little quail. Unfolding the letter paper, I saw a handwritten calligraphy with flowers on it, which was neat and elegant. This is a recipe with the words Yuyen cream written on the front, and below is the method of making Yuyen cream. This is Linger's homemade formula. Old Sun has improved it himself. The effect is much better than the beauty creams on the market. Didn't you say that you wanted to sell some skincare products when you open a shop in the future? What do you think of this? Jong Yu's skill of borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha is perfect, but he also paid a price, and it was worth it. This was undoubtedly a timely help for Su-won, as she was worried that she didn't have a good formula for a beauty cream. With Dr. Sun's prescription in hand, I don't need to rely on his fame. The effect of this jade face cream alone is convincing enough. Making a fortune in the future will not be a problem. Thinking of this, Su-won suddenly felt hesitant to accept it, as if it were a hot potato. Jong Yu, this is not good. This prescription is too expensive. This is my birthday gift to you. What's wrong with it? You are a birthday guy, and you still care about the person who gave you the birthday gift and what the gift is? It's not like I'm giving it to her for no reason, so why should I be embarrassed to ask for it? Downstairs had already begun. Everyone was crowding at the window to watch the show, except for the two of them whispering in the back. In fact, the formula of this jade face cream was extremely tempting to Su-won, and she shamelessly wanted it.
Then,
when the jade face cream makes a profit in the future, can I give you 10% of the profit? 1%? That much? Jong Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a rising tone, thinking, this heartless girl is quite stingy. The key point is that she still thinks she is very generous. Why, do you think it's too little? Sure enough, Su-won felt that he had given a lot. Not a small amount, not a small amount. Sixth Mrs. Happiness is more important than anything else. Jong Yu started talking strangely again. Can you please speak nicely? Su-won always felt that he was flirting with her intentionally or unintentionally. I remember that he was not like this in the book. Even when facing Gu-yu, he had an indifferent expression, didn't talk much, and was very frugal with his words. Unless it does not involve his interests. Jong Yu laughed again. It had not been half an hour since he met this girl, and she had been making him laugh. The two guards saw it and felt that all the laughter that the young master had accumulated in the past 6 months was used up here. Why don't you tell me why I didn't speak properly? Look at you, you're smiling at me again. What do you look like when you smile? Don't you know what's going on? Which little girl can stand that? Su-won said whatever she wanted to say. Jong Yu didn't expect her to be so straightforward and was a little stunned. Do these little girls include you? He quickly reacted and asked her again, catching her off guard. Of course not, Su-won answered against her conscience, but her flushed face betrayed her. It was good enough that Jong Yu understood it himself. He didn't say anything else, but just smiled to himself, a smile that was full of meaning. Su-won felt uneasy when he looked at her, so she walked to the window to watch the people below performing singing, dancing, and magic tricks. The magic tricks here are nothing special, nothing more than fire-breathing and some crude magic tricks. To the ancients, they are very eye-catching and interesting, but to Su-won, they're just SOSO. She's more interested in the songs and dances. However, when the magic show was over, all the magicians, both men and women, came on stage and said in unison to the private room where Su-won was, "Congratulations to Miss Su-won on her birthday. May everything go well for you. May you be happy every year." This was something no one in the Su family had expected, and Su-won was even more surprised by it. It was obviously Jong Yu's work, because he just said that he hoped she would be happy every year. Su-won turned around and met his gentle gaze. He was holding a cup of tea, and when he noticed the girl was looking at him, he stopped and looked at her with a slight smile on his lips. Su-won felt that Jong Yu was really strange. She didn't understand why he did all this for her. Was it because she had saved his life, or because of something else? Downstairs, shopkeeper Luo suddenly walked to the middle stage and said loudly, "Our young master is in a good mood today. All the guests present here will enjoy free drinks tonight." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into applause, praising the young master of Yu Man-shi Lu for his magnanimity. The magicians left the stage, and it was the turn of the singing and dancing girls to perform, using all their tricks to make today's protagonist happy. After the performance, everyone congratulated Su-won on his birthday. Everyone knows that this was Jong Yu's work. He spent a lot of money to celebrate Su-won's birthday. "Ayu, what are you wasting all this money on? It's such a waste." Su's mother heard manager Luo say that all drinks were free. With so many people here tonight, how much money would they lose? That's right, Ayu, you really shouldn't spend so much money. But this made Su's father and mother very sad. "Dad, Mom, he's willing to spend the money. Why are you worrying? In my opinion, he should spend some money." Su-yun came online and said, in his opinion, Jong Yu's behavior of spreading his peacock tail was just to please his Su-won. If that was the case, he had to show some sincerity. So, he didn't feel sorry at all. "What nonsense are you talking about, kid? You don't feel sorry for your money if it's not spent. Then Jong Yu's money is not money anymore, right?" Su's mother slammed Su-yun on the head, and the fourth child grimaced in pain. "Mom, you're so biased. He is not even one of our family members, yet you are so biased. How can you be like this?" Su-yun covered his head and mouthed, "Hey, Yuri, still talking back. I can't handle you anymore, right? Come here." It was rare to see Su's mother being so tough, so Su-yun quickly hid himself. Only Su-yi smiled and thanked Jong Yu, but that smile looked wrong. "Jong Yu, thank you for your expense. I want to thank you on behalf of my Wan-wan." Jong Yu naturally wanted to hear Su-won tell him in person. If Su-yi had said it, what else would Su-won say? If you want to talk about Su-ishin's thoughts, the key is that he is still smiling, and you should not hit a smiling person. "It's my duty. After all, she saved my life," Jong Yu said, but he said it very seriously to Su-won, and in Su-won's eyes, he seemed to be overthinking. She laughed at herself, laughing at her own self-sentiment. The connection between her and Jong Yu was nothing more than the grace of saving her life. If it was any other girl, he would treat her the same way. Su-won's smile was forced, and her eyes were red, but Su-yun thought she was moved. The singing, dancing, and magic shows had all ended, and the people in the Moonlight West Tower gradually dispersed. Su's mother invited Jong Yu to stay at her home for a while. "Ayu, how many days will you stay in Xango this time? We have guest rooms at home. Why don't you continue to live with us? We have many people at home, and it's lively." Su's mother really likes Jong Yu and is extremely enthusiastic towards him. But this kind of liking is not because she regards him as her son-in-law, but because she really regards him as a very good junior. "If you don't mind, I'd be willing to stay here, but I'll have to stay for a few months. I'm afraid you'll find me annoying." Jong Yu treated Su's mother like a sweet-talking junior and was very respectful. "Why would you dislike it? You've lived here all your life. We don't mind it." Father Su quickly responded, expressing his attitude. Who is capable, good-looking, and polite. Jong Yu was sandwiched between Su's father and mother, getting along with both sides and making the two elders very happy. Soo-won and his three brothers followed behind, each looking thoughtful. Soo-yeon was rolling his eyes. Soo-chun had a helpless expression. Soo-yi had a smile on his face but looked grim, and Soo-won looked like he was worried about something. Soo-yi noticed that she was in a bad mood. She was holding a box tightly in her arms. It was a gift from Jong Yu, but no one knew what it was. Won-won, are you worried? You don't look very happy. Logically speaking, she should be very happy and touched by such a romantic thing. Soo-won heard this and shook his head. No, I'm just tired from playing today. She had been wandering around the streets all day and watched the excitement here until midnight, so she was indeed a little tired. She said that. Soo-yi believed it because he didn't understand Soo-won's current feelings for Jong Yu. In her opinion, Jong Yu was only nice to her because he saved his life, and he was just repaying the favor. He would have done the same no matter who saved him. Moreover, he did not come to Xango specifically for himself. He just came to take a look. In his heart, she was not special. Just like that night, when he saw Gu-yu for the first time, he was attracted by her, and he was looking at her for several seconds. So, even if she was the one who saved him, perhaps he would still become Gu-yu's follower like in the book, and she just changed the fate of the vicious female supporting role as she wished. Thought about it, the sadder she felt. The supporting actresses in TV dramas could never have a CP line with the protagonists. They are also very pitiful, the pitiful reason of not being able to get the love they want. Moreover, she is just one of many vicious female supporting characters, which makes it even more impossible. But all this was just her own fantasy. If Jong Yu could hear her inner voice, he would probably be so angry that he would be helpless. Jong Yu never treated her well just because she saved his life. She was the most special one in his heart, and he came for her. It's just that he is such a proud person that he always has to find excuses for himself. If he knew that his roundabout way of speaking made the girl he liked sad, he would probably punch himself twice. A group of people walked back to Farong Cottage. Yang Qingqing caught up with them, took Soo-won's arm, shook her hand excitedly, and whispered, "Won-won, young Master Jong is so handsome. He is the most handsome young master I have ever seen." Soo-won felt even more upset when he saw her infatuated look on her face. Glancing at the tall and slender figure in front of her, she felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. "Didn't you say last time that my second brother was the most handsome man you had ever seen?" In the darkness of the night, Yang Qingqing did not notice Soo-won's awkward expression or the sourness in his tone. "But now I think Mr. Jiang is more handsome." Yang Qingqing said the truth. "So, do you like him?" Soo-won suddenly looked at her seriously and asked. Yang Qingqing was also confused by her question. "How can I like him when I haven't even talked to him? This is just the first time we've met, and you're already saying you like me. Isn't that nonsense? But won't you be fooled by his appearance?" Soo-won asked again. In the original novel, Jong Yu had so many suitors and little fans. All of them went crazy for him, went wild for him, and banged their heads against the wall for him, all just because they took one look at him. It was inexplicable. Won-won, everyone has a love for beauty. Everyone likes good-looking people or things. Some call it appreciation, some call it liking, but I just admire it at most. Besides, his status as a wealthy and powerful person is not suitable for me. I dare not covet it, but I think he is interested in you. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jong Yu treats Soo-won differently, including Yang Qingqing. Her whole family now lives on Soo-won's protection, so how could she be so tactless as to argue with Soo-won? As they kept pulling, the matter was finally pulled back to himself, but Soo-won also heard a satisfactory answer, and the anger in his heart inexplicably disappeared. "How is that possible? You're overthinking it." Soo-won couldn't control the corners of his mouth and tried to deny it. Yang Qingqing just pursed her lips. Judging from what she saw tonight, it was indeed a little difficult to judge. It was just a feeling. Jong Yu stood at the door of Farong Cottage, looking at the 4 familiar words on the plaque, feeling a little dazed. The name was exactly the same. He almost thought he was back in the villa in Kyoto. Was this house originally called this name, or was it given this name later? Jong Yu asked casually. This was chosen by Soo-won. It sounds nice, right?
Soo-yun answered proudly.
His Soo-won is really talented. It sounds nice. We are in perfect harmony. Jong Yu turned and looked at Soo-won. She was whispering with Yang Ching-ching and didn't hear what he said. Soo-yun didn't understand. What kind of connection did Farong Cottage have with telepathy? The guest rooms in the house were all tidied and clean. Sue's mother let Jong Yu live in the largest bedroom and also arranged rooms for his 2 guards. It was getting late, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest, but Soo-won couldn't sleep. Thinking of those heart-pounding moments, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, it was already noon, but no one called her. The 4th brother went back to Yumengsala to work, and the 5th brother prepared to go out and set up a portrait stall. He prepared drawing paper, brushes of different thicknesses, and various colors of paint. You just need to set up a small stall on the street and start doing business. Soo-won got dressed and came to the front hall. His uncle and his family had already gone to the workshop. Only his mother and father were at home, talking to Jong Yu. Jong Yu is still wearing purple today, but the style is different from yesterday, and the color is slightly lighter. His 2 guards stood at the door like door gods, with serious faces. When Sue's mother saw Soo-won got up, she quickly invited her to eat. You're awake. Mom will bring you food. Come sit down and ask your dad to make you a cup of hot tea. Sue's mother didn't know who told her that drinking a cup of hot tea early in the morning is good for the body. Sue's father obediently poured his daughter a cup of warm tea. After a night, Soo-won was no longer as conflicted as she was yesterday. Everything take its course. If you act too awkwardly, people will suspect you, which makes you seem even more self-indulgent. It's better to just act like good friends. So, she took the initiative to talk to Jong Yu. Jong Yu, did you sleep well in our new home? It's okay. Jong Yu raised his eyebrows and spoke in a natural tone, which made Soo-won feel that he was being sentimental again. Sue's mother quickly brought hot meals and dishes. Soo-won sat alone at the table and ate happily. 3 pairs of eyes were looking at her, and the emotion in each pair of eyes was different. There are loving ones, there are comforting ones, there are gentle ones. Sue's mother is kind, and Sue's father feels relieved because he thinks his daughter is well-behaved and knows how to sit and eat. Jong Yu thought that this girl was so cute even when she was eating. Even if you take small sips, you can still fill your cheeks up. Soo-won tried her best to ignore his gaze. She saw him looking at her out of the corner of her eye, but she didn't dare to look up and meet his gaze. Just at this moment, Soo-chun and Soo-yi arrived, bringing with them a lot of equipment. Wan, I'm going to set up a portrait stall on the street today. Do you want to go with me? Soo-yi's first day setting up the stall was of great significance, and he wanted Soo-won to be there and participate. Soo-chun was carrying a table, which he would use when he painted his portrait on the street, but he was still short of 2 chairs. Go, of course you have to go. Jong Yu, are you going? Soo-won called Jong Yu subconsciously. Her heart told her to control herself, but her brain didn't give her a chance to think. She regretted it after she said it. She wanted to ignore it, but also didn't want to ignore it. It turned out that the feeling of liking someone was so contradictory. Soo-yi was smiling sincerely at first, but when he heard Soo-won remember to call Jong Yu, his smile quickly faded. But he didn't say anything in the end, but the emotions in his eyes were deep and well hidden. Go, of course, I have to go. Jong Yu closed the folding fan in his hand, then stood up and straightened the wrinkles on his robe. She invited me personally. How could I let her down? Soo-chin was not polite either. Seeing that he agreed to go, he started to order him around. That's great. Please help me move 2 chairs. Jong Yu didn't say anything more and just picked up a chair with both hands. His 2 guards came forward to help. Young master, let's do it. Before Jong Yu could say anything, Soo-yi spoke. It's not good to go with so many people. You are all carrying weapons. Who would dare to come and draw the portrait? His worry was not without reason. The 2 guards were carrying swords, so who would dare to get close to them? We have to protect the young master closely and cannot leave. The 2 guards looked determined, as if they were ready to join the party. Before, Jong Yu had no one with him. So he was ambushed, isolated and helpless, and almost lost his life. Therefore, they did not dare to let Jong Yu out of their sight. Okay, you don't need to follow me here. Go find Feng Ying and the others. No one in Xiangzhou City dares to fight me. Jong Yu had the confidence because Xiangzhou was under his control and he had an omnipotent hand. Those people did not dare to fall into his trap and risk being exposed in order to kill him. But young master, my words are of no use? Jong Yu's eyebrows darkened and his anger leaked out. The two guards looked conflicted and could only watch as the young master carried the two chairs away. Suwon kept looking back as she walked, and the expressions of the two guards looked as if they had eaten a fly, which was very funny. This guy, why does he have two faces? He looks easy to get along with, but he is so cruel to his subordinates. After leaving the house, I came to the busiest street, found a suitable location, and set up the stall. Handsome men and beautiful women quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. Sui wrote a sentence on a piece of paper. Portrait, 50 cents per piece. There are a few big, neat characters, but for some reason they feel unoriginal. So, Suwon wanted to add another sentence to it, but when he picked up the pen, he thought about those few clumsy words he had written and was afraid that it would lower the grade even more. Fifth brother, can you add one more sentence? If it doesn't look good, no money. How about that? Sui didn't understand what Suwon meant, but he didn't say anything and added these words. After the stall was officially set up, many people came to watch, but they just took a look and left. No one was willing to pay to join in the fun. Jong Yu bought an umbrella from somewhere and used it to block the sun. He stood beside Suwon as if nothing had happened, with most of the umbrella tilted toward her. Won was worried about his fifth brother's business and had no time to think about anything else. When she saw him holding an umbrella for her, she just said thank you and nothing else. Jong Yu sneered silently. What a heartless guy, always saying thank you. Old fifth, could it be that the price you offered is too high? Chen guessed that this was the reason. 50 cents for a portrait was a bit too much, and he would not be interested even if it were him. However, Sui felt that he had asked too little, and he believed that his paintings were worth more than that. He was setting up the stall purely in the manner of Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting for those who are willing to take the bait. This street is very busy, with so many people coming and going, there will always be people who stop and are interested. He was able to sit still, quietly sitting in a chair and waiting. There was a tea stall next to it, so Jong Yu simply ordered 2 pots of tea. In May, it is easy to sweat if you stay in the sun for a long time. The 4 of them waited on the street for a long time, but the shop didn't open yet, and Suwon couldn't sit still anymore. She simply thought of an idea. Everyone was unwilling to paint because they did not trust Suyi's painting skills. What if she asked him to paint on the spot and show them? She just couldn't believe that with fifth brother's skills being so good, there would be no one who wouldn't be attracted to him. So, Suwon asked Sui to draw a picture for him first. Fifth brother, you have nothing to do anyway. Why don't you draw me? I'd be happy to be your first customer. Suwon counted out 50 coins from her pocket and put them on the table. She said she wanted to be the first customer, so Sui naturally couldn't refuse. He smiled and nodded. Please take a seat, distinguished guest. Sui made a gesture of invitation. The chair had been in the sun for a long time and was a little hot on the butt, so Suwon sat there and drew him obediently. Seeing that the sun was so bright, Jong handed the umbrella to her. Hold an umbrella, it will be more artistic. This was a good reason, and Suwon couldn't refuse. However, her method really worked. When she sat there, passers-by on the street would stop and watch, seeing that there was a sucker who was willing to spend 50 cents to have his photo taken. In 2s and 3s, watching him sketch every stroke very carefully. Once Sui gets serious, he becomes oblivious to the world outside, and his mind and eyes are filled with the world of creation. At the beginning, no one really held out much hope. They just watched for fun, but after watching for a while, they realized something was wrong. This kid looked young, but his painting skills were pretty good. His lines were smooth and there were almost no pauses, and the facial features he drew were very lifelike, and the charm could be seen even before the coloring. It is even more amazing in the later part, because he even draws each hair and eyelash clearly. Soo-won's appearance came to life on the paper, exactly 8 points similar. As for the remaining 2 points, it can only be said that Soo-yi was not a camera and still could not replicate the real feeling. After all the colors were added one by one, they discovered that Soo-yi had an excellent grasp of colors and could even adjust people's skin color. Soo-won was born beautiful, like a living spokesperson. When the finished painting was received, everyone began to praise it. It looks like it, they are exactly the same, it's amazing. Yes, this is the first time I have seen such an amazing portrait. This person's painting skills are amazing. Soo-yi put down his pen. Everyone was already eager to make a move, just waiting for someone to set a precedent. Soo-chun was always by his side holding an umbrella for him to prevent him from being exposed to the sun. An old woman with a cane walked out of the crowd, went around to Soo-yi's table and took out 50 cents. "Young man, please draw a picture for me. I am over 70 years old, and I don't have many years left to live. I want to leave some memories for my sons." The old woman was dressed in ordinary clothes and should not be from a wealthy family, but her thoughts were like those of some modern rural elderly people. When they get old, they like to worry about things after their death, such as buying burial clothes, making a coffin, taking photos, etc. There was no such technology in ancient times, so once a person died, they were dead, and her appearance would gradually be forgotten by future generations. There is a saying that goes, "Death is not eternal extinction, but oblivion is." Western mythology says that after death, people go to another paradise. When you are completely forgotten by the people in this world, you will disappear completely, losing your memory and all traces of your existence. Soo-yi nodded, asked Soo-chun to put the money away, and started his second creation of the day. Some idle and nosy people actually ordered tea and drank melon seeds at the tea shop nearby and started to crack them, and would go over to take a look from time to time. The sun was so strong that the third brother held an umbrella for the fifth brother, but beads of sweat still appeared on the fifth brother's forehead. He kept wiping them with a handkerchief for fear that they would drip onto the drawing paper. Soo-won thought, it's not okay to set up the stall like this. The dog days of summer are coming soon, and if this continues, won't he get heatstroke? Soo-won thought that he should find a cool and lively place, at least out of the sun. Jong Yu knew what she was thinking, so he booked an entire table in the tea stall. Let Soo-yi paint in the tea shed. It's a little cooler here, and there's tea to quench your thirst. Soo-won secretly sighed that Jong Yu was so thoughtful, but Soo-yi hadn't finished his painting yet, so she didn't disturb him. Around him, all of them had paid and were waiting to be painted. There were about a dozen people in line, so it would probably take a whole day to paint. Moreover, he has to set aside time to eat 3 meals and take a rest. Otherwise, who can bear to work from morning to night all day? Only after the portrait of the old woman was finished did Soo-won go over to call them. The old woman was very satisfied holding her own portrait, because Soo-yi's painting was very vivid and lifelike. Even the hair was painted so realistically. "Thank you very much. Thank you very much." She was very happy and kept blowing on the paper, trying to dry the ink and paint. Then she folded it neatly and put it in her arms. "Fifth brother, come in and paint here, it's cool here." Soo-yi raised his eyes, sweat streaked across his eyes, and he wiped them with a handkerchief. The sun was indeed getting brighter. Soo-chun moved the things into the tea shed. Soo-won poured him some tea and gave him 2 snacks. Soo-yi rested for a while and then continued to paint. Because Soo-yi had his portrait painted here, the business of the tea stall improved. While everyone was waiting, they couldn't just stand there stupidly, so they drank tea in the tea stall and waited. The tea stall owner was grinning so hard that he couldn't stop smiling, and Soo-won took the opportunity to talk to him about something. She quietly walked up to the busy tea stall owner. "Boss, I want to discuss something with you." The boss turned around when he heard the voice and saw it was Soo-won. Then he started laughing. "Miss, what's the matter? From now on, my fifth brother will set up a stall and paint in your tea shed for a long time. We can give you rent. Besides, with my fifth brother here, your business will be much better. What do you think?" Soo-won said frankly, without saying any more nonsense. The boss took a look at the business of the tea stall and smiled with wrinkles all over his face. "This is naturally not a problem, Su-yi is his god of wealth here. It's easy to talk about. As long as you are willing, I have no objection. Su-won knew that he would agree, so he discussed the rent with him. 5 taels of silver a month to rent a table, and tea is also included. Noon, Su-won prepared lunch for him, and the 4 of them ate in the tea house. After eating, Su-yi continued to paint. 3 people accompanied him for a whole day, and he earned about 10 taels of silver. Not to mention, it's quite easy for Su-yi to make money. He estimates that he can make a few hundred taels at least in this month. It won't be long before 5th brother becomes rich too. However, there is still no news from my eldest brother. Logically, the results of the imperial examination should have been announced. For my brother to pass the exam, we just need to wait for good news from him. Su-yi's first day of setting up the stall ended perfectly, and he made considerable profits. Su-won could tell that Su-yi was in a particularly good mood today. Although the 5th brother was always smiling, it always looked a little fake. Only at this moment was he sincere, not like a fake person wearing a mask. Su-won stayed outside for the entire day, without going home. Although he didn't do anything, he was very tired and fell asleep as soon as he fell into bed. She thought that the goat milk soap business had stabilized for the time being, and next Su-won would have to find time to go back to Xango to trade her honey. It just so happened that Su's father had also been in Xango for a few days and had to go home. He heard that the pepper trees at home were growing well and would probably bear peppers soon. Comes, I will save some seeds and buy a few acres of land to plant peppers. The peppers grow, those that need to be ground can be ground, and those that need to be pickled can be pickled. All of them are stored and can be used by 4th brother when he opens a restaurant in the future. Early in the morning, Su's father asked Chen to harness the carriage to take him back, and Su-won went with him. Jong Yu insisted on following and even packed his bag. He said that he hadn't been back to Xango for a long time and missed it very much, so he wanted to go back and take a look. He wanted to go, and Su-won couldn't stop him, so he could only let him go. Along the way, there were green mountains and clear waters and beautiful scenery. Su-won lay on the window of the carriage, looking at the natural scenery outside the window, feeling emotional. The fresh air makes people feel relaxed and happy. I got home in the evening. The yard was very clean. In the small flower plot in the backyard, some flower seedlings had grown as tall as my calves and were growing stronger and stronger. They were no longer like tender sprouts. The roses have also grown vines that are climbing upwards vigorously, and beautiful flowers will soon grow. In the village, there is a large field of rapeseed flowers. The flowers cannot bloom all at once. Only some of them have bloomed, but there are many sweet clover blooming in patches on the edge of the field. After Su-won came back, he started drawing the blueprints of beehives and prepared to have a carpenter build a dozen beehives and place them on the ground to attract bees to build nests. The bees that collect honey are small bees. They will not sting people. They will live in places with many flowers, and when autumn comes, they will dry out honey. Su-won couldn't just let all his flower land go to waste. If he was planting such a large area of flowers, he had to make the best use of it. The bees get used to this place, they will build nests and produce honey here every year, and we will have natural honey to eat every year. Be used to make tea or mixed into medicine to enhance the beauty effect. This beehive is easy to make. A carpenter in the village can make a dozen in a few days. Jiang Sheng and Jiao Xing have taken good care of the flower fields, and some of the flowers that came this season have begun to grow buds. When they have nothing to do, the couple will help weed the Su family's rice fields and help Su's father clean the yard. Jiang Sheng saw that Su's father's water tank was empty. She would take the initiative to fill it up with water, making the monthly salary that Su-won gave to their family worthwhile. In the fields are in bloom, and the roses will soon be in bloom. When they bloom, they will be bright red and cover the entire shed. It will be beautiful. Su-won came to inspect the fields. The flowers he planted and some wild flowers blooming in spring mixed together. The fragrance was overwhelming. Su-won came to inspect the fields, and Jong Yu followed her silently. Many beautiful butterflies were flying around, and from time to time a few bees could be seen, either flying or staying on the flowers. Su-won saw that the jasmine was growing very well, with lush green leaves. Jasmine is also in bloom, and the flowering period lasts until August. There were many flower buds that had not yet opened, wrapped in leaves. Soo-won lowered his head to smell them and could still smell the pleasant fragrance of jasmine. She couldn't help but smile comfortably. "Do you like jasmine very much?" Jong Yu asked. He remembered that her favorite flower was hibiscus, wasn't it? "Well, I really like the scent of jasmine. Don't you think jasmine smells really good?" "In my opinion, of all flowers, I think jasmine smells the best,"
Soo-won replied.
"So, which one do you like better, hibiscus or jasmine?" Jong Yu wanted to hear her answer. "Hibiscus, if I have to choose, I would definitely choose hibiscus, but jasmine is not bad either. Perhaps compared with roses and peonies, it is really too ordinary, but its fragrance can make people feel comfortable and peaceful. They often bloom in the middle of the night, and the fragrance will quietly pass through the window and into the nose of the sleeping person, allowing people to sleep well all night. It is selfless, not competitive, not showing off, and not revealing. People love its fragrance but are unwilling to be ordinary like it. I am the same, unwilling to be ordinary, but do you know what the flower language of hibiscus is?" Jong Yu had never thought about the language of flowers. He only knew that each flower had a different character. "My mother once said that hibiscus represents elegance, purity, and nobility. Although it is not as elegant as peony, it is beautiful in its own way. Because my mother loves hibiscus, I also love hibiscus the most because I think my mother is such a woman." Jong Yu thought of his mother. A trace of sadness flashed across his face, and he pretended to smile meaninglessly. "But I love hibiscus, not because it is noble and elegant, but because there is a flower language of hibiscus, saying that it represents the purest love. As for me, although I am not willing to be ordinary and do not want to live a dull life, I also want to live a spectacular life. I may be careless about other things, but not about feelings. I require my future partner to have feelings for me that are like the flower language of hibiscus, without any impurities." Soo-won suddenly stood face to face with him, spoke these words word by word, and looked directly into his eyes. At that moment, she felt a surge of courage in her heart. After she said these words, she herself didn't understand why she said them.
Can he understand?
Jong Yu understood, and although he seemed calm, his heart was in turmoil. His hands behind his back were clenched with excitement and turned white. "Why don't you tell me in detail what your future significant other is like?" The two of them talking to each other. Soo-won turned her back again and took a deep breath. Fortunately, she had just blocked it. She thought that her performance should be relatively natural. "Do you mean inner character or outward appearance?" "I want to hear them all." Jong Yu-tsai didn't make any choices. He wanted to know everything. Soo-won pretended to think, then began to describe. "The person I will spend my life with must not be too ugly, at least not worse than my brothers. Also, he must not be too short, otherwise he will look unreliable. If he encounters any danger, I will have to protect him, which will be boring. He must not be too thin or too fat. It would be best if he knows some martial arts and has to have some money. I want to be a big boss in the future, and my brothers are all going to be successful. If he is poorer than me, wouldn't it be a mismatch? As for character, he must have a correct outlook on life, be able to distinguish right from wrong, and if some inconsiderate girls act weak in front of him and frame others, he must stand by my side at the first opportunity and expose them harshly. He must only have me in his eyes and always think that I am the most beautiful. He must unconditionally honor my parents, respect my elder brothers, and learn to obey the rules. That's all for now." Soo-won listed a lot of things and even counted his fingers one by one before he finished stating his request, but it was still temporary. Jong Yu nodded as she spoke, because he was in line with everything she said and could do it all. That is, he didn't quite understand the last sentence about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Isn't this sentence meant for women? Although he never recognized the constraints of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues on women, he was also curious about what Soo-won was referring to. 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Jong Yu looked puzzled. When Soo-won saw his puzzled face, she naturally wanted to answer his questions. "For me, the so-called 3 obediences and 4 things are Obey my orders, obey my anger, and follow me when I go out. These are the 3 obediences. I have to wait while I put on my makeup, I have to endure my anger, I have to be willing to spend money, and I have to remember to discipline. These are the 4 things. Soo-won proudly spoke of her 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and Jong Yu smiled unkindly. His little girl is indeed different from others. She is the most unique and so cute. He accepted the 3 obediences and 4 gains. What? Do you think I'm daydreaming? Soo-won thought he was making fun of her for being unrealistic. Jong Yu opened his fan and fanned himself, saying with a smile, "You being ridiculous. Am I that kind of person? Aren't these the qualities that a qualified husband must possess? Is any of that too much? I can do it anyway." Jong Yu said it so easily, and it seemed that he was not just simply agreeing with Soo-won, but really believed it. That's great. Your future wife will be so lucky.
Soo-won said.
Jong Yu's future wife is tired of saying that she envies him. In fact, didn't she realize that these rules she set were tailor-made for the person in her heart? It seems that the requirements are high, but that person can meet them. Then this blessing is given to you. Do you want it? Jong Yu suddenly approached Soo-won, bent down and spoke to her, so close that his breath could spray on her face. Soo-won got goosebumps all over his body and kept leaning back. "I'm still young," she stammered for a long time, but finally couldn't bear it anymore and blurted out these words, then ran away, leaving a distance of several meters between her and him. Jong Yu looked at the empty ground in front of him and smiled helplessly. Yes, she is still young. The atmosphere was silent for a long time. Soo-won no longer had the heart to look at the flowers. She walked in the fields, feeling heavy-hearted and repeatedly thinking about the meaning of his words. At this time, Jong Yu spoke again. "Don't you want to ask me what my ideal partner is like?"
What is it like?
Soo-won wanted to ask, but she couldn't find a way to start. Now that he said it himself, it actually helped her. "The girl I like must be different from the others, with a sweet smile, soft words, filial piety, intelligence, and beauty. She is as meticulous as a hare and has a kind heart. She is like the brightest star in the sky and the gentlest wind in the mountains. No one can replace her, and no one can compare to her. By the way, she must be good at business because I like girls who can make money." Jong Yu's hint was obvious enough. Even a fool like Soo-won could have heard it, and Jong Yu almost called out her name. She was excited and nervous, but was she really as good as he said? Or is she just being overly sentimental again? There are many girls in this world who can make money. You have to take your time to choose. She deliberately joked, making Jong Yu very helpless. Yes, there are too many girls in the world who can make money, but I probably only like the one with the sweetest smile. There are so many people who smile sweetly, and there are always mountains higher than the other. Soo-won continued to make fun of him. Jong Yu really couldn't do anything about her. This girl did it on purpose. He stopped talking, and Soo-won felt lost again. He pulled a piece of dogtail grass to play with it in annoyance. Holding the dogtail grass, she recalled last year, when Jong Yu also liked to hold it in his mouth, looking nonchalant. If it were an ordinary person, this kind of image would only make people feel disgusted, but he could do it so well, like a gentleman with a bad character. When they reached the main road, a white dog passed by them, wagging its tail and looking very happy. Soo-won suddenly thought of her cat Wonkai. If nothing had happened, he would probably be this big too. When I turned around, I found that Jong Yu was also looking at the dog, and he even started laughing as he looked at it. Soo-won suddenly wanted to tease him. She stood there waiting for him, looking at him with a smile. Jong Yu felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Soo-won waved to him, and he walked towards her. "What's wrong? What do you want to do now?" Looking at her expression, Jong Yu knew that she had bad intentions, but he was willing to take the bait. "Look down, there's dirt on your face." Jong Yu lowered her head obediently, and she scratched her chin with her hand and said, "That's good." She teased him like a puppy and looked at him with a smug look on her face. "Good little dog, I was just kidding you, there is nothing dirty on your face." After Soo-won's provocation, he wanted to withdraw his hand and run away. Her hand back, Jong Yu grabbed her wrist, and she failed to escape. Jong Yu's eyes were filled with storms again, reflecting Su-won's face clearly, with forbearance and excitement. In short, his eyes were not innocent. I was wrong. If you don't like it, I will never do this again. Su-won thought that he was treated like a puppy, and he was unhappy and angry. As a result, Jong Yu grabbed her hand, rubbed the back of her hand gently with his chin, and said seriously, I'll wait for you to grow up. She is still young now, and he has some feelings, but he can only try his best to suppress them, not wanting to scare her. Because he was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to control himself and would want to kiss her. Wouldn't that make him a beast? Starting from emotion and ending with courtesy, Jong Yu let go of her hand and walked away first. Su-won stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Jong Yu in front of her turned around and called her. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. He calmed down quickly, and after the flirting, it was as if nothing had happened. Only Su-won was repeatedly brainwashed by the words, wait until you grow up. What does he mean? Is he dissatisfied with his youth? However, this body of hers was indeed still young, only 14 years old, and Jong Yu was 5 years older than her. A few days later, more than a dozen beehives were delivered to the Su family. Su-won placed 2 of the beehives in the back garden and placed the rest in a shed in the flower field for collective feeding. If you are successful in attracting bees, consider adding more beehives. However, there are some tricks to attracting bees. After the beehive is made, it needs to be roasted and smoked over a fire to dilute the smell of people inside. Su-won had gone to inquire about beekeeping families a long time ago. Honey had not yet become popular in this dynasty, so honey was not circulated on the market. The only honey nests that exist are those found in the wild. After tasting them, some people found that they are sweet and the honey inside is especially good for the human body. Therefore, some people in Jean State went up the mountains specifically to look for this wild honey. However, this kind of wild honey is very expensive on the market and is only supplied to the nobility. Only people with status or wealth can afford it. However, wild honey is rare. Most of it is purchased by the royal family, and a small portion is in the homes of princes and nobles. The amount that can be circulated on the market is also extremely expensive. Su-won boiled some sugar water and smeared it inside the beehive, which was the key to attracting bees. Originally, the best wax is the one used on the beehive, but this thing is hard to find. Su-won learned from a video in modern times that some large beekeepers use sugar directly to raise bees. Honey raised with sugar is naturally not as authentic as the honey made by the bees themselves, but it is enough to attract bees. There are already many bees in the flower fields, flying around stealthily. This season is the time for bees to divide their cells, and they need to find a suitable place to build a hive. These sneaky bees are the scout bees sent out by the large group. Su-won called his third brother, Jong Yu, and Jong Sheng and his wife, and the group of people went to the fields to catch a lot of scout bees. They put them into the beehives in batches to let them get familiar with the environment. The smell of the hive inside will make them relax their vigilance and choose this location as a hive. Moreover, there are flowers everywhere nearby, and they like places like this. Let the scout bees go in to familiarize themselves with the environment, and then release them after a cup of tea. Once they are familiar with the environment, they will go back to notify the main group to move. When Su-won went to check the next day, he found that most of the beehives were already full of bees. A small number of them had less, but there were still bees in them. This indicated that the bee luring was successful, and they just had to wait for the bees to collect honey in the future. Mr. and Mrs. Jong have been learning all the time. Su-won has ordered more than 20 beehives and plans to fill the flower fields with them. These bees will also be taken care of by Mr. and Mrs. Jong in the future. Take care of the beehives, remove the dead bees in time, and prevent birds from attacking the bees. In short, they will have work to do in the future. Su-won has already taught him how to attract bees, and will let them take care of the next 20 beehives themselves. She will come back to check on the situation 2 months later. The most urgent thing is to rush back to Xango to do something. Counting the days, the war will break out on the border in 2 months. By then, hundreds of thousands of troops will need a lot of money and food to feed them. Taxes after autumn will double, and the price of food will rise. Ordinary people will have to pay taxes, and they can only take food if they don't have silver. But if the tax rate doubles, people will have to pay the food but will have nothing to eat, and will have to go to the market to buy it. Since ancient times, the world has been unstable, and the people have suffered the most. She had to go back and stockpile as much food as possible at home before the price of food went up. This war will last for several years, and it will only get more and more chaotic. The Shuanhe River basin has been suffering from constant floods, and the harvest has already been barren. By then, the price of food will increase, so we should make plans in advance. It stands to reason that war should not be waged in a year of disaster, but the border kept provoking, and seeing that the situation in Jin State was not good, they had already assembled hundreds of thousands of troops, so they had to fight. After staying at home for several days, Su Wan, Su Chen, and Jong Yu prepared to return to Xiangzhou Prefecture. Su Wan had to go back to buy food, and she had to do it secretly. Otherwise, if everyone knew that she was preparing for a rainy day and secretly hoarding food, wouldn't it easily cause misunderstanding? It was too far-fetched for her to know about the border war and the increase in food prices without hearing any rumors in Xiangzhou. We set out in the morning, the sky was foggy, and it looked like it was going to rain. Father Su was reluctant to let his daughter go. Who doesn't want to stay with their family forever? After the rice at home is harvested, he can go to Xiangzhou to reunite with his family. He got up early in the morning to make pancakes and steamed buns for them to eat on the road. The journey was so long and there was no place to eat on the road, so they couldn't let them starve. Wan, save these for the journey. Don't go hungry. It can be seen that Father Su was reluctant to leave them. Before Su Wan left, he gave him a big hug. Dad, we are waiting for you to reunite in Xiangzhou. The word, Daddy, sounded so sweet that it melted Father Su's heart. Okay, you have to take good care of yourself in Xiangzhou, don't get sick, and remember to eat no matter how busy you are. Chen, protect your sister, do you hear me? Father Su looked loving when facing his daughter, but looked serious when facing his son. Su Chen was helpless and shrugged his shoulders. I know. I will take good care of Wan even if you don't tell me. Only then did Father Su nod in satisfaction and look at Jong Yu again. Ayu, when you get to Xiangzhou, you can have fun, eat, and live in our house as long as you want. Jong Yu bowed to him. Don't worry, uncle. I won't be polite. The carriage set off. The road out of the village had a bumpy section. Su Chen was driving outside, and Jong Yu was also outside with him. Su Wan stayed in the carriage alone. As soon as she got in the carriage, she felt sleepy. The swaying feeling was very hypnotic. In modern times, if she sits in a car for more than an hour, she will feel sleepy and cannot resist the sleepiness. The weather is not very good today. The leaves are rustling in the mountain wind, and swallows are flying low. It seems that it is going to rain. Seeing that the weather was bad, Su Chen told Jong Yu to find a place to shelter from the rain first, and not to rush on their journey, because safety was the most important thing. Jong Yu is fine. It's okay for two grown men like them, but there's a pretty girl inside. He opened the door and looked inside. The girl was lying on the window, resting her head on her arms, her mouth slightly open, sleeping soundly. Su Chen also took a look and smiled lovingly. Wan tends to fall asleep when she sits in a carriage. Su Chen gradually slowed down the speed of the carriage, wanting to let his sister sleep more comfortably, but the wind outside the carriage was already carrying raindrops that hit people's faces. Ayu, you go in first, I'll be there outside. He had been with him for most of the day, so Su Chen let him get into the carriage. Jong Yu nodded. Since he didn't have the chance to be alone with Su Wan, he certainly wouldn't refuse and got into the carriage swiftly. Su Wan was still sleeping. A few drops of rain from the window hit her face, and her little face wrinkled. Jong Yu took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and carefully wiped the rain off her face. It was quite tiring to sleep in this position. Su Wan's arms were numb from sleeping on the pillow, and her neck was sore. Jong Yu had just pulled his hand back when Su Wan woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw him sitting opposite her, smiling at her. Are you awake? It's raining outside. Su Wan covered his neck and squinted at the sky outside. As soon as Jong Yu finished speaking, several thunders sounded and heavy rain poured down. Third brother, come in and take shelter from the rain. She first thought of her brother and knocked on the carriage door. Chen was driving outside. It was too dark, the rain was too heavy, and the wind was too strong. He did not see clearly that there was a big hole in front of him. By the time he saw it, it was too late. Both wheels of the carriage were stuck in the hole. Suwon lost his balance and was almost thrown out of the window. Jong Yu grabbed her arm and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. He protected her head with his hands and pressed it against his chest. The nose was instantly filled with the smell of Jong Yu, and the senses were completely filled. "Are you okay? Sit tight, I'll go out and take a look." He lifted her off his body with both hands and made her sit beside him, all in one smooth motion. Everyone in Suwon was stunned, their hearts beating so fast that they were almost suffocating. Jong Yu came out of the carriage. Half of Chen's body was wet by the rain. He looked at Jong Yu helplessly. Half of the carriage was stuck in the pit. "I didn't notice. The wheel fell inside. Where's Wan? Was she not hit?" "She's fine, don't worry." Jong Yu took a look at the big pit. In just a short while, it was filled with mud and water, which showed how strong the wind and rain were, with just the strength of him and Chen. So he looked up at the sky and blew a loud whistle with his hand. Not long after, a saker falcon circled in the sky, making a loud cry as if responding to Jong Yu. "Okay, let's go in and take shelter from the rain. Someone will come to help us soon." He had already asked Hai Dongqing to notify his secret guards, who were following not far behind him and would catch up soon. Chen nodded, and they both got back into the carriage. Chen was soaked, not even his hair was spared. Jong Yu had only been out for a short while, but his light purple robe had been turned dark by the rain. Suwon handed them the bags and asked them to change into dry clothes. "You two should change quickly, or you'll catch a cold. I'll change it later until they get here." Jong Yu would have to go down and push the carriage in a while, and would have to get wet in the rain again, so there was no rush to change. Suwon knew that Jong Yu couldn't have gone without someone following him. It was just that they were hiding in the dark and didn't show up, probably because they were afraid of affecting them. In just a cup of tea's time, the sound of hurried horse hooves was heard behind him, and 6 secret guards on horseback came. They were wearing straw raincoats, straw hats, and had swords on their waists, just like the chivalrous knights in TV dramas. They saw the carriage stuck in the pit and all dismounted and gathered around. Jong Yu and Chen had also jumped off the carriage, letting the rain hit them. Secret guard tried to take off his raincoat, but was stopped by Jong Yu. "No, get to work and lift the carriage up. Or, I'd better come down. I'll just add to the burden if I stay up there." Suwon felt that he could neither help nor cause trouble. "You stay up there, don't come down, and get wet. I have thick skin and flesh, so I won't catch a cold. Hold on tight inside, don't fall." Chen dotes on his sister very much, so how could he bear to let her get out of the car and get wet in the rain? "Girl, even if there are 3 of you, we can still lift you up."
Come on, sit down.
One of Jong Yu's secret guards spoke, but was given a sidelong glance by his master, and another secret guard hit the speaking guard with his elbow. "I thought you are courting death by stealing the young master's lines." With the combined efforts of 8 people, the carriage was quickly lifted up, and the tilted carriage became stable. It can be said that his sense of security is overflowing. Suwon always feels that with Jong Yu around, many things have become reliable. Chen and Jong Yu were soaked like drowned rats, with not a single dry spot on their bodies. To be honest, if Jong Yu hadn't followed them this time, they would have been trapped here. The person driving outside turned out to be Jong Yu's man. Chen and he both sat back in the car, their bodies covered in water stains. Suwon handed them the clothes and asked them to change. However, the carriage was so small that she had to avoid suspicion, and it was raining heavily outside. Wan, don't worry, you can go back and change it." Chen knew it was inconvenient, so he just let it stay wet. He didn't care anyway because he was tough.
How can that be?
"You will catch a cold. Change quickly. I won't peek." Suwon covered his eyes. He looked so obedient, although Chen still felt it was weird. It was just inappropriate. His own sister was in the car, and he couldn't change clothes calmly here. "Then I'll cover my eyes, is that okay?" Soo-won covered his face with his bag, and Soo-chun and Jong Yu smiled unkindly. Soo-chun took her bag away and said jokingly, "Aren't you afraid of holding yourself back? It's okay, Won-won. The weather isn't cold, so you won't catch a cold. Moreover, he and Jong Yu are both martial artists. How could they get sick so easily?" The rain was so heavy that the road was full of potholes and difficult to walk on. We had to find a place to take shelter from the rain while we looked ahead. Jong Yu's secret guards found a cave nearby, where they rested for a while until the rain stopped, and then continued to rush back to Xango Prefecture. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the cave. A fire had been lit inside. Soo-won got off the carriage and went in to take shelter from the rain. Jong Yu and Soo-chun changed their clothes inside and cleaned the carriage. The secret guards took out dried meat and wine from somewhere, roasted them, and gave them to Soo-won to eat. "Girl, have some dried meat to fill your stomach. There's some wine here." Soo-chun also took some water and pancakes from the carriage. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw Soo-won holding a piece of dried meat and chewing it hard. The dried meat was very hard and had a bland taste. They often ate this to fill their stomachs when they were out and about. Soo-won was very considerate and finished eating the jerky. After that, he went on to eat the pancakes, the latter of which tasted even better. Jong Yu was wiping his hair. His face was not clear under the firelight, but he noticed Soo-won's gaze and met her gaze generously and smiled at each other. Soo-won's heart was a little excited. She always felt that the atmosphere between them was a little ambiguous, but it was often these just right ambiguities that were the most heart-moving. The rain stopped in the evening. In order not to spend the night in the mountains, we set out overnight and rushed back to Xango. They are numerous and all of them are skilled in martial arts, so they are not afraid of walking at night. However, the mountain roads in ancient times were not the same as the modern ones. Soo-won still felt a little creepy in the dark carriage. When he heard the faint howling of wolves outside, he began to have wild thoughts. But fortunately, Soo-chun and Jong Yu were also in the carriage with her. If she was alone, she would still be very scared. She was just a little girl and didn't have any special skills. Finally, they arrived at Xango City safely, but the city gate was closed in the middle of the night. There were soldiers standing guard at the gate. Jong Yu's secret guards held a badge, and they let them pass after checking it. According to convention, he would definitely not be allowed to pass at this time. After all, Jong Yu also has a status in Kyoto, so the officials in Xango are not to be trifled with. The three of them returned home late at night. There was no doorman at home, so Soo-chun had to climb over the wall and open the door. Soo-won thought that it was time to hire a few servants to guard the house. Otherwise, in such a big house, thieves might sneak in and steal without anyone knowing. If it was just some lost items, it would be fine, but I'm worried that people might get hurt. When Sue's mother woke up from her sleep, she found that her son and daughter had returned, but she didn't hear any noise at all. If she hadn't seen that the horses in the stable were tied up, she might still be in the dark. It rained so heavily yesterday. My uncle was supposed to go to Qingyuan County to deliver goods, so he was delayed for a day. My fifth brother Soo-yi also didn't go to the stall because of the heavy rain. During the days that Soo-won was away, he had become famous in the street with the tea stalls. People who wanted his portrait painted had to line up every day, and the queue had stretched out for several days. There were even daughters of wealthy families who would come to him specifically with scrolls to paint their portraits, requesting full-body paintings, similar to those of ladies. Soo-yi is also very smart. He would charge 3 taels of silver for a pair of such grand drawings. For rich people, 3 taels of silver are nothing. The daughters of these wealthy families, when they reach a certain age, should talk about marriage. When they choose a suitable family to discuss the marriage, the two parties can directly avoid meeting in person and just present portraits to each other first. If they decide the couple is a good match, they can arrange a meeting. Soo-yi's paintings are vivid and almost capture the essence of people's appearance. Soo-won had been away for 10 days, and he had already earned hundreds of taels of silver. After painting for many days in a row, he took a day off because of the heavy rain yesterday. The sky is still gloomy today. Soo-yi saw Soo-won coming back and decided to take another day off as he wanted to take her shopping. Soo-won was about to go out. She took some silver notes with her to buy enough food for her home. 1 shur is equal to 1 do and 1 liter. 1 shur of rice is equal to 120 jin, 1 do is equal to 12 jin, and 1 liter is equal to 1.2 jin. Before the war, 1 stone of rice cost about 10 taels of silver. Once the war broke out, the price would double. In Xango, it was still relatively stable, but in some areas, the price even more than tripled. Before the price went up, Su-won bought enough food and stored it at home. This was to give him peace of mind, and also to avoid wasting extra money later. People in the family, we need to prepare at least 30 shur of rice for 3 years. The granary in the mansion has been renovated. The wood used and the location are both most suitable for storing rice. It can prevent rats and moisture, and it can be stored for 3 years without any problem. The only difference is that the new rice has become stale rice, and the taste is different. In addition, the prices of flour, grain, and oil will also increase, so they have to buy some in reserve. Su-won also plans to set aside an area in the backyard to raise pigs and sheep. Su-yi followed her to the street. The fifth brother was acting mysterious, and Su-won didn't know what he was going to do. He pulled her directly into the clothing shop. Won, fifth brother has made some money, and he will buy you a beautiful skirt first. We will buy whatever you like, and then buy a few for mother, aunt, and cousin Ching as well. The fifth brother takes care of all the women in the family equally. For him to earn this money, he painted it all by himself, stroke by stroke. It took a lot of energy and long periods of concentration. Fifth brother, why do you need to spend so much money? You should save the money you earn. But Su-yi doesn't think so. Won, this is the first time in my life that I've made money. It is of great significance. It is because you gave me the right guidance. So, please don't be polite to me. There are many firsts in life, and each first time is of great significance. Su-yi just wants to share his joy with the most important people. Su-won was very touched. She carefully picked out 2 sets of clothes she liked and also picked out 2 sets for her mother, her aunt, and Ching. The prices were not the most expensive, but not the cheapest either. It cost him several dozen taels. After leaving the clothing shop, Su-yi wanted to take her to the jewelry shop. Su-won didn't want her fifth brother to lose money, so she refused to go with him no matter what. She went straight to the grain and oil shop to buy rice. At one time, which amounted to 3,600 kilograms, which was not a big number and could be bought in a grain and oil store. He also bought an additional 1,000 kilograms of flour, and the total cost was more than 300 taels of silver. Su-yi didn't know why Su-won wanted to buy so much food at one time. He didn't ask because he knew that Su-won must have his own considerations. The food was delivered to the home, filling the granary. Su-won also hired someone to build a fence in the backyard and raised a dozen piglets and a dozen sheep. My uncle went to Qingyuan County and brought back a piece of news when he came back. It was said that the magistrate of Qingyuan County was suddenly dismissed from office and imprisoned. It was said that he was not strict in his administration during his tenure and was unworthy of the job, which led to complaints from the people of Qingyuan. His only son was addicted to women and was notorious. He was sentenced to exile 3,000 miles away and reduced to servantry. This is retribution. Now that the magistrate of Qingyuan County has fallen, my uncle's family can finally rest assured. They don't have to worry about returning home in the future, and my cousin Ching can also choose a good husband with peace of mind. It's true when it comes to this. Young Ching will be 17 soon, and it's time for her to find a good family. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su-won asked his uncle to quickly transfer the household registration to Xango and then choose a husband for Yang Ching in Xango. Firstly, her uncle will be in Xango for a long time to help Su-won with work. Secondly, Xango is such a large area, and the residents living in this city are generally of higher quality and better family conditions. Even if she can't find a rich family for her, at least her family will not have to worry about food and drink. The reputation of goat milk soap has become popular in Xango, and it is widely known in every household. Nowadays, Xia Madam's shop sells hundreds of soaps every day and several thousand per month, which is far beyond expectations. The products are also selling like hotcakes in the surrounding counties, with at least thousands of yuan being sent to each place every month. When the business expanded to neighboring Suzhou and Yenzhou, the workshop had to be expanded and staff added. On average, more than 10,000 bars of soap would be produced each month. Dyed goat milk soap and floral goat milk soap have the highest sales volume. Hair and bath soaps are rare and limited in quantity, so you have to queue if you want to buy them. The most common goat milk soap is affordable by almost everyone in Xango. The most common people use the first generation, and those who are slightly better off can spend a little more money to use dyed laundry machines. Floral goat milk soap, specially designed for bathing and hand cleaning. At the latest, next month, Suguan will go to Suzhou to open the market and open up the markets in Suzhou and Yenzhou within 2 months. When the new county magistrate of Qingyuan County took office, my uncle took the household registration documents back to transfer his household registration. Now his family is also a city dweller in Xiangzhou Prefecture. Because Yang Qingqing wanted to choose a husband, but they were living in the Su family now, which was not very convenient, so they thought about renting a small yard near the workshop and moving out. Enough money in the future. I will buy a yard for myself and live there with my family in peace. Near the workshop, which was big enough for their family of 4 to live in. The courtyard was very clean, and the floor, walls, and other things were all made of brand new blue bricks. Suwon took his uncle and others to the dental clinic and asked people about suitable small courtyards on the 2 streets near the workshop. There are many that meet the requirements. The Sihyuan is the most basic building in Xiangzhou, but it is also divided into different levels. The newly built ones are definitely the best. The yard is very spacious and has everything you need, with its own door and well, making daily life very convenient. There are 3 master bedrooms, 2 secondary bedrooms, and a separate kitchen and woodshed. The uncle did not ask Suwon for help, saying that he wanted to borrow money to buy it directly, because Suwon's business was just starting out. He bought a house, set up a workshop, and bought so many servants. All in all, it cost several thousand taels, and he was just barely making back his investment, so they were too embarrassed to ask for help. Their monthly salary is now 20 taels, and it has been 2 months. Together with the money they have saved, it is enough to rent the yard. They chose a yard closest to the workshop. Suwon was a regular customer of the dental clinic, so for her sake, they charged 5 taels of silver a month, with a minimum rent of half a year, which was 30 taels. If you buy this yard, the price is 350 taels. Of course, if they work hard with Suwon, the bigger the business, the more money they will make, and their salaries will be raised gradually. They will soon be able to realize their dream of buying a house in Xiangzhou and even buy a better yard. My uncle and his family had never thought of becoming city dwellers, let alone settling down and buying a house in Xiangzhou. His sister and brother-in-law have not forgotten him and are still supporting him. Not to mention how nice a mansion he will live in the future. It is already hard-earned to have the conditions he has now. Even if he risks his life, he will protect this property for Suwon. Suwon, Su Chen, Su Yi, and Jong Yu helped their uncle's family move to a new home. They cleaned the house and bought furniture. They did everything by themselves. Young Master Jong was even assigned by Suwon to sweep the yard, and he did not ask anyone else to do it. In the dark saw this, and watched their young master sweeping the floor seriously. It was the first time in history. The contrast was too great, and they dared not look directly at him. The uniqueness of this yard lies in the fact that there is a peach tree in the yard, which produces peaches every year. It blooms in spring and bears fruit in autumn, which is a beautiful sight. This was also a deliberate convenience made by Yixing in order to please his financial sponsor Suwon. Suwon made a signboard for his soap, and the 3 big characters, Yuantang, were printed on each piece of soap. In addition to the prints representing the fragrance on the wrapping paper, there are also 3 small red characters, Yuantang, printed in the upper right corner. These 3 words have been approved by the government. No one can use the Yuantang signboard from now on. The reason for doing this is, firstly, that it represents that the goat milk soap is an exclusive product of Yuantang, and its reputation will be spread, which will be beneficial for Suwon to open a store in the future. When people see the 3 words Yuantang, they will think of Yuantang's goat milk soap. Secondly, Suwon has the code to wealth, which is the recipe of the jade face cream that Jong Yu gave her. In the future, Yuyen Tang will also develop beauty and cosmetics business, and this jade face cream will become the main signature item of the store together with the goat milk soap. When Suwon asked the agents to sell soap, they would put the words Yuyen Tang on the counter where the soap was placed to make it more impressive. When promoting your products, you must also bring the Yuyen Tang signboard to make it deeply rooted in people's hearts. In Xango today, who doesn't know about Yuyen Tang's goat milk soap? Previously, Yuyen Tang was unknown and did not even have a store. However, in the large market of Xango, it quickly became popular in just 2 months. People in this dental shop also kept up with the trend and made goat milk soap a must-have in every home. The workshop from them and all business had to be registered. Therefore, they all knew that Suwon was the owner of Yuyen Hall and might be listed on the Xango rich list in the future, so they must curry favor with him. Before going to Suzhou and Yenzhou, Suwon had to help her aunt find a husband for her cousin. She first asked Su Yi to draw a picture of a beauty for Yang Qingqing and then found the most famous matchmaker in Xanzhou City and asked her to select a young man of marriageable age who met the requirements according to the requirements of her aunt and Yang Qingqing. With the support of a rising star like the Su family, the Yang family naturally has no trouble finding a good family. At the same time, Suwon also wanted to make friends with Xiangzhou's upper-class circles. Their aristocratic families have their own circles. Although they look down on businessmen, due to conflicts of interest, they will also make friends in the business world to make profits. And these businessmen will also curry favor with these aristocratic families and seek their support. There are 2 famous noble families in Xiangzhou. Their ancestors either produced famous generals or were high-ranking officials who were enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple. However, in later years, the families gradually faded out of the court and spread among various states. Basically, there are a few families in name only in every province. The imperial court gave them titles, and although they are in name only, they have the right to speak in these provinces because of the word aristocratic family. The first-class title is Duke, the second-class title is Marquis, the third-class title is Earl, the fourth-class title is Viscount, and the fifth-class title is Baron. In Xiangzhou Prefecture alone, there were 2 Earl families. One is the Ningyuan Earl's mansion of the Ning family, and the other is the Changlong Earl's mansion of the Zhou family. Although they seemed to be noble and enjoyed a fief, they were far away in Xiangzhou and were basically forgotten by the emperor. They had titles but no real power, and the younger generations in their family could only rely on their own abilities to take part in imperial examinations and fight for their own official careers like ordinary students. But how many of these children from aristocratic families could make a name for themselves? They had been living a life of luxury since childhood, and they had won since they were born. There were only disputes over titles in the backyard, and no one relied on imperial examinations at all. So the late emperor issued an order that titles below the marquis would no longer be hereditary, but would be passed down through 3 generations, unless there was a capable person in the family who made contributions to the court, in which case the emperor might order the family to inherit the title for 3 more generations. From then on, these aristocratic families began to become inward-looking. There's no other way. The imperial court can't support idle people like you for generations. But the dukes and marquises are different. These families are controlled in Kyoto, and those who are capable have real power. For example, Duke Jiang led troops to fight. Duke Tang was the brother of the current queen, and his nephew was the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. Among the aristocratic families in Kyoto, they were the most important and the most powerful. However, Duke Zhang's ancestors had the merit of following the emperor, and several generations later were all famous generals. Their status was unshakable, and they also had military power in their hands. The 2 dukes were equally powerful. There is also a Marquis of Loyalty, who is also a military general. Unfortunately, he is very old and has no outstanding younger generations in his family, so he is only of equal fame now, and is far overshadowed by the up-and-coming Marquis of Yongchang. With these, the earls in Kyoto are nothing, not to mention those in Xiangzhou. Madame Xie was not an important figure in the circle of noble ladies in Xango, but her husband's family was also in the antique business, and she opened a rouge shop out of her interest and hobby. Rouge is an indispensable item for women, so she has a say in the circle of wealthy ladies. Getting to know her is equivalent to grasping the trends in the beauty circle. If there is any new rouge, wealthy ladies always like to look for her. Recently, the wife of the Earl of Ningyuan was having a birthday celebration, and she invited the wives of officials from Xiangzhou, as well as the ladies and young ladies from merchant families, to come to the tea party, which was very lively. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, these officials and merchants, although they look down on each other in private, they are still very harmonious on the surface. Unless they have a grudge against each other, then they will be sarcastic when they meet. Suwon's goat milk soap is now a popular product in Xiangzhou, so naturally, she cannot avoid integrating into the circle. It was Madame Xie who brought it up at the last gathering, because at that time all the noble ladies were asking her who was the boss behind the goat milk soap, so she took the opportunity to promote Suwon and spread the name of Yuyan Hall and Suwon. So, Suwon also received an invitation from the Earl's mansion. Suwon thought, this is a good opportunity. There are people doing big business and small business here. She can go there to make some acquaintances, so that she won't offend anyone when she meets them in the future just because she doesn't know them. She and Madame Xie became good friends naturally. She knew that if she could receive the invitation from the Earl's mansion, it must be due to Madame Xie's publicity in front of others. Suwon was a man who understood the ways of the world. That day he bought several kilograms of good tea and had someone deliver it to Madame Xie. When going to the Earl's mansion, Suwon planned to take Yang Qingqing with him, so that she could see the world. However, since it was the Countess's birthday, she had to prepare a gift, and she certainly couldn't be stingy. Even if it doesn't stand out among all the gifts, at least it won't be the last. Suwon had never dealt with people in this circle, so she was unsure. Giving them rouge and powder would be embarrassing, and giving them gold and silver jewelry would be tacky unless they were particularly good things. So what to give? When Suwon was at a loss, he thought of Jong Yu. Given his status, he grew up in the world of fame and fortune. This kind of thing should be a piece of cake for him. When Jong Yu heard that she was going to the Earl's mansion to attend a tea party and was worried about what gift to give, he also thought carefully for her. If it was a lady of high rank, I would just give her some outstanding jewelry, but this countess has a special status. She is from a third-class Earl family, so she has no shortage of gold, silver, jewelry, silk, and satin. Yes, with my current ability, what other special gifts can I give besides these? This is my first time appearing at such an occasion. I can't lose face. If I make a fool of myself, how can I survive in Xiangzhou in the future? It was because she thought of this that she came to find Jong Yu. I know you are knowledgeable, so can you give me some advice? If you help me choose a gift, I will give you money and I will never default on your debt. Suwon looked at him sincerely. Jong Yu was amused by her. Why did she still ask him for help? However, he was very pleased with the little girl's attitude. Since Sixth Miss is so sincere, I will do you a favor. This is your first time attending such an event, and you are meeting the Countess, so the gift you give will be very particular. I will prepare the gift for you, and you can just bring it when the time comes. On the morning of the Countess's birthday, Jong Yu finally delivered the gift. It was a very large item, and Jong Yu found 4 people to move it. It was covered with red cloth, and when it was lifted, an exquisite 4-season screen was revealed. The screen represents the 4 seasons, and the representative scenery of each season is depicted vividly. What a beautiful screen! When Sue's mother saw this object, she couldn't help but sigh and reached out to touch it. You get close, you can smell a faint, pleasant aroma. This is due to the yellow rosewood. The embroidery on it is the rarest double-sided embroidery. It is not like ordinary screens, which are dyed. Compared with this double-sided embroidery, it is nothing. The most rare thing about this 4-season screen is that its wood is precious yellow rosewood, and the double-sided embroidery on it is also very rare. Jong Yu introduced the unique features of the screen. After hearing what he said, it felt like this object exuded nobility from head to toe. If you like it, I'll ask someone to send you another one. No, That won't work. It's too expensive. Sue's mother quickly refused. She was just sighing casually and didn't mean it seriously. Soo-won also felt that this thing must be very expensive, and she might not be able to afford it even with all her current belongings added together. This must be worth tens of thousands of taels of silver. I asked you to help me find a suitable gift, but you want me to spend all my money to pay for it. To be honest, even if she wanted to get to know the Countess, she wouldn't put in so much effort and spend so much money. Jong Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her reluctant and embarrassed expression. Don't worry, little guy. It won't cost you much money. 2 years ago, I accidentally found a piece of top-quality Wangwali wood in the Nanhai area. I ordered people to dig it up and send it to Jiangnan. I made a lot of ornaments, such as 3 screens like this one, a Wangwali wood carved step-out bed, and a complete set of Wangwali wood furniture, including cabinets, coffee tables, and dressing boxes. I just hired a craftsman and spent some money. The embroiderer who can do double-sided embroidery is from my aunt's embroidery workshop. It didn't cost me any money. My aunt joked that the furniture made from this yellow rosewood will be used for my wedding in the future. He said was true. It really only cost nearly 1,000 taels to hire the craftsman. This rosewood is indeed very decent to use as a gift. If it is carried to the Earl's mansion, it will probably become the most outstanding gift of the day. It was just a coincidence that Soo-won arrived there. This batch of ornaments had just been completed and was about to be shipped to Kyoto. When it passed through Xiangzhou, it was temporarily detained by Jong Yu. That's even more sinful. We're using up all the ornaments for your future wedding.
How can that be?
Let's buy other gifts. When Sue's mother heard that it was for Jong Yu's wedding, she didn't dare to accept it. And it's just a screen. Even if I get married in the future, I only need 1 screen in my room. This 4-season screen is the least noticeable and the best-looking of the 3 screens. I will leave it to my future wife. When Jong Yu talked about his future wife, he looked at Soo-won with a meaningful look. His peach blossom eyes were full of smiles, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, which made Soo-won's heart beat fast again. What a fox. He's really killing me. He flirts with her openly and secretly. Besides, it's too late to look for other gifts now. It's almost time for the 6th miss to attend the banquet. To send a gift, it is best to visit at 9 p.m. It is not good to be too early, nor is it good to be too late. It was just after the host's breakfast and before lunch. Okay, I'll owe you a favor. How much money do you want for this screen? We'll discuss it when I come back. Since he said so, Soo-won was not polite anymore. Today, her debut in the circle of wealthy ladies is a good opportunity to spread her name. Soo-chun had already harnessed the carriage. Soo-won was also dressed up well today. She wore a very decent dress. The outer garment was light pink and the inner shirt was bright red, which made her look pure, refined, gentle, and elegant. Sue's mother combed her hair into a perfect bun that matched her style today, without being too revealing. She wore a purple jade hairpin with hibiscus flowers that Jong Yu gave her on her head. Jong Yu was very satisfied when he saw it. Alone is very impressive, and with Sun Linger's mutton fat jade bracelet, looking at her outfit, she really has the style of a female boss, elegant yet not vulgar. Yang Qingqing also dressed up specially, but she could not overshadow Soo-won. When Soo-won arrived at the gate of Earl Ning's mansion, there were already several carriages parked there. Madame Xie had just arrived. Soo-won got off the carriage, and the female relatives around her looked at her as unfamiliar. When Madame Xie saw her coming, she stepped forward and took her arm. Today, she will bring Soo-won with her. My dear sister, you are here. You are so beautiful today. The mutton fat jade bracelet on your hand is of great quality. It must be worth a lot, right? As she held her hand, she naturally noticed the bracelet on her wrist and estimated that the quality of the jade bracelet must be very valuable. Not bad. Today is my first time to the Earl's mansion. I'm grateful to Madame Xie for taking the trouble to guide me. Okay. We are so familiar with each other, I won't ignore you, let's go. The female relatives didn't know Soo-won at first, but when they saw that Madame Xie was familiar with her, they didn't say anything at the door and waited until they went inside to gossip about everything. Jong Yu's people carried the gift and registered it at the gatehouse. The registered name was Miss Su Lu from Yian Hall. Su Wan followed Madame Xia into the main hall. The Countess had not arrived yet. Usually, she, the protagonist, would make her final appearance after all the guests arrived. Today's occasion is really grand. Although it is just a simple tea party, all the important people in Xango are here. The main hall is where the female guests sit and drink tea, and the backyard garden is where the male guests rest. On such occasions, noble ladies would bring their sons and daughters to participate. If there were younger generations of appropriate age in the family, both legitimate and illegitimate would be brought along so that they could take this opportunity to get to know each other. So today the Ningyuan Earl's mansion is really bustling. On the way, Madame Xia told her about the personnel composition of the Earl's mansion. The Earl and his wife had a son and a daughter, so her son would naturally be the young Earl of the Earl's mansion. The Earl also had 2 concubines who gave birth to 2 illegitimate daughters. Compared with the legitimate daughters, they could basically be ignored. Then, there is an old lady above us, but she is in poor health and basically never appears in such occasions. Arriving at the main hall, those seats near the main seat are all the wives of officials from Xango. The first one on the right is the Countess of Changlong and her daughter-in-law, the first one on the left is the wife of the governor of Xango, and so on, and in the back half are the business families. She and Madame Xia were at the same table, and the seats were almost lined up to the door. In front were the families of wealthy merchants from Xango. Yang Qingqing knelt on the cushion behind her, accompanying her obediently. She didn't say much, but just looked around at the wealth of the Earl's mansion. Before the Countess arrived, these noble ladies were walking back and forth chatting. Many of them knew Madame Xia, and when they saw there were unfamiliar faces around her, they came to ask her about things. "Oh, Madame Xia, you actually brought a companion here today. Why don't you introduce her to us? Whose family is this lady from?" Su Wan was not nervous at all. She could still handle such a situation. She nodded slightly at them as a greeting. "This is the woman behind the scenes of Yuantang goat milk soap, Miss Su Lu, whom I told you about earlier. When it comes to goat milk soap, they have an impression of it. Ladies here, has anyone ever used goat milk soap? So this is the female boss you mentioned. She looks very young. How old is she now? Is she married?" Madame Xia leaned close to Su Wan's ear and told her which lady was speaking. "This is Mrs. Lu. Her family made their fortune by brewing wine. Their signature wine is the hereditary daughter's red wine. When buying wine in Xango, people will look for her family's time-honored brand. Mrs. Lu, I am 15 years old and still unmarried. You are amazing. You are so young, and you have started your own business. We have used your goat milk soap, and it is really good. Especially the Shandong one, which I like very much. I wonder what flavor you will come up with next. There will be jasmine next season, which smells good and can help you sleep. If you are interested, you can try it." Su Wan responded to them calmly and with ease, and got along with them quite harmoniously. However, those who came to talk to her were all businessmen's families. The wives of officials were more aloof than each other, and were unwilling to pay attention to them. After much difficulty, the Countess finally arrived, accompanied by her daughter, Miss Ning. "The Countess has arrived." Following a shout from outside the door, the female members of the family hurried back to their seats. After the Countess took her seat, except for Countess Changlong, who was sitting on an equal footing with her, the rest of them stood up to greet her. "We wish the Countess a happy birthday." "Okay, this isn't the first time we meet, just take a seat, there's no need to be so polite." Mrs. Ning waved her hand, and everyone sat down. Next up is the gift presenting session. The gifts prepared by each family will be taken out in order and read to Mrs. Bo according to their order. This is also a session of invisible comparison. First, the officials' wives presented their gifts one by one. They were all some grand jade ornaments, such as jade ruby, coral, and the like. When it comes to the merchants' families, they become adorned with jewels and precious stones, including glass, agate, and oriental pearls. However, Mrs. Ning just nodded slightly when she saw it, and there was no joy on her face. Madame Xia gave her a pair of jade pillows, but that didn't even make Mrs. Bo smile. When it was Su Wan's turn, Everyone worked together to lift up the largest object of the day, which was covered with a red cloth and looked very mysterious. Just this style made everyone present curious about what it was. The butler took the list and read, Miss Su Lu of Yuan Hall presented a gift, a yellow rosewood four-season screen. As he finished speaking, the red cloth was unveiled, and according to the rules, Su-won had to stand out and let Lady Bo see her. The 4 words, Wangwali wood, are enough to make people speechless. After all, wood like Wangwali wood is more valuable than sandalwood. Phoebe Nanmu is the best, but only members of the royal family can use it. If ordinary people use it, it is illegal and violates the royal dignity. Therefore, the best wood available to the nobles is Wangwali wood, followed by sandalwood, and only the more precious red sandalwood can be on par with Wangwali wood. Ningbo's mansion was once prosperous, so there was no shortage of sandalwood ornaments and furniture in the mansion. However, as for Wangwali wood, only the old lady had a bronze mirror made of Wangwali wood, and even that small item cost over 1,000 taels. This screen uses so much Wangwali wood, so it must be worth several thousand taels, right? This screen also attracted the attention of the 2 countesses. Lady Ning was the protagonist today, and she wanted to take a closer look, but she couldn't lose her dignity or she would appear stingy. But Mrs. Zhou was different. She came to join in the fun today, so she winked at her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law was so smart that she immediately understood what her mother-in-law meant. This yellow rosewood is rare to see. I'd like to take a closer look. Madam Ning, do you mind if I come closer to admire it? Mrs. Ningbo smiled and gestured to her to come in. Young madam, please feel free to do as you please. The young master of Zhou's mansion stood up and walked to the screen, looking at it carefully. Others only dared to watch from a distance and did not dare to get closer. Oh, I have discovered something amazing. The embroidery on it is a rare double-sided embroidery. Miss Su Lu of Yuan Hall is really good at it. Everyone was shocked again when they heard this. One of the ladies who ran an embroidery shop stood up and said, My family runs an embroidery workshop. Let me see if it is really double-sided embroidery. Su-won had been standing there for a long time, turning around the screen, and no one paid any attention to her. She suddenly felt that she should not have looked for Jong Yu. She was too high-profile and too much of a star. After all, her blood coral overshadowed Madame Zhou Bo's, and it was obvious that Madame Zhou Bo was displeased. The embroidery workshop went up to take a look and found that it was indeed double-sided embroidery, and the embroiderer's craftsmanship was at the master level. It is indeed double-sided embroidery. Anyone who knows embroidery knows that this is the most difficult to embroider because it requires the same pattern on the front and back. It takes the most effort and is the most difficult to learn. Miss Su Lu, you are really generous. Does Miss Su Lu's family really only make goat milk soap? The lady from the embroidery workshop raised doubts. Yuan Tang's reputation had just started to rise, and it didn't even have a physical store. Yet it was selling a double-sided Wangwali wood screen. Wasn't that too high-profile? Su-won was still relatively calm. She was being questioned for being too outstanding at this grand event, and she was thinking about how to turn the situation around. Indeed, my family is not well off, and I just arrived in Xango to do business. This rosewood four-season screen was also given to my family by a good friend. To be honest, ladies, this is my first time participating in such an occasion, and I am afraid of losing my dignity and etiquette. However, I am short-sighted and do not know much about business. I just want to avoid losing my dignity and making a fool of myself since it is my first visit. I only know that this is made of rosewood, and I don't know that the embroidery on it is double-sided. But thank you for your reminder, madam. It has broadened my horizons again. Su-won's words were very sophisticated. She said that she didn't know it was double-sided embroidery. On the one hand, she lowered herself, and on the other hand, she elevated others. She meant to say that she didn't try to steal the limelight on purpose. She had little experience, so she didn't know. Ignorance is not a crime, and Madame Zhou Bo should not bother with her. She only looks that old, and if she bothers too much, it would make her look unworthy. This statement is watertight. There is another advantage to Su-won saying this. With such a large amount of money, People will question her identity and think that she is not just an unknown small vendor. They will think that she has a hidden identity. An ordinary merchant family was wealthy. They would not give such an expensive gift to the countess for a small birthday. She said it was a gift from a friend, which just shows that her friend is not an ordinary person. How could a friend give you a screen worth a fortune? What kind of background does that require? On the one hand, she cleared herself up, which showed that she was just an ordinary businessman, but it also revealed to these people that she knew powerful backers. If these people wanted to cause trouble for her, they would have to think about whether they could afford to offend her friend. Soo-won suddenly became the most mysterious person in the hall. Everyone was curious about who her friend was and why she was so generous. Careful people can also find that the hairpin on her head is made of purple jade, and the mutton fat jade bracelet on her hand is of absolutely crystal clear quality, without a trace of impurities. She seems very low-key, but in fact, her extraordinary worth is revealed everywhere, which makes it even more mysterious. This is also Soo-won's little trick. In this world of fame and fortune, people like to judge people by their appearance. She is a new member, young, with little experience and no family background, so she is most likely to be looked down upon or even ignored. She just didn't want to be ignored or looked down upon. She wanted everyone in Xiangzhou's circle to remember her and respect her. Her family might not be wealthy now, but it won't be long before she, Soo-won, will become a well-known wealthy businessman in Xiangzhou City. Entering the circle is equivalent to entering the upper class. When her jade face cream is launched on the market in the future, it will be their money that she will make. A bottle of jade face cream is worth 100 taels of silver. It was secretly rumored that the formula was developed by Master Sun Beidou, but she herself did not make any response. The main purpose was to create a marketing effect. Miss Su Lu, you are so thoughtful. Please take a seat. Mrs. Bo's face became even wider. It was obvious that Soo-won's screen was the best one of the day and her favorite. With such an expensive gift, shouldn't the lady owe her a favor? After Soo-won sat down, everyone drank tea and chatted in the hall. Soo-won found it quite interesting to hear some business families who had a grudge against each other being sarcastic. Madame Xia was also curious about what kind of friend Soo-won had who was so generous. Sixth Miss, is your friend also a businessman? He's too generous. She felt that given her relationship with Soo-won, it shouldn't be out of line to ask such a question. Moreover, after finding out the truth, I had a sense of propriety in my mind. I was afraid that it might be a person in officialdom whom I couldn't afford to offend. Just looking at the wives of the officials in Xiangzhou, they don't seem to be familiar with Soo-won, so it shouldn't be them. It can't be officials from other places. If he were a high-ranking official from other states, why would he come to Xiangzhou to do business? He is a wealthy businessman in Zhongzhou, and his family has some assets. Zhongzhou is the most prosperous prefecture, not much worse than Kyoto. It is said that Taizu almost chose Zhongzhou as the imperial capital. His business in Zhongzhou must be quite big, right? It's not surprising for Madame Xia to hear that it was from Zhongzhou. Any wealthy businessman in that place who is a little famous could be the richest man in Xiangzhou. Soo-won just smiled. Jong Yu was quite rich. He was the heir of Fengyue Villa. The famous shipping waterway was the foundation of Fengyue Villa. As the overlord on the water, connecting the north and the south, what rare objects had he not seen? The two seemed to have nothing to do with each other, and no one would ever connect them together. There are many masters in Fengyue Villa, including a famous cold weapon expert. The weapons he forged are all high-value collectibles and are worth a fortune. Sun Beidou comes from Fengyue Villa. They are well-informed. The restaurant under their name is similar to Yueman Shilo, with branches in every state capital. Only insiders know about it because the names are all different. No matter big or small, nothing can be hidden from the eyes of Fengyue Villa. The reason why Jong Yu was killed before was because he entered Qinghe alone with no one to protect him. The assassination was planned for a long time, and the mastermind behind it was a mortal enemy of Fengyue Villa who coveted the position of Jong Yu's young master. He interfered in the matter so much that he deceived the spies in Xiangzhou and almost killed Jong Yu. Controlling Fengyue Villa is equivalent to controlling the National Intelligence Network and the shipping routes built with gold. The shipping goes directly to the South China Sea, and all the rare treasures of the South China Sea are hidden in Fengyue Villa. The original novel introduces Jong Yu's maternal grandfather, who is also the master of Fengyue Villa. His surname is also Jiang. Isn't that a coincidence? Jong Yu's biological father's surname is also Jiang. Patriarch Jiang has an only daughter, who is Jiang Yu's mother. He also has an adopted son, whose surname seems to be Yu. After the first disciple Jiang Yunhe retired, Jong Yu was still young, and the sect leader only had this adopted son available. He was considered to have great power in Fengyue Villa, and some departments were controlled by him. He was not convinced by Jong Yu as the young master, and was ambitious. Over the years, he had done a lot of things both openly and secretly, wanting Jong Yu to die. He finally got the chance and thought he had no worries, but Jong Yu ended up going back alive and well. But on the surface, he appears to be a kind uncle, doing things flawlessly, and no one can find any evidence against him. Jong Yu knew that he was the one behind this, but he had no evidence and could only confront him. It is hard to imagine that Jong Yu had already encountered several assassination attempts of varying sizes before he even reached the age of 20. He had experienced so much that in the original novel, he was much more mature than his peers, and his methods were much more ruthless. Outside, he can only be seen as an unkind, gloomy, and indifferent person. Once he shows a little kindness, there will be many people who want to put him into an irretrievable situation. Not many people love him. Some people really love him, but some people use the banner of love for him and wish he would die. Grew up without a mother and was surrounded by intrigues and deceptions. He had no choice but to develop a heart of stone. In addition, his other identity is the eldest son of Duke Zhong's mansion and the legitimate son of Duke Jiang. In the eyes of Kyoto people, he was sent to Fengyue Villa to learn skills when he was young. He has a stepmother and stepbrothers and stepsisters at home. His stepmother and stepbrother had been jealous of his position as the crown prince for a long time, and they couldn't wait to get rid of him. After his death, the duke's mansion will only have that one illegitimate son, and the future title will fall into their hands. Perhaps only in front of Su-won can he be himself quietly, laugh when he wants to laugh, and say whatever he wants to say. When Su-won thought of this, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Jong Yu, who had to live with a mask on for a long time. At this time, the countess also asked everyone to move to the back garden to appreciate the flowers. Su-won stood up and followed the other female relatives to the back garden of Earl Ningyuan's mansion. The back garden of the Earl's mansion is particularly large. Compared with Su-won's house, Su-won's hibiscus cottage is only 1/3 of its size. There is a large pond in the garden with a pavilion in the center. Talented scholars from Xango are writing poems in the pavilion. Su-won would not join in this kind of activity. She wanted to keep a low profile for now. After all, she had already stolen the limelight in the treasure presentation session just now. Madame Xia held her arm as they walked along, introducing all the men and women she saw to Su-won. When passing by the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Madame Xia stretched her neck and saw a group of scholars and writers competing in poetry in the pavilion. She pointed at a man in a moon-white brocade robe with his back to Su-won and said, "That one is the young master of the Earl's mansion. He will be 20 next year. Right now, the Earl's wife is secretly choosing a wife for him. In this year's provincial examination, my young master unfortunately failed, but his literary talent is still acceptable." Su-won frowned and thought, there is a contradiction between the unfortunate failure in the exam and the good literary talent. She didn't pay much attention to the young uncle, but the young uncle noticed her. When he turned around, he saw a particularly eye-catching woman on the shore. She happened to pass through the gap where the sun was shining, and the glaring sunlight made her subconsciously raise her hands to block it. Her skin is so white that it seems to be glowing. In short, it is very eye-catching. He also recognized that she was the girl who had appeared in his dreams since he had caught a glimpse of her that night in the Moonlight West Tower. Last time, she didn't give him any chance to speak. This time, he definitely couldn't lose this opportunity. As Su-won was walking, someone shouted from behind, "Girl, Please stay, girl. Everyone in the back garden had been attracted by the young master's actions, and all looked over here. Walking in front of Suwon, and a few girls were also lingering by the lake. They all looked at him, not knowing who the young master was calling. The young master is interested in a girl here, then that girl has a high chance of becoming his wife, and everyone hopes that this person is themselves. Some people even began to hurriedly fix their hair. Suwon also heard the voice and subconsciously looked back. As she turned around, she saw the young master walking up to her with a puzzled look on her face. Girl, do you still remember me? The young uncle smiled and looked at Suwon with anticipation. Suwon didn't have a deep impression of him. He looked a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him, so she shook her head. Lady Xie, who was standing beside him, bowed to him. Hello, young master. The young master's mind was all on Suwon, and he had no time to care about anything else. He waved his hand without even looking at Madame Xie, but just looked at Suwon with a perverted smile on his face. When Suwon saw Madame Xie bowing, she also politely bowed. Young uncle. The young uncle quickly reached out to support her with both hands, but Suwon was quick and had already stood up, so his hands didn't touch her clothes. The young master took the initiative to talk to the strange girl who showed up for the first time today. Most of the female relatives present knew that she presented him with a double-sided embroidered screen made of rosewood, and it was now being passed on by word of mouth. Even the earl's wife was attracted. She had already walked to the front. Seeing this, the earl's daughter immediately lifted her skirt and moved to the side of the young earl. Brother, do you know Miss Sulu? The earl's daughter also had a deep impression of Suwon. She has now become engaged to the second son of the Earl of Chimelong, who is only 2 years older than Suwon.
Miss Sulu?
Young master didn't know who it was, so the earl's daughter introduced him. This is the hostess of Yuyan Hall, Miss Sulu. You praised the hair soap earlier for being very useful. That soap is from Yuyan Hall. It turned out that the begonia-scented hair soap that he had always liked was made by the girl in front of him. Of Yuyantang before, but its goat milk soap is very famous in Xango. I accidentally stepped on Miss Su's foot in the moonlit West Tower and hurt her. I haven't been able to apologize to her properly yet. Now that I saw it happen today, I must apologize to her. After that, he made a standard bow. Sixth Miss, I'm sorry. In fact, he had already apologized twice that night. There was really no need to do that. It was strange that the young master of the Earl's mansion apologized to a common woman. In an instant, Suwon became the focus of the whole audience again. Young master, you are too kind. That night, the moon was full, and there were many people in the West Tower. You were careless, and I wasn't hurt by being stepped on. You really don't need to feel so bad about it. Sixth Miss, can you tell me your name? The young master didn't care about what she said at all. He just wanted to know her name. To answer your question, my name is Suwon. Suwon still felt a little uncomfortable. This young uncle is really weird. Which word?
Can you write it for me?
He stretched out his palm, meaning for her to write it on his palm. This is against the rules and would be too intimate. Suwon bowed to him and explained, Young master, it's the Wanan smile. The young master withdrew his hand awkwardly. What a nice name. I'll tell you my name, too.
My name is Ningji Chen.
Suwon also felt very embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Mrs. Ning spoke. Chianer, please don't be rude. Miss Sulu, the flowers over there are in full bloom. Why don't you go and enjoy them first? Suwon's current status was too low in the eyes of Mrs. Bo, and she was not worthy of her son. She saw through her son's little tricks and naturally did not allow them to continue to get along. Mother, I want to go with you to appreciate the flowers. Anyway, Ningji Qian just wanted to follow Suwon today, and the man did not hide his admiration for the girl at all. Nonsense. There are only women over there. It's against the rules for a man like you to sneak in. Okay, continue writing your poem. Mrs. Bo showed her displeasure and spoke harshly. Ningji Qian could see that his mother was unhappy, so he didn't insist and watched Suwon's back as she left. To be honest, such occasions were really boring, and she couldn't get a word in when the ladies were talking. I finally waited for the lunch break and was able to leave after eating. These noble families have many rules. There are many kinds of dishes at the banquet, but there is only a few kinds of meat, and the portions are pitifully small. She didn't enjoy the meal enough, so she wanted to go home and eat quickly. After the banquet, everyone left, including Soo-won. The third brother was waiting at the door with his carriage. When he saw Soo-won coming out, he walked up to her and asked with a smile, "How is it? Is the Earl's mansion fun? Let's talk about it when we get back here, so if you have anything to say, go back and complain." She got on the carriage. Ning Jiqian chased out again. "Miss Su-lu, please stay." Soo-won sighed helplessly. Why is he here again? She could clearly see that the Countess was unhappy with her, and she thought that she was worried about her son and looked at her as if she was a fox. She even said at the banquet that the future daughter-in-law of the Earl of Ninyuan must come from a scholarly family. She looked down on these businessmen in her words and deeds, yet she shamelessly accepted the gold, silver, and jewelry they gave her. She even regretted giving her such a nice screen. Although he complained in his heart, Soo-won still turned around and greeted him with a smile. "Young master, do you have anything else to do?" He held a box in his hand and stuffed it directly into Soo-won's hand. "For you." Soo-won didn't know what was inside, but she didn't dare to take it. "Young master, I cannot accept anything without merit. I cannot take your things. Please take them back." However, the young master took a few steps back. "Once something is given to you, it cannot be taken back. Whether you like it or not, I hope you like it." After saying this, he turned around and went back to the Earl's mansion, looking back every few steps. His action once again caused the ladies and daughters at the door of the Earl's mansion to point fingers at him. Those rich ladies received a lot of cold stares at her at the banquet. Has attracted so much hatred for no reason. Wanwan, are you very familiar with the young uncle? Chen asked. Not familiar with each other, just met once.
Wan replied.
Chen helped her get on the carriage and said with a smile, "Our Wanwan has grown up." He knew how outstanding his sister was, so it was understandable that she had a few suitors. Even the young master of the Earl's mansion had to fall at her feet. Chen was very proud. Yang Qingqing sat in the carriage and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. All the nerves in her body relaxed. Just now in the Earl's mansion, she was afraid of saying something wrong. Wanwan, please don't take me to occasions like this in the future. I can't stand it. I don't feel comfortable at all. She was really scared. Also, the way those people looked at you was really rude. They thought we had some improper thoughts about the young master. In my opinion, Mr. Jiang is much better than him and looks much better than him. Yang Qingqing spoke more directly, but when she brought up Jong Yu, Soo-won's ears turned red again. Cousin Qingqing, she didn't deny it, but said in a slightly coquettish tone, asking her to stop talking. She did not deny what Yang Qingqing said. Jiang Yu was much better than him. Whether in terms of status, strength, or appearance, he was far better than the young master. Soo-won would not think that she was not worthy of Jong Yu, or anything like that. Anyway, as her brothers became successful in the future, her status would also rise. Who knows who will look down on whom in the future? Hurry and take a look at what the young uncle gave you. Yang Qingqing became curious about what was in the box again. Soo-won followed her wishes and opened the small box, which contained a pair of earrings with kingfisher feather craftsmanship. This jadeite inlay technique is also very precious because it is very complicated and only the hairpin ladies in the palace have such skills. These earrings are just average. Young master has really bad taste. Kingfisher feathers are mostly blue-green in color. Yang Qingqing doesn't know how precious it is. Moreover, kingfisher feathers are usually worn by truly noble people as a symbol of status. After all, he is an earl and a member of a noble family, and he has seen some good things. There was a note underneath the pair of kingfisher earrings. Soo-won unfolded the note and saw that it was from the young uncle, inviting her to go boating on the lake 3 days later. Soo-won frowned, thinking, could it be that this young master really likes her? She pretended not to have seen the note. Besides, he didn't invite her in front of everyone, so it wouldn't be a big deal if she didn't go. By then, the young master should be able to understand her attitude. The refusal is so obvious. It would be disgraceful for him to stick to her with his status. Home. Sue's mother and the others were still in the workshop. Only Jong Yu was lying on a recliner under the hibiscus tree in the backyard to take a nap. This guy is quite leisurely and lives a very comfortable life in the Su family. Hearing some noise, he recognized Su-won's footsteps and lazily opened his eyes to watch the three of them walking towards him step by step. The first thing Su-won did after sitting down was to pour a sip of tea, then grabbed the plates of exquisite snacks on the table that Jong Yu had asked the guards to buy and started to eat. Why, you went to the Earl's mansion and came back. Didn't the Earl's mansion let you eat enough? Jong Yuming knew that there is nothing delicious to eat in such occasions, and that women would not eat too much due to etiquette, but he was still teasing Su-won. Forget it, it's not as delicious as what I eat at home. Also, thank you for preparing that screen for me. It successfully made me the best focus today. Su-won stuffed pastries into his mouth as he spoke, and his unclear speech was quite amusing. Jong Yu poured her another cup of tea and handed it to her. Eat slowly. If you want something else, I'll ask someone to buy it for you. No need. It's already afternoon, and it will be time for dinner soon. I'll just eat it as a snack.
Su-won diffused.
Besides, it would be troublesome to ask someone to buy it now. Was almost going crazy shipping the couple, and was looking at the two people interacting with an Annie smile on her face. Jong Yu glanced at the box next to Su-won and took it over to take a look. When he opened the box, he saw a pair of kingfisher earrings inside. Others might not understand, but he must have. These kingfisher earrings were rarely found in ordinary merchants' homes, and even if they did, they would never be given as gifts. Su wanted to know the famous ladies in Xango, so where did she get those emerald earrings? He picked up the note inside and took a look at it, and the smile on his face immediately changed. His narrowed eyes made his jade-like smile look extremely creepy. Su-won snatched the box back and muttered, "Why don't you say hello when you re-looking at me? Do you know the son of Earl Ningyuan?" Why has he never heard anyone tell him when Su-won met the son of Earl Ningyuan? I don't know him. We just met once. Do you still remember the man who accidentally stepped on me in the moonlit West Tower that night? He is the legitimate son of Earl Ningyuan. These jadeite earrings should be given to me by him as an apology. When did the son of Earl Ningyuan become so servile? How could such a small matter make him care about it for so long? He even gave you such expensive earrings and invited you to go boating? Jong Yu's hand holding the cup turned pale, and his suppressed impatient tone revealed his jealousy at the moment. He remembered that he was the legitimate son of Earl Ningyuan. How would I know? I'm not familiar with him. Besides, I didn't agree to go boating with him. He didn't tell me in person, so I just pretended I didn't see it. Su-won knew that this guy was probably jealous because of his sarcastic tone, and thought that you should not be angry after I said this. Who knows, this jealous man is also the most capable of finding faults, so you mean if he invites you personally, you will go? After Jong Yu finished a cup of tea, the smile on his face faded. He put the empty cup on the table with a little force, making a clear sound to express his dissatisfaction. How could he be so picky? Su-won was not used to his temper. She had already made her position clear, so why was this guy still insisting on it? She stood up and looked down at him. Why are you so unreasonable? I've already said I won't accept the invitation. Even if he said so himself, I wouldn't go. I'm not familiar with him, and others would think I'm trying to climb the social ladder. Besides, if I want to climb the social ladder, I'll have to climb a higher branch. It was obviously Jong Yu who was jealous, but after a few words, the target of his anger became Su-won. It's just like real couples. When they quarrel, it's obviously the man who expresses dissatisfaction first, but in the end, it's the woman who gets angry. She turned around and was about to leave angrily, but Jong Yu stopped and quickly called her because his attention was completely attracted by her words that if she wanted to climb, she had to climb a higher branch. Su-won, hearing the voice, Su-won stopped and looked confident of victory. He thought to himself, you little jerk, let's see who is tougher. What else do you want to say? Su-won felt that he should come to apologize. You don't want to marry the current emperor, do you? After Jong Yu said this, Su-won's pupils dilated, and she looked at him in disbelief. Su-chen spat out a mouthful of tea, and narrowly avoided choking to death. Jong Yu's words became more and more outrageous. Yang Qingqing also blinked, not understanding what this meant. For Jong Yu, Suwon didn't know his identity, and he didn't know any family more noble than the Ningyuan Earl's mansion. The two sons of the Changlong Earl's mansion were already married, and Suwon's personality should not be willing to be a concubine. Therefore, the most noble man in the world is none other than the current emperor. No matter how easygoing Suwon is at ordinary times, she is not easygoing at this moment. The current emperor is so old, his brain must have been eaten by dogs to actually say such things. Suwon stepped on his foot with a lot of effort, but Jong Yu didn't even frown, and still waited for her answer with an indignant look on his face. Suwon replied, "Get lost. There's no way we can have a good chat today." Returned to her room angrily. She thought about it carefully, and realized that what she said at that time was actually a reference to Jong Yu, the High Branch. A third-class title in the Earl's mansion is nothing compared to the marquisate of his family. He is the prince of the Duke's mansion. Isn't he a higher-ranking official? However, his current identity has not been exposed. In his opinion, she doesn't know his identities, so he thinks so much. But Suwon was still very angry. What a straight man. Was so annoyed after hearing the words, "Get out," that he sat back under the tree with a gloomy face. Chen was there, with a gloating smile on his face, which made Jong Yu even more annoyed. He looked at Yang Qingqing and asked, "Why is she so angry?" Yang Qingqing lowered her head and tried to hold back her laughter. She said, "I'd be angry too. What you said is too outrageous." Wanwan was just making an analogy, but you're making a fuss about it. It's no wonder she got angry. Jong Yu calmed down and thought about it. It seemed so. He saw that the note said that he invited Miss Wanwan to go boating with him in 3 days to enjoy the lake view. Also, Miss Wanwan, was she also called Wanwan by him? He was blinded by jealousy for a moment. He was so smart and capable in daily life, and he could remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. However, when it came to emotional matters, he lost all his intelligence. Now she's made me angry. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen her lose her temper in all the time I've known her. Now, what he should worry about is how to coax people. Just when he didn't know what reason to use to apologize, his guards came in. "Young master, there is a letter from Kyoto, addressed to the Su family." The letter came from Kyoto and was addressed to the Su family. Chen and Jong Yu's eyes lit up at the same time. I guess there is good news from Su Jing. As soon as the letter was delivered to Chen, he wanted to open it, but Jong Yu stopped him. "Wait, I'll go call Wanwan over to watch it together." Chen didn't know his little tricks yet, so he just went along with him. "Okay, go ahead." Before he could finish his words, he had already left. Jong Yu came and knocked on Suwon's door. Suwon was lying on the bed in silence. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She sat up with a start and couldn't help but complain. "No, he's sick, right? What kind of brain circuit would think that she wants to marry His Majesty?" Just as he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door, and Jong Yu coughed twice outside. Inside, so he said, "Your elder brother has sent you a letter. Why don't you come out and read it?" Just as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Suwon emerged from inside, craning his neck to look around at him. "Where's the letter from my elder brother?" "It's at Su Chen's place. I asked you to go and see it together." Upon hearing this, Suwon walked around him and hurried into the yard. Jong Yu grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "Do what?" She crashed into his chest, and her body tensed up in an instant. Jong Yu asked her to stand facing him, held her shoulders with both hands, bent down slightly, and said to her sincerely, "Wanwan, look at me. I have something to say to you." Suwon raised her eyes to look at him. His handsome face was so outstanding that she could hardly bear to admire him from such a close distance. "Say whatever you want to say. I'm in a hurry to read my brother's letter." "I'm sorry. I just said something wrong. That's not what I meant because you said you wanted to climb higher, so I misunderstood. Can you please stop being angry with me? If you are really angry, just step on me a few more times to vent your anger. If that doesn't work, you have any requests, and I will agree to them as long as you ask for them." In fact, after his apology, Su-won's anger had already subsided by more than half. However, how could someone as proud and spoiled as her be coaxed so quickly? Su-won broke free from his hold on her and cleared her throat. Although she tried her best to suppress the corners of her mouth, she still couldn't help smiling. Let's talk about it later. Proudly, he turned around and walked away. She personally opened the letter from her eldest brother, and it was indeed good news. Her eldest brother had successfully passed the imperial examination, and he was at the top of the list. That is the first place, called Huiyuan. Now, all we have to do is wait for the palace examination, and the emperor has ordered that this year's palace examination be held 1 month in advance, which means that the final result of this year's imperial examination will be known by the end of July. The eldest brother also said that Kyoto is a place of learning. He has met the Grand Secretary of the current cabinet and even received praise from him. Upon hearing the news, the entire Su family was so happy that they almost set off firecrackers to celebrate. After my eldest brother passes the palace examination and returns home in glory, he will carry the plaque of success bestowed by the emperor, ride a tall horse, wear a red official uniform, and enter Xango City with a big red flower on his chest. Then the whole Xango will know about it, and that will be the time when their Su family will be proud. The eldest brother has taken the test. This is undoubtedly great news for the Su family. In the entire Jin state, he stood out among so many students and even won the first place. No wonder he was highly regarded by the Grand Secretary of the cabinet. When Su's mother came back from the workshop and heard the good news about her eldest son, she was so happy that she almost fainted. She was crying and laughing at the same time. After she came to her senses, she ran to the small room where the jade statue of Guanyin was enshrined and kowtowed and burned incense. After Su Jing went to Kyoto, this jade Guanyin statue was given by Jong Yu. Su's mother worshipped it almost every day, hoping that the jade Guanyin statue could bless her son to have a safe and smooth life in Kyoto and pass the imperial examination. Now, they have finally got what they wanted. They got the first place in the provincial examination, so getting into the top 10 in the palace examination will not be a problem. In the future, their Su family will have a jinshi. Moreover, Su Jing is only 21 years old this year, young and promising. Su Chen was asked to call Su Yun back, and the family prepared a sumptuous meal at home to celebrate Su Jing's success in the imperial examination. Su Yi wrote a reply letter, in which he wrote down everything his family had said to him. Su Wen also took out 200 taels of silver notes and stuffed them in. His elder brother had been gone for so long, and he probably had spent most of the silver, so he had to send him some money. However, since there were silver notes inside, he couldn't just use an ordinary messenger, so Jong Yu asked his men to send it to Kyoto as quickly as possible. Kyoto, Farong House. Imperial examination came out. Su Jing received more posts. Prominent families in Kyoto found out where he lived and sent invitations to him, inviting him to drink, appreciate flowers, and drink tea. They almost broke down his door. Most of these people want to catch the son-in-law of the new #1 scholar. This person is very likely to become the new #1 scholar. Who doesn't want the #1 scholar to be their son-in-law? There are also some who truly appreciate his talent. A small number of them are forming cliques and factions. These people serve their own masters in the court and want to recruit people to their own camp. Looking through these visiting cards, the old servant in Jong Yu's courtyard selected a few for him. He said that these families were all worth making friends with and were rare clean officials in the court. He had already met the Grand Secretary of the cabinet, and Jong Yu had specifically instructed him to keep a close eye on him and not accidentally get on a boat he shouldn't be on. After all, my brother is not familiar with the court. He didn't know whether those officials were good or bad, or what their personalities were. When he first enters the court in the future, it would be better for him to deal more with the clean officials. However, there are a few people who claim to be the clean officials but are not good people in secret. They are corrupt and do not hesitate to embezzle money. Jong Yu was not in the court. He had investigated the intricate relationships in the court clearly. Fenghua Villa has such a large intelligence network, so it would be easy to get hold of something they could hold against them. Some people who are not vigilant enough have been caught by others without knowing it. There are also some who are very cautious, and it is difficult to find any handle on them, but he is also very clear about what they do behind the scenes. There are only a few things that can cause you to lose your official position: forming a clique for personal gain, corruption and bribery, and using other people's names to do business for profit. There is a saying in the court that those who receive salaries should not compete with the people for jobs, and officials are not allowed to do business. However, those high-ranking officials have such large families to support, and their wives are all so decent. Do you think that their salaries are enough for them? Who doesn't have any property secretly? Shops, fields, everything. They do not use their own names, but the names of their family branches, and the actual beneficiaries are themselves. However, it was not particularly excessive, and His Majesty just turned a blind eye. There is no one available in the court, but some have a solid foundation, and a single move could affect the entire body, so they cannot be easily moved. There are also those whose ancestors made great contributions, and if they take advantage of others' misfortunes, they will be criticized by the people. Officials, immediate family members, are not allowed to engage in business, which means that the eldest brother's future descendants, children, and spouse are not allowed to engage in business. However, it would inevitably be a hidden danger for her and her fourth brother to do business in the future. As her eldest brother's position gets higher and higher, there would be more jealous people who would definitely use this matter to talk about it. In the original novel, the fourth brother's restaurant made so much profit that it had become something that people were jealous of. Some officials who were hostile to the eldest brother took advantage of the situation and wanted to bring down the #1 restaurant in the world. A family that has high-ranking officials, military generals, great scholars, and miracle doctors is already very prominent. If they also do well in business and make a lot of money, the Su family will become an iron bucket that no one can shake. Taking any one of them out would be enough to shock the world. Those people took advantage of the situation and demanded an order to close down the restaurant in order to prevent the Su family from becoming too ambitious. Later, Su Yun took the initiative to propose that 50% of the annual profits from all the restaurants he opened should be handed over to the national treasury as a sign of loyalty. Only then did he receive the reward of being the best restaurant in the world personally bestowed by the emperor. But despite this, those people were still not satisfied and continued to refuse to give in. So, Suwon is reluctant to sell the recipe of goat milk soap. Why is it said that it can save lives? It will be a trump card in the future. At least it can ensure the safety and prosperity of this generation of the Su family. Therefore, Suwon now has a new idea, that is, Yuyen cream should be sold independently. No one knows who is the boss behind Yuyen cream, and Yuyentang will only do the business of goat milk soap in the future. As for the jade face cream, she changed its name and opened a separate shop to sell it together with lip balm and other skincare products. What's more, she wanted to keep it very secret so that people would have no idea that the jade face cream was also her business. This should not be confused with goat milk soap. This is the real code to wealth. Now, we just have to wait for the palace examination to be held in early June. We will know the final result of the examination in early July. We are waiting for even better news from my eldest brother. Suwon took out the recipe of the jade face cream and looked at it. She was now going to set up a shop and start developing the jade face cream. Jade face cream requires dozens of medicinal herbs and pearl powder. This medicinal herb is easy to find, but nucleusless pearls are not easy to find. After all, I have never heard of cultured pearls in Xango. Moreover, this pearl powder must be made with seedless pearls. We do not pursue the quality of the pearls. It does not matter if they are crooked or cracked as long as they can be ground into powder. Suwon knew that Jong Yu would definitely have a way. With the shipping routes of their Fenghua villa, they had seen all kinds of new things. They have their own sea pearl breeding base in the South China Sea, and every year they receive a large number of colorful pearls and rare oriental pearls. That guy made me really angry a few days ago. If I ask him about it, he should have no reason to refuse. Jong Yu had been waiting for a long time. He had also read the recipe of the jade face cream. There was an ingredient in it called pearl powder, which was the hardest to find. He knew that Suwon would come to find him. Sure enough, she came. Suwon ignored him for several days, and every time he saw him, he didn't give him a chance to speak, which made him distressed. Although the two have not confirmed their relationship, he knows that Suwon cannot have no feelings for him at all. Jong Yu has nothing to do. He likes to sit under the hibiscus tree, drink tea, and feed the fishes. You can always find him there. The Su family is in the goat milk soap workshop during the day and only comes back in the evening. Last month, the net profit of goat milk soap reached more than 3,500 taels. This month, the demand in Xango as a whole has doubled, and it is estimated that the net profit this month will have to double on this basis. Goat milk soap would sell so well. He has already sent several thousand bars of soap to Madame Xie this month. In other counties, the demand has reached thousands of bars of soap a month. Because of this, Suwon already had tens of thousands of taels of silver in her hands, so she thought about opening a jade face cream shop. At that time, I will also visit Yuyen Tang's shop. She had already thought of a name, which was Bingjitang, and the Yuyen cream was renamed Bingjiyuga Nourishing Facial Cream. When Suwon arrived, 2 secret guards were reporting something to Jong Yu. Suwon waited there for a while and only walked forward after they finished speaking. The 2 secret guards greeted her respectfully. 6th Mississippi, Suwon nodded politely and smiled back, which counted as a greeting. She sat down opposite Jong Yu and saw him laughing, but she didn't understand what was so funny about him. Is it funny? Jong Yu raised his eyebrows, and his smile became more charming. Let me guess, why did you come to see me? Guess, Suwon didn't believe it. Could he be the worm in his stomach? Jong Yu lay back lazily, with one hand resting on the back of the chair, looking very ruffian. You want to ask about Pearl? Suwon was drinking tea, not believing that he could guess it, but unexpectedly, he was slapped in the face. How do you know? Because I am the worm in your stomach. Puff. This time he really couldn't hold back his laughter. Suwon seemed to have been tickled and couldn't stop laughing. Jong Yu just looked at her and smiled, then handed her a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Suwon took the handkerchief and couldn't help but joked. It shouldn't be the one that polished my shoes, right? This time it was Jong Yu's turn to laugh, and his voice was as refreshing as the clear mountain spring.
No.
He is not so poor. Suwon wiped his mouth and told him about his plan. I plan to open a shop to sell jade face cream, but I can't sell it together with goat milk soap. I want to start a hidden business where no one knows I'm the boss behind the scenes. The jade face cream requires a lot of pearl powder. I know you have a way to find a big pearl farmer for me. I want the kind without seeds, which are not valuable. It doesn't matter if they are crooked or cracked. As for the price, we can negotiate. From these few short sentences, Jong Yu could get a general idea. As smart as he is, he naturally understands why Suwon planned this. This idea only after receiving the letter from Kyoto. She was worried that her future business would have an impact on Su Jing, so she wanted to start a hidden industry and become the boss behind the scenes. If the goat milk soap business fails in the future, she still has the hidden money-making tool of the jade face cream and will not starve to death. She is really a little girl who knows how to think ahead. Otherwise, why would he be attracted to Suwon? Because she can consider issues that ordinary people cannot consider. She had never been under the emperor's rule, but she knew how to prepare for a rainy day, and that was her outstanding quality. I have a pearl farm in the South China Sea. If you need it, I can provide it to you for free. Every day, many pearls that do not meet the requirements are thrown away. It is a waste. It just so happens that you need it, so it can be regarded as making the best use of it. No, I can't take it for free. You can name a price that's within my budget. Your pearl farm must have a lot of workers. Even if they are waste pearls, they have to be carefully screened, which is labor-intensive. I can't take them for free. If Suwon didn't give her money, she would feel burdened. Besides, since it was a waste pearl and worthless, he couldn't ask for an exorbitant price. Didn't you say before that you would give me 10% of the interest? Now you don't mean it? If that's the case, I'm also the owner of the shop. Isn't it my duty to contribute something to my shop? He knew that she wouldn't want it for free, so he brought this up. Suwon was not joking when she said that last time. She really intended to give him 10% of the profit. Now that he had brought up the matter, there was no way she would deny it. Of course it counts. I can't take back my words once they've been spoken. That's it. Why don't you give me another 10% of the profit? I'll give you a few more people to help you run the shop. I have a female shopkeeper who is good at business and is absolutely trustworthy. As long as you give her a sincere monthly salary, she will help you run the shop. You don't need to worry about anything from the workshop to the shop. You just need to collect the money in the back and be a hands-off shopkeeper, and then concentrate on managing your goat milk soap business. Jong Yu is a good person to the end, and he will do his best to help others. The little girl wants to be the boss behind the scenes, so the person she chooses must be trustworthy. How much effort and money will it take to screen through so many levels? I guess she must be worried about where to find someone trustworthy to take care of it. Now that he has extended an olive branch and is lending her a helping hand, it is not for nothing, as he has asked for an extra 10% of the profits. Jong Yu's olive branch immediately touched Soo-won's heart. If it's his person, then there will definitely be no problem, and he can be trusted completely. Moreover, Jong Yu does not keep idle people under his command. His people must have outstanding qualities, which is why he takes a fancy to them and recruits them under his command. If you add another layer of profit to it, it's really nothing. The temptation is huge. No problem, I'll give you another 20%. Soo-won said very generously that if you are using other people's resources and manpower for free, you have to show some sincerity and you can't take advantage of him. Jong Yu laughed again. The little girl was really generous this time. She was willing to give him 30% of the profits. Not bad. Of course he was happy to do so. He wouldn't spend the money anyway and would return it to her sooner or later. Deal, Boss Soo. Jong Yu raised his teacup to clink glasses with her. Soo-won also smiled knowingly. It's a pleasure to work with you, Boss Jong. As soon as the glasses clinked, the two reached a cooperative relationship and went from friends to partners in one fell swoop. From now on, Bingjiugu Beauty Cream will only do business with rich people, and one bottle will be sold for 100 taels. Bingjitang will also make some other civilian skincare products so that ordinary people can also afford them. You can rest assured that the people Jong Yu chooses are all talented people. She, Soo-won, only needs to use 30% of the profits, and then she can sit back and reap the benefits, becoming the mysterious boss behind the scenes and counting money until her hands are tired. Why not? She never thought that Jong Yu planned this for her, and it was not for her money at all. But he knew that this girl never liked to ask for other people's things for free, so she changed to this method. A certain little girl was still feeling smug about having gotten a great deal, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. In the past, she was still unsure, but now that they have become partners, she can be said to have boarded Jong Yu's boat and become a team. She, Soo-won, has her own backer now. Who would dare to attack her in the future? While giggling, she inadvertently glanced at the few koi fish she had specially selected in the pond. Since Jong Yu came, they have become plumper and rounder, which is inseparable from the careful feeding of young Master Jong every day. The next day, Soo-won went to the pawn shop to check out the shops. She looked at the Yuantang shop, while the Bingjitang shop would wait for Jong Yu's people to arrive. His people would take care of it, and then the deed would be delivered to her. After all, the pawn shop was run by the imperial court. If she showed up and had any involvement with it, it would be easy to find out that she was related to it, and it would not be mysterious at all. She didn't even plan to tell the Soo family about this Bingji Hall. The main focus was on keeping it a secret. A soap shop doesn't need to be too big. What matters is the location. The shop that Soo-won chose was right across from Madame Siezru's shop, on the most prosperous street. A total of 500 taels of silver were spent to buy the shop. It is not very big, only about 100 square meters. There are 2 dark rooms in the back, which can be used to entertain guests or for rest, occupying about 40 square meters. The remaining 60 square meters is the front hall. It needs to be renovated to make it more elegant and high-end, especially the signboard of Yuyan Hall, which must be beautiful. Madame Xie had never expected that Soo-won would open his own shop so soon. She had also earned several hundred taels of silver by following Soo-won, and Soo-won had also given her many gifts, and the friendship between the two was thus established. Let's get the shop in Xiangzhou ready first. As for those county towns, We'll use the agency method for the time being. Later, this matter will be handed over to her uncle, who will choose the shop to open, so she won't have to make the trip in person. Yuantang store in Xango, Su Wan will let Yang Qingqing learn to be the female shopkeeper. From then on, she had to learn how to sell goods, restock, promote sales, and do accounting all by herself. Su Wan is responsible for checking the accounts, as long as there is no problem with the accounts. Because the business was good, and the demand for goat milk soap was growing, Su Wan gave his uncle 20 taels of silver per month, and his aunt and Yang Qingqing 10 taels of silver per month. After Yang Qingqing became the shopkeeper, she was paid 30 taels of silver per month. From the renovation to the opening. During this time, Madame Xie took the initiative to tell customers who came to buy soap that if they wanted to buy soap in the future, they could go to the newly opened Yuantang across the street. There would be an event in the first 3 days of the opening, and when they entered the store, they would receive a white goat milk soap for free, and when they bought a hair soap, they would receive a dyed goat milk soap as well. There were many benefits. Jong Yu arrived in Xango half a month later. He took Su Wan to Yueman West Tower to meet them. The two of them were in the Tianziho private room, and more than a dozen women stood respectfully in front of Su Wan. The leader was a woman in her 20s, and she was accompanied by 12 young women aged 16 or 17. Her name is Qionyang. She will be the shopkeeper of Bingjitang in the future. The people she brings with her are all trustworthy. Before this, Qionyang had been working under me as the shopkeeper. No matter how cleverly the account books are modified, as long as she looks at them, she can tell where the problems are. The people she brings with her are all her apprentices, and they are good at identifying various medicinal materials. There will be no problems letting them work in the workshop and make the jade face cream. In addition, they are also proficient in the methods and formulas of various rouges. They came here with sincerity this time. Su Wan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him named Xionyang. She had fiery red lips, smiling lips, phoenix eyes, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. She brought with her also exuded a heroic aura that could not be ignored. They were all about 1.65 meters tall, and none of them was ugly. Boss, to show my sincerity, Qionyang has brought a few prescriptions with her this time. Please take a look. Qionyang handed a wooden box to Su Wan. After Su Wan opened it, he found 3 recipes inside. The first one is the recipe for hand cream, the second one is the recipe for an affordable facial cream that is popular on the market, and the third one is the recipe for making loazadai. After reading it, Su Wan was very surprised. They were all wealth codes for making money. The ice skin and jade bone cream, plus these recipes and several ancient beauty recipes she has, will give her a lot more things to sell once Bingjitang opens in the future. What's more, she also plans to sell lip balm and other things. Are these all for me? Su Wan looked at Jong Yu and asked. It's for Bingjitang. I'm also the owner of Bingjitang, so naturally I want Bingjitang to make more profit, so I can earn more. Jong Yu played with his new jade ring and replied while leaning lazily on the chaise longue. Besides, these are what they already know. Since they are here to work for you, they should be unreserved. However, they are so sincere, so you can't give them less money. They are very expensive. After Jong Yu said this, Qionyang laughed. She had been looking at her new boss. I have heard for a long time that the young master has fallen in love and has a girl he likes. When I saw her today, I found that this 6th girl is very beautiful and extraordinary. Before coming, she had already learned that the goat milk soap created by the 6th girl was very popular in Xiangzhou. She used it once last night, and it was indeed a good thing. It can be seen that these 6 girls are very special to the young master. Otherwise, how could he do a business that was losing money? He even specially transferred her to Xiangzhou to help the 6th girl, but in the end, he only wanted 30% of the profit. You can ask for as much monthly silver as you want. As long as you work hard for me and manage Bingjitang well, it will be worth it no matter how much monthly silver I give you. They came with sincerity, so Su Wan also had to show sincerity. Boss, I used to work under the young master and my monthly salary was 200 taels of silver, and these sisters I brought with me used to get 30 taels of silver per month, so we'll just follow the original specifications. In the future, all the beauty creams in Bingjitang will be made by us, and we will never outsource them to others. Boss, you can rest assured. From purchasing raw materials to making to packaging and selling, you don't need to bother. Qionyang will take care of everything. You just need to look at the results. Even if you want to open a branch in the future, you don't need to worry about it. As long as you have this idea, Qionyang will arrange everything and you'll be satisfied. Jong Yu dared to give her this amount of monthly salary, which showed that Qionyang did have her own strengths, and when it came to settling accounts in front of her, she was nothing compared to him. If you calculate carefully, this means that Suwon has to pay them a monthly salary of 560 taels of silver. Whether it is worth it is up to her to decide. I can only say that it is acceptable. After all, they are people brought by Jong Yu. Anyway, there will only be benefits and no harm. If she were to train such a team by herself, how many years would it take, and how much effort would it take? Not to mention, nucleusless pearls are hard to find, and there are only 2 such companies in the entire Dajin Kingdom. One is Jong Yu's sea pearl farm in the South China Sea. The pearls produced there are often presented to the imperial city as tribute, and many wealthy people buy them at high prices to use as gifts. There is another one, which is in Jiangnan. The pearls produced there are all freshwater pearls, and their utilization value is far less than that of sea pearls. Sea pearls, you can tell how precious they are just by listening to them. Those clams are fished up from the depths of the sea. How many batches of clams are needed to cultivate a perfect pearl? Freshwater pearls are different. Although they are also precious, the largest ones are not that big. In short, they are not as precious as those in seawater. In the future, before Bingjitang opens, these 2 pieces of news can be released. One is that the recipe of Bingji paste comes from the genius Dr. Sun Beidou, and the second is that one of the ingredients is pearl powder ground from precious South China Sea pearls. At that time, pearl powder facial mask was already popular, but it was too luxurious and ordinary people could not afford it. They also didn't know that those ugly things could be made into pearl powder. This greatly increased the value of the ice skin and jade bone cream, and no one could question her selling it for 100 taels. Another thing is that Jong Yu is an acquaintance, but she is not familiar with Jiangnan. If she goes to Jiangnan to negotiate in person, it will waste her time and energy. Freshwater pearls are not as rare as sea pearls. After she goes there, she will also have to negotiate the price and find the right person. It will cost a lot of money to transport the pearls back and forth in the long run, and the person she finds may not be reliable. Unlike Jong Yu, who can get a permanent solution by paying an extra 20% of the profits and also get a strong marketing and production team. By tying ourselves to Jong Yu's boat, we will have a backer and the ice skin and jade bone haul will be as solid as a rock in the future. Could get 30% profit in exchange for a lifetime of wealth and splendor. Would you be tempted? A box of ice skin and jade bone beauty cream sells for 100 taels. After deducting the raw materials, she can still make 60 taels, which is a huge profit. If you want to make a living in this world, you have to be cunning when necessary because there is no business without cunning. Moreover, she could completely trust Jong Yu's character. Even when doing business in modern times, when you choose a partner, you must make multiple comparisons and choose the one that is more beneficial to you. If this party happens to be your good friend, then there is nothing else to say. Just sign the contract. All in all, even if the Nanhai Pearl Farm did not belong to Jong Yu, she would still choose Nanhai. Since you have to make the trip anyway, why not choose a better one? Besides, it's not like she didn't spend any money. She paid an extra 20% interest to get the solution once and for all.
It's a deal.
Let's sign a document. I'll just sign it and seal it. To guarantee you that I won't default on my debts in the future, I'll send the document to the government to have it stamped. From now on, you'll be mine. We'll rise and fall together. Suwon thought about it for about 5 minutes, and for a better future, she signed the contract for this group of employees. Xionyang smiled and nodded, and brought a group of sisters to greet Suwon. Come on, sisters, let's pay our respects to our boss. Including Xionyang, there were 13 people in total, and they all saluted Suwon. To be honest, Suwon really enjoyed the feeling at this moment. In this wave of time travel, she finally turned from a singing serf into a big boss. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for our boss and go through fire and water, without hesitation. No need to be polite. I won't go through fire and water for you. As long as we stick together through thick and thin, that's enough. I'm a very easygoing person, and I won't exploit you. Cheonyang needs to write 13 copies of the document, 2 copies in total, which makes a total of 26 copies, and it will take some time. The 12 girls have already gone out to wait. It is said that Cheonyang has found a temporary residence in Xango City. Now, Cheonyang is the only one in the private room writing a document. At the tea table, not knowing what he was thinking, Jong Yu was still lazily leaning on the chaise longue. Shopkeeper Luo brought in lunch and filled the table. Young master, Miss Su, it's lunchtime. Please have your meal. Thank you very much, Manager Luo. You have worked hard. Su-won thanked him politely. It's not hard, it's not hard. It's all my duty. Please enjoy your meal. Shopkeeper Luo seemed rather reserved in front of Jong Yu. Jong Yu got up from the chaise longue and sat next to Su-won. Su-won called Cheonyang to come and eat together. Cheonyang, let's eat something first. Cheonyang did not hesitate. She put down her pen, walked over, and sat down opposite the two of them. She is also Jong Yu's subordinate. She is more calm. It just so happens that we can take advantage of the meal to discuss our next plans in detail. Cheonyang needed 5,000 taels of silver in funding to find a store, a workshop, decorate the store, order raw materials, and obtain a small container for the ice skin and jade bone cream, which had to be custom-made from porcelain. The nucleusless pearls have been shipped from the South China Sea. It will take about a month to arrive. After all, the South China Sea is far away. Su-won has already prepared the banknotes, and Jong Yu only needs to provide people and pearls that do not meet the standards. A 30% profit is a considerable profit once the business is established. 5,000 taels of silver notes was exactly the amount she had prepared. Cheonyang said that everything was ready and it would only take 2 months to officially open the new store, which was considered fast. From now on, all matters will be discussed at Yumanqilu. If Cheonyang wants to find her, someone will come to inform Su-won personally. After the meal, Cheonyang completed all the documents, and then Su-won signed and sealed them all, and later sent them to the government for stamping. This doesn't matter. The government needs so many seals every day that they may not remember hers. It's mainly to give them a guarantee. 5,000 taels of silver were packed in a small box and handed over to Cheonyang. Next, she would go to visit shops and workshops and would definitely visit the workshops to directly purchase raw materials and start stocking up. The shop started to be renovated at the same time, so Su-won could focus on her Yuantang affairs. In the Su family is not busy. Su-yun is busy learning how to cook, while Su-yi is busy setting up the stall. He planned to save some money and rent a small shop to paint some paintings and sell them. He also usually took on portrait business in the shop. Chen helps out in the goat milk soap workshop every day, running around and acting as a qualified and perfect tool man. Only Jong Yu was leisurely and happy every day. He moved many famous flowers and plants to Su-won's backyard. Every morning, he would practice sword and tend to the flowers and plants. After breakfast, he would wait for his subordinates to come down and report on the matters to be resolved that day. I drink tea in the afternoon. When I'm bored, I go to the workshop to chat with Su-won or go to see Su-yi's portrait. The days passed by uneventfully, and soon, Yuyen Hall was decorated and ready to open. Su-won filled the counter with various kinds of goat milk soaps for the customers to choose from. He went to a dental shop and bought 2 people, a man and a maid, and then arranged for them to work in the store. The men are responsible for guarding the door to prevent people from running away without paying, while the maids are responsible for guiding customers to consume in the store, introducing products, and taking customers to the front desk to check out. Su-won would take Yang Qingqing to the counter and teach her how to do the math and keep account books. The auspicious day for the opening was chosen as the first day of July, which also happened to be the day when the results of the palace examination were announced. Left before the opening, and everything is ready. Madame Xie's soap has been out of stock for several days, and the suspense has built up. Many old customers of the goat milk soap are waiting for Yuyen Hall to open. That day, Soo-won took some time out to visit Soo-yi, wanting to see how his portrait was going. Hot day, Soo-yi sat in the tea shed. The sunlight shone on the sunshade, making it even more stuffy inside. It is also for this reason that Soo-yi has very few customers, only a few. There was an iced milk tea shop on the street, and Soo-won bought a few bowls for his fifth brother. Soo-yi had just finished painting a picture for a customer and collected 50 coins from him. Soo-won sat down beside him and fanned him with a round fan. Seeing that it was his sister, he smiled warmly. "Hey, my family is very busy. How come you have time to come and see me today?" Recently, Soo-won has been very busy. He is to run the workshop and take care of the decoration of Yuan Hall. He can rarely be seen except at night. "I'm not busy today, so I came to see fifth brother. How's business going lately?" As you can see, because of the hot and humid weather, there are very few people coming to have their portraits painted. Maybe things will get better after autumn.
수일의 플리엣.
Soo-won handed him a cup of iced tea. Soo-yi drank it in one gulp and continued to paint a portrait of the next customer. For the past 2 months, Soo-yi has been holding a paintbrush every day, and calluses have formed on his fingers. However, when he paints, his hand speed becomes faster and faster, and the lines become smoother and smoother. After all, practice makes perfect. Is it delicious, Brother Wu? It tastes good. My Wan is still considerate, but it's too hot here. Don't get a heat stroke. Go back quickly. I want to rent a small shop in a few days. You can go with me to have a look. You often go to the dental clinic, so you know it better than me. After 2 months, Soo-yi has saved nearly 200 taels of silver. When the time comes, he can rent a small shop and no longer have to endure the heat under this tea stall. He has become famous in several streets near Xango. If it weren't for the hot weather, there would be more and more people coming to paint his portrait. Soo-yi was also afraid that the novelty would wear off, and fewer people would come to him. He was a worldly man who painted portraits for 2 reasons. Firstly, to make money, and secondly, to train himself. Okay, then when it's hottest in the afternoon, remember to go back and rest. Don't get yourself a heat stroke. There are 2 cups of milk tea. Remember to drink them when you're thirsty. Seeing that he was busy, Soo-won didn't stay long. She returned home. She unexpectedly found that there were guests at home. As soon as she arrived home, a carriage stopped at her door. The young master got off the carriage. He looked up at the house in front of him, which was inscribed with the words, Farong Xiaozhu. Seeing the plaque, he laughed, then glanced at Soo-won under the eaves. In his eyes, before the servant beside him could open the umbrella to shade him from the sun, he had already strode in front of Soo-won. Soo-won also held an oil paper umbrella to protect herself from the sun. A beauty holding an umbrella always looks charming. Soo-won was a little confused. She didn't expect that the young uncle would come to her in person. They last met at the Earl's mansion. She did not keep his appointment, but unexpectedly, he came to see her anyway. There were 2 guards at the door of Farong Cottage, who were arranged by Jong Yu to guard the door. Upon seeing this, one of them went back to report the news. It's over. The young master's love rival is here. Young master, Soo-won saluted him. After all, he was the young master of the Earl's mansion, and they, the common people, could only show respect to him. 6th Miss, there's no need to be so polite. Just treat me as an ordinary person. The young uncle's face when he looked at Soo-won was one of undisguised admiration. The atmosphere now is a bit awkward, and Soo-won doesn't know what to do next. 6th Miss, won't you invite me in to sit down? He took the initiative to ask to be a guest at home. Soo-won responded out of politeness, thinking that since the guest had already arrived at his doorstep, he should always show hospitality. Of course. If you don't mind, please come to my humble abode and have a seat. Soo-won led the way, and Ning Ziqian asked the servants to take the gifts they brought and carry them into the Su family. When he passed by the guard at the door, the guard folded his arms and gave him a neutral look. Ning Ziqian stopped for a moment and glanced at him sideways, obviously looking down on him. Jong Yu received the news, sneered, and thought to himself, this guy really will never stop. Soo-won took him to sit in the front hall. There was no maid in the house, so she could only make tea for him herself. Ning Ziqian brought some cakes and precious tea to the visit. Young master, I have just arrived in Xiangzhou and have not arranged for servants to serve me. Please forgive me if I have not treated you well enough. Fortunately, Su Wan and Madame Xie learned some tea ceremony and knew how to make a few cups of good tea. Young master took a sip and exclaimed, "Sixth Mrs. Tea is really delicious. It must be the best pre-rain Longjing tea." Su Wan nodded in agreement, thinking that thanks to Jong Yu, there would be no shortage of good tea at home with his presence. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Su Wan was sitting here alone with him, and he really didn't know what to say. The key point was that he kept staring at Su Wan with a smile. He kept rubbing his hands on his knees, and he looked quite nervous. When Ning Ziqian was about to say something, Jong Yu came, followed by 2 guards, carrying in a large jar of ice. "Wan, you didn't even tell me that there were guests at home. It's so hot. Don't let anyone get a heat stroke. But it's mainly you who's afraid of heat. How can you cool down without ice cubes?" Jong Yu walked straight to Su Wan and sat down with a smile on his face. Su Wan could tell at a glance that this guy had changed his clothes on purpose. He put on a satin purple robe embroidered with gold thread and cloud patterns. He even changed into brand new shoes. They were so clean without a trace of dust, and he exuded a noble temperament. In addition, his appearance was extraordinary. If Ning Ziqian looked at him alone, he could be considered handsome, but when he stood next to Jong Yu, the difference was obvious. His high-profile appearance and his display of being particularly familiar with Su Wan, as well as their conversation, seemed very intimate. This made Ning Ziqian, who had always been at the top of the food chain in Xiangzhou City, change his expression and look displeased. He had already asked around, but had not heard that Su Wan was married. 2 guards placed a jar of ice in the middle of the hall, which emitted cold steam and instantly cooled the room. To be honest, even the Earl of Ningyuan's mansion couldn't produce so much ice at once for cooling off. Xiangzhou has little snowfall, so the ice storage capacity is also small, and saltpeter is even rare. Isn't he just showing off his wealth? Su Wan saw through it but didn't say anything. He just drank tea to hide his smile. Don't mention it, after this guy came, she didn't feel embarrassed anymore. One after another, the guards brought a few plates of exquisite snacks and placed them next to Ning Ziqian. "Wan, don't you love iced cheese the most? I asked someone to buy it for you. Come and try it." Jong Yu's strong aura was about to overflow the screen. Su Wan had never seen anyone so good at making his presence felt. But she cooperated, took the cheese, and started drinking it. He only prepared it for her, but not for Ning Ziqian. The proud young uncle couldn't stand it anymore. It was the first time he was suppressed like this. "Sixth Miss, is this your brother? I heard that you have several older brothers. I wonder which son of your family this is?" When he was told that he was Su Wan's brother, Jong Yu's smile faded and he looked at Su Wan, wanting to know how she would answer. "He is not my brother." It only explained that he was not the brother and didn't explain much more. You have to imagine the rest yourself. If he is not your brother, why does this brother look like an elder in your family? Elder? He's serious? Su Wan almost couldn't help laughing. "Are you the young master of the Ningyuan Earl's mansion?" Jong Yu finally spoke. "It is me. Who are you?" When talking about his family, Ning Ziqian had a very proud expression and held his head high. "It seems to be saying my status in Xiangzhou City is a first-class noble. Who are you?" Jong Yu's identity will not scare you to death, but he is relatively low-key in this regard. "I am just a businessman with a little wealth in my family. I am a good match for the Su family. However, you are so noble that you can condescend to visit an ordinary merchant. You are really approachable. I heard that the wife of the Earl of Ningyuan is interested in marrying the Earl of Shuani in Suzhou. The daughter of the Earl of Shuani is well known in Suzhou. She is a perfect match for you. I wonder if I can have the honor to drink a glass of wine at your wedding in the future?" Even if Jong Yu didn't bring up his identity as the eldest son of the Duke's mansion, he could still choke you to the point of being speechless. You're about to become a married man, so stop dreaming about harming decent women. You are so devoted to her? Su Wan also accidentally heard a big news. He didn't expect that the young master already had a suitable marriage. This is great news, young master. I believe that the young lady of the Shuani Earl's mansion must be well-educated, beautiful, and intelligent, and a perfect match for you. Su-won is also here to congratulate you in advance. Seeing Su-won like this, Ning Ziqian panicked and stood up to explain. Wan, it's not like that. And I haven't even started dating yet. Young master, there is a difference between you and me, so please don't call me by my maiden name. It's inappropriate. Su-won quickly distanced herself from him. Really, you are already married, and you still come here to show off like a peacock. She won't dare to go out and show her face in public anymore. Ning Ziqian sat back in his original seat dejectedly, his hands clenched tightly. He looked at Jong Yu, who had a smile on his face, and that smile seemed ironic to him. Today, he was actually treated with respect by a merchant. When he returns, he will definitely find someone to thoroughly investigate his background. Ning Ziqian didn't stay in the Su mansion for long. He came with joy on his face, but left with an angry look on his face. After he left, Su-won couldn't help but complain to Jong Yu. Why are you angry with him? What if he gets angry and causes trouble for us? My Yuyan Hall hasn't even opened yet. She knew he was not afraid, but she was just saying that, after all, she didn't know about it now. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. Who's afraid of who is still unknown? Jong Yu just couldn't stand his self-serving attitude. Su Jing was still very nervous on the day of the palace examination. He had made it all the way to the finals, and now there were only 29 competitors left. The palace examination was held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony and was still a written test. Su Jing was the first in this year's imperial examination. When the emperor appeared in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he asked the servants around him to point out to him who was the first in this year's imperial examination. Seeing that Su Jing was a man of talent, elegance, and good looks, the emperor nodded secretly to show his satisfaction. After performing the ceremony of kowtow 3 times and bow 9 times, the 30 candidates took their seats in turn, waiting for the emperor to announce the examination questions. To be honest, at that moment, everyone was nervous, afraid of choosing the wrong question, including Su Jing. Most people made 2 preparations, policy essays and poetry, but Su Jing made 3. When the question came out, all the candidates present were shocked and looked dejected because this year the emperor did not play by the rules and actually gave a policy essay question on flood control. They are only proficient in the great principles of saints, the way of being a human being, poetry, and songs. When have they ever delved into these things? No one knew where to start. Some who lived around the Xian River basin had only heard of some of the things that the Du Shuijian had done in the past and could give a few answers by following their own advice. Only Su Jing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Thinking back to last year, Su-won specially ran to the academy to remind him of this matter. Now thinking about it, was it a coincidence or was it foreseen? She is truly the lucky star of the Su family, and even more so Su Jing's benefactor. He and Su-won had discussed the topic of flood control. What she said, plus the ancient books he read everywhere, and the few strategies he developed on his own, were enough. Su Jing wrote a long essay and submitted 2 full answer sheets, but he was still not sure whether he could be approved by the emperor, nor did he dare to think whether there were any candidates in this group who knew more about flood control than him. But he was sure that with this answer sheet, passing the imperial examination would be no problem. On the first day of July, the emperor summoned Su Jing into the palace, and Su Jing knew that it had been done. Only the top 10 Jinshi candidates had the opportunity to see the emperor. However, he met the emperor alone and stayed in there for a full hour before coming out. He came out, he was already holding a red official robe with a black gauze hat on it. A group of servants followed behind him, holding rewards from the emperor. At the same time, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on him, and no one knew whether Su Jing was the top scorer in this year's exam. This can be concluded from the fact that he met the emperor alone and received many rewards. Generally, those who passed the exams would receive fixed rewards according to their rankings, but Su Jing received so many rewards just by meeting the emperor, which was an unprecedented honor. It showed how much the emperor valued him. The next day, the emperor issued an imperial decree declaring that the top scorer in this exam was Su Jing from Xango. His report on flood control was also posted under the imperial edict for all people to read. The next day, Su Yi did not go out to set up a stall, but asked Su Wan to go to the dental clinic to check out the storefront. The pawnbroker saw that it was Su Wan who came. He treated her warmly. It just so happened that Su Wan also wanted to buy 2 people to take back with him, as Yan Hall would need manpower when it opened. The storefront that Su Yi chooses does not need to be in a very good location. It just needs to be on the street where his portrait was originally drawn. A few dozen square meters will be enough, and he can rent it for half a year first. The location is average and the area is not large, so the rent is relatively cheap, 20 taels a month and 120 taels for half a year. Was established. The price of Su Yi's portraits had to be raised, from 50 cents per portrait to 80 cents per portrait, still adhering to the original intention of Jiang Taigong fishing. Those who are willing to take the bait will do so. Su Wan bought 2 more people from the pawn shop before leaving. One was a very smart and eloquent maid, who was 15 years old, named Xiao Yun, and the other was a tall and strong male servant, named Biaozi. The person who is in charge of the place must not be a thin dog, but he must stand there, giving people a sense of security, like a statue. If anyone dares to escape, he must be able to subdue the person. This Biaozi was bought for 80 taels of silver, simply because he has muscles and strength. Su Wan sent them to the workshop, and from then on they lived in the workshop with Xiao Shu and the others. Yuyantang's shop is also on Yumingsala Street, which makes it very convenient for work. Su Wan accompanied Su Yi to see the shop he rented. The area was indeed not large, but the light was very good, and the inside was very clean. He just needed to tidy it up a bit, do some simple decoration, and put some furniture in it. 5th brother, you own a shop now. What name do you plan to give it? Have you thought of something related to painting? Su Wan stood at the door and looked at the clean little shop. This street was full of shops selling snacks. He opened a painting studio here, which was really eye-catching. No, please help me think of one. Sui hadn't thought of anything yet, so he just rented the shop and left the naming task to Su Wan. I'll take it, are you sure? Su Wan pointed at his nose. Yes, you have a lot of ideas, and the names you come up with will definitely be good and attractive, so I'll leave it to you. Good Wan Wan. Su Yi smiled with a harmless look on his face, and Su Wan smiled helplessly. So, she thought hard and decided to adopt the modern curiosity psychology, which was called, let's call it Yojia Painting Studio. What? Su Yi misheard for a moment and didn't hear clearly. So Su Wan wrote it down on paper for him. Looking at the name, Su Yi smiled. His Wanwan was indeed a creative person. Okay, let's use this name. I'll go find a craftsman to order a plaque. I'll paint a few more paintings and sell them in the store. Oh, and I'll also order a custom seal to sign my name. I've given myself a name, Wu Yang, and I'll print it on the seal. What do you think? When Su Yi said this, he seemed to become more lively, exuding a confident glow. Afraid that Su Wan didn't know, he wrote it down on a piece of paper. Wu Yang, what a good name. It fits 5th brother's temperament very well. The meaning is good too, and it has a sense of mystery. From now on, I will call 5th brother Master Wu Yang. Is also the title in the original work, and later it was called Wu Yang Jusher. Wan, you are making fun of me. How dare you call yourself a lay Buddhist now?
Sui similet embarrassedly.
5th brother, can you sell me a few of your paintings? When you become famous in the future, I can enjoy a life of luxury with your paintings. Su Wan was serious. In the original novel, Su Yi sold paintings on the street in the early days, but no one was interested. Some people with discerning eyes bought a few of his paintings. After the 5th brother became famous, his paintings became rare masterpieces circulated in the world. Every painting of the 5th brother is worth a fortune, and the most classic ones are even sold to priceless values. She was close to the water and got the moon first, so she asked her 5th brother to give her a few paintings. In the future, she would also become a collector of famous paintings. Today, because the 5th brother has found the right shortcut and his portrait painting skills, his fame has slowly spread in Xiangzhou. He will surely become famous earlier than the original author. In the original work, he was not famous at all, and he started selling paintings directly, which ultimately resulted in no one buying them. But a portrait is different. If a person can be portrayed vividly, that is the best way to see the person's skill. Since Wanwan doesn't mind, of course I'm willing to make a fool of myself. Su-yi was very happy that Su-won always supported him unconditionally. Fifth brother, why did you name yourself Wuyang? Su-won really wanted to know. The homonym of Wuyang is Wuyang, which means safe and sound. I hope that in the future, our family will be safe. I also hope that everything we encounter and experience will be safe. I also hope that my original intention will never change and will not be like the ripples on the water, which will be swayed by the wind. Yes, even after Su-yi became famous in the later period, not everyone could get his paintings. Only those who truly loved painting could get his paintings. I wish fifth brother success and safety. Su-won stretched out his hand to high-five him. This is the exclusive code between the brother and sister. On the opening day of Yuyan Hall, Su-won dressed festively and the whole family attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony together. Su-won ordered thousands of gift boxes and prepared to launch a package. Inside the gift boxes, there were 2 pieces of basic goat milk soap, 2 pieces of dyed goat milk soap, 1 piece each of floral soap and hair soap. It was called the 6 Good Luck Gift Box. During the first 3 days of the opening, if you purchased a 66 Das-hun gift box, you could take 6 bars of soap home for only 166 coins. However, if you buy the 6 Great Fortunes gift box, you will not be able to participate in the promotion where you can get a dyed goat milk soap for free when you buy 2 bars of hair soap in our store. Originally, these 6 bars of soap were worth 225 coins in total, but now they can be bought for only 166 coins, which is a great deal. Moreover, each person can only buy 1 copy. There are a total of 1,000 copies, and they will be sold out while stocks last. 3 days ago, we found a lot of children in Xango and started distributing handwritten flyers to publicize the opening date of Yuyan Hall and the activities on the opening day. On the opening day, many customers came to the door waiting to buy. Chen set off a few firecrackers. The plaque of Yuyan Hall and the interior of the store were hung with red silk. Su-yun took a special leave to come back to show his support. Jong Yu also came and brought many guards to protect secretly to prevent anyone from causing trouble. However, he did not show up, but watched the scene in the restaurant next door. Su-won took a pair of scissors and cut the ribbon, and Yuyan Hall officially opened. Guests rushed in, all to buy the 6 Great Fortune gift boxes. 1,006 Great Fortune gift boxes could earn 1,660 taels. Excluding the cost of customizing the gift boxes and the raw materials, the net profit was 1,500 taels. When it comes to marketing, no one is better than Su-won. Not only that, today Yuantang's products will enjoy a 5-cent discount in the first 3 days. When you buy 1, you'll get a basic goat milk soap for free. There are many discounts and benefits. In just 1 morning, the Lulu Das-hun gift boxes were sold out. Su-won and the Su family were busy all day until closing time in the evening, and all the 10,000 bars of soap they had prepared were sold out. There are 6,000 bars of soap in the gift box alone, and the rest are sold in packages. Basic goat milk soap and dyed goat milk soap given away cost more than 2,000 yuan. Fortunately, the workshop still has a lot of stock, and they will be put on sale tomorrow. Su-won finally calculated the total account to see how much he had earned today. In the end, he found that the total turnover reached 2,800 taels. Excluding the cost of raw materials, they estimated that they could earn a minimum of 2,500 taels. If this continues, the revenue from goat milk soap has far exceeded her original expectations. She told everyone about today's profits. Everyone was shocked. This was only the first day's turnover. If she continued like this, how much would she earn in a month? Su-won, you're so amazing. I was stunned today. That lucky gift box made me want to grab 2 sets to use. Su-yun was really impressed. There was nothing wrong with Su-won's business. With just a few words, he could make everyone itchy. It seemed that they were losing money to gain reputation, but in fact they made a lot of money. Moreover, those customers seemed to be afraid of missing out on this bargain, and they were scrambling to get the goods. Sprinkle some water. Suwon adjusted her hair bun without any modesty. Yes, this Xango store alone is so popular. If we open branches in other states in the future, it will be amazing. Ching, you must study arithmetic with Wanwan. Wanwan trusts you so much. You must not let her down. When my uncle heard that he had earned 2,800 taels in one day, he could not hide his excitement. He firmly believed that his daughter would live a better life if she lived with her niece. Dad, I know. Sometimes I feel that I, as a sister, am not as capable as my younger sister. I feel ashamed. But fortunately, Wanwan won't laugh at me. I am very happy in my heart. Yang Qingqing was very satisfied. Suwon gave her dignity. When she got married in the future, she could live a comfortable life with this dignity. Do and flatter me. The good business will only last for a few days. After these few days, most of the people in Xiangzhou Prefecture will have bought so much goat milk soap. It will take some time to use it. After that, the business may not be so good. Uncle, hurry to the flower farm to see if there are any new flowers. Order a batch quickly. Only by launching new and fragrant soaps can we keep the customer base. Nowadays, goat milk soap is a hot commodity in Xiangzhou. People have a collecting mentality, especially women. When they hear that a new rouge has been released, they can't help but buy it. The same is true for goat milk soap. When a new fragrance is released, they will buy more even if they haven't used up their own at home. After all, some flowers have a short blooming period, so once they're sold out, they are gone. Suwon is indeed an experienced person. Isn't she like this in modern times? Whenever there is a popular color, she can't help but buy it. Many of them she only used once or twice are piled up there. Later, she traveled into a book, and she often thought of the empire she had conquered. Before she had time to enjoy it, her heart ached. At that time, one of her male colleagues laughed at her, saying that she only had a mouth. How could she possibly use up all the makeup she bought? Okay, I'll go to the flower farm tomorrow. But there's one more thing I need to tell you. The demand for our goods is too great, and we still don't have enough manpower. But if we want to buy more people, we don't know where to arrange them. The yard is not big enough either. It takes 3 or 4 days to dry the last batch of soap. Once the yard is full, we can't make new soap during this period. It just so happened that the family next door to the workshop was moving away. I chatted with them when I had nothing to do. They were planning to transfer the house to the dental office. I thought, isn't that a good thing? When the time comes, we can connect the two sides. Their yard is big enough. After connecting the two sides, we can leave a few rooms. It's just right to buy a few new people, and they won't have to worry about having no place to live. My uncle also works hard for the workshop and keeps an eye out for these potential problems. Suwon nodded thoughtfully and asked, Uncle, have you asked how much money they want to sell it for? I've inquired about it. They spent nearly 400 taels when they bought it. They've lived here for more than 10 years now. His second son has made some money from running a snack bar business over the years, and he plans to move to a new yard, so he's selling this yard for 280 taels. My uncle has already inquired about these issues, and he also thinks it is appropriate, otherwise he would not have mentioned it to Suwon. Suwon also discovered the problems his uncle mentioned. The new arrivals Chao Yun and Biaozi now have to squeeze together with Mengzhong and the others, which is not very convenient. Okay, I'll go and see it myself tomorrow. If it's suitable, I'll buy it. Then you'll have to do the work of connecting the yard. At the end of the year, I'll give everyone dividends. It's not hard, it's not hard. Wanwan, you are being too kind. Uncle waved his hands quickly. Yuyan Hall was about to close, when Jong Yu's secret guard suddenly came over and bowed to Suwon as soon as he entered the door. Miss, our young master sees that you have worked hard today, and has set up a table of wine and food in the moonlit West Tower. Please come over for dinner. Indeed, everyone was busy all day today. At noon, they took advantage of the few customers and hurriedly ate a bite of food. No one has eaten until now. I guess everyone is too hungry. Then let's go. Today is our first day of business. Everyone has worked hard. We should celebrate the opening. Let's go to Yumanshi Lu and have a meal. After Suwon spoke, everyone was naturally happy to follow, but Chao Yun and Biaozi took the initiative to say that they would not go, and wanted to go back early to rest and prepare for the opening tomorrow. Soo-won was also a considerate boss, so he gave them 2 taels of silver as a reward and told them to buy some food they wanted to take back. He guessed that Mangjong had also left some food for them. "Thank you, sir. No need to thank me. Just do your job well, and be smart. There will be many more rewards like this in the future." Soo-won waved his hand and told them to go back first. Chaoyun and Biaozi were very grateful. They felt so lucky to have met such a master. In the past few days, the sisters in the yard only praised how nice the Dong family was and how much they respected them. They all said that only here did they experience for the first time what it felt like to be a human being with dignity, and sometimes they could even forget their status as servants. Yuyan Hall closed its door, and Soo-won took her mother's hand and went to Yueman West Building. Jong Yu had prepared a full banquet and was waiting for everyone. Soo-won made a lot of money today, but she didn't take advantage of the meal. She was happy in the evening and drank a few glasses of plum wine. She was actually a little drunk. Finally, she insisted on giving manager Luo 20 taels of silver as today's meal money, and no one could persuade her otherwise. Shopkeeper Luo was helpless and didn't dare to answer, so he could only look at Jong Yu for help. Jong Yu stood at the back. Soo-won was supported by her mother and Yang Qingqing. He looked at her with gentle and doting eyes, with a smile on his face. When he accepted the gaze from shopkeeper Luo, he nodded slightly. Only then did shopkeeper Luo dare to take the hot silver. Only then did Aunt Sue leave feeling satisfied. Soo-won was carried back home by his third brother. When he first drank the plum wine, he only felt that it was sweet, but he didn't expect it to have such a strong aftertaste. When she got up the next day, Jong Yu and a few guards were the only ones left in the house. Sue's mother went to Yuan Hall to help. She had promised her uncle last night that she would go and see the yard next to the workshop. She had a headache, so she went to the kitchen to get some hot water for washing. When she entered, she found Jong Yu was also in the kitchen. He was lighting a fire in front of the stove, and something was cooking in the pot, bubbling with steam. "Awake? I made you some sweet soup. You were drunk last night. You must be having a headache right now, right?" Jong Yu took a clean bowl and spoon and poured her a bowl of hot sweet soup. Soo-won felt warm in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. What should she do? The sweet soup cooked by young Master Jong himself was so delicious. Let it hang for a while. I'll go wash up. Soo-won fetched some water to wash up first. Jong Yu saw that she had to do all these things by herself, which didn't seem like she was a boss. Have you ever thought about giving yourself 2 maids to serve you? Now that you are the head of Yuan Hall, you have to do these things yourself. When you go out to discuss business in the future, you have to bring 2 people with you. Jong Yu was right. Everyone in the family was very busy now. With cooking and other things, Sue's mother had to come back from the workshop every day to cook for the whole family. She made money to make her mother Sue happy, but now she has to suffer with it. Yes, you are right. We need a few maids to clean and serve in the mansion, and a few maids to cook in the kitchen. There's no need to buy smart ones for those who work in the mansion, as long as they can do their job. She does need 1 or 2 maids to follow her, so that she can take them with her when she goes out to discuss business in the future. My third brother will be joining the army soon. Now that I think about it, the recruitment notice will probably be posted in Xango soon. The people who clean the house can go to the pawn shop to buy whatever they want, but the people who serve you cannot be careless. I will arrange 2 people who are good at martial arts to protect you closely. Plan for her again. No, you don't have to think about everything for me. It makes me feel like I can't do anything without you. This would make her feel that she was dependent on Jong Yu. Soo-won's words made Jong Yu feel uncomfortable, as if he had been stabbed. He handed the sweet soup to her and said with a slightly aggrieved tone, "You don't like me being nice to you? It's not that I don't like you. It's just that I feel that I'm too dependent on you for everything. What if this becomes a habit in the future?" Soo-won subconsciously said what he was thinking. Isn't it good to rely on me? Isn't it good to make it a habit? Jong Yu looked at her expectantly. Once it becomes a habit, who should I rely on if you are not by my side in the future? I will take care of everything for you. Even if I'm not by your side, you still have someone to rely on. Jong Yu answered these words almost without any hesitation. It is undeniable that Soo-won was very touched at that moment, but who is she to him now? Now, they are just a pair of good friends. On what basis can she accept his kindness to her? If she still doesn't understand Jong Yu's feelings for her during this period, then she would be a fool. He likes himself, so he does those things for himself. But in the original book, Gu-yu saved him, and he liked Gu-yu. Now he's saved him, and he likes himself. Therefore, the person he likes is never fixed. Instead, it changes according to the plot. He will like whoever saves him. Such feelings are difficult for her to accept. She does not want this kind of love mixed with the gratitude for saving his life. Soo-won would say whatever she wanted to say. She had a mouth, so she had to make it clear. Jong Yu, you like me, right? Jong Yu's heart skipped a beat and began beating wildly. An inexplicable restlessness almost broke through his throat. Soo-won calmly and affectionately replied, "Yes, I like you. What about you?
Do you like me?"
Soo-won did not answer his question for the time being, but also took a deep breath. "You like me because I saved you. You were nice to me in the beginning because you wanted to repay me for insisting on saving you. But as time went by, this feeling gradually turned into love. What if I didn't let my second brother save your life? What if I chose to turn a blind eye from the beginning? What if the person who saved you became someone else? If you meet me again, will you still like me this much? Will you hate me because I turned a blind eye to you? Will you fall in love with the other person who saved you? Will you be so nice to that person and do so much for her? If you just want to repay a favor, then you have already done it, and you don't owe us anything." When Soo-won asked this question, Jong Yu didn't know how to answer for a moment. But he couldn't deny that he wanted to be nice to her in the beginning because she saved him and he wanted to repay her. But it didn't take long before he fell in love with her. It was also the first time that Jong Yu liked a girl so much. He only knew that when he liked someone, he didn't want to see her get hurt, and he just wanted her to be safe and sound all the time. He didn't think so much. After Soo-won said these words, his feelings seemed to no longer be pure. He was a little distracted, and after she asked so many questions in a row, he didn't know how to answer. Yes, if the person who saved him was not Soo-won, when he saw her again, would he still fall in love with her as much as he does now? In a trance, he recalled that the meeting at the Land Temple was not the first time he and Soo-won met. Earlier, she had bumped into him accidentally in an inn, but he did not pay attention at that time. Are always so sensitive in relationships and tend to think too much. This was the first time in Soo-won's life that she fell in love with someone. She only hoped that this relationship, like all original relationships, was about mutual attraction due to a certain quality in the other person, and not because of this bloody filter of a life-saving grace that made him fall in love with her. In fact, what made it most difficult for her to let go was that in the original novel, Gu-yu saved Jong Yu, so he liked her, although his love for her was not very strong. Just because I was moved, those things that I didn't care about before have now become the things I care about the most. It's like a seed taking root and sprouting in my heart. When it's halfway grown, it rains for a long time, and its roots are gradually corroded by the rain and become sour and about to rot. Soo-won still finished drinking the sweet soup he cooked for her. At the end, she said, "It's delicious." After leaving Farong Cottage, Soo-won was so worried that she didn't even realize when she had reached the end of the alley. By the time she realized it, she was about to hit a wall. Soo-won turned back and went to the yard next door with his uncle to take a look. He thought it was good, so he gave his uncle a banknote and asked him to buy the yard and then take care of the matters of connecting it up. Some questions. Soo-won was actually afraid to see Jong Yu again because she wanted to know what his answers were. Girls are prone to worrying about gains and losses. If they don't think about all those messy things when it comes to love, it's abnormal. Either they don't like the person enough, or they don't understand what love means. Soo-won then went to Yen Hall and went back after a busy day. Yesterday's gift boxes had been sold out. Today's business was not as good as yesterday, but there were still quite a few customers. When she returned home at night, she entered the house with trepidation, only to find that the guy had moved out and no longer lived in the Soo family. Soo-won began to reflect on whether what he said in the morning was too harsh. But what she feared more was her own self-indulgence. Sue's mother was puzzled as to why Jong Yu left without saying goodbye. She should have cooked him a good meal before leaving. But if the guards guarding the door were not still there, they would really think he was gone. Sue's mother asked Soo-won to ask the reason and whether there was something urgent, but as proud as Soo-won was, she would not take the initiative to ask. Later, and the guards only said that they had not left Xango, which meant they were still in the city, so they must be in the moon over West Tower. Soo-won did not regret making things clear with him. If he was sincere, he would have thought it through and then explained. The next day, she went to a pawn shop and bought 2 maids to do the cleaning, 2 servants to guard the door, and 2 old women in the kitchen who would be responsible for cooking and washing clothes in the future. She also planned to choose a maid that she would like to serve herself. She asked the nanny at the pawn shop if there was anyone who knew some martial arts. As a woman in this ancient and strange world, she always had to have a maid to serve her when she went out to do business, so knowing some martial arts would not put her at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, the servant trader only sold servants. But what if these servants were taught kung fu, and it might backfire on them in the future? Each of them is full of resentment, but they just look obedient. If we teach them martial arts and they turn out to be born bad, wouldn't that be aiding and abetting the evil? Forget it. If I can't find one that suits my taste, I'll just give up. However, she suddenly remembered that in the original novel, the heroine also needed a maid who knew kung fu for personal protection, so she went to the black market servant market to buy servants. The servants there were of all kinds of backgrounds, and some were specially trained to be thugs, just to cater to the needs of the rich and sell them at a high price. It's just that the female servants coming out of those places, having survived the dire straits, their minds are not absolutely pure, so they are difficult to tame. But once tamed, they will be loyal to the masters. Of course, she didn't dare to go to the black market, let alone the servant market, so she planned to ask her 3rd brother to accompany her. When Soo-chun heard that his sister was going to the servant market, he was very shocked. It was better not to get involved in such a place, and he didn't want his sister to get involved. But I also heard that she wanted 2 maids who knew martial arts to protect her closely, so I came up with what I thought was a good idea. How about this, you wait at home? If you trust 3rd brother will choose for you. I am a martial artist, and I will definitely choose the best one for you. This is also fine. In fact, Soo-won trusted his 3rd brother very much, so he nodded and handed the task to him. He also gave him 200 taels of silver notes and asked him to make sure to choose the best one. For the sake of quality, even if there was only one, it would be fine. Soo-chun took the money and went to do the work without any hesitation. At the same time, Soo-won also settled the newly bought servants. They were all considered as menial workers, so they didn't cost much money to buy them. Usually not many guests at home, so the 2 maids not only had to take care of the courtyard, but were also responsible for making tea. The afternoon, Soo-won went to Yuan Hall. Yang Qingqing was looking at the account book and learning to do it for her. However, this was just a draft for practice, and the real account book could not be made for her yet. After reading it, Soo-won was quite satisfied. Probably because her uncle had taught her at home, she remembered each stroke clearly, and her handwriting was also very neat. However, Soo-won herself couldn't understand the abacus, so she gave her the multiplication table and asked her to memorize it. Yang Qingqing felt that the multiplication table was really interesting. It actually made people suddenly enlightened when it came to arithmetic. After memorizing it, it was as if the formulas were remembered in her mind, making her mental arithmetic faster. She had something else to tell Soo-won. That was that the marriage that her family had asked the matchmaker to arrange for her had already been arranged. They had found several families in Xiangzhou City that were well matched. Each family had its own business and a simple family structure. After Yang Qingqing got married, she would not have to maintain any messy relationships, nor would she have to worry about making a living. The matchmaker has picked 2 marriage proposals for me. They have already seen my portrait and thought I was suitable, so they have arranged to meet each other. I want you to go with me and help me take a look. She asked Soo-won to accompany her. Soo-won should be happy, but the problem was that she was an unmarried girl and it was not appropriate for her to go to such an occasion, but she couldn't refuse Yang Qingqing. Where are you going to meet? In Chen's tavern.
Yang Qingqing replied.
Are you alone? There are also matchmakers who are trying to bring us together, but they are all very eloquent and can even make a dead person come alive. I'm afraid they'll be tricked into doing so. Yang Qingqing was also smart and knew to find an outsider to check things out. She had been to Chen's tavern, where each seat was separated by a bamboo curtain, making it quite private. Well, I won't show up with you, but we'll eavesdrop from the table next to you. After all, I'm not engaged yet, so it's not appropriate for me to show up in this kind of situation. Yang Qingqing nodded quickly, and the two sisters reached an agreement. This was already the fourth day that Jong Yu had been hiding, and he hadn't shown up. Although Su Wan tossed and turned at night and couldn't sleep, she became even more anxious and worried. She felt that she had said something too harsh and wondered whether she should take the initiative to find him and talk to him again. But then she felt that she was not wrong. She just wanted a definite answer. Was it that difficult? After thinking about it, she became even more depressed. She swore secretly in her heart that if he didn't show up in half a month, he would be out. In the past few days, the dark circles under Su Wan's eyes became deeper. Su's mother thought that she was too busy recently and therefore could not sleep well. She got a medicated pillow from somewhere for her to sleep on at night. But Su Wan was not tired at all. She was indeed busy with wild thoughts, and in reality, she did not do much physical work. Su Wan used powder to cover her dark circles and put on lip balm to improve her complexion before going to the place where Yang Qingqing was going to have a blind date. Chen's tavern was relatively quiet, and there were few diners in the morning. Su Wan dressed low-key and entered the tavern with a veil covering her face. But Yang Qingqing still recognized her at a glance. She felt relieved after she came in. The matchmaker had been speaking for the man, but the man was too rude. The woman had already arrived, but he was late and had not arrived yet. There was an empty table next to Yang Qingqing, so Su Wan sat down there, ordered a pot of tea and some snacks. About a cup of tea later, the man finally arrived. His surname was Meng. His family opened a wonton shop in the snack street in the south of the city. It was an old shop. His family also owned property and had a stable source of income. Yesterday, Yang Qingqing gave me a detailed account of his information. He is 20 years old this year and is a student. He did not pass the examination to become a scholar this year, so he is still studying in the academy in the provincial capital. The provincial capital belongs to the city, and there are more than one academy. Some are for aristocrats, some are for ordinary people, and some are stuck in between. Mr. Meng is one of them. Looks okay, but his face looks a bit like the scheming type. You can tell from the fact that he was deliberately late today that he wanted to show off his power and suppress the girl before they even decided on the relationship. After he sat down, he introduced himself politely. His etiquette was standard, but in that one night, he had already looked Yang Qingqing up and down. His eyes were too explicit and seemed a bit frivolous. Yang Qingqing is also a fair and clean beauty. She is 17 years old this year. She has grown up completely and is graceful and elegant. Influenced by the Su family, her uncle also sent her to school for a few years despite the pressure. The temperament of an educated person is different, and it can be clearly seen. The man's name is Meng Lin, which really sounds like a name a scholar would come up with. It can be seen that he is quite satisfied with Yang Qingqing. However, Cousin Qingqing's reaction was indifferent, so she probably didn't feel anything. The matchmaker started to make efforts again. In fact, she picked many families for the Yang family to see. In the end, she only selected a few families. They all had two similar characteristics: scholars and only children. My uncle believes that scholars are respectful and not rude. An only son does not have to deal with the relationship with sisters-in-law, so there will be no problem of favoritism in the husband's family in daily life. After all, there is only one son and daughter-in-law. Although there are inevitable frictions in the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, these are all things that women must overcome and learn how to get along with others. Unless the other party has no mother, there is no need to worry. Miss Yang, I only have a rough understanding of the families of both parties. I will also tell you about my family in detail. My ancestral home has always been in Xango. My ancestors were all scholars. The women in my family can read and right. You have also been educated. I heard from the matchmaker that my family has 2 houses. In recent years, my family has run some small businesses and saved some money. We will not be tight on money in the future. I heard that Miss Yang was originally from Qingyuan and moved to Xango this year. She has a younger brother and no real estate. But you and the Su family of Yuan Hall are cousins, right? Yang Qingqing just nodded without saying anything. Meng Lin thought she was shy and smiled knowingly. However, there was something in the tone of his voice that could not be ignored, a feeling that he was superior to you, which made Yang Qingqing very uncomfortable. Moreover, Meng Lin emphasized from the beginning that his family has always been city dwellers and a family of scholars. He even compared his family's property with that of the Yang family who had just arrived in Xiangzhou. Finally, he mentioned Yuan Hall. Presumably, if it weren't for this relationship, he would probably look down on Yang Qingqing and would not agree to this blind date. I also heard that you are working in Yuan Hall now. I wonder what you are doing? Speaking of this, Yang Qingqing raised her head and said proudly, "My father is now the manager of the Yuantang workshop. My cousin wants me to become the shopkeeper of the Yuantang shop in the future. I am currently in the learning stage. Our family has only been in Xiangzhou for less than a year, so we have not purchased any property, but it won't be long before we do." This was the confidence given by his mother's family. Wasn't he proud of his family's wealth before? A wonton shop might not earn as much in 10 years as Yuan Tang did in 1 month. If she were in charge, the monthly salary would definitely be high. It would be a lucrative job. If Yang Qingqing married into their family in the future, they would also be marrying into the Yuantang. But Yang Qingqing didn't have a good impression of Meng Lin, thinking he was too self-righteous. But Meng Lin was very satisfied with her because she was beautiful and had a good background, and she could help them in the future. In the subsequent conversation, Yang Qingqing's response was neither warm nor cold, which made Meng Lin a little panicked. I had a very pleasant conversation with Miss Yang today. I think our personalities are very compatible. This is the sachet embroidered by my mother.
Please don't dislike it.
There are also some rules for the sachet, especially for men and women who are attracted to each other. When they meet for the first time, the man will prepare a sachet. If the man likes the woman, he will give it to her. If not, he will not give it to her. Now, Meng Lin's meaning is very clear. Yang Qingqing smiled at him politely, and Meng Lin began to arrange the next meeting. If the woman went, she would say hello to the matchmaker, and the matchmaker would convey it, which proved that the woman was very satisfied with this marriage. On the contrary, if you are not satisfied, there is no need to see you again. Yang Qingqing was the latter. After Meng Lin left, Yang Qingqing also sent away the matchmaker, who was still chattering. Suwon then stood up and came to her side, took off her face scarf and said with a smile, "Is cousin Qingqing satisfied?" Yang Qingqing looked at her with resentment. "Do you think I am satisfied with this? Tell me why you are dissatisfied." Suwon wanted to see what she thought. Meng Lin thinks highly of himself and always feels that he is superior to me. What I want is a husband who respects me, not one who always thinks that I am inferior to him and that my status is not worthy of him in daily interactions. If I hadn't moved out of Yuan Hall, he would probably look down on me even more. I also don't want to marry into their family in the future and have him look down on me every day as if I were marrying above my station. I would rather marry someone of lower status. At least I can be praised. Yang Qingqing is not love-brained. She lives a fresh life and knows what she wants. Isn't that good? You are so opinionated, and you still ask me to check for you. You can handle it yourself next time. Just tell me when you come back, and I will analyze it for you then.
Yang Qingqing nodded.
Her cousin was very busy, and was someone who would do great things. She would definitely not be held back by things like this like her. But now that I've reached that age, I have to get married, otherwise people will gossip about me. Later, Yang Qingqing asked the matchmaker to reject Meng Lin's invitation and return the sachet. The matchmaker was puzzled and thought, isn't Meng Lin's condition good enough? However, Yang Qingqing said that if people try to get along with each other even though they know they are not suitable, there will only be one more resentful couple in this world. The matchmaker has been in this business for a long time, so she naturally knows that it is not easy to arrange a marriage, so she tries to arrange the next one. The store didn't need too many people, so Soo-won didn't stay in the store all the time. When he had nothing to do, he would accompany Soo-yi to the shop to watch the decoration. This is the 10th day of the Cold War with Jong Yu. She temporarily understands it as a Cold War, so it should count. I kept repeating to myself, there are only 5 days left. I will be out, really out. Soo-yi could see that his sister was absent-minded, and he couldn't help but ask, "Did you have a quarrel with Jong Yu?" "No," Soo-won denied it quickly. "If not, why are you so absent-minded all day long?" To be honest, Soo-yi's attitude towards Jong Yu now is lukewarm. Of course there is some affection, but he wanted to be his brother-in-law, and the probation period has not yet passed. Now that he has made Soo-won unhappy, he silently deducted points from him in his heart. Can I be arguing about something else? Besides, what's my relationship with him? Why would I quarrel with him? Soo-won's tone was a little sour, but she didn't even notice it. The more she denied, the more suffocated she felt. Speaking of the quarrel, it was she who started it in the first place. Jong Yu inexplicably took on the blame for her anger caused by waking up in the morning. If she didn't like to play it straight, she might still be fine now, but she doesn't regret it. If she can't even withstand this test, what's the point of talking about love? Well, you better not have any other relationship. Soo-yi's tone was fairly brisk, but there was a hint of sarcasm in it. Yang Qingqing's second blind date also ended in failure. She was very angry and went to Soo-won to complain. The second blind date didn't even deserve a name. In Yang Qingqing's mouth, he became that man. She said that it was fine at the beginning. She looked more handsome and gentle than Meng Lin and seemed to have a good temper. She did not feel superior to others. But the specific reason why she couldn't accept it was that when he mentioned filial piety, he actually began to list one by one the etiquette she should follow when she got married into her husband's family. Their family also runs a small business. Her mother is a widow who raised her son alone. The family sells lanterns and business is pretty good. But despite this, their family was not a particularly wealthy family. At most, they were a well-off family. They hired maids to do the laundry and cooking, and there were several experienced craftsmen making lanterns in the shop, so they considered themselves a wealthy family. No matter what, when she marries into his family in the future, there will be no other requirements, and it will not prevent her from working for Yuyen Hall in public. But there is one thing. She has to serve her mother-in-law well. At first, Yang Qingqing thought that the filial man must have good character and was satisfied with him, but the following conversation left her speechless. He required that Yang Qingqing visit her mother-in-law every morning and evening. She had to get up as soon as the rooster crowed in the morning to make breakfast, and personally bring it to her mother-in-law's room to help her wash and eat before she could go about her own business. In the evening, before sunset, she must come back to prepare dinner and wait for her husband and mother-in-law to eat. In the evening, she must also fetch water to serve her mother-in-law the foot bath ceremony. He is not allowed to refute his mother-in-law's lecture and must respond to her call whenever she calls him, because it was not easy for his mother to raise him alone. He hopes that his future wife will be able to fulfill her filial duties for him, because as a man, these things are inconvenient for him. The most infuriating thing was that he said that Yang Qingqing must give birth to a child within 2 years of marriage. It was not required that the first child must be a son, but a son must be born because their family was a single-line family and the bloodline could not be cut off. Finally, she had to read the rules and precepts for women carefully and abide by the rules for women, and that was all. That's all. If you don't know, you might think his family didn't marry a new bride, but bought a servant. He's so beautiful. Why don't you splash it on him to wake him up and tell him to stop daydreaming and look in the mirror to see what kind of person he is? He's a mama's boy, and he has the nerve to show off in public. It's best for him to die alone. He won't bring disaster to others, and he will lose a lifetime of merit because of it. Soo-won couldn't stand this kind of man. As calm as she was, when she heard Yang Qingqing's description, she brought herself into the situation and became very angry. Yang Qingqing watched her lips opening and closing, and then she uttered one complaint after another. Each sentence was exquisite, and her tense little face could not help but laugh. If the matchmaker hadn't stopped me, I would have splashed water on him to wake him up. For you, the road ahead is long and difficult. Why don't you go to the temple and draw a fortune stick to ask for your love?
Suwon suggested sincerely.
Yang Qingqing also nodded in agreement. She wanted to ask the gods where her good marriage was. By the way, Wanwan, what is a mama's boy? Yang Qingqing had never heard of such a new word and thought it was not a good word. Suwon explained, a mama's boy is someone who listens to his mother too much and is centered around his mother's thoughts. He does whatever his mother says and agrees with her unconditionally, and you can't object. This kind of man usually likes to use the fact that his mother raised him with great difficulty as an excuse to morally blackmail you. This kind of man lacks independent thinking, responsibility, and principles. Do you think that what this man said was not instructed by his mother? Yang Qingqing nodded vigorously because Suwon's summary was so accurate. You rewrite, I learned a new word. Yang Qingqing's marriage, just as Suwon said, is a long and difficult road. She has successively met an ordinary man, a mama's boy, a phoenix man, and a greasy man. Every time Yang Qingqing came back, she complained and nothing went her way, so she planned to take Suwon to the temple to pray for a marriage. Before this, Suwon hadn't seen Jong Yu for half a month. This was the last day of the deadline, and Suwon was in a gloomy mood the whole day. It was not until the guards around Jong Yu came to her and said that Cheonyang wanted her to go to Yueman West Tower to discuss something. When Suwon heard that the moon was full in the West Tower, she finally perked up. She dressed herself up beautifully and combed her hair very neatly. I don't know what she wanted to prove. It was still the same private room as last time, but there was one less person this time. Yumanshi Lu still welcomed Suwon warmly. When she went upstairs, she looked around but did not ask about Manager Luo. Cheonyang was waiting in the room, just like the last time they met. She was dressed in red and looked very charming and seductive. A few samples of small porcelain boxes, which contained the finished product of ice skin jade bone cream, hand cream, and ordinary facial cream. The Loazadai was packed in a mahogany box with a pink peach branch painted on it and contained 3 spiral-shaped pens, which was the legendary Gouda luxury product Loazadai. Those white porcelain boxes are all designed to be simple and elegant. Cheonyang will put them on sale in this form in the future. Please ask her to see if there is anything that needs to be changed. Suwon trusted Cheonyang's work and was very satisfied, saying that there was no need to change it. Moreover, Cheonyang has already taken a fancy to the shop of Bingjitang, which is not far from Yuantang, and is currently under renovation. It has 2 floors. The workshop has been decided, and the goods are being prepared in the coming days. Suwon nodded repeatedly to show her satisfaction. This professional is to do things quickly and exquisitely. However, at the end, she couldn't help but mention, is your young master so busy? He is the owner of Bingjitang after all, but he doesn't care about it at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open and Jong Yu stood at the door. Today he had changed from his usual purple clothes to a black robe, with his wrists tied up with sleeves and his hair tied into a high ponytail, which was very neat. The ends of his hair were a little messy, and there was mud on his boots. He was covered in dew, as if he had rushed back from somewhere overnight. From his slightly haggard face, it can be seen that he did not sleep last night, or perhaps he had not slept well for several days in a row. Jong Yu just came back from Suzhou next door. He had to deal with some things a few days ago, and was delayed for a few days. After he rushed back, he heard that she had been talking to Cheonyang in Yueman West Tower for half an hour. He was afraid that he would miss the time, because he had something to say to her. Seeing him appear, Suwon's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken, and even her nose felt a little sore, but she remained calm on her face. She just glanced at him lightly, and then looked away. Jong Yu didn't care about his dusty appearance. He took off the cloak from his shoulders and threw it to his men. Then he looked at Cheonyang. Is the matter over? Cheonyang looked at Jong Yu, then at the expressionless Suwon. Knowing that the couple had quarreled, she smiled knowingly and nodded. We have finished the discussion. I still have a lot of things to do. I will take my leave now. Cheonyang took the account book and left, leaving the finished products for Soo-won to try out. Since everything is fine, I'll leave too. Soo-won stood up and followed Cheon-young. Cheon-young walked quickly and quickly walked out of the room. She saw Feng standing at the door with his arms folded and smiling at her. She glanced at him and motioned for him to hurry up. How could Feng be so inconsiderate? He took his other 2 followers and left, no longer staying to hinder the young master from chasing his wife. Now, they are anxious to secretly eliminate Yu Wushang's forces and spies in the Jiangnan area. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they first adopt the method of recruiting his people and turn them into their own. In this way, it seems that his people have not moved and he will not receive any news, but in fact his people are already working for Jong Yu and have concealed it from his scrutiny. His uncle, who is not related by blood, has been counter-espionage in this way. There are also some die-hard ones who will be killed if they cannot be conquered, and those in high positions will be controlled first. When Soo-won passed by him, he grabbed her arm and pulled her into his arms. Knowing that she would resist, he simply put his arm around her waist and picked her up with the other hand, lifting her feet off the ground. And then he went to close the door. Meng Lang, men and women should not touch each other. Let me down quickly. Jong Yu didn't say anything. He just put her on the chaise longue and sat beside her. When Soo-won tried to stand up, he held her arm. Stop it. I have something to tell you. Who made trouble with you? Soo-won said one thing, but meant another. Then why are you feeling awkward? Jong Yu looked at her with amusement. The little girl felt guilty and didn't dare to look him in the eye. If you have something to say, just say it quickly.
I'm Buse.
Soo-won seemed to be calmly adjusting the pleats of her skirt, but she was actually feeling very upset. Jong Yu raised his eyebrows, and his hands placed on his knees showed that he was not calm at the moment. I didn't mean to avoid you during the past half-month. I wanted to calm down for a few days, think about the questions you asked me, and give you a satisfactory answer. But then I had something urgent to deal with in Suzhou, so I went there and came to see you right after I got back. He first explained the reason for his disappearance with a sincere attitude and gentle tone, which made Soo-won feel less aggrieved. Is Jong Yu? He will be in charge of Fenghua Villa in the future. With so many industries and connections to deal with, he will be much busier than her. Have you dealt with it? Soo-won looked at him quietly. It's been dealt with. How could I come back to see you if it wasn't, huh? Jong Yu did not forget to tease her, deliberately raising the ending of his tone. So, that's what you were going to say. Of course not. I have something else to tell you. Jong Yu wanted to answer the questions she had asked before, and he wanted to dispel her inner concerns. Soo-won's heart began to beat wildly. When she was a teenager in modern times, she had also experienced the throbbing of puberty, so she knew clearly the feeling of heartbeat. But for Jong Yu, she was not only moved, but she liked him. She liked him very much. You asked me a lot of questions that day, and I will answer them one by one now. I was nice to you in the beginning not only because I wanted to repay you for saving my life, but also because I liked you. And my love for you was not something that accumulated over time, and I only looked at you differently because of the kindness you gave me when I saved my life. Instead, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you after my eyes recovered. I lied to you at that time and said I couldn't see, but in fact, I had selfish motives at that time. That was the first time I saw you carefully and seriously, but we had met before, right? You bumped into me in that restaurant in Qinghe County. I didn't pay attention to your appearance at the time, but I suddenly remembered that I was sure it was you. If you hadn't asked Sumu to save me, no one else would have been able to save me. In that case, I wouldn't have liked you, because if you hadn't saved me, I might have died. Jong Yu said this seriously, and Soo-won was so shocked that she almost laughed out loud, because what he said before made her nose sore. Don't laugh, be serious. Jong Yu held her face in his hands and forced her to look at him. Her face was so small, but she looked really cute in his hands. Under the circumstances at that time, the external injuries might not take his life for the time being, but he was poisoned by a poison that only Sumu knew how to cure, and the only person who could cure it refused to save him. He couldn't contact Sun Beidou either, and even if he did, by the time he arrived, his grave would probably be overgrown with grass. How can I still like her when she is dead? Soo-won really stopped smiling. Instead, she looked into his eyes seriously, trying to see her current appearance through his pupils. It was a little blurry and a little distorted, but there was only herself in it. Finally, if I survive by chance and meet you again, I think I will fall in love with you. Do you remember the flower fields and goat call? I told you what kind of girl I like, not because the girl I like must have these qualities, but because whoever I like is what I want. Because I like you, I like everything about you. This was the first time Jong Yu confessed his love in his life. In fact, he was very nervous inside. He was afraid that she would still not be satisfied with the answer he gave. Suwon figured it out in an instant. In fact, there is no need for any reason to like someone. You have to meet them first before you can like them. If you have never met them, how can you like them? It's just that she was trapped by the plot of the original novel, and the character she became had a tragic ending, so she was extremely insecure and wanted a definite answer. In fact, just as Jong Yu said, it can be understood that there is no such thing as an ideal type at the beginning. Whoever he likes is his ideal type. I heard people say that the so-called love at first sight is actually lust at first sight. Do you agree? Although he didn't say the words love at first sight, wasn't this what he wanted to express at the beginning? That's why Suwon asked him this. Jong Yu was quite frank. He said, I agree with this statement. People always like to keep their eyes on beautiful people or things. I am no exception. I don't deny that I am moved by your beauty, but if a person looks ordinary, love developed over time may be more convincing than love at first sight. Suwon was quite satisfied with this answer. His sincerity was the key, and it sounded much more refreshing than sweet talk. Sincerity is always the key. However, Suwon still has a question. What do you mean by should? Hearing this question, Jong Yu carefully thought about what he had just said and then found the key words. Won, do you know what I look like to outsiders? Suwon probably knew it. She had read the original novel and of course knew how he was viewed by outsiders, but she still pretended not to know. At this moment, Suwon was no longer as awkward as before. Instead, she leaned on the chaise longue, looked at him and shook her head. Have no idea. My aunt often can't sleep at night because she is worried that I won't be able to find a wife. Jong Yu sighed. This aroused Suwon's interest, and he held up his head and waited for him to continue. What do you mean? Jong Yu was a little embarrassed and found it difficult to speak, but he was going to be honest today and couldn't hide anything. People in Kyoto are quite particular and pay attention to offspring. When the rich children in Kyoto turn 14, their families will arrange for several maids to serve as concubines for them. I won't go into details about this. I just remember that when I returned home that year, my aunt also found 2 maids to serve me, but I drove them out. My aunt thought I didn't like them, so she sent them to me again, but I drove them out without exception. My aunt then thought I was impotent and even asked a doctor to check for my hidden illness. But I was in good health and had no hidden illness at all. I don't know why, but before I met you, I was always indifferent to love between men and women, and I didn't like being alone with women. So in the eyes of outsiders, I was aloof from women and had a cold temperament. Even the servants in the yard were all men. My aunt even thought that I liked men, which made me sleepless at night. Until now, I have not been able to explain to her. According to my personality, if a woman has nothing to do with me and there is no need to get to know her with my personality, I probably won't take the initiative to make friends with her. No matter how beautiful the other person is, I will not be affected by her. But I am different from you. I think I will definitely get to know you, and get to know you well. When I get familiar with you, I will still like you as I do now, but that liking will change from love at first sight to love that grows over time. I will be attracted by your intelligence and wisdom because you are so special compared to ordinary girls. I will be very curious, so I want to get to know you. In fact, I have a hunch that you and I are destined, no matter in the past life, only in this life. When I was seriously injured, I always felt that there was a strange force influencing me, pulling me, and making me use up all my strength to go to the land temple, as if I was possessed by a demon. Otherwise, according to my original plan, after taking the poison-suppressing pill, I still had 6 hours to return to the county and find my own people to find a solution, instead of blindly waiting to die there. In Jong Yu's entire life, except when he was discussing matters with his subordinates, He had never spoken so much to anyone at once. In his opinion, it was not worth wasting time and effort. Before he fell in love with Soo-won, he would never talk so much to any woman. He also couldn't understand why a man had to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Wouldn't it be annoying to have so many women chattering around? Have to marry a woman who is of equal status, but whom they do not love? Are they really willing to share a man with other women? He had even thought before that he would rather die a widow than marry a woman he didn't like. He once thought that he hated women, but in fact he just hadn't met someone who really wanted to treat her well. Now that he has met her, his only goal is to marry her. He now believes in Yulao. He knows what it means to be together forever. He and Soo-won are this couple, they must be together. Soo-won listened with great interest. All her doubts were dispelled, as were her concerns about Jong Yu. The only thing left was Tsundra. I'm the one doing all the talking. Don't you have anything to say? Seeing Soo-won so calm, he became restless. I don't have anything to say, but I've heard everything I wanted to hear, and my doubts have been dispelled. So, why are you so sure that we will meet and get to know each other in the future? Speaking of this, Jong Yu had another piece of good news to share with her. He slowly approached her, because Brother Soo has already won the first place in the imperial examination and is now on his way home in glory. From now on, you will be the sister of the first place in the imperial examination. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? I am no exception. Jong Yu suddenly leaned closer to Soo-won and softened his tone. He thought Soo-won would blush out of shyness, but she got excited and pushed Jong Yu away. My eldest brother passed the imperial examination and became the top scholar. Did I hear that correctly? Did I hear that correctly? Her attention was on Soo Jing at the moment, which made Jong Yu helpless. You heard it right. The top scorer of this year's exam is Soo Jing from Xango. He is now wearing a red robe and has won the top prize. He is on his way home in glory. He will arrive in Xango in 3 days at most. After hearing the news, Soo-won felt fulfilled. She had successfully made up for the regrets in her elder brother's life. All the efforts were worth it. Soo-won cried with joy. When her eldest brother came into this world, he was the first one to show kindness to her, always treat her well, and stand by her side. He really meant a lot to her in her heart. Now it was Jong Yu's turn to feel bitter. It seemed that his passionate confession just now couldn't even get a single tear from her, while she cried happily for Soo Jing. It was sour, really sour. After wiping away her tears, Soo-won noticed Jong Yu, who was looking depressed. He was leaning there lazily, and the fatigue on his face was obvious. She was very happy that he could tell her all his inner thoughts, and she understood Jong Yu better because of it. He is not a cold-hearted person. On the contrary, he is affectionate and loyal. He is just good at disguising himself, hiding his nature and building a hard shell to protect himself because there are too many people who want him dead. Every day, so how can I have the time to focus on women? The days in Yengao were one of the few peaceful times he had in his life. It was also because of this time that a most special girl lived in his heart. Before that, the Jong Yu in the original novel was not the same person as the Jong Yu he knew, because Jong Yu always treated her with the most gentle side in front of her. Thinking of this, Soo-won suddenly ran over, bent down and kissed him on the face, so lightly that it was over before Jong Yu could even react. He looked at Soo-won in astonishment, his pupils focused on one point, with surprise and joy. I was surprised that she would kiss me, but I was happy that it also meant that she accepted me.
Soo-won was also very shy.
It was her first time kissing a boy on the face. She turned her back, not daring to look at him, and said in panic, I will go back and share this great news with my family immediately, so that they can be happy and prepare to welcome my eldest brother's glorious return. He wanted to keep her, even wanted to hug her, but she had already opened the door and went out, leaving him alone in the room. Jong Yu had been tense for so long, but at that moment he completely relaxed and lay on the chaise longue, where the scent of Soo-won was still lingering. He gave a very silly smile. If Feng Ying and the others saw it, they would probably be shocked. The young master must have been possessed by another spirit, that's for sure. A number of officials in the provincial government had already received the news. the emperor announced to the world that someone had brought the imperial edict to Xango a few days in advance. It was shocking news that a state had produced a top scholar, and the people of Xango would also be proud of it. When the governor of Xango received the news, he personally led the officials of Xango to the city gate to welcome the #1 scholar, and also brought his family along. The imperial edict had already been posted. On the morning of the second day after Su Wan announced the good news, the people of Xango were in an uproar, and almost everyone in the city was talking about it. How many years has it been since Xango produced a top scholar? The last time someone ranked second in the imperial examination was several decades ago, and the #1 scholar was even older. When the Su family heard the good news, they were so happy that they almost blew the roof off. The governor came in person to congratulate them. Su's mother asked her third son to go back and pick up Su's father, not wanting him to miss this highlight moment of her son. Of Xango were naturally also keeping an eye on this matter and received the news at the first time, especially the wife of the Earl of Ningyuan. When she heard that the top scholar in this year's exam was named Su, and that he was from the Su family of Yuyan Hall, she began to regret her ridicule of Su on that day. He quickly instructed Earl Ningyuan to deliver the visiting card as soon as possible, invite the person to his house as a guest of honor, and ask his son to meet him. It would be best if Su Wan could be brought along as well, and he must invite him before Earl Changlong. After all, their family has several concubines. On that day, the governor, chief secretary, and prefect of Xango, all dressed in official robes, were waiting at the city gate with the Su family. The people sent from Shirley Pavilion reported that the top scholars team had arrived outside Shirley Pavilion and asked everyone to get ready. Su's father and mother were extremely nervous, and the people of Xango City were also waiting to catch a glimpse of the #1 scholar. The tea houses on both sides of the street that he had to pass were already crowded, and the street was no exception, with a huge crowd of people. Su Wan stood among her brothers. She had dressed up specially today to greet her eldest brother in the best possible manner. Jong Yu stood behind her, without her knowing when. He stretched out his slender fingers and gently touched her shoulder. When she turned around, she saw Jong Yu with a smile on his face. His peach blossom eyes were more affectionate than usual. The last time they parted at the Moon Full West Tower, Jong Yu slept for a whole day before waking up. His dreams were filled with her shadow, her charming smile, and her beautiful eyes. Afterwards, thinking that they were at their happiest and had to receive continuous thanks from officials from Xango, he thought they might not have time to see him, so he refrained from coming to see her. Today, he also wanted to welcome Su Jing with her at the city gate. When Su Wan thought of that day, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Su Yun also noticed Jong Yu and pulled him to stand next to him, and then stood with Su Wan. "Brother Yu is here. Stand here quickly, my eldest brother is coming soon." When this kid talked about his elder brother, he couldn't suppress the pride in his tone. In the distance, a group of people dressed in red appeared. They were the team sent by the court to escort the top scholar back home. They were also wearing red robes. There were 2 carriages carrying rewards for the top scholar. There was another carriage for Su Jing to rest during his journey. When he was near Xango, he changed into the top scholar's clothes and came on a tall horse with a big red flower on his head. "Here he comes, our top scholar is here," Su Yun said excitedly, pointing ahead. Su's mother wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Su's father held her hand the whole time, and his hands were sweaty from nervousness. As the team got closer, everyone could see more and more clearly that Su Jing was riding on a horse with his back straight, his eyes looking forward, and his manner dignified. He is like the wind, like the moon, like the stars, like orchid. At this moment, all the beautiful words can be used to describe him, just like when Su Wan first met the eldest brother. He knew what a gentleman is like, as gentle as jade, with a temperament as elegant as orchid. People all marvel at how beautiful and talented she is. What should the talented and beautiful scholar do? The third-place winner must not only be good at writing essays, but also have first-class character and appearance. However, even Su Jing, the first-place winner, has such a good-looking appearance. So, what kind of appearance must the third-place winner have? Because of this, the emperor had a dispute with many ministers at the time. The ministers really couldn't find anyone better than him to be the third-place winner. It was the words of the cabinet minister that made Su Jing's first place winner a final decision. He said, "If Su Jing is the third place, who can be worthy of the title of the first place in this exam? What it means is that he is the best and no one is better than him." Arriving at the city gate, Su Jing dismounted and first exchanged greetings with several adults. His current position might not be as high as theirs, but he was the top scholar and there was a high chance that he would be able to enter the cabinet in the future, so he had to be respectful. Then, Su Jing walked up to Su's father and mother and kowtowed to them 3 times, ignoring the yellow sand and dust on the ground. At that moment, Su's mother's tears fell like beads from a broken string. "Dad, Mom, my son is back. My son, you have worked hard. Get up quickly." The couple helped him up. Su-won also started crying. The other brothers, except Su-yun, were all holding back their tears. Men don't shed tears easily, except for Su-yun. When Jong met Su-won crying, he took out a clean handkerchief and was about to give it to her to wipe her tears, but he was a step too late. Su-won just picked up his sleeve and wiped her tears, saving her the trouble. When she saw clearly that it was Jong Yu, she quickly let go of his sleeve. "Yes, sorry, I thought it was fourth brother." When Su-yun heard Su-won calling him, he turned his head and asked hurriedly, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" She cried, her eyes tearful. Jong Yu felt so distressed that he didn't even have time to feel disgusted with her. How could he despise her? Su Jing had already walked in front of Su-won. He looked at her with a smile and wiped her tears with his fingertips. "Won, big brother did it." Su-won's defenses were broken, her lips pouted, and she cried even harder. Knowing that her crying looked ugly, she turned her back and covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking. Everyone was amused by her reaction. Since Su Jing still had to ride a horse to complete the parade, and there were many people watching in the city, Su Jing asked them to go back and wait for him. Several officials all brought a horse over, and they would parade through the streets with a number 1 scholar, led by Su Jing, followed closely behind, and the guards would guard both sides for protection. The streets were already crowded, and it was impossible to walk at all. The Su family had no choice but to blend into the crowd and follow the team. The people voluntarily made way for him, just to catch a glimpse of the number 1 scholar. They were clamoring and shouting at the top of their lungs. Jong Yu and Su Chen had been guarding Su's mother and Su-won, fearing that they would get lost or stepped on by others. Many rich young ladies in the attic, seeing the high-spirited Su Jing, were attracted by his bearing and appearance, and their faces turned red, and their hearts began to fall in love. Some of the brave ones threw their handkerchiefs out of the window, hoping that the wind would carry them to the top scholar's side, and he would see them. However, the August wind was not very strong, and the handkerchiefs were drowned in the crowd, or were stepped on and soiled, or were picked up. There were many people in the crowd who praised him, all of them admiring the good demeanor of the top scholar. Because there were too many people, Su-won and her mother were separated by the squeezing, but fortunately, Jong Yu was always behind her, separating her from the crowd and preventing her from being squeezed at all. If he saw a man approaching, he would stretch out his arms to keep some distance between them. Details are the most touching, so Su-won doesn't have to worry about being offended at all. The way back home is very long, but there are so many people. If I walk slowly, I don't know when I will reach the end. Looking at the sun that was almost at noon, Su-won's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. There is no doubt that when the Su family arrived home one after another, they had missed lunch, but fortunately there was a cook at home who asked them to prepare the meal. Su Jing had also arrived and invited several adults to come in for dinner. How could they refuse the kindness of the top scholar? So the adults stayed for dinner. Su Jing had traveled a long way and was exhausted, so they didn't want to force him to drink too much. They just told him to have a good rest for a few days. The guards arranged by the court had been arranged to stay in the official in one after another. Su Jing had a month to reunite with his family at home. After a month, he would take office. The Su family didn't know what specific official position had been assigned to him. Several adults had a few drinks with him and agreed to meet again in the future and not leave until they were drunk. The gold-plated plaque with the emperor's personal inscription of the #1 scholar was hung right above the main seat in the main hall. It was a symbol of honor, and any visitor in the future would be able to see the emperor's great grace to the Su family. Su-won counted the 2 trucks of rewards and put them into the warehouse. After all the trouble, it was already evening. The rewards from the palace were all of the best quality, rarely seen even among the common people. 500 taels of gold, plus a mansion of the top scholar in Kyoto. Jewels and jewelry were packed in boxes. Jade and silk were gorgeous and exquisite, and the jade and jadeite ornaments were more beautiful than one another. Su Jing had just returned home from the palace after meeting the emperor, and within less than half an hour, the nobles of Kyoto heard the news and came to him, sending him all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry, all to congratulate him. There was no place to put them, so he simply brought them all back. Su Jing had no time to rest. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he sat in the main hall with his family. It was inevitable that his family would ask about his well-being. Jong Yu was also there, and Su Jing had to thank him for finding someone to take care of him in Kyoto, which saved him a lot of trouble, provided him with a lot of convenience, and also helped him avoid many misunderstandings. When I first arrived in Kyoto, I didn't know the prices there. Later I found out that if I rented Jong Yu's house on a monthly basis, it would probably cost 100 taels a month. The old servant in the courtyard took care of him meticulously, and personally took care of his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He went up and saluted him with the highest courtesy of a gentleman. Jong Yu quickly stood up to help him. "Brother Su, this is not allowed. Yes, I want to thank Yu for taking care of me. If you hadn't asked Uncle Chen to take care of me and take care of everything for me, how could I have been so successful in Kyoto? Therefore, I have to thank you, and you have to accept my greeting. This is the friendship between gentlemen. I should congratulate Brother Su. I finally got what I wanted and topped the list." As soon as Jong Yu finished speaking, Su Jing bowed again, saying that he couldn't do anything about it. "Why is this? This bow is to thank Yu for taking care of my family for me. His elder brother is not at home. Jong Yu must have secretly found someone to take care of many things. This way, he can be safe and sound in Kyoto and at ease with his family so that he can prepare for the exam without distraction. We are all family. It's only natural that Brother Su's family is also my family." Jong Yu looked at Su-won meaningfully, and the look in their eyes when they looked at each other was not innocent. Su Jing is not often at home and spends little time with his sister, and even less with Jong Yu, so he doesn't know the little things going on between them. Afterwards, the family talked about whether Su Jing had been dismissed from his position, which was what everyone was concerned about. Su Jing asked everyone to guess, but no one could guess. Su-won felt that it couldn't be worse than his previous life. In the original novel, he won the 3rd place in the imperial examination and was at least a 6th-rank official in the capital, serving in the Hanlin Academy. Now he is the top scholar, so wouldn't that be even more impressive? Jong Yu guessed that it should not be lower than the 6th grade at least, which was similar to what Su-won thought. The other members of the Su family had no idea about this. The highest official they had ever seen was the governor of Xango. Xango was a medium-sized state, and the governor was of the 4th rank. For upper states, such as Zhongzhou, the governor was of the 4th rank, and for lower states, the governor was of the 5th rank. Seeing them looking at each other in bewilderment, none of them could guess. Su Jing didn't beat around the bush. After the imperial edict came out, His Majesty summoned me to see him together with the 2nd and 3rd place winners. The left and right prime ministers and the cabinet ministers were also present in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. His Majesty personally appointed me as the water commander of Xuanhe River, a 5th-rank official, to supervise the flood control of Xuanhe River and build dams to benefit the people of Xuanhe River. 1 month later, I took office. A 5th-rank official, so big? Su's mother didn't understand the pros and cons of the Du Shuiling position. She only heard the rank. She got a 5th-rank official right away. How could that be tolerated? Not to mention her. In fact, other people didn't quite understand it either, but Su-won was not surprised. His elder brother topped the list with his policy papers on flood control, so the emperor naturally wanted to see if he was all talk but no action, so it was understandable that he was assigned this position to him. The Du Shui Ling is in charge of a lot of people. Basically, all the officials in the Xuanhe Water Conservancy Bureau have to listen to him. He is the highest leader. The Xian River is frequently flooded. The Xian River basin is barren because of the floods. I heard that life there is very hard. It is a barren land. Every year during the flood season, there are always casualties. Big Brother wants to build dams to control floods, which means he is always at the center of the storm. Chen often travels outside and hears a lot, so he understands a little bit. The position of eldest brother sounds glamorous, but the pros and cons are also obvious. The third son said this. Everyone's joy turned into worry. That place was not a good place. It was surrounded by yellow sand and mud every day. Because of floods, many places had no harvest, food was scarce, and the environment was not good. Life was very hard. Jing, can you talk to His Majesty again and ask us to change our positions? It doesn't matter if it's a lower position. After all, Su's mother had never seen the world and thought that he could change his official position whenever he wanted. Su Jing smiled with his hands covering his lips, feeling helpless. Father Su couldn't help but complain. Look at what you're saying. The emperor has already given the position and you want to take it back just like that? Where is the emperor's prestige? But this job is too dangerous. The hardship is secondary. She is just an ordinary mother who wants her son to be safe. Mother, I like this job very much. It can inspire my fighting spirit. The flood of Xuanhe River has been a major concern of emperors of all dynasties. If it is well managed, it will be a great cause known throughout the world. The emperor said that he would give me 5 years. If there is any effect, at least the people of Xuanhe River can have a harvest and don't have to live in fear and displacement. After I return to Beijing, I will be promoted 2 levels and enter the cabinet directly. This is a mission that benefits the people. I have already petitioned His Majesty to divide the Xian River Basin, have the taxes on the people in the area, and integrate the military and the people. Work will be used in lieu of relief, which will reduce the people's desire to migrate and allow more people to join the great cause of flood control. If you succeed, you will be recorded in the history books, and you will be honored in the imperial temple after your death. What an honor this is! If you want to reach the top, you must first suffer physically and mentally. There is no such thing as wealth and fame that can be obtained through peace and stability. This is why Jong Yu admires Su Jing. He has a very broad vision. He is not trying to become a high-ranking official or gain temporary fame, but he truly serves the country and the people. Su-won was very pleased and proud to have such an older brother. Brother, what you said is very good. When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry and empty, and his actions frustrated. This is to stimulate his heart and harden his nature, and increase his ability to do what he could not do before. Su-won felt that it was most appropriate to say this at this moment, and her words immediately broke down Su Jing's defense. Wan, what you want to say is exactly what I want to express. It's very well said. Su Yun didn't understand, but it sounded very impressive. Anyway, he couldn't say it, let alone the poor student Su Chen. Su Yi probably understood, so he just smiled. Jong Yu was the most surprised. He was surprised that such a little girl could say such a prophecy. If it were known to the world, it would be very inspiring. Wan, you have great literary talent. Su Jing never hesitates to praise his sister. I didn't say this. I just heard it from someone else. I overheard it in the tea house and kept it in my mind. I definitely don't have such talent. Don't forget, big brother. I am a pretty girl. Su-won never took credit for it. These were not her original creations, so how could she claim them as her own? Even in another world, this was not allowed. Oh, the person who said that is also a strange person. I really want to get to know him, but I have to say it. Wanwon has a good memory. She can remember it after just one time. Someone thinks you are good. You are good no matter what. In the eldest brother's heart, Su-won is the best sister in the world. The words, I was originally a beautiful girl, made him return to the pavilion in Jong Yu Academy in a trance. From then on, the gears of fate began to turn. If it weren't for Wan, it wouldn't be his turn to take the top spot today. Su Jing brought up the past, taking everyone back to the late autumn of last year. He talked about how Su Wan had enlightened him. He saw the wealth and prosperity of Kyoto, and he couldn't finish telling his family about it for a while. He talked about how solemn and majestic the Taiji Hall in the Imperial Palace was. He was full of yearning and secretly vowed in his heart that he must manage the Xuanhe River well. After he returned to Beijing, he would bring his parents and sister to Kyoto to earn a title of Lady of Honor for his mother.
Suvan felt embarrassed by Su Jing's praise.
Her family had never expected that she was not only good at business, but also understood flood control and could come up with good suggestions. After Jong Yu listened to Su Jing's retelling, a picture seemed to appear in his mind. The girl was wearing plain clothes, and her eyes were so determined when she spoke of these views. At this moment, his heart was beating wildly for her. Jong Yu thought that he might really fall into it, fall completely, and never stop until he died. He was willing to submit to her. Wan, you are such an amazing woman. I should also work harder. Su Chen sighed sincerely and secretly made up his mind. He has been busy with the border affairs in the hall. Now Duke Jiang has taken command and led an army of 100,000 north to guard the border. The two sides are in a standoff. The emperor has ordered the recruitment of soldiers, and children from noble families can also join the army, but they have to start as small soldiers. The current emperor governs the country with benevolence and never forces conscription. Anyone who voluntarily joins the army can receive a subsidy of 10 taels of silver, and half of the family tax will be exempted. Those with difficult families and many sons will choose to join the army. The state of Jin is now recruiting soldiers everywhere, with an initial recruitment of 100,000. Together with the border garrisons and the 100,000 horses and soldiers brought by Duke Jiang, a total of 300,000 can be gathered. Su Chen has already decided that once Xiangzhou starts recruiting soldiers, he will sign up immediately and embark on the path of defending his country. If he is lucky, he may even become a general. At this time, only Su Wan and Jong Yu knew Su Chen's thoughts. No one else in the Su family knew. If Su's mother knew, she would cry. Now, Su Jing's presence at home is a great joy. The reunion of just 1 month will pass quickly, and everyone cherishes the time spent with Su Jing. Su Yun took a special leave to come back and accompany Su Jing. Su Jing had a good sleep, and his room had been decorated long ago. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, under the leadership of Su Wan, their family had walked from Yang'ao to Xiangjali, bought their own house, and opened a shop. The 5th child is also very good. He knows how to use his strengths to find a way out for himself. All the rewards and jewelry he brought back belonged to Su Wan. She was the only girl in the family, and no one would compete with her for it. Of course, she would pick out a portion and return it to Yang Qingqing, which would also be a considerable dowry. The things bestowed by the emperor cannot be given to others and can only be kept as a gift by oneself. As for the silks and cloths, they were distributed according to color to make clothes for Su Wan and his mother. His brothers got no share, and neither did Su's father. 500 taels of gold is equivalent to 5,000 taels of silver. Su Jing decided to take out 1,000 taels to build a charity hall in Xiangzhou to take in the helpless orphans in Xiangzhou and teach them to read. He would take out another 3,000 taels and take it to Xuanhe. When he took office, he would use it as relief money and buy a large amount of medicinal materials for storage in case of emergency. This move can be described as selfless and righteous. He would keep the remaining 1,000 taels for himself. He couldn't go to Xuanhe with nothing. The family was not short of money now, so Su Jing did not leave the money to his family, and his family members also supported his decision. On the 3rd day after Su Jing came back, the Su family's doorstep was also very lively. The governor invited officials from Xiangzhou to wait for him to drink in the moonlit West Tower. Then, visiting cards from 2 earls' mansions have also been sent, first the Ningyuan Earl's Manor, and then the Changlong Earl's Manor. Su Jing looked at these invitations and didn't know which one to accept first. The Earl's mansion was a title and aristocracy. Although they had no real power, they could not be offended in Xango. To be honest, after Su Jing came back, he just wanted to stay at home with his parents every day and didn't want to run around for social events, but he had to go. He called Su Wan and Jong Yu and asked them to help him figure out where would be the best place to go first. After the last quarrel, Jong Yu and Su Wan have reconciled, and Jong Yu moved back to Furong Cottage. The Su family received a lot of gifts. There were so many officials, big and small, from Xango, and each family expressed their gratitude. The two Earls' mansions also sent a lot, especially the Ningyuan Earl's Manor. Su Jing showed Su Wan the invitation from Earl Ningyuan, which said that the Earl's daughter had missed the young lady very much since they parted at the last birthday party, and meant for Su Jing to bring Su Wan along. To be honest, Su Wan didn't want to go, but Su Jing wanted her to accompany him, so she went with him. Even though she didn't like the Earl's mansion, she would have to deal with it many times in the future. Jong Yu did not bring any personal emotions into the matter, but instead analyzed the situation very seriously for Su Jing. It was obvious to him that he knew what Ning Yuan's purpose was. However, if Su Wan wants to do business quietly in Xango in the future, he cannot offend them for the time being. Fundamentally speaking, Earl Ningyuan is more prominent than Earl Changlong. Earl Changlong's mansion is the last hereditary one, and there is no capable person in the family yet. I'm afraid it will be difficult to keep the title. It will only last for the last 20 years. Earl Ningyuan's father did make some contributions to the court, so His Majesty was happy to retain their titles. If that's the case, we should go to Earl Ningyuan's mansion first. Having said that, Su Wan still remembers the ridicule that Lady Ningyuan had said to her. She looked down on her before, and now she is trying to curry favor with her. Does she really have the nerve to do that? She insisted that her elder brother go to the Earl of Changlong's mansion first. Brother, go to the Earl Changlong's mansion first. Their invitation arrived first. Earl Changlong is older, so he should see it first. Since they want to curry favor, then they can meet anyone first. Besides, as long as Lord Changlong is still an earl, aren't they equals? Is this really okay?
If we do as you said. Shuhin Heshetati.
Jong Yu knew that the little girl was holding a grudge, so he followed her thoughts and changed his tone to Su Jing. What Wanwan said makes sense. We are all earls. As long as we are in this position, we are all equal. You can go to the Earl of Changlong's mansion first.
Shuhin Nadi.
Since Jong Yu said so, let's do it. As for the officials of Xango, they were left until the end, and this was the only way they could be arranged according to their status. Only Earl Ningyuan invited Su Wan to go with him, so she would not go to Earl Changlong's mansion. Su Jing wrote a reply and went to the Earl of Changlong's mansion the next day. This was something that Earl Changlong had not expected. He was in urgent need of making acquaintances with officials in the court. Su Jing was very likely to become a favorite of the emperor, so he was determined to succeed the title and was willing to put down his old face to curry favor in the family, and he introduced them to Su Jing one by one. Although their status might not be worthy of the position of the wife, it was not impossible for him to like them. In short, as long as he could marry the top scholar, he could make some moves in the court, make some achievements and speak well of them, and the title would be saved. Su Jing was a first-class gentleman. Facing the ladies, he avoided their gazes and did not dare to overstep the line. The ladies dressed in different ways, but none of them won the favor of the number one scholar. The countess said frankly that her daughter saw the top scholar on the street and could not forget him and missed him madly. Su Jing didn't know how to respond to such explicit words. He also said frankly that he did not want to get married now. The emperor asked him to go to Xuanhe River to control the water. The conditions there were difficult, and most people could not bear it. Earl Changlong thought that Su Jing would work in the Hanlin Academy, but he didn't expect that he would be the Du Shuiling. Xuanhe River is not a good place. Even if he wrote a good policy paper on water control, it would not be easy to implement it. But it is better to take a gamble than to come up empty-handed. Anyway, he has many daughters. If he wins the bet, He will have a great hero as his son-in-law, and his title will be as stable as a rock. He signaled his daughters to express their opinions, saying that they could endure hardships. They were all concubines' daughters and had no choice. When they heard that it was Xuanhe, they all backed out. Although life in the Earl's mansion was not very rich, at least they had enough food and drink and did not have to suffer. They were all reluctant, and Su Jingdai felt very uncomfortable in the Earl of Changlong's mansion. No matter how good his temper was, he became a little irritable. Always force women on him? After lunch, Su Jing immediately said he wanted to leave, and Lord Changlong couldn't stop him. With a gloomy face all the way, it was really horrible. It was always like this in Kyoto, but 800 times a day I met young ladies from aristocratic families and daughters of officials. The result was still the same when he returned to Xiangzhou, and many people still wanted him to be their husband. Su Jing told Su Wan about the ordeal he had in the Earl of Changlong's mansion. Su Wan almost laughed to death when he saw his elder brother's face full of resentment. The third, fourth, and fifth brothers were all there. They were all very happy to hear what he said and laughed at his good luck in love. Brother, don't you really have anyone you like? Is already 22 years old, and it is time for him to get married. If he goes to Xuanhe for a few years, he will have no chance to meet the girl. Su Jing shook his head. They don't really like me. When they heard that I was the Du Shui Ling, I could see the disgust in their eyes. Which girl would want to marry a husband who would make her suffer? That's because they are short-sighted. Brother, you will be a hero in the future of Xuanhe River's flood control. It will only be their loss if they dislike you. Su Yun expressed indignantly that how dare someone look down on his elder brother. That's right. If we can't even share the hardships, why should we only want to share the happiness? Su Chen also hoped that his future sister-in-law would not be a vulgar person. Anyway, Su Jing was afraid, so he asked Su Wan if there were any young ladies waiting to get married in the Earl of Ningyuan's mansion, so that he could prepare himself mentally in advance. Su Wan nodded and said jokingly, Ningyuan Bo has several daughters who are still unmarried, and one of them is a legitimate daughter who is still waiting to be married. I have seen the eldest daughter, and she is also very pretty, dignified, and generous. Brother, why don't you meet her? What if you two are attracted to each other? Yes, big brother, parents are still waiting to hold their grandchildren.
Shuyum followed suit.
Su Jing waved his hands quickly. I can't feel at ease until the flood in Xuanhe River is eliminated. He is truly a good official who devotes his life to the country and the people. This is good for the country, but for his family, this kind of thinking is not good. My brother is not interested in marriage, so you can't force it. Anyway, if fate comes, you can't stop it. Just watch it and cherish it. Seeing that everyone was there, Su Chen brought the two maids he brought back from the servant market to Su Wan. The family has been revolving around the eldest brother these days. He arranged for someone to stay at home, but has not yet formally brought him to see Su Wan. Seeing that the third brother suddenly brought in two girls dressed in simple clothes, everyone hadn't reacted to what was going on. Su Chen explained, they are the two personal maids that Wan asked me to select for her at the servant market a few days ago. I went to the servant market almost every day, and I picked out these two girls who are quite skilled. They should have no problem dealing with the ruffians and unreasonable scoundrels on a daily basis. They are twin sisters, with miserable backgrounds, no parents, and have been learning self-defense since they were picked up. They are both 16 years old this year, and since everyone is here today, let's get to know each other. Su Wan looked at the two girls carefully. They looked very similar, but there were still differences between them. They were not exactly the same, and were not easy to tell apart. However, when they stood together, one looked more serious, while the other one secretly raised her eyes to peek at her. When she noticed, she quickly lowered her head. It was very cute. Sisters are very pretty, with regular features, and their hands are covered with calluses from years of martial arts training. What are your names? Who is the older sister, and who is the younger sister? Su Wan asked softly. To answer your question, I am your elder sister. You can just call me Lu Yun. The one with the more serious expression spoke. Her voice was as cold as her temperament. My name is Lu Ying, and I'm the younger sister. Lu Ying smiled sweetly and her voice was just as lively as her personality. Twins are like this, one is quiet and the other is noisy. They complement each other, just like the fourth and fifth brothers. Luyun Luying, that's really nice to hear. You will be mine from now on. I will treat you well. You will move to the small compartment next to mine in a while. If you need anything for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, just tell me, and I will take care of it for you. I am also younger than you, so I will thank you for taking care of me from now on. Su-won is different from ordinary masters. She is more approachable and knows how to respect people. She will only treat you as her employees as a boss, not as servants. Thank you for taking us in, young lady. We are very grateful. From now on, our lives will be yours. Luyun pulled Luying to kneel down and kowtowed to Su-won. Su-won stood up and helped them up. Don't say that. Your lives are lives too. You have to protect me, but you also have to protect yourself. I hope that none of us will have to make such a choice one day. Luyun and Luying had a good first impression of their master. Su-won took them to the small compartment next to his room. It was big enough for two sisters to live in, but it was a bit small. However, Su-won could usually hear them when he called out. They brought their own clothes, which were all relatively plain. Sister Luyun usually tied her clothes into a high ponytail, which looked very heroic. She carried a short knife on her waist, which made her look very cool. This also made it convenient for her to act more quickly when she was in danger. Sister Luying is more like a girl. She dresses like a girl and knows how to wear her hair in various styles. She has a good aesthetic sense and knows what clothes to wear for different occasions. But the only shortcoming is that she has never been able to beat her sister. Her fighting power is not as good as Luyun, and her weapon is darts. The next morning, Su-won had to get up and dress up to accompany Su Jing to the Ningyuan Earl's mansion. Luying had already prepared hot water for her to wash, as well as the clothes she would wear today, the bun she would do, and the jewelry she would wear. Everything was ready. She chose for her a green lotus-colored chest-length skirt and a bun with her hair hanging down, which made her look fresh and elegant. There shouldn't be too many accessories on your head, but each one should be just right. Su-won didn't expect that she had such skills and was shocked. Luying simply replied that this was something she had to learn because she and her sister did not want to be separated. If the people who trained them wanted to send them to work together, then the two sisters would have to cooperate with each other. One must be good at martial arts, and the other must also be familiar with these daily skills, so that they can have a greater chance of staying in the same place to serve. They complement each other, which is really great. The servants brought a carriage and took Su-won and Su Jing all the way to the Earl of Ningyuan's mansion. Luyun and Luying also followed. Now this job was finally not Su Chen's. In fact, Su Jing went to the Earl of Changlong's mansion first, which made Lady Ningyuan not very happy, but she couldn't get angry. Instead, she had to receive them warmly. Now, in her opinion, Su-won's status is worthy of her son, and her legitimate daughter is just waiting to be married. If this marriage can be negotiated, whether it is a marriage or a marriage, it will be a help to their Ning family in the court. Su Jing became the top scorer of this year's exam. The happiest person was Ning Jiqian because he felt that Su-won was getting closer and closer to him. He and his sister Ning Xiaomei were waiting for the Su family's carriage at the gate of the mansion. When they saw the carriage arrive, Su Jing helped Su-won get off the carriage, and his eyes finally lit up. He thought that Su-won would most likely not come, but now that she is here, it proves that he still has a chance. With Suzhou is still under discussion and has not been finalized. There is still time for everything. Mr. Su, you are so honored to be here. We are sorry for not coming to greet you in person. He came out to greet him on behalf of his family and was very polite. Ning Xiaomei greeted Su Jing with a red face. She was dressed very beautifully today. When she looked at Su-won, she pretended to be very familiar with her and took her arm. Sister Su, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have become more beautiful. She was not so enthusiastic last time and treated Su-won as a completely invisible person, indifferent to her. If it weren't for her eldest brother's current high status, someone of her status would not have bothered to get acquainted with a merchant girl like her. Su-won also said different things to different people and called her Sister May. Ning Ziqian also greeted Su Wan before inviting the brother and sister into the house. Not to mention, the tone of the Earl of Ningyuan was much higher than that of the Earl of Changlong. The couple was waiting in the main hall. After Su Jing arrived, he did not show much enthusiasm and was deliberately pretentious. Su Zhuangyuan is really a young and promising man. That day you returned home in glory and rode a horse through the streets. My daughter told me about how brilliant and talented Su Zhuangyuan was. I see today that he is indeed extraordinary. On the day Su Jing came back, almost all the people in the city were looking at him, and those young ladies who were watching naturally included Ning Xiaomei. Today, Su Jing can be said to be the dream lover of the girls in Xiangzhou. Thank you for your praise, sir. Su Jing bowed to him. Mr. Su and Miss Su Lu are honored guests. Please take a seat. Lady Ningyuan seemed much more approachable than the last time they met. As expected, you only need to have status to play with these nobles. Su Wan vaguely remembered that the last time she came to the Earl's mansion, the Earl's wife sat at the top, and she seemed to have a cold and world-weary look at everyone. Of course, this only applies to these unknown merchant girls. In the reception hall, Su Wan sat for the first time in the seat where Lady Changlong had sat last time. From this place, he could see their faces and expressions more clearly. Ning Xiaomei sat next to her, taking care of her in every possible way, refilling her tea and water, and was very attentive. Ning Ziqian, who was sitting opposite her, was the same, always going to see Su Wan when Su Jing was talking to his father. Although Su Wan noticed his gaze, she never responded and acted as if she didn't see it. Mrs. Bo was also watching the scene, and she knew in her heart that her son really liked her, but it seemed that Miss Su Lu had no interest in him, so this was a difficult situation. But it doesn't matter. Their Ning family is the most prominent noble family in Xiangzhou, at the top of the food chain. Marrying into their family will only mean a life of glory and happiness. As long as the betrothal gift they give is sincere and substantial enough, the Su family will surely have no right to refuse. After all, if their daughter marries into the family, she will become a distinguished lady of an earl in the future. Ning Yuanbo talked with Su Jing about official positions. Hearing that he was going to take up the post of Xuana du Shuiling, it was a pretty high position, but it was not an easy job. Mrs. Bo also glanced at her daughter, and the idea of marrying her to Su Jing faded a lot. Just hearing the name of the place Xuanhe, one can imagine what kind of situation it is, how barren it is, and how not even a blade of grass grows. If his daughter follows him to Xuanhe, will she be able to endure the hardship? However, Ning Xiaomei herself didn't care at all. She still looked at Su Jing with a blushing face, with infatuation. The Ningyuan Earl and his wife were rather reserved and did not bring up the matter of marriage right away. At noon, the meal was placed in the pavilion in the back garden, and they ate while appreciating the flowers. It was just a little hot, so ice cubes were placed in the pavilion to cool off. Su Jing and Su Wan both seemed a little reserved. Ning Ziqian and Ning Xiaomei sat next to them. Both of them took the initiative to pick up food for them, and the thing Su Jing said most was, "Thank you, I'll do it myself." Su Wan also said a few words at the beginning, but seeing that he was persistent, she just nodded and smiled. Halfway through the meal, she simply put down her chopsticks and said that she was full. "Sixth miss, you feel full after just a few bites, but the food is not to your liking?" Lady Bo greeted in a caring manner. Su Wan shook his head. "The food at the Earl's mansion is delicious, but it's hot in midsummer, and my appetite is not good. Now that you are here, even if you are not very happy, you can't show it on your face. You still have to observe basic etiquette." The brother and sister didn't plan to stay any longer, so they prepared to leave after lunch. The people from the Earl's mansion went out to see her off. Ning Xiaomei also said that if she had nothing to do, she would go find Su Wan to play, or ask Su Wan to come find her to play. Su Wan agreed on the surface, but in fact she was thinking that it was unnecessary. The servant brought the carriage. Lu Yun and Lu Ying were waiting at the door. The scorching sun made the inside of the carriage extremely hot and stuffy. Sitting on it felt like entering a steamer or a sauna. The first thing I did when I got home was to go to the kitchen and get 2 bowls of ice-chilled mung bean soup to cool off. Jong Yu saw that she came back and seemed to be in a good mood. It seemed that she was not wronged in the Earl's mansion today. Sue's father also hurried back to the countryside to harvest rice. After harvesting the family's farmland, he would switch to growing peppers next year. He asked Su Jing to go back with him to pay homage to the Su family's ancestral tomb and repair the tomb. I passed the imperial examination and became the top scholar. This is such an honorable thing that all my ancestors must know about it. Can they be happy even in their graves? Moreover, the blind dates in Yengao were asking Su's father about Su Jing from time to time. Now the news of his passing the exam had spread to Qinghai County, and everyone in the surrounding area knew that the Su family had produced a top scholar. Since Su's father mentioned this matter, Su Jing naturally followed his father's arrangement and did not delay. He immediately prepared the carriage and returned home with him. Of course, he did not forget to ask Su Wan if she wanted to go back with him. Wan, do you want to go back with us? Su Jing asked. Spend with his sister. So, of course, he has to cherish the chance to spend time with her. He is now a complete sistercon because he firmly believes that Su Wan is the lucky star sent by God to their family. With her around, they can always turn danger into safety and disaster into blessing. Su Wan thought that it was time to go back and check on her flower fields and the bees she raised. Although her homepage was doing well, she couldn't neglect her side business and should leave herself a way out. Moreover, her eldest brother personally invited her to go home, so she had to go with him even if she had nothing to do. I have to go back, of course I have to go back. Su Wan agreed very quickly. The other brothers were busy with their own things and, of course, could not join in the fun. But Jong Yu had no idea what reason he had to go along this time. Forget it. She is with her brother anyway, so there is nothing to worry about. She can just take care of her own things during these few days. Jong Yu was very jealous. After Su Jing came back, Su Wan surrounded him every day and never even looked at him. Looking at Su Wan smiling so happily, he suddenly had an idea. In the evening, Su Wan was asking Lu Ying to help her pack some clothes to take home. Then a guard came to Su Wan and said that Qionyang wanted to see her for something and invited her to meet at Yueman West Tower. Su Wan wants to develop a hidden sideline business. No one in her family knows about it, so she can't advertise it when she goes out. Go alone secretly. However, for safety reasons, she took Lu Yun with her. Lu Yun has a cold personality and doesn't talk much, but Su Wan subconsciously trusts her more. It was almost nightfall, and she had to be sneaky when she went out so as not to be seen. The restrictions on women in Jin State were not very strict. There was no requirement for women to stay at home after dark. Therefore, in Jin State, even in the prosperous provincial capitals, there were many women who went out to parade in the streets at night. She went out, and she arrived at Yumengsi Tower smoothly. Of course, she also told Lu Ying that if her family found out and asked about it, she would tell them openly where she had been. She went to Yumengsila, either to look for her fourth brother or to eat, drink, and have fun. What else could she do? That place is Jiang Yu's territory. It couldn't be safer. However, when Su Wan came, he really didn't expect Jiang Yu to be there too, and was a little surprised. Jiang Yu seemed to see the doubt in her heart and said with a smile, "Didn't you say last time that I'm also the owner of Bingjitang and should pay more attention to my own business? That's why I came here." His pair of peach blossom eyes were full of smiles, and he looked at Su Wan with deep affection. Su Wan was deeply moved by his gaze, and she now truly felt the feeling of being in love. It was still the chaise longue, Jong Yu lying on it, lazily playing with his jade ring. Su Wan came over, not knowing where to sit. She glanced at the round table in the room and was about to sit over, but Jong Yu moved himself, leaving a little space on the chaise longue, and patted it, motioning her to sit over. Jong Yu didn't think she would come over. He just wanted to tease her. Su Wan raised her eyebrows, pushed a strand of hair hanging in front of her chest behind her, and walked over calmly and sat next to him. She still has modern thinking, so this level of contact is not shameful to her. Besides, it's the person I like, so what? Jong Yu reacted quickly, lowered his head and chuckled, then simply lay down and propped up his head to look at her, with a smile on his lips. At first glance, he looked like a seductive male demon. Qionyang was watching this scene from the side, The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise up, and she was laughing secretly. The young master's reason for looking for her to report on work was fake. The real reason was that he wanted to be alone with her. Cheonyang would not be so inconsiderate. Sister Cheonyang, why did you ask me to come here today? Is there something you want to say? Soo-won asked seriously. In fact, she didn't have much to say, but the young master asked her to do something, so she had something to do. Miss, this is the account book of recent purchases. It has the details. Please take a look. Cheonyang didn't know what to say, so she could only bring the account book to her. Soo-won took the account book and started flipping through it. Cheonyang was quite good at accounting. Her handwriting was neat and beautiful, and it was easy to understand at a glance. There was no problem. Jong Yu picked up a strand of her hair from behind and twisted it around his fingertips. Soo-won felt something and turned her head slightly to look at him. He raised his eyebrows at her. Soo-won glared at him, but said nothing in the end. Cheonyang saw all these sweet details, and she didn't understand why she had to suffer this. Soo-won returned the account book to Cheonyang and asked her if she had anything else to say. Cheonyang said again, "The bingjitang will be ready soon, and we can open it on a chosen day. I have selected 3 auspicious days. Which day would you like to choose?" A piece of paper wrote down the 3 best days for opening the business according to someone's calculations. After Soo-won finished reading it, he showed the note to Jong Yu. "Which day do you think is good? The one above is September 2nd, one is September 18th, and the other is September 23rd. Jong Yu pointed to September 23rd. "This is it, it looks good." "I think so too. Let's choose this day. Sister Cheonyang, if you still need money, just ask me for it." No, I have enough money. I invited you here today for this matter. I have already spread the news that the Ice Skin Jade Bone Cream was created by Dr. Sun according to your instructions. Recently, many people have been asking about the truth of the news. I believe that the business will be good on the day of opening. Soo-won had already instructed him about this matter the last time they met, so Cheonyang had already taken care of it. "Okay, I get it. Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard. Cheonyang won't bother you two anymore, and will take her leave now." Cheonyang bowed and quickly left. Of them left in the room, Jong Yu was still happily playing with the ends of her hair, and Soo-won ruthlessly snatched her hair back. "I have to go back home with my elder brother early tomorrow morning. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. Lu-yun is still waiting for me downstairs." After she finished speaking, she stood up and was about to leave. She heard Jong Yu sighing from behind. "Sixth miss is really heartless." This sentence successfully attracted Soo-won's attention. She looked at him speechlessly and sat back down. "What do you mean? Tell me clearly. How am I being heartless?" Jong Yu pointed to his cheek, where she kissed him last time. Thinking back on it now, the feeling was still like a feather tickling his heart. He kissed and ran away without any explanation. Jong Yu spoke in a wrong tone, making Soo-won blush. "I don't have any, don't talk nonsense." Soo-won remembered that she had indeed kissed him, and then ran away, without any explanation. Now, listening to his tone, she felt like a scumbag. "I'm not talking nonsense. Some people forget what they did because they have a brother who dotes on them. It's a pity that I was flirted with by a girl for the first time, and I didn't even have a name." Jong Yu felt more and more aggrieved, and even his expression was tinged with grievance. The more he spoke, the more outrageous it became. Soo-won quickly reached out and covered his mouth. "Don't talk. Why are you jealous of my brother?" Jong Yu had his mouth covered by her and could only look at her quietly. Only then did she take back her hand. "What explanation do you want?" "Can I explain it to you?" Soo-won compromised. She really compromised. She just wanted to say that she couldn't resist this temptation at all. Jong Yu saw that the little rabbit had taken the bait and tried his best to suppress the upward curve of his mouth. He cleared his throat and asked calmly, "So why did you kiss me?" Could ask such a direct and blunt question. He is so shameless. Isn't it said that people in ancient times were very innocent? Could it be that Soo-won met a fake one? "I just want to kiss you, why else?" Soo-won knew the standard answer, but she just didn't say it and just played around. "So you can kiss whenever you want. I want to kiss now too." Jong Yu's mouth was covered again before he could finish his words. How can you be so shameless? Soo-won gritted her teeth on the surface, but she couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. What did I say that I have no shame? Jong Yu shrugged. Soo-won had no way to deal with him. Soo-won took a deep breath. She looked at Jong Yu seriously and said, I kissed you because I like you. You're pretty, right? She raised her finger and hooked his chin, then slowly moved closer to his face. Jong Yu held his breath for a moment and swallowed unconsciously. Looking at his slightly red ears, Soo-won thought to herself, little guy, I can't kill you with this. He reached out and pinched her wrist, and sparks seemed to ignite in his eyes. When she was still a little distance away from his face, Soo-won stopped and slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, Jong Yu really wanted to kiss her, but his reason told him that he couldn't do that. Soo-won is still young, and he would feel guilty if he did that. His Adam's apple rolled again, and he used a little force to let her fall into his arms. One hand was clenched into a fist, and he just used his arms to gently circle her from behind, without crossing the line in the slightest. At that moment, all of Soo-won's senses were taken over by the scent of him, and she felt like a deer was beating its head in her heart. Grow up quickly, okay? Soo-won suddenly froze. Her eyes felt a little sore, but she felt very satisfied in her heart. Jong Yu really likes her, so he is so patient and restrained. If she doesn't even understand this, then she is a fool. He started from emotion and ended with etiquette. He felt that he was still young, so he tried his best to hold back and not want to get involved with her, otherwise he would feel guilty. Soo-won took the initiative to hug his neck and rested her chin on his shoulder. How big is big? Jong Yu felt nothing but satisfaction at Soo-won's initiative. Cuteness means forbearance and restraint. He respects her and also respects their feelings. Girls can get married when they are 15, but in my opinion, they have to be 16 or 17 to be considered truly grown up. Soo-won didn't expect that he would be so strict when it comes to love matters. Then you'll have a lot to wait. She is only 14 years old now. However, being cared for like this by the boy you like is really a crazy and exciting thing. At least in terms of character, Jong Yu is up to standard. He finally understood how heart-wrenching it was when the hero in a TV drama said to the younger heroine, I'll wait for you to grow up. She now felt the same way and found it very sweet. Jong Yu raised his hand and stroked the black hair on her back, now and then, with extreme gentleness. He was so stiff at the moment that he dared not move any part of his body except his hand. Smelling the sweet fragrance of the girl's hair, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist and would hold her tightly in his arms. He simply held her shoulders and asked her to sit down again. He also sat down, changing his nonchalant look just now, which formed a sharp contrast with his current serious look. I'm willing to wait, no matter how long it takes. It's only 3 or 4 years. How can Jong Yu not wait? She was afraid that during this period, someone else would live in her heart because he couldn't always be by her side. Soo-won just felt that this guy's love words sounded quite realistic. But even so, she has one thing she has to complain about. Actually, the porridge you cooked last time was so sweet that it almost choked me to death. That day, she had a quarrel with Jong Yu and asked all the questions she wanted to ask. Afterwards, she insisted on drinking the bowl of porridge with a frown on her face the whole time. This guy must have put sugar in it instead of water, causing her to feel greasy after drinking it, and the sugar content exceeded the limit.
Ah?
This caught Jong Yu off guard. He was in disbelief at first, but soon the expression on his face turned into embarrassment. That night, Soo-won was hungover. He thought that drinking some light sweet porridge early in the morning would make him feel better, so he had the idea of cooking for the first time in his life. Light the kitchen fire in Yongao early on, so everything went smoothly for him from beginning to end. Adding sugar halfway through, he added 2 spoonfuls, tasted it, and it wasn't very sweet, so he poured half a jar in and then didn't taste it again. It was his fault. This is my first time cooking porridge, so I'm not very skilled yet. I'll pay more attention next time. He also hoped that there would be a next time, that a noble young man who is only good at wielding a sword, playing chess, calligraphy, and painting would actually be willing to cook for a girl. Okay, I look forward to your progress. Soo-won nodded, unable to hide the sweet smile on her face. Jong Yu glanced at the night scene outside the window and thought that it was time to take her back home, as he had to get up early tomorrow. You will go back home with your elder brother tomorrow. I also need to go to Yenzhou for some business. It will probably take me 20 days to a month to come back, so I may not be able to make it in time for the opening of Bingjitang. When Soo-won heard this, she thought of Jong Yu at this time, who was still fighting wits and courage with his uncle who is not related to him by blood, so she didn't ask any more questions. Then be careful and take care of yourself. I will, let's go back. Between the two, the atmosphere seemed to have changed a lot, mixed with the kind of ambiguity and tension that can only exist between men and women. Luyun was waiting downstairs. When she saw Jong Yu next to Soo-won, she did not show any surprise or curiosity, but called out calmly, "Girl, shall we go home?" "Well, we've been waiting for a long time. Let's go home." The more Soo-won tried to pretend that nothing had happened, the easier it was for people to see the clues. Her face and neck are still pink, and the smile on her face gives people a more sweet feeling. The streets outside were very busy. Soo-won and Jong Yu were walking side by side, while Luyun was following them silently behind. On the way home, there is a section of the alley that you have to walk through. The alley was a little dark, with only faint lights coming from the doors on both sides. "Girl, it's getting dark. Please watch your feet. Luyun will go ahead to scout the way for you." Luyun is a very qualified female bodyguard. She walked to the front and paid attention to the surroundings to make sure there were no ferocious wild cats jumping out and scaring the girl. After Luyun walked to the front, Soo-won looked up and made eye contact with Jong Yu, who was also looking at her. She moved closer to him and quietly reached out to hook her fingers around his. Jong Yu turned around, wrapped her hand in his palm, and held it tightly. Both of their faces grew even wider, with pink bubbles floating between them. His hands usually looked long and beautiful, with distinct joints, and now they could just cover her entire hand. The palms of his hands were covered with thick calluses from years of holding swords, and they felt rough to the touch, but gave people a sense of security. They were almost home. Soo-won was about to let go, but there were two stone lions at the foot of the steps at the door, and Soo-yun suddenly jumped out from the side. "What are you doing?" Soo-won was frightened by him and quickly shook off Jong Yu's hand. Luyun also turned around and looked at Soo-yun in confusion. She didn't even notice that there was a person squatting under the stone lion. "Nothing, fourth brother. You scared me. Why are you squatting here?" Soo-yun didn't rush to answer her question, but walked up to Jong Yu. He was still a head shorter than him, so he had to look up at him when he spoke. Jong Yu stood there calmly, letting him look at him with a smile on his face. "You are such a double-faced guy. You didn't admit it before, but now you are openly flirting with my sister. How dare you hold her hand? Which hand are you holding?" "This hand, right? I'll chop yours off." Soo-yun rolled up his sleeves and was about to take action. Seeing this, Soo-won grabbed his arm and said, "You have misunderstood, fourth brother. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm not blind. How could I be wrong? You two have neither the permission of your parents nor the words of a matchmaker, and he holds your hand. Bah, you scoundrel. Today I will rid the people of this evil." Soo-yun can be called a new generation master of talking nonsense, but he is also really stubborn and will do what he says. "Luyun, hurry up and grab him." Seeing that he was about to lose control of the young man, Soo-won called Luyun over. Luyun listened to Soo-won very much. Her orders were like decrees from the Queen Mother, and he followed them without any hesitation. She came up and grabbed Soo-yun's other hand and subdued him with a scissors hand gesture. Soo-yun's hands were held behind his back. Hey, don't hurt him." Soo-won felt sorry for Soo-yun again. "No, girl, I know my limits. He won't be hurt," Luyun said seriously. Soo-yun just couldn't move, but being subdued by a girl in one move was really too embarrassing. At this moment, he secretly swore in his heart, "No, I want to learn martial arts too." "Soo-won, you are awesome. You actually teamed up with others to bully your own brother. You are really a traitor." "Oh, fourth brother, actually, I was the one who took the initiative. I took the initiative to hold his hand." Soo-won pulled his sleeve and explained awkwardly. Soo-yun was so angry. Girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. Girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. Let me go. He asked Luyun to let her go. Luyun subconsciously looked at Suwon. Suwon nodded, and she let go. I went to deliver something to you, and found out that you were out, so I waited for you at the door. But you turned your elbow outward, which made me so angry. Suyun felt so aggrieved that he moved his arms. He didn't want to cause trouble for Jong Yu now, he just didn't like everything about him. He can't even do anything to a woman now, let alone Jong Yu. Suyun was furious and turned to go home. Suwon went up to him and hugged his arm and acted like a spoiled child. Hey, fourth brother. I'm not a disloyal person. You are my dearest brother. Don't be angry. It's okay if I'm wrong. Seeing her acting like a spoiled child, Suyun's anger subsided a lot, but he was still holding his breath proudly. Not long after you left, someone sent a lot of things over, saying that your second brother bought them for you and asked someone to bring them back to you. It seemed that there was also a letter, but I didn't read it. He went to find Suwon for this matter. My second brother gave it to me? Suwon was very surprised. Well, it's a mess. There are several packages, and I don't know what's in them. You can go back and take a look for yourself. Suyun was also curious about what it was. My second brother also bought some for my mother, but it was far less than what he gave to Suwon. Jong Yu followed behind silently. The way the little girl defended him just now made him very satisfied and happy. He was willing to be beaten by Suyun a few times. Suwon returned to the room, and Suyun also came to join in the fun. She saw that the table was full of small packages wrapped in cloth, and there was a letter written specifically for her, which read, Dear Wanwan. He opened the letter first. It began with an address to Yen Huan, and then it described the places he had been to with Dr. Sun and the patients who had left a deep impression on him. He also collected some things that represented the local customs and culture along the way and brought them back to her. The characteristic costumes of some small villages are similar to those of modern ethnic minorities, a bit like the Miao costumes, because they are also matched with silver ornaments. He also went to the mountains to collect herbs and found rare chicken blood vine and bodhi wood. He personally made a bracelet and a ring for his mother and sister respectively. Although they didn't cost any money, the thought was precious. There were also some strange musical instruments, such as halusi and bamboo pan flute, and he even asked for amulets for everyone in his family when they passed by some popular temples. Second brother is like this. His concern for you is always shown in the details. Although he is thousands of miles away, he is always thinking about his family. Seeing the comfort and joy between the lines of his words, Suwon also knew that he was living a good life with Dr. Sunday. This was the life he liked. He just didn't know how his second sister-in-law was doing now and in the future. Sun Linger was also mentioned at the end, saying that she had run out of hair soap and floral soap and they were not available anywhere else, so she hoped Suwon could bring some to her. This was naturally a piece of cake. The second brother wrote her the address. They were now in a small town in the Jiangnan area. She immediately asked Suyun to inform her uncle and prepare a set of goat milk soap. Fourth brother, Miss Linger has run out of soap. Second brother mentioned in the letter that we should bring some to her. We promised to pay for all of her. Ask uncle to prepare a batch of various scented hair soaps and goat milk soaps, as well as a few pieces of dyed goat milk soaps, and send them to the place mentioned in the letter. Suwon handed him the letter. Suyun nodded, folded the letter, and put it into his sleeve. I'll tell my uncle tomorrow. It's getting late. You should hurry up and get ready, take a shower, and go to bed. Aren't you going back to your hometown with your elder brother and father early tomorrow morning? Suyun yawned, and the anger that Jong Yu had just provoked had subsided a lot. I know. You should go back soon. You look so sleepy. Suwon pushed him out. When passing by Luyun, Suyun frowned, feeling a little dissatisfied. No, he must find a master to teach him and get his revenge. It would be so embarrassing to be subdued by a woman. After he left, Luying looked at her sister and asked, Sister, have you offended the fourth young master? Luyun pursed his lips. I guess so. She didn't say much about the details and still maintained her aloof image. Luying couldn't gossip about her because she was too tight-lipped. Suwon was not in a hurry to sleep. She fiddled with the things her second brother had sent back one by one. She knew nothing about the halusi and bamboo pan flute. Alas, apart from having some business acumen, she doesn't know anything else a rich lady should know. When you move to Kyoto in the future, you must learn some practical things, such as playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, singing, and drinking tea. You must have something you can show off, right? Unfortunately, she knew nothing about it. The only thing she knew now was how to make tea from Madame Xie. Life goes on, fighting goes on, and she thinks it's time to take some elective courses. The next morning, she took Luyun and Luying and followed her father and brother on the road back to Yangao. Jong Yu followed Su's mother to the door to see her off. Su-won looked back at him and happened to meet his heart-wrenching gaze. She thought that they would not be able to see each other for another month or so. He said last night that he was going to Yanzhou. I hope he wasn't going there to fight. In the carriage, and Su-won slept soundly with his head resting on Luying's legs. Luyun was outside with the servant setting up the carriage and returned to Yangao in the evening. She was used to living in a big house and was a little uncomfortable returning to this small courtyard. However, the chirping of cicadas and croaking of frogs outside made her feel a rare sense of comfort. The next day, the people in the village heard that the #1 scholar had returned, and they all gathered at the Su's house to see him. They were very curious and wanted Su Jing to wear the #1 scholar robe to show them. Unfortunately, Su Jing did not bring back the #1 scholar robe, but Su's father also prepared a lot of candies, biscuits, fruits, and other things to distribute to the villagers as a way to share in the good luck. In their eyes, the current Su family is a family where one person has achieved success and everyone in the family has benefited greatly. They have left behind the life of a peasant and have become the upper class. Everyone wants to curry favor with them. In the future, the Su family will only become a legend in Yangao and will be passed down by word of mouth. Su Jing followed her father up the mountain to pay homage and discuss hiring someone to repair the ancestral tomb. After Su-won came back, she had not properly visited the tombs of her ancestors, so she also had to cross mountains and rivers to sweep the tombs and pay homage. Su-won's grandparents are buried halfway up the mountain, and he also has to visit the graves of his great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Su's father and Su Jing each took a sickle, and soon they had to cut the weeds around the grave themselves. Su-won is responsible for placing the tributes and the incense table. After returning, Su's father will greet the people who specialize in repairing the tombs and then decorate this place. It is a little thought from their descendants. He also hopes that their spirits in heaven can bless their descendants and ensure peace and prosperity. Ancestor worship is also very tiring, as it requires climbing mountains and cutting grass. Although Su-won does not have to do it himself, Su's father and Su Jing are both sweating profusely, and they did not finish until the afternoon before returning home. My body was covered with weed seeds that had stuck to my clothes and hair, and I felt itchy all over. Fortunately, Luying had boiled a lot of hot water at home, so Su-won could take a hot bath as soon as she came back. Some parts of her body were covered with red marks from her scratches. Sure enough, after living a life of luxury for too long, it is easy to suffer from affluence diseases once you arrive in the countryside. I didn't feel this way when I was in the village before. Luying looked at the red marks on her body from scratching with heartache, but there was nothing she could do. It's okay. I feel much better after washing. It will disappear after a while. Girls have delicate skin, so be careful next time. Don't scratch it too hard. Some places have broken the skin, and you don't know how painful it is. Luying was really heartbroken, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Because he was tired after a long day, Su-won fell asleep soon after he got on the bed. The first thing I did when I woke up the next day was to run to the back garden of my house to check the beehives. Afraid of being bitten by bees, she still took precautions. Even though bees don't bite people, there were so many of them, so just in case. She wore a hat with a gauze scarf, and then opened the beehive to see that the flowers in the garden had already bloomed. The red roses and the light red roses covered the entire fence, which was very beautiful. Already honeycombs in the beehive, and you can clearly see honey attached to them, but there is not enough, so more honey needs to be added. This honey, which is raised purely from fresh flowers, smells sweet and looks thick. When Luing saw this, he was still worried that the girl might be bitten. "Girl, why do you keep so many bees in your yard? It's so scary. What if they sting you?" They generally don't bite people, and this kind of bees are beneficial insects. They can produce honey, which has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. It is very good to drink with water. It is good for women and is better than brown sugar. It is very expensive in the market. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Besides, no one has mastered the technology of beekeeping yet. If I can do it here, I will be the first one. This is all money. Do you still think they are scary now? Suwon explained to her. If you can make money, that's another matter. Indeed, once something is given a good price, it is a good thing. Suwon still has to go to the flower fields to see whether the more than 20 beehives have formed honeycombs and started producing honey. If successful, he can consider planting a few more acres of flower fields next year and expanding the scale of the apiary. It just so happened that Jong Sheng and his wife were busy in the flower field, watering the flowers. The weather is getting hotter and there is less rainfall, so the flowers need to be watered every 2 days. Now they are blooming very well. The beehives under the shed have all formed honeycombs, and there is a lot of honey inside. In 2 months, we can harvest directly. Jong Sheng and his wife knew yesterday that Suwon had returned, but Suwon and her family were busy, so they didn't go to look for her. Because of working for Suwon, the family has a fixed income every month. Jong Sheng's mother's health has improved a lot, and Jiao Sheng has grown taller and gained weight. Compared with her previous skinny appearance, she is now much prettier. Although she couldn't speak, her smile was particularly contagious. Just by standing there quietly and smiling at Suwon, Suwon could tell from her smile that she had a lot to say but couldn't express it, so it turned into excitement. Jong Sheng was concerned that his wife was still young and he had not yet consummated his marriage with her. He was afraid that she would have a baby and it would be too harmful to her body to give birth now. Jong was not in a hurry either. She was the one who instructed her son about this matter. It would not be too late to wait until Jiao Xing was 2 years older. She should not be like her, hurting her body and having to stay bedridden for the rest of her life. Jiao Xing is lucky enough to marry Jong Sheng, a man who cares about his wife. Although his shoulders are not strong enough, he is responsible. His mother-in-law is also very nice and considerate of her. Look at how well the garden is maintained. It's rare to see even a weed. The flowers are blooming very freshly because they water them diligently. The Su family's yard is usually kept clean and tidy thanks to them. Father Su is just a rough man. He takes care of his few acres of land every day. His children and wife are not at home, and he lives a rough life. How could he take care of these things? Therefore, the monthly salary that Suwon gave them was still worth it. There is nothing much to do at home, just to tell Jong Sheng and others that the honey can be collected in more than a month. Su's father was looking for someone to repair the ancestral tomb, so he had to be busy these days. His eldest brother also had to help, so Suwon stayed at home for several days, without eating or sleeping. The third brother gave her the key to Jong Yunha's house and asked her to use it to clean the yard so that it wouldn't be left abandoned. So Suwon took Luyun and Luing to Uncle Zhang's house to do a thorough cleaning. The peach tree in their family has produced many peaches, and there is a lot of peach gum on the trunk, but peach gum is too troublesome to handle. Although it is a very nutritious thing, it is troublesome. The peaches are still a little short of maturity, and will have to stay on the tree for a while longer before they are fully ripe. However, the osmanthus flowers in his yard were blooming again, and no one was appreciating them if they were left here, so Suwon simply asked Luyun and the others to pick them all and bring them back to the workshop so that he could make new osmanthus soap. For making soaped oil or directly distilling floral dew. Golden osmanthus is a very fragrant variety with a strong aroma. Many people like osmanthus. After Su's father and eldest brother finished the work at the ancestral tomb, the family had to find someone to harvest the rice. After the rice was harvested and dried, Su's father would transport it all the way to their home in Xango. From then on, Su's father would move to Xango to live permanently and be with his children and daughter-in-law, and would just come back to visit from time to time. Su Jing stayed at home for about 7 or 8 days before returning to Xango with his sister. In Xango, there is still a banquet hosted by the governor that I have not attended. As soon as Su Wan entered the city, he found that recruiting was taking place at the city gate. It seemed that a war was about to break out on the border, which also meant that his third brother was about to leave home and go to the battlefield. Thinking of this, Su Wan felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the front line was full of swords and blood. The third brother had suffered a lot. Back at Furong Cottage, the gatekeeper came to help lead the horses to the stable. In the yard, 2 maids were also cleaning the courtyard. When they saw Su Wan and Su Jing coming back, they greeted them politely. Su's mother was not at home. She was probably in Yuyan Hall or the workshop. I looked at the time, and she should be back soon. Su Wan didn't expect that his third brother was at home. The hibiscus tree in the yard was half open, and the fragrance of hibiscus was floating around the yard. The third brother was sitting under the tree in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. When Su Wan and Su Jing came to his side, he finally reacted and looked up at them. "You guys are back." The brother and sister stayed away for 8 or 9 days, and Su Chen was very surprised to see them back. A few days ago, he signed up to join the army, and the day after tomorrow would be the final assembly day. However, because his sister and elder brother had not returned yet, he wanted to announce this matter in front of them. He wanted to say hello to Su's mother in advance, but when he saw her smiling so happily and asking him about his well-being, he suddenly didn't know how to start. He made the decision privately. The situation on the front line was unpredictable. This trip might be a farewell forever. Although he was sure he could protect himself, Su's mother's temper was such that if she knew about it, she would probably scold him to death and would not let him go no matter what. She might even cry and ruin his health. Now that Su Wan and his elder brother are back, he wants them to help persuade Su's mother. His elder brother is concerned about the country and the people, so he should be able to understand his desire to defend his country, right? Su Wan always supports the decisions of each of their brothers and gives them the right guidance, so she should agree. Well, now that the family affairs are settled, Wan and I are going back to Xango. It's rare to see you look so worried, but what happened? The eldest brother is the eldest brother. He can always see the unusualness of his younger brothers at a glance. The third brother has the most simple and unpretentious temperament. He is diligent, honest, and the easiest to understand. Su Jing sat down opposite him, and Su Wan followed suit. Donger, the maid who was cleaning the room, made them a pot of tea. Su Chen's thoughts were seen through by his elder brother at a glance, so he gritted his teeth and told him what was in his heart. "Brother Wan, before I say anything, I have to apologize to you first." He lowered his head, and his clenched fists showed his nervousness at the moment because he was afraid of being scolded. When Su Wan saw him like this, she immediately understood that her third brother might have signed up for the army without asking for permission first. And Su Jing also realized that what the third brother wanted to say was not a trivial matter. "We are biological siblings. You have done nothing wrong to us, so why are you asking for forgiveness? If you have anything to say, just tell me." Su Jing would never blame his own brothers no matter what. He hasn't done anything harmful, so what crime has he committed? "Yes, third brother, you can say whatever you want to say and do whatever you want to do. Follow your heart. As long as you are doing it for your own good and have a clear conscience, you will not let anyone down, and you will not be guilty." Su Wan indirectly expressed his attitude, which made Su Chen feel much more relieved. Under the expectant eyes of his elder brother and younger sister, he finally said, "I signed up for the army without telling you. The day after tomorrow morning, the troops gathered in Xango will rush to the front line." As for Su Wan, she had already prepared for it, so she was not too surprised. But for Su Jing, it was a bombshell. The teacup he had brought to his mouth suddenly stopped, and his fingertips exerted a little force, turning a little white. His expression changed from disbelief at first, to confusion, and finally to relaxation, but he still threw the cup heavily on the table with some emotion. "It's such a big thing. Does mother know about it?" he said in a calm tone. Su Chen shook his head. "I didn't tell Mom." "Nonsense. How dare you do something as serious as this without consulting me? How sad would my parents be if they knew about this? I wanted to wait for you and wanted to come back to discuss this matter, but you haven't returned for a long time. Today is the last day of conscription, and it's too late for me. I can only do it first and report later. Chen explained with a guilty look on his face. Su Jing narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a very oppressive feeling, which made Chen dare not look directly at his elder brother. Su-won did not dare to say a word for the time being. A moment, Su Jing sighed and asked earnestly, "Are you doing this on a whim, or have you been waiting for this day for a long time?" "I have planned this long ago, and I won't hide it from you, big brother. The hunter Jiang in Yengao was actually my master. I have been learning martial arts from him since I was 7 years old, and I have been preparing to serve my country with my martial arts skills. Now the border is in danger, and every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of the country. Big Brother has studied hard for many years, and now he has passed the imperial examination, but he still worries about the country and the people. Big Brother and I have the same idea, and we are all doing this for our country." Who has always been not good at speaking and cannot use any fancy words, now uttered such passionate words. It can be seen that he is determined to defend the country, and no one can pull him back. That year, when the master saw him for the first time, little Chen was holding a branch and playing with the children in the village, pretending to be a general. He made a few random gestures, and Jong Yu could see that he was a good candidate for martial arts. By the time little Chen was helping to fetch water for the family alone, despite his young age, his arm strength was enough for him to lift half a bucket of water without spilling it. Jong Yu asked him, "Boy, do you want to be a hero in the future?" Little Chen heard the word, "great hero." His blood instantly boiled. He nodded vigorously and said seriously, "I want to be a great hero with unrivaled martial arts skills." At that time, there was a young brother in the village who was always listening to books outside. He heard a lot of books about how great heroes served the motherland. What he heard the most was how powerful and majestic Duke Jiang was on the battlefield. That was the hero in his heart. "Well, what do you want to do most after you become a great hero?" Jong Yu nodded with a smile and continued to ask. Chen thought about it carefully and replied, "I want to be a great general and serve my country." It was precisely because of the determination and yearning in the young boy's eyes and tone that Jong Yu decided to take him in as his apprentice and pass on his lifelong learning to him. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chen had nothing more to learn, and Jong Yu had nothing more to teach him. The only drawback was that he had missed an opportunity to gain experience. I believed that when he returned from the battlefield, he would be even better than his teacher. 10 years later, the determination and yearning in Chen's eyes only increased, leaving Su Jing speechless for a moment. Think carefully. The battlefield is full of swords and sabers, and it's unpredictable. It's not like what I'm doing in Xuanhe. Although the conditions are a bit tougher, your life won't necessarily be in danger. You don't know when you can return home. Fame and fortune on the battlefield are not so easy to earn. Su Jing was instantly convinced by Su Chen's words, but he still asked again, "Have you thought it through?" Su Chen nodded again. He was very sure that he had never given himself the chance to regret. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Brother, I know that I was wrong to act first and report later. I am sorry to my parents, brothers and Wanwan. Given my mother's temper, she will be sad when she knows that I am not able to show my filial piety to you. For the sake of everyone, I have to give up my small family temporarily. If I can return from the battlefield safely in the future, I will make up for the lack of filial piety. I hope that my elder brother and Wanwan can help me persuade Mom and take good care of her. I made this decision because I understand that if something unexpected happens to me, my parents will not be left alone to take care of them until the end of their lives." "Stop it, third brother. Don't say such unlucky words." Su-won interrupted what Su-chen was about to say. Su-chen looked at her, only to see Su-won said again, "Third brother, there will be no accidents. You must retire after achieving your goals and then live a peaceful and smooth life." Anyway, in the original novel, The third brother suffered a lot on the battlefield, but fortunately it all ended well, and he came back safely. However, Soo-won also hoped that he could be better. She asked him to retire with honor and come back to see them safely. Since you have made up your mind, I can only support you. You are doing this for the sake of your country. For this reason alone, I will not stop you. Su Jing was relieved. He was convinced by Su Chen, so he decided to respect his decision, support his decision, and help him persuade Su's mother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Wan. Su Chen was very happy with his family's understanding. The three of them discussed how to tell Su's mother about this matter, as they only had one day. In the evening, Su's mother came back happily, Su-yi also came back, and Su-yeon was also called back to have dinner together. When Su's mother saw her son and daughter coming back, she asked the kitchen to prepare a more sumptuous meal, and then took Su-won aside to ask about family matters, such as whether all the villagers had come to see Su Jing after he returned, and whether her father had distributed sugar cakes and dried fruits to the villagers as she had asked. Su-won reported everything to her in detail. All the ancestral tombs in the family have been repaired, people are being hired to harvest the rice, and they will be able to move to Xango to be with her in a while. Su's mother was so happy to hear this that she couldn't stop smiling. Dinner that night, seeing that Su's mother had a good appetite, he did not speak in a hurry. Instead, he waited until she put down her bowl and chopsticks before Su Chen spoke carefully. Mom, I want to tell you something. What's the matter? Why are you so shy? Su's mother could tell at a glance that something was wrong with her third son, but she was still smiling. The family has several sons, all of whom have grown up. The eldest, second, and third are all eligible for marriage. Unfortunately, the eldest has to take up an office, and the second is traveling outside. Now only the third is left. She hopes from the bottom of her heart that it will be good news. For example, which girl do you like? However, Su Chen opened his mouth with a powerful bomb. Mom, I've signed up to join the army. I'll be on the front line the day after tomorrow morning. Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. Su-yeon, who was drinking soup, was choked when he heard his third brother's words. Su-won, who was sitting next to him, patted him on the back. Fourth brother, when will you stop making so much noise? Su-yi was holding a piece of meat, and was also stunned. The meat just fell into the bowl. I didn't expect that my third brother, who usually keeps a low profile and never makes my parents angry, would make such a big fuss. The smile on Su's mother's face froze. She rubbed her ears and looked at her eldest son. Ah Jing, what did your third brother say? Su Jing glanced at Su Chen, who looked a little embarrassed, and then looked at his mother, whose smile was gradually becoming a little strange, and said, My third brother said that he has signed up for the army and will be ready to go to the battlefield the day after tomorrow morning. The eldest brother said calmly. The smile on Su's mother's face faded. She didn't lose her temper yet. She just took a deep breath and sat upright in her seat. The 5 siblings all looked at her cautiously, especially Su Chen. Su-yeon hadn't recovered yet. He wanted to cough twice to feel better, but his mother's reaction was like a sign of a coming storm, so he didn't dare to. Su-yeon wanted to pour some water quietly. Just as he picked up the cup, Su's mother suddenly slammed the table with a bang. The cup almost fell over, and Su-won trembled. Nonsense. Mom. Su Chen wanted to explain but was interrupted. Don't call me Mom. You've grown so powerful now that you dared to hide such a big thing from us and make the decision on your own. Do you think going to war is fun? Might even lose your life. I suffered so much when I gave birth to you. Of all your siblings, you were the hardest to give birth to. I was in so much pain for 2 whole days that I almost had a dystocia. And now you signed up for the army without even consulting me, and you only told me before you left. I have raised you for nothing. I thought you were the most honest and worry-free one among the 5 brothers, but you have disappointed me so much. I tell you, Su Chen, I don't agree. Other things are fine, but I can't let you go to the battlefield. As a mother, I only want my child to live a peaceful life. I don't expect him to achieve much. I just want to see him get married, start a family, have both sons and daughters, and live a happy life. Su's mother's tears fell silently like beads from a broken string, and she was very angry. At Union Hall today, She heard two guests talking about the war and how dangerous the border battlefield was. This time they were going to face strong and sturdy men from outside. They were always known for their strong soldiers and horses. It was said that each of the men from outside was 9 feet tall, with a broad back and strong waist, and was good at wrestling. They had lived on the grassland since they were young and were accustomed to such a desolate and harsh environment. The horses they raised were stronger and more durable than their horses. Sue's mother was just a woman who had not seen much of the world. After hearing the gossip from those gossipers, she imagined all the men from outside to be dangerous. Her third son has never even had a few fights with other children since he was a child. Now you tell her that he is going to the front line to fight with real weapons. How can she not be angry? Do you know how scary those outside men are? One of them is twice as big as you, and they are all as strong as bulls. One punch from them can kill you, but you're just waiting to get beaten. Even though you are considered strong in the eyes of outsiders, you can't compare with those guys. Sue's mother complained while crying. After listening to her, Soo-won could forgive her for wanting to laugh a little, as she really didn't mean it. Soo-jing was also helpless. Mother, where did you hear these untrue words? It's not as serious as you say. It is true that they are strong and powerful, but they are made up of many tribes. Compared with the fierce army of my Jin dynasty, they are far inferior. He explained it to Sue's mother, but she just kept crying. She couldn't bear to let him go. She really couldn't bear to let him go. Soo-won also spoke up for Soo-chin. She told Sue's mother that Soo-chin actually knew martial arts and that Jong the hunter was his master. But Sue's mother still didn't believe it. Why didn't she notice this before? Even if she learned some kung fu, how powerful could it be? She thought Soo-won made it up for her. Okay, you all know it, but you're hiding it from me, right? Sue's mother stood up, wiping her tears as she spoke, and pretended to leave. Before leaving, Sue's mother left one more sentence. Soo-chin, if you insist on doing what you want, don't recognize me as your mother anymore. After saying that, Sue's mother went back to her room angrily, leaving the 5 siblings in the dining room, staring at each other. Soo-chin was dejected, and Soo-yeon gave him a thumbs up. Third brother, you are awesome. You made such a big decision on your own. You didn't think it through. Third brother, have you really decided to go to war? Do you regret it? When Soo-yi saw the situation, he knew that his third brother was not joking. He had already seen that his third brother would not be willing to be an ordinary person. In fact, he knew from a young age that his third brother was secretly learning martial arts from Jong the hunter. Once, he secretly followed him to see what was happening. Because his third brother went out every day in a mysterious manner, he was unwilling to take him, his fourth brother, and Guyu to play together. So he was curious at the time and discovered the secret. But he knew more than other children since he was a child, so much so that he has been pretending to be stupid until now and has not said anything. I don't regret it. This has always been my dream. You all have things you want to do, and so do I.
Soo-chen answered affirmatively.
Soo-yeon wouldn't say anything. Although he was also worried about his third brother's safety, he had already signed up, so what else could he say? You should find a way to get past your mother first. Didn't you listen to what she said? If you dare to go, she will not recognize you. You have a lot of ideas, why don't you think about it for me? Soo-chin glanced at him indifferently. He was also anxious. Wasn't his mother angry? From childhood to adulthood, how many beatings have I received? Among the 5 brothers, I was beaten the most. I am very afraid of our mother. I dare not provoke her at this critical moment. Soo-yeon's fear of his mother has existed since childhood. Although his mother is usually gentle and smiling when she stir-fries meat with bamboo, she is very determined. This is blood suppression. Speaking of this, I can still vividly remember the scenes of Soo-yeon being stripped of his pants and beaten when he was a child. I am afraid that he doesn't feel the pain and will dare to do it again next time. Only Won-won can go and talk to Mother about this matter. Mother won't get angry with Won-won. Why don't you let Won-won go? Soo-yi was able to say something useful. He finished speaking. The 4 brothers looked at Soo-won at the same time and placed high hopes on her. The brothers are the type who support each other. Everyone has a dream. No matter what the third brother wants to do, The fourth and fifth brothers will support him. Don't worry, I'll go talk to Mom in a minute, but I have an idea that may make Mom agree. Even without her brothers telling her, Soo-won would have gone to find her mother, but she also thought of a trick that might be able to convince her mother. What idea? The third, fourth, and fifth brothers asked at the same time. Mother doesn't agree with third brother going to war, mainly because she is worried about his safety. She is afraid that he'll encounter an accident on the battlefield and be unable to protect himself. That's because she doesn't know third brother's strength, so she is so afraid. Didn't Jong Yu leave behind several guards? They are all masters of martial arts. Tomorrow I will bring mother out, and third brother will show her your martial arts in front of her, and let her know that you are not just a mediocre kung fu, you are capable of protecting yourself. In this way, mother's concerns about you will dissipate a lot. Soo-won's idea is feasible and worth a try. Discussing it, the brothers decided to do as she said. That night, Soo-chin went to find Feng-ing. When Feng-ing heard that he was going to the battlefield, he admired him very much and was happy to help him prove himself in front of Madame Soo. He would bring a few brothers over the next morning to compete with Soo-chin. At night, Soo-won brought hot water to Soo's mother's room. Soo's mother was really heartbroken and was crying quietly there alone. It was only a short while later, but her eyes were already red from crying. Soo-won felt so distressed. Seeing her daughter coming, Soo's mother cried even more sadly. She confided to her daughter that it was not that she did not allow Soo-chin to pursue his dream, but as a mother, she really did not want her son to take risks. She said, "My daughter, you are not a mother yet, so you don't understand the pain in your mother's heart. Parents always hope that their children can live a peaceful life." Soo-won was moved by her and started crying. She said, "Mom, I understand. I understand everything. I also feel sorry for my brothers and don't want them to suffer. But the third brother is passionate and talented. His wish since he was a child is to have the opportunity to serve his country one day. It's not that the third brother doesn't care about you. It's because he cares about you and is afraid that you will be angry and disagree. That's why he hesitated and didn't dare to speak. But he also respects and loves you from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't beg me and my eldest brother to persuade you and enlighten you. But if you force him to stay at home, I believe the third brother will never be happy again. Why don't you agree to him?" The mother and daughter talked late into the night and even slept together. They talked until midnight. Soo-won told her the story of her third brother when he was a child and the hunter Jong. As she talked, she finally stopped crying. But she was worried about how to explain to Soo's father when he came to Xango that he didn't even know about such a big thing and sent the child to the front line. In fact, from this moment on, Soo's mother had already compromised. The next morning, Soo-won took his mother to the yard, and Feng-ing brought 4 guards to compete with Soo-chin. Soo's mother still didn't understand what was going on. Both mother and daughter's eyes were swollen and red, and it seemed that they had cried for a long time last night. Soo-won brought a chair for her to sit on, and then signaled to the third brother that he could start. "I've heard that you, Soo-chin, are the only disciple of Master Jong Yu. Today I came to seek your advice. My apologies." Feng-ing was also a good actor, and he created suspense right away. He and Soo-chin dueled, using all their skills. The two of them fought with 2 unsheathed swords. Feng-ing's attack was fierce. Soo-chin defended at first, and then started to attack after he figured out his moves. The 2 men fought from the open space to the wall, from the wall to the roof, and finally back to the ground. Soo's mother was terrified watching the whole process. Her third son could climb walls and fly over rooftops effortlessly, and was not at a disadvantage when fighting with Feng-ing. He was very strong. It was Feng-ing who had to use all his strength to hold on for so long, and he found it a bit difficult to cope with. "Mom, Feng-ing is Jong Yu's top-notch expert, the head of the guards. Look, he can't beat the third brother. The third brother's martial arts are amazing." Soo-won saw that her mother looked nervous and her eyes were following her third brother, so she took her hand and tried to make her relax a little. To be honest, her son has grown up, but she didn't even notice that he had been worshipping a master outside for so many years. When she thinks about it carefully, It is really her dereliction of duty as a mother. In the past few years, she, as a woman, had to work hard outside to support so many children at home, and she was under a lot of pressure and suffered a lot of insults and criticisms. Now that life is getting better, she just wants to make up for the time she spent accompanying her children in the past. In the blink of an eye, they have all grown up. My son is going to get married and my daughter will get married in a few years. It's sad to say that just when life gets better, I realize that I don't have much time to spend with my children. Especially her daughter, who had been absent from her life for the past 10 years. She had only been back for a short time, and after a few years she was promised to someone else. After she got married, there was even less chance for them to meet. The eldest son is about to go to Shanghai to take up his post, and I won't see him for several years. The second son is traveling and his return date is unknown. Now the third son is also going to the battlefield. Fighting in a war is a matter of life and death. If he comes back, it would be fine, but what if he can't come back? Unsurprisingly, Fengming was defeated by Chen, and even after that, the 4 guards attacked him together. They were still unable to defeat him. Under the scorching sun, Chen fought a fierce battle, panting, his head covered in sweat, with beads of sweat flowing down his jawline into his collar. He looked at his mother with a smile, hoping to get her praise. Unexpectedly, Su's mother had already burst into tears, and Suwan was supporting her, her face also full of melancholy. Chen walked to the bottom of the stairs and knelt down. "Mom, I'm going to the battlefield to defend my country, but I promise you that I will come back alive." After saying this, he kowtowed on the ground one by one. Seeing her son like this, Su's mother knew that she couldn't stop him. Wiping the tears from her face, she waved her hands weakly. "Forget it, go ahead. I should be proud of you for being so righteous. But as a mother, I only hope that my child will be well. Since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you. Go to the front line, take care of yourself, and remember your promise to come back alive." Chen's forehead was already a little red and swollen. Seeing that his mother agreed, Yun ran down, pulled Chen up, and brushed the dirt off his knees. "Come in and have a drink of water. You're so hot." Su's mother sighed heavily, and Suwon comforted her. "Mom, you have to believe in third brother. He will definitely come back safe and sound." Su's mother nodded and held her daughter's hand. She was thinking that if she had the ability in the future, she might as well find a son-in-law to live with her. In this way, her daughter could always be by her side, and her life would be complete.
I'm tired.
"I didn't sleep well last night. I'll go back to sleep for a while. You treat Master Fengming and the others well. There's mung bean soup in the kitchen. Bring it to them to cool off." Su's mother still had the etiquette to entertain guests. Although she didn't feel like it right now and was very sad, she still had to tell her daughter to entertain them well. "Got it, mother. Go and have some rest." Suwon winked at Luing, indicating that she should help Su's mother go back to her room to rest. After Su's mother left, Suwon asked Xiar and Donger to bring mung bean soup for Fengming and the others. Fengming drank a bowl of mung bean soup and sighed with satisfaction. It was great. "I had a great fight with Brother Su-san today. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. It's a pity that Brother Su-san, now that you're going to the border, I don't know when I'll have another chance like this. He is now the young master's bodyguard. If he has this opportunity, he will definitely choose to fight on the battlefield. If you still feel it's not enough, I can continue to play with you. We still have 1 day and 1 night." Chen also drank a bowl of mung bean soup. There was a red scratch on his forehead at the moment, which looked slightly broken and swollen. When he smiled, he showed a mouthful of big white teeth, looking silly. Suwon immediately found some ointment to apply on him. Fengming heard his attitude and thought he was going to torture him to death, so he quickly waved his hand to refuse. "I admit that third brother Su is better in martial arts. If I compete with you, I will do as I did just now and stop when I am satisfied. If we fight day and night, I will be bullied to death by you. How desperate must I be to seek a fight?" Fengming is also a straightforward person. He speaks very frankly and says whatever he thinks.
How could that be?
"You also said that it would be enough." Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. But I am curious, who will win in a fight between you and our young master? Fengming imagined that the young master's martial arts were taught by the sect master himself. Master Zhang was also the sect master's favorite student, and this third brother Su was Master Zhang's only disciple. In other words, they all came from the same master. But the young master's martial arts skills are also among the best in Fengyue Villa. I wonder who will be more powerful in a fight between these two. Speaking of this, Su Wan was also curious. She also wanted to know who was more powerful between Jong Yu and the third brother. We fought once, and it was a draw. At that time, Ayu's body had just recovered, and his internal energy was unstable, so I had the upper hand. If we really fight again now, I probably won't be able to beat him. Chen is also very honest. He doesn't think it's shameful to be unable to beat others, so he doesn't feel burdened when he says it. Why didn't you ask me to take a look at this? Fengming slapped his thigh, feeling that he had missed out on 100 million. That was back in Goat Call, I didn't even know you. Chen explained that Jong Yu was still recuperating in their home at that time, but he had not yet fully recovered. Suwon didn't know about this either. It turned out that they had been secretly meeting and playing together, and even had a competition. Suwon has never seen Jong Yu fight seriously. In the original novel, Jong Yu is ranked number 1 in fighting power, much more outstanding than the male protagonist. As expected, the perfect second male lead is always there, but it doesn't matter for her. He is the only male lead. Fengming and the others left not long after they stayed. Su Chen treated the wound on his forehead. Su Jing asked him to wait until his mother woke up, then go see her and keep her company. Su's mother agreed to let Su Chen go to the battlefield, but she was still upset. After getting up in the afternoon, Suwon insisted on taking her out for a walk, to relax and go shopping. Su Chen stayed with them. When Su's mother saw the red spot on his forehead, her heart ached. The thought that he would suffer more injuries on the battlefield in the future made her feel even more uncomfortable. Come on, why are you so honest? Why do you have to kowtow so hard? Come here, let me see. Su's mother called Su Chen over, looked at the red and swollen area on his forehead, and asked him if he had applied the medicine. That night, Su Chen accompanied his mother shopping for a long time. Su Wan and he took Su's mother to buy clothes, pearl flowers, and rouge. Su's mother smiled very happily. Tonight in Xiangzhou City, no one knew what good thing was happening, but fireworks were set off, which was a rare event outside of the New Year or a festival. After returning from playing tired, Su Wan and Su Chen sent Su's mother back to her room to rest. Tomorrow morning, Su Chen will report to the recruit camp. He hasn't packed anything yet and hasn't prepared anything, so Su Wan will help him pack and also give him some things. She brought 2 packages to Su Chen. What is this? Su Chen asked curiously. Su Wan spread out the bag on the table. There are knee pads here. I heard that the weather in the north is very cold in autumn, and there will be snow in winter. You have to take good care of yourself in the military camp, which is different from home. Bring these things with you. They will definitely be useful. There are also 2 pairs of boots here. Marching and fighting are very difficult. It is 1,000 miles to the border, so you need 2 pairs of comfortable and wear-resistant shoes. This way you will be much more comfortable. Also, I took into consideration that you might not be able to bring too many things, so I prepared a few bottles of golden wound medicine for you, including pills for internal use and external application. These are necessities, and they can be used if you get injured. There are also 200 taels of silver notes, which I sewed into your knee pads. Don't show off your wealth unless it is absolutely necessary. There are many people in the military camp, and people's hearts are hidden. I'm afraid that someone who is greedy for money will stab you in the back. Also, at this moment, Su Wan was like a nagging old nanny, chattering on and on to Su Chen. Su Chen didn't feel annoyed, but listened to her quietly, with a doting smile on his face, nodding in agreement from time to time. I was thinking about that too. Your military discipline may be quite strict, and you are not allowed to bring too many cumbersome things, but the things I prepared are all portable and practical. Third brother, did you remember everything I told you? Su Wan kept on talking, and when he looked up, he saw Su Chen laughing there, and he didn't know how much he heard. I heard you, my dear sister. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Thank you, Wan, for preparing these for me. It can be seen that this had all been prepared long ago. She always knew what I was thinking and she understood myself very well. How could Chen not be moved? Wan was also reluctant to leave her third brother. It was the first time they met after coming back for so long. She still remembered that night when she greeted her third brother. He blushed and was embarrassed, looking so innocent and cute. Later, the third brother was always very kind to her and protected her silently. No matter what she asked him to do, he would not say a word and was willing to be a tool to run errands. What kind of man is the third brother? In modern terms, he should be considered a father-type man. His love is as heavy as a mountain like a father's love. It is quiet, silent, and even has no sense of existence. However, if you look closely, you will find that he has done so much and accompanied you so much behind you. Third brother, you must protect yourself. You can't just think about justice. You have to remember that you have a whole family waiting for you to come back.
Wan said this at the end.
In the original novel, he trapped himself in the enemy camp and suffered so much torture for the sake of justice. She only hoped that he would remember that he still had a family waiting for him to return home. With this motivation, he could be more vigilant and protect himself. Chen nodded solemnly and accepted his sister's instructions. Wan, I will. Wait for me to come back. When I become a general, no one will look down on us anymore. He knew that in the eyes of outsiders, they were nothing more than a group of money-loving merchants. He had heard from Yang Qingqing that Lady Ning Yuanbui gave Wan a cold look, implying that she disdained her because she was a merchant's daughter and was not worthy of Ning Zhiqian. So he swore that he must make a name for himself and give her more confidence and support. He wanted his parents and sister to always be able to hold their heads up high and be respected when they go out. Okay, go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. Wan said what he wanted to say, and then left. In fact, no one could sleep well tonight, and they all got up the next morning to send Chen out. The recruit camp was established 5 miles outside Xango City. There were conditions for conscription. Only sons in the family, sick people, and those with short stature were not accepted. The reason for not having an only son is that they are afraid that there will be elderly people at home with no one to take care of them. People who are sick or short in stature do not meet the standards for going to the battlefield, and this will also lower the overall strength. In fact, someone like Chen, who has martial arts skills, would be quickly noticed once he entered the military camp and the war broke out, and it would be easy for him to get a small official position. As long as he had military merits and killed bravely, it would not be a problem for him to become a centurion or a 1,000-man commander. Sue's mother got up early in the morning before dawn and rolled noodles, lit the fire, boiled soup, and poached eggs to make a bowl of noodles for Chen to say farewell. The kitchen was filled with mist, and the air was filled with the appetizing aroma of rich broth. Today, it seems that Sue's mother is not as pessimistic as yesterday, and she is smiling again. After you leave, you won't be able to eat the food you want at home. You loved noodles when you were a child. Even if it was just a bowl of plain noodles, you would still eat it with gusto. If I gave you an egg, you would be so happy. Eat it quickly. After you finish, I will send you out of the city. Sue's mother brought the noodles to Chen. Chen's bag had been packed, and he was ready to leave at any time. Seeing the full bowl of noodles, Chen's nose felt sour. He ate all the noodles without saying a word, and even drank the soup. After that, nothing more was said. The family sent him out of the city gate. On the way, Wan and Sue's mother were silent. Yi and Jing didn't talk much either. Only Yun and his third brother were arm in arm, talking and laughing to ease the atmosphere. He said, "Third brother, when you have time, please write back to let me know you are safe. Third brother, you must be very impressive on the battlefield. I saw you competing with Feng Ying yesterday. It was the first time I knew you were so powerful. Your trip won't be in vain. After all, you will be a general, so I can be more powerful and majestic." Fortunately, his endless chattering prevented the atmosphere from becoming too sad, the sadness of parting. Because of the reluctance to leave, the long distance from home to the city gate suddenly became shorter. Just send it here, mother. Manhwa, you two should go back quickly. The sun is strong outside. City gate, besides their family, there were many other places experiencing the same separation, but everyone had a different family background and intention. Some are forced by life, while others are driven by love for family and country. Come back safely. Your father, your sister, and I are waiting for you to come back. Sue's mother did not say many sad words of farewell. At least, she wanted her son to leave in peace. She didn't want him to miss home while in the military camp. Several brothers took turns saying goodbye to Chen, and Chen also gave him a few instructions. There were only a few sets of underwear for changing in Chen's bag, and the rest were prepared for him by Wan. Everything was in perfect condition. The advantage of having a younger sister. The key is having a sister as caring as Wan. Finally, Chen smiled at Sue's mother and Wan and said, "I'm leaving. Wait until I come back." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the direction of the recruit camp. He walked a long way and looked back at his family from time to time. They were still there watching him leave. Gradually, I couldn't see the expressions on their faces clearly. But he looked back from time to time, which was also a kind of nostalgia for home. The Su family stood at the city gate, watching Chen's figure gradually disappear. Sue's mother finally couldn't hold on anymore and leaned on her daughter sadly, wiping her tears. After she returned, she was sick for a few days. She was not in a good mood, could not eat, and could not sleep well. Suwon stayed at home with her for a few days. My uncle received the news that Chen had joined the army. Everyone had already left. It happened so suddenly that he couldn't react. At this time, Chen was already on the march. The conditions were difficult, and the weather was hot. Fortunately, his sister prepared shoes for him, which made his feet much more comfortable than others. I have never walked for such a long time in a row. I rest 3 times a day, and spend the rest of the time on the road. Many people have blisters on the soles and toes, but they have to grit their teeth and persevere. They are all untrained recruits, so their endurance is naturally not as good as that of the veterans. Recently, Yang Qingqing has been going on blind dates from time to time, but she hasn't found anyone suitable and satisfactory, and no matchmaker has introduced anyone to her. So, my uncle and aunt said that it didn't matter if the family conditions were poor, as long as the person had good character, they could be brought over to see us. So the matchmaker introduced another man to Yang Qingqing, who was 18 years old, came from an average family, lost his mother at an early age, had a father and a 12-year-old sister. He is a student who has passed the imperial examination and became a scholar. His family is from Xango, and he is still studying in the academy. Hearing that he had no mother at home, for some reason, Suwon and Yang Qingqing both felt very guilty. Actually thought that this premise was quite good. Perhaps she was really fed up with Mama's boys. Yang Qingqing didn't want to suffer from it again in her life. In view of this condition, Yang Qingqing listened to Suwon and tried one last time. If it still didn't work, she would just let things take their course and leave the rest to fate. Bingjitang will open in a few days. Suwon found some time and quietly went to the store to inspect the results. Now, the suspense has reached its limit. Many celebrities and wealthy women are already looking forward to the opening of Bingjitang and buying Bingjiyugu cream to use. A miracle doctor himself, and it's very exciting to hear. What if it really works well? Xiaonyang is the shopkeeper and the apparent boss, while Suwon, the boss behind the scenes, must be a little mysterious. Bingjitang is not far from Yintang, but judging from its decoration, it is the most distinctive one on this street. Outside has been repainted red, making it look much brighter and more eye-catching than the nearby houses. The 3 big characters, Bingjitang, are very elegant and beautiful, and are particularly eye-catching. There are 2 floors in total. Products such as Bingjiyugu cream and Luazadai are on the 2nd floor, and ordinary goods are sold on the 1st floor. Firstly, it differentiates the grades of the 2, and secondly, it satisfies the sense of superiority of those ladies and socialites. Their consumption experience is taken care of, so they will become loyal fans and returning customers. Xiaonyang has a really good aesthetic sense. Just looking at Bingjitang from the outside gives people a high-end and classy feeling. And many details are controlled very well. For example, the tea used for receptions in the store is all longan, red dates, ginger, and sugar tea, and the main purpose is to protect the health of women. Moreover, according to Soo-won's suggestion, she set up a makeup area in the store, which was filled with various rouge and lip balms for female customers to touch up their makeup. If the consumption is high, Cheonyang will arrange for a nanny with superb makeup skills to give them a free hairstyle or makeup. She was invited from Kyoto, and she knows how to do the most fashionable makeup and hairstyles in Kyoto. For women who love beauty, this is simply irresistible. Although Bingjitang looks like a high-end consumption place, it also has products that ordinary people can afford. Soo-won told Cheonyang some secret recipes of ancient beauty creams that he had learned, and asked her to make them. If there were no side effects after use, they could be put on the shelves for sale, which would be economical and affordable. The first floor is decorated in an elegant and fresh style, while the second floor looks more magnificent. Also, a large porcelain tank on the first floor for raising fish. If any female relatives are bored, they can feed the fish to pass the time. There is also a rest area with 2 tea tables equipped with all the tea-making utensils, so you can make your own tea. The second floor is similar, except for some furniture and ornaments, which are made of more refined wood. The staircase cleverly utilizes the feature of lotus blooming at every step. Lotus flowers are carved on the stairs and filled with colors to make them lifelike. This is called lotus blooming at every step and has a beautiful meaning. After taking a look around, Soo-won was so satisfied that he couldn't be more satisfied. He kept exclaiming in admiration like a country bumpkin. Cheonyang, you are really creative. If I were just an ordinary person passing by, I would not be able to resist coming in. Even if I don't buy anything, I would still have the nerve to take a look. This is true. When you go shopping nowadays, you walk into a store and you may feel that the style of the store does not quite suit you, but if its decoration and design are very good, you can't help but walk around and take a look. There is no rule that you have to buy something once you enter. Thank you for your kind words, young lady. As long as you are satisfied, it will be worth it for me to receive so much monthly salary. Cheonyang smiled freely, with a few white teeth slightly exposed on her bright red lips, looking so bright and flamboyant. Soo-won was stunned and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the charm of a mature woman, right? Moreover, this woman is very charming.
Who can stand this?
Seeing Soo-won's reaction, Cheonyang was also very satisfied. If a man says you are pretty, then you may not be particularly pretty, but if a girl is stunned by your beauty, then that shows the beauty of this woman. At this moment, a man suddenly came into the store with a silly smile on his face and a basket in his hand. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Sister Cheonyang, look what I brought you, your favorite crystal jade butterfly cake." It turned out to be Fengying, who was grinning happily. When he looked up, he found Soo-won was there too. "Hey, you're here too, girl." He had never met Soo-won when he came here before, so he was quite surprised to see him today. "I only knew that Cheonyang was working for the young master, but I didn't expect that Miss Soo was also a master behind the scenes." Soo-won saw Fengying and then looked at Cheonyang and knew that these two people were both Jong Yu's subordinates and must know each other. "What delicious food did you bring? It made me curious." Soo-won stared at his basket and smiled. Upon hearing this, Fengying quickly opened the box, revealing a plate of crystal clear, soft and chewy pastries. "I didn't know you were here, so I only brought one plate. Try it, girl." Fengying brought out the pastries and handed them to Soo-won. There was a wooden stick on the plate, which was used to eat the pastry. Soo-won picked up a piece and ate it. The texture was a bit like pudding and a bit like jelly. Not bad. Soo-won gave a pertinent answer. The pastry was okay, sweet but not greasy. "Then eat more, girl. I'll go buy another portion." Although Fengying bought it specially for Cheonyang, the girl that the young master likes is here, so he has to respect her well. "No, I'll just eat a piece to taste it. I have other things to do, so I'm leaving now." Soo-won has read so many novels and watched so many TV dramas. How could he not see that he likes Cheonyang? It's even more interesting because these two are in a sister-brother relationship. She wouldn't be so inconsiderate as to disturb their love. I'll give it to the girl, Fengming said as he put the box down. Goodbye, I'm just across the street. Besides, I still have Luyin Luiying. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving. Su-won waved her hand to refuse and looked at them with a meaningful smile. When Xiaonyang saw her smile, she actually felt a little embarrassed. Su-won took Luyin and Luiying out of Bingji Hall and went straight to his own Yuyan Hall. The business in the store was good. After adding a yard to the workshop, the order completion volume has caught up. After his uncle finished opening up the yard, he is now busy looking for shops in various counties. I no longer look for agents. I open my own shops and hire people to be shopkeepers. The money I earn from the agents is enough to rent a shop in the county for a year. Now that his reputation has spread and he has replaced all his people with his own, Su-won will find a time to go to other state capitals and open a shop to do business. Yang Qingqing has now gradually gotten the hang of it and is becoming proficient. She has almost learned how to keep accounts and do the math. When Su-won came, she was looking at something seriously, so much so that she didn't react even when Su-won was standing in front of her. Cough cough. Su-won coughed deliberately. Only then did Yang Qingqing come back to her senses, and Su-won also realized that she was distracted by something else. Wanwan is here, come in and sit down. Yang Qingqing invited her to sit behind the counter. Chaoyan was helping a guest look at soap, and the tea was brought by Biaozi. Yesterday, Yang Qingqing went on a blind date. Su-won guessed that she made a good impression on him this time, as she didn't come to complain to him. How was the person you met yesterday? Su-won was also very gossipy. When Yang Qingqing heard this, her face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. Su-won became even more certain that they were in love this time. Not bad. His name is Yiruns. He is a scholar and a handsome man. He is also very humble and polite. He actually waited there 3 cups of tea in advance. He was also very careful throughout the whole process and spoke very tactfully. He didn't make people feel abrupt. The matchmaker said that he studied very hard, but his family conditions were a little poor. Well, he is humble and polite, knows how to speak in moderation, looks good, is positive and attentive towards others and things, and is also a scholar. It's okay to hear you say that. Su-won nodded in approval. Yang Qingqing nodded and continued. I have already accepted the sachet he gave me, and we have agreed to go to Qingyuan to listen to an opera in 3 days.